A high school kid accidentally transmigrates back to the world of cultivation. Somehow, he gets a major inheritance, able to master any combat skill or cultivation technique. With his greedy nature, he naturally doesn't discriminate and slurps it all up. Already lucky, he's even blessed with benefactors and sugar mommies. In a moment, he realizes that only by becoming the strongest will he have a chance to return and reunite with his family. And what interesting things will Ye Yu experience on this journey? Please follow the story. It begins at a waterfall in the back mountain of the Yan family city, Qingyang, where countless disciples of the Yan family are constantly cultivating under the waterfall and being reminded to train to unlock their potential. All of this is under the supervision of Yan Shan, an elder of the Yan family. Alright, that's enough training for today. Everyone go back and rest. At this moment, one of them takes the initiative to speak up. Yan Ba, tomorrow the Tianhuo sect will come to force the young lady to marry, but we haven't found a suitable man yet. He is Yan Hao. The others, hearing this, begin to discuss. Within 100 miles radius, this is all the Yan family's territory. Finding a man who has nothing to do with the Yan family is not an easy task. Where do we find one now? Contrary to them, Yan Hao thinks differently. After the Tianhuo sect takes the young lady away tomorrow, I will officially become the #1 genius of the Yan family. Before he could finish his thoughts, a scream suddenly came from the top of the waterfall. Immediately, a male figure is falling freely down here, screaming non-stop. This person is none other than Ye Yu, our male lead. Seeing this, they all step aside. When he successfully landed, he was face down in the water, not moving at all. Realizing that the person in front of them is a man, they are all shocked. Ye Yu is startled and raises his head, not understanding what just happened. Did I accidentally end up in some strange place? In a panic, he accidentally sees the unfriendly expressions of the people nearby. That's right, a strong, strapping adult man. Dress him up a bit, and he can definitely deal with the people of the Tianhuo sect. While he is still dazed, thinking he is dreaming, Yan Shan suddenly flies over. Kid, you've come to the right place. Our family is missing a son-in-law. Since you've appeared here, stay. Hearing the old man say this, he freezes for a few seconds. Still not over the surprise, he vaguely hears the disciples over there discussing how to deal with him neatly. Although he doesn't know who they are, he'd better skedaddle first. But unfortunately, he's been discovered. The disciples immediately pounce on him, trying to catch him. No! Don't hit my face! Hit somewhere else. And in an instant, he is tied up tightly and lying on the ground. To actually find a man. Damn it, this has ruined Yan Hao's plan more than anyone else, so he is the most bitter. Under the direction of Yan Shan, Ye Yun is immediately taken back to the Yan family. Cut to a moment later, in the Yan family's main hall, he is thrown hard onto the ground without mercy. And the reason why old Yan Shan wants to bring him here is for Ye Yu to pretend to marry his young lady to fool the people of the Tianhuo sect. At the same time, a disciple runs in to report. The people of the Tianhuo sect have arrived at the gate. Yan Shan, hearing this, is surprised, because he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It's no wonder that Yan Hao has interfered and informed the Tianhuo sect. Faced with the urgency, Yan Shan immediately orders the servants to inform the young lady to quickly prepare for the ceremony. Ye Yu, on the other hand, is shouting for justice, because they haven't even asked for his opinion. But before he can finish his words, he sees a sword stabbed right next to him, scaring the young man. What Yan Shan has decided cannot be changed, and Ye Yun is no exception. After a while, the wedding hall is decorated, and Ye Yu is brought here and pushed forcefully into a chair. The young man doesn't forget to threaten to have bad intentions towards their young lady. But Yan Shan doesn't care, thinking that a waste like Ye Yu is no match for his young lady no matter what he does. Hearing this, he angrily affirms, "No matter what, I don't want to marry your young lady." But after saying this, it seems Ye Yu should reconsider. After being informed, the young lady rushed over here. She is Yan Shengting, the young lady of the Yan family. You were immediately captivated by her feminine beauty. Even the disciple beside you found Ye Yu's appearance unacceptable. Just as they were about to torture you into agreeing, the heck, this guy took the initiative, I've decided. A complete turnaround. It happened so fast that everything was settled smoothly. Yan Shan even tossed Ye Yu some clothes and told him, "Quick, put these on." Ye Yu obediently put them on. Looking at him, you could tell he was still really young and green. He looked like he was about to be thrown in jail. With the preparations complete, Yan Shan had the two of you perform the marriage ceremony right away while things were hot. Ye Yu had no choice but to play along and find a way to escape. Even though it was just a fake wedding, everyone was extremely serious and performed all the rituals properly. When it came to the husband and wife bow, Ye Yu felt a bit unwilling, thinking he'd definitely lose his virginity on this trip. Suddenly, right at that moment, a powerful expert with an incredibly strong aura broke through the door and entered. It was Elder Ji Yu Honggen of the Tianhuo sect. He announced that everything should stop before things went too far. Yan Shengting was a bit unhappy to hear that. Elder Yan Shan explained that his young lady had had a marriage contract since she was little, so he hoped the Tianhuo sect would understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he produced the marriage certificate from back then. Ji Yu Honggan took it without immediately destroying it. What, a marriage contract? He didn't even bat an eye. He didn't forget to get close to Ye Yu and loudly warn him, "Get the hell out of here now." Faced with this extremely powerful pressure, Ye Yu staggered back a few steps, but Yanshan grabbed him and warned him not to leave. Being pressured from both sides, Ye Yu felt like he was done for. But who knows what he was thinking, he suddenly laughed maniacally. If you want to force me, then I won't hold back either. Ji Honggan was curious about Ye Yu's reaction. He ignored him and turned to ask Yanshan if he was the strongest person here, and he confirmed that he was. Yanshan answered the question, but he didn't know what Ye Yu was planning. To his surprise, he grabbed the chair nearby and smashed it directly into Elder Ji Honggan's head. Witnessing this scene shocked everyone there. Not only that, but Ye Yu kept smashing him a few more times to vent his anger. Yan Shengting was equally surprised. With such humiliation, Ji Honggan couldn't bear it any longer and declared, "Today is the day Ye Yu dies." Feeling that things were not good, Yu took off running towards Yanshan. With someone to protect him, Ye Yu didn't forget to stick out his tongue and provoke him in a way that screamed, "Hit me!" Even so, Ji Honggan refused to give up and launched an attack. But Yanshan immediately blocked it with a wave of his hand. Yanshan advised Ji Honggan to calm down, saying that Ye Yu was now a son-in-law of the Yan family. But how could Ji Honggan swallow this anger? He was still determined to fight it out with him. Yu took this opportunity to carry Yan Shengting back to the bridal chamber right away. Before leaving, Ye Yu didn't forget to tell Yanshan to entertain the guests well. Thus, everyone could only watch as he carried the young lady away without being able to do anything. Seeing this, the disciples couldn't help but feel jealous. Causing such a big trouble and then leaving first, what a jinx. Returning to the room, Yan Shengting immediately pushed Ye Yu away and asked if what happened earlier was his idea. Ye Yu immediately denied it. "No way, I was just teaching the Tianhuo sect a lesson on behalf of the Yan family." Hearing this answer made Yan Shengting very annoyed because Yu had caused a great trouble for the Yan family, but Ye Yu didn't think so. This is acting chivalrously. You just kept talking nonsense smoothly. Yan Shengting couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Ye Yu, shut up! She warned you not to talk nonsense, and if you kept talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite." Ye Yu calmly asked, "Will you choose to kill me, or what?" But that wasn't the truth. Yan Shengting decided to set you free after this and also pay you a worthy reward. Causing trouble and still getting paid, Ye Yu asked in surprise. Yan Shengting confirmed that was the case and asked how much you wanted. Faced with this idea, Ye Yu appeared to be extremely upright. "I am a person who doesn't care for fame and fortune." But before Yan Shengting could react, he was already begging for some kind of cultivation manual. "I'm telling you, you're jumping the gun." Yan Shengting looked disappointed, but she still agreed to give it to Ye Yu, though there would definitely be no reward. Looking at the cultivation manual in his hand, he thought to himself that he had to start cultivating as soon as possible, or he would be the first to die. Yan Shengting didn't forget to remind him, "The path of cultivation goes against the will of heaven. I hope you can prepare yourself well." But Ye Yu didn't think so, thinking that cultivating the manual was very simple, and even easier for someone as naturally gifted as himself. Yan Shengting suddenly remembered. Legend has it that some people were able to achieve 3 transformations of samsara on their first day of cultivation. That is, transforming from an infant to a teenager, with innate talent, and from a teenager to an old man over 90 years old, becoming invincible. Hearing that someone had successfully achieved 3 transformations of samsara in just one day, he was extremely surprised. Seeing Ye Yu's blank expression, Yan Shengting thought he didn't understand, and told Ye Yu, "Stay here tonight. The people of the Tianhuo sect definitely haven't left yet." As soon as he heard that, he threw the cultivation manual in his hand away, pouting and rushing straight to Yan Shengting, hoping to take advantage, but only received a painful slap. Yan Shengting also told Ye Yu to sleep on the floor, while she would lie on the bed, so he cried and begged Yan Shengting to let him sleep with her. Moreover, the bed is so wide, it's a waste to sleep alone. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver needle shot straight down at Ye Yu's kneeling figure, startling the young man. "If you say another word, this silver needle won't just stab the floor." Despite the warning, Ye Yu remained calm and decided to tell Yan Shengting a secret of his. This also made her a little interested, and she glanced over to see what it was. Before she knew it, he was kneeling and crying, saying that he had always been an introverted person, always wanting to be loved by everyone. Round and round, he finally came back to the point of demanding to sleep with Yan Shengting no matter what. Yan Shengting didn't refuse this suggestion, but took out 6 silver needles. Then, screams of misery from Ye Yu, along with the sound of chasing, echoed from the study. After a while, Ye Yu fell asleep tiredly, still holding the cultivation manual in his hand, while Yan Shengting on the other side was meditating and cultivating. Looking at his annoying face made her even more angry. Early the next morning, Yan Shan rushed in to report good news. Before he could speak, he noticed a special detail. Ye Yu was dizzy, had a bloody nose from being beaten, and was lying slumped in the corner, making the old man not understand what was happening. Seeing this, Yan Shengting smiled with amusement, and said to Uncle Shan, "Just keep talking." The people of Ji Honggan left early this morning, Yan Shengting confirmed. After she obtains the ancestral inheritance from the soon-to-be-opened ancestral land, why should she be afraid of the people of the Tianhuo sect? Yan Shan agreed with her words. Just then, Ye Yu was crawling slowly out of the door, vowing in his heart that after he successfully cultivated, he would come back and pluck all of old man Yanshan's feathers. But it seemed that it would not succeed. Yanshan just happened to notice him, and immediately poured spiritual energy into his palm, pulling Ye Yu back. After this fall, he landed successfully, face first. Thinking it over, he felt that the best way was still to eliminate Ye Yu as soon as possible. Before the old man's suggestion, he acted like a senior. You really don't know the order of seniority. After all, I am the young miss of the Yan family's husband. Yanshan couldn't contain his anger and was about to slap Ye Yu for his insolence. But before he could move, he saw him standing behind Yan Shengting, asking her to back him up. She was understanding after all, and told him to stop. The Yan family couldn't be ungrateful. Considering Ye Yu was lucky, the old man excused himself. Watching him leave, Ye Yu vowed in his heart that he would come back one day and let the old man know what a festival was. Switching to 3 days later, at the back mountain waterfall of the Yan family, Ye Yu was cultivating here. The strange thing was that the manual described it very clearly, but he couldn't cultivate it no matter what. The fact that he had not achieved anything after 3 days of cultivation also made the people nearby criticize him. Ye Yu opened his eyes. Although he had sensed a little spiritual energy, he still couldn't absorb it. Just as he was in a daze, the mountain behind him suddenly began to shake violently. Ye Yu was startled and looked up, thinking it was an earthquake. The waterfall also thundered down with this commotion. He quickly ran to a corner to take cover. After the commotion subsided, what appeared before his eyes was an incredibly magnificent underground palace. The huge commotion also drew Yan Shengting and Yanshan to the scene. Seeing the underground palace, Yanshan confirmed, "This is the ancestral land of the Yan clan. Our old ancestor built it back then." Hearing such good news, she was eager to go in and obtain the ancestor's legacy, but before she could, Yanshan stopped. He claimed that the burial tomb had been sealed for a long time and might contain corpse miasma, so it would be best to let Ye Yu go in first and check things out. Ye Yu was shocked to hear he was being used as a guinea pig, but before he could prepare, Yanshan struck him down. Despite Yan Shengting's attempt to stop it, the young man successfully landed in the underground palace. After confirming there was no danger, Yanshan urged his young miss, "Go in now." Just as he finished speaking, a flaming arrow suddenly flew towards Yan Shengting, causing a massive explosion. Everyone was worried about the young miss's life. Just then, a group of people, led by Yan Sheng and his son Yan Hao, approached. Their goal was to seize the ancestral land's legacy for themselves. Standing below, Ye Yu could hardly believe his eyes, never imagining that the Yan clan members would fight over benefits like this. Just when he didn't know if his wife was alive or dead, there was a movement. Yan Shengting appeared, completely unscathed. With her glass-glazed physique, she immediately instructed Yan Shen to stop them while she went to get the legacy herself. Yan Shen understood and ordered his disciples, "Follow me now." On Yan Sheng's side, they also began to act, determined to obtain the legacy. The two sides clashed fiercely. Ye Yu, who was just spectating below, was also affected. The fire quickly caught him and wouldn't stop. At this moment, both Yan Shen and Yan Sheng urged their respective people to quickly enter the underground palace. Both understood and activated their spiritual power, rushing inside. Ye Yu, just standing there, was hit on the head by a large falling rock, which hurt like hell. He instantly opened his mouth to complain, "What the heck, why do you guys have to fight and affect innocent bystanders like me?" Seeing Ye Yu's big mouth, Yan Hao didn't want to spare him and sent a palm strike his way. After that strike, he was a little flustered trying to defend himself. He had only been here for a few days, and countless people already wanted to kill him. This made Ye Yu resentful. If he was already so disliked, he decided he would destroy all the legacies in this place. Seeing this, Yan Hao immediately chased after him to stop him, but he was surprised to find no one there when he got inside. It turned out Ye Yu had simply moved to a corner to hide. After all, who knew what crap was in this underground palace? What if he was unlucky enough to step on a landmine? That would be a huge screw-up. And then his eyes fell on a glowing cauldron in the center of the palace, and of course both Yan Shengting and Yan Hao also saw it. Both of them immediately ran towards it. Just as they were about to touch it, a very special aura emanated from the cauldron, instantly pushing both of them back. This was clearly the legacy's protective barrier. And even more surprisingly, after that commotion, neither of them could move. Ye Yu looked on smugly, because now this place was under his control. Looking at the glowing cauldron, he really wanted it, but decided against it. Instead, he found a nearby cliff and began collecting a good amount of colorful spirit stones. After a few moves, the amount of spirit stones he collected was quite significant. Witnessing this scene left both Yan Shengting and Yan Hao dumbfounded for a few seconds. Waiting wasn't a good option, so Yan Hao took a medicinal pill from his clothes. As long as he recovered his strength, everyone here would die. Yan Shengting naturally recognized it and reminded Ye Yu to act before the pill took effect. Ye Yu, however, had no intention of doing so, because it wouldn't benefit him at all. Yan Shengting began to seriously warn Ye Yu, "If you let him recover, both of us will die." What was even more frustrating was that the guy, Ye Yu, paid no attention to Yan Shengting's words and just stared at her hot body. Seeing Ye Yu's mind wandering at a time like this made Yan Shangting feel a little awkward. Ye Yu thought that helping was fine, but what would he get in return? Although Yan Shangting was a little unwilling, she still asked Ye Yu what his condition was. So the dude's finally showing his true colors. He's only going to take a skinny dip. Seeing this, Yan Shangting had no choice but to compromise, not forgetting to act all cutesy with Ye Yu. And how could a real man like Ye Yu resist the charms of a beauty? His aura was exploding, but when he held the sword, Ye Yu didn't know what to do with it. Seeing this, Yan Shangting guessed that Ye Yu had never killed anyone before, and asked, but how could Ye Yu tell the truth? He even made up a story about being the bloodthirsty Devil King Ye. Although she didn't quite believe it, Yan Shangting had no choice but to urge Ye Yu to attack quickly. Ye Yu was still a little flustered, so he tried to stall for time. But with such urgency, how could Yan Shangting remain calm? She kept urging Ye Yu relentlessly. Seeing this, Ye Yu recklessly swung his sword. But just as the blade was about to strike, it suddenly stopped. After all, Ye Yu really wasn't cut out to be an assassin. And just then, Yan Hao opened his eyes and woke up. Ye Yu realized this and was a little startled, unsure of what to do. Then Yan Hao quickly broke free and jumped back, so oblivious that he didn't even notice his neck had been grazed by Ye Yu's blade. Seeing the blood on the tip of the sword made Ye Yu question life a little, and he didn't forget to ask how his neck was doing. Hearing this, Yan Hao reached out to touch it and discovered he was bleeding. The moment he realized it, blood started gushing from his neck, and Yan Hao ascended to heaven in a flash. At this point, Ye Yu couldn't believe he had just killed someone. Realizing he had actually killed someone, Ye Yu ran around in a panic, wailing. Yan Ting, having experienced this before, thought Ye Yu would get used to it. After all, the world of cultivators has always been bloody and cruel. How could Ye Yu agree with that? I can't even kill a chicken, let alone a person. And just then, there was more movement from the pill cauldron. Yan Shangting realized this was a formation set up by an earth geomancer. Hearing the name geomancer, Ye Yu wondered and asked her about it. Yan Shangting didn't hide it, and revealed. Geomancers are divided into heavenly geomancers and earth geomancers. Earth geomancers can borrow the mountains, rivers, and earth's veins to condense a perpetual yuan qi field, while heavenly geomancers can borrow the power of the sun, moon, and stars, even seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. But even so, Yan Shangting was determined to obtain the old ancestors' inheritance. As soon as she finished thinking, she unleashed the power of her glazed celestial body and easily advanced step by step. Yan Shangting even thought she was sure to succeed. But it seemed she was overthinking it. Yan Shangting's glazed celestial body was still blasted away by the formation. After trying, Yan Shangting realized this was the method of a heavenly geomancer, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. Because of this, Ye Yu hurried to worry about her, not paying attention to the pill cauldron still attacking. By the time he realized it, it was too late, and Ye Yu was struck by it, turning into the 3 transformations of reincarnation. Ye Yu also felt that something was special, but he still hadn't realized he had achieved it. Yan Shangting was even more surprised that Ye Yu was unharmed after the attack. Ye Yu was the same, still not understanding what had happened. And then there were signs of cracking in the formation on the pill cauldron, signaling that the heavenly geomancer's formation was about to collapse. To get this result, it could only be confirmed that someone had broken the formation, and of course that person was Ye Yu. But thinking about it, it felt too unreasonable, and she still thought it was her glazed celestial body that had a delayed effect. Considering the last obstacle had been removed, Ye Yu couldn't help but get greedy and wanted to see what treasures were inside. And just then, a special ancient aura shot out from the pill cauldron, quickly shooting straight into Yan Shangting and merging into her. After being engrossed in Yan Shangting's situation, Ye Yu then noticed something that had appeared under the ground, a scroll that was shining brilliantly. Although he didn't know what it was, Ye Yu should check it out first. But as he approached, the scroll flew straight into Ye Yu's forehead and disappeared. In Ye Yu's surprise, feeling that something was wrong, Ye Yu tried everything to get it out, but it seemed all efforts were in vain. Ye Yu also sprawled on the ground, panting. On Yan Shangting's side, it seemed she had successfully absorbed the 9 cauldrons' spiritual qi. After completing the process, Yan Shangting also returned to the ground. Seeing this, Ye Yu rushed over to ask her with concern. Yan Shangting also confirmed that she had obtained the inheritance, but unfortunately she didn't get that celestial tome. The reason she knew this was because it was recorded in the family records of her clan. Hearing the words celestial tome made Ye Yu feel a little guilty. According to what Yan Shangting knew, the family records stated, the ancestor obtained a celestial tome that bloomed within the sacred cauldron in his old age. The celestial tome was extremely extraordinary. Even with his lifelong profound cultivation, the ancestor couldn't open it until his death. Thinking back to how he wasn't attacked by the restriction before, and now the celestial tome flew straight into his head, Ye Yu realized something. There was no doubt about it, Ye Yu was the chosen one, or simply put, the son of destiny. While Ye Yu was feeling extremely smug, a book suddenly smacked him right in the face. Ye Yu was a little annoyed by this and asked Yan Shangting what she meant by doing that. Yan Shangting said that it was a cultivation technique manual, instructing Ye Yu to stay put and not run around, as she needed to rest for a while, since she was still seriously injured. Holding the cultivation technique manual in his hand, Ye Yun was very satisfied. It was just in time for him to learn how to absorb spiritual qi. The two of them just sat down like that, focusing on cultivating non-stop. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yanshan's group had also managed to enter this place. Seeing Yan Hao's corpse, the old man knew that his young lady had successfully obtained the inheritance. Yan Shengting also confirmed that it was indeed the case. This matter was a bit too easy. Hearing this made Yan Shen extremely pleased, affirming that after this matter, the Yan family would have a chance to rise again. Seeing the old man so happy, Ye Yu couldn't help but tease him. "I thought you were the one getting the inheritance, old man." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Yan Shan realized that Ye Yu was still alive. Since he had wanted to kill Ye Yu for a long time, this was a good opportunity for him to do so. Despite Yan Shan's words, Yan Shengting insisted on letting Ye Yu leave. But Yan Shan ignored the young lady's decision. For the benefit of the Yan family, Ye Yu should just die. Faced with the old man's fierce attack, Ye Yu had no choice but to use Yan Shengting as a meat shield. And of course, Yan Shan stopped. He didn't think that Ye Yu could do something so shameless. And of course, when pushed to the limit, Ye Yu was capable of anything. He warned the old man, if he dared to make a move, they would all die together. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu gave Yan Shengting a passionate kiss. This scene shocked everyone there. Yan Shengting only cursed a few words casually and acted extremely shy. "You guys are going to be jealous." Yan Shengting also told Ye Yu, "Let me go quickly. I guarantee that I'll let you leave here safely." Yan Shan didn't want to make things difficult for Ye Yu at this time. As long as he released the young lady, he would agree to this condition. But Ye Yu didn't listen to a single word he said. He still couldn't trust him. And suddenly, the stalactites appearing above caught Ye Yu's attention, because they weren't there before. It turned out that this was a trick done by Yan Shan. He was just stalling for time. Under this situation, Ye Yu's limbs were frozen, and he couldn't move. Yan Shengting was also very surprised and asked, "What did he do?" Yan Shan confirmed, "I used the secret technique of the Yuan Ling realm to freeze Ye Yu." In this situation, the Yan family's group also prepared to rush in and end everything here. Ye Yu, on the other hand, didn't feel scared at all and even thanked Yan Shan. Hearing this, Yan Shan guessed that something was wrong. And indeed, it was. Ye Yu's spiritual power erupted violently, transforming into a surge of spiritual tide, melting the ice around him. Originally, Ye Yu didn't know how to absorb spiritual energy. But thanks to Yan Shan's demonstration, he successfully entered the spirit refinement realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu took the initiative, rushing forward and pointing his sword at Yan Shan. With such a powerful attack, Yan Shan's resistance was ineffective. He was sent flying. The Yan family members nearby shared the same fate, getting utterly wrecked. At this point, Ye Yu could finally lecture the old guy for trying so hard to kill him before. Yan Shan felt no remorse, claiming, "If I hadn't exhausted my spiritual power fighting those Yan Sheng guys, how could I have been beaten like this by Ye Yu?" But his words were meaningless. Ye Yu swung his sword to finish him off, but Yan Shengting desperately intervened. Suddenly, the stone chamber began to collapse, and the commotion grew louder, attracting heavenly lightning. The underground palace was about to be completely buried. While Yan Shengting was still trying to figure out why heavenly lightning was striking, a large rock flew towards her. Just when it seemed impossible to escape, Ye Yu stepped in to save her. But in the eyes of the Yan family, it was totally different. That bastard must be kidnapping the young lady to get out. Yan Shengting was also curious as to why Ye Yu saved her. Ye Yu casually said, "We've already performed the marriage ceremony. I can't just stand by and watch." On their way, they ran into Yan Sheng's group, and he asked Ye Yu about the whereabouts of his son, Yan Hao. Ye Yu didn't hide anything, revealing he played himself to death. But how could Yan Sheng believe that? He insisted that Ye Yu must have killed his son. In his frenzy to chase after Ye Yu, Yan Sheng was struck by heavenly lightning and instantly kicked the bucket. Gotta say, those two were equally clueless. After dealing with him, Ye Yu wasn't free either, constantly dodging until he fell flat on his face. When he came to his senses, Ye Yu saw Yan Shengting straddling him, looking all thirsty. "This is too stimulating, bros." Even in this critical moment, this guy's being a pervert. Yan Shengting couldn't help but give Ye Yu a painful chop. While Yan Shengting was still in her feels, Ye Yu called her behind a rock. "Hide with me, or you'll get toasted by the heavenly lightning." But as soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly lightning locked onto Ye Yu. Dude hightailed it out to there, but it seemed impossible to escape. Ye Yu was struck by the heavenly lightning and went limp. Yan Shengting rushed over worriedly, thinking something bad had happened. But suddenly Ye Yu jumped up and said, "I can't feel anything." Dude seized the opportunity to declare triumphantly, "I am the chosen one, the one chosen by heaven. Heavenly lightning can't do anything to me." So the dude stood tall and let the heavenly lightning strike him at will. I'm telling you, the scene was epic. Yan Shengting was also very surprised by this. Thinking about something, Yan Shengting suddenly knelt down, making Ye Yu, who was burning with passion, turn around to look. Yan Shengting, with tears in her eyes, begged Ye Yu, "Save my Yan family." Not only that, but Yan Shengting also made a deal with Ye Yu. If you save the Yan family, I'll do anything you want. Yang Yu quickly reached out and took Yan Shengting's hand to comfort her, turning his back to the heavenly lightning and declaring, I don't have the habit of taking advantage of others in their time of need. Besides, Yan Shengting has helped me many times before, so I've decided to help her this time. He flew straight into the middle of the heavenly lightning, leaving the Yan family members completely baffled. They even thought Ye Yu had gone crazy from being struck. Ye Yu ignored them and rushed straight in. On the way, he suddenly discovered someone and was stunned for a moment. There's actually another girl inside. Seeing this scene, Ye Yu admired the girl's strength. Admiring it is one thing, but he paid more attention to her soul. The heavenly lightning tore her clothes, and young Ye Yu couldn't help but get a nosebleed. So the dude played the hero, saving the damsel in distress, and rushed over to help. Seeing Ye Yu moving freely inside also surprised the girl. Before Ye Yu could introduce himself, she hugged him tightly. While Ye Yu was still stunned and didn't understand what was happening, the heavenly lightning began to strike. The dude then realized, in horror, that he was being used as a lightning shield by this woman. But unfortunately, the heavenly lightning passed through Ye Yu, so the woman still suffered the attack as usual. Seeing the beauty fall, Ye Yu felt a pang of sympathy and rushed over. She also told Ye Yu, Quick, hold me, don't let go. To receive such a proactive request from a beauty for the first time, the young man was ecstatic. Ye Yu also affirmed, I will protect her to the end. Ye Yu then carried her and strode out of the center of the heavenly tribulation. Just then, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. The sky cleared, and everyone rejoiced after experiencing such a life-or-death moment. Yan Shengting, on the other hand, was extremely worried about Ye Yu's fate, unaware that the young man was with a woman and had been taken to another place. With no time to prepare, she fell heavily to the ground. Just when she thought she was fine, she landed directly on Ye Yu, causing the young man to spit out a mouthful of blood. Only then did she notice that her clothes had been torn to shreds by the heavenly tribulation. Realizing she was on top of a man, she jumped off and asked for Ye Yu's name. Ye Yu also stood up and questioned, I suffered the heavenly tribulation for you, and you don't even say thank you. But that was before he noticed her clothes. Now that he saw, things were different. The woman bashfully asked Ye Yu to find her some new clothes to change into, lest she become an eyesore. But no way was this young man stupid. Why would he help when he could get a free peek show? He immediately made the excuse that it was a desolate place and impossible to find any, but the woman interrupted and gestured towards Ye Yu's clothes with her eyes. Ye Yu understood and immediately refused, still for the same reason as before. The woman then put on a weak act and begged Ye Yu incessantly. Meeting a guy who's a simp, it was game over. Ye Yu was defeated, so he had no choice but to strip off his clothes for the woman to change into. There, Ye Yu also asked for her name and why she was being chased by the heavenly tribulation. The woman then introduced herself as Zhue Yan, and that she had come to the demon graveyard this time to find something, but she was carelessly schemed against, which led to the heavenly tribulation. Hearing this, Ye Yu was still confused, and asked, What is the demon graveyard? Zhue Yan then recounted that there were rumors of a peerless great demon sealed underground, hence the name Demon Graveyard. As for the thing, Ye Yu assumed it was a treasure, and pressed Zhu Yan about it. She, Zhu Yan, didn't hide it, and said it directly. It was a heavenly book, recording supreme secret techniques, containing the supreme path within. Hearing the name Heavenly Book, Ye Yu widened his eyes and looked greedy, immediately asking Zhu Yan more about the appearance of the heavenly book. What does it look like? It's shimmering with golden light, covered in mysterious runes, and rolled into a scroll. Hearing each detail Zhu Yan described, Ye Yu pieced it all together and realized it was the heavenly book already in his head. Hearing this dude talk non-stop about the F word, Zhu Yan was curious and asked what it meant. Ye Yu embarrassedly said it meant very powerful. Unable to wait any longer, the young man made an excuse to be alone and secretly see what was inside. Although she found it a bit strange, Zhu Yan didn't ask anything further. Inside his mind, Ye Yu saw 3 characters engraved. Creation art. Just seeing the name made him want to read it immediately, and Ye Yu was no exception. But he was suddenly pulled back to reality by Zhu Yan's powerful slaps. She believed that absorbing spiritual energy like that was too slow for someone with Ye Yu's unborn spirit realm cultivation. Ye Yu was still bewildered and didn't understand what was going on, so Zhu Yan gave him a lecture, explaining every detail meticulously. The path of cultivation is to temper the body, relying on demand to absorb spiritual energy to cleanse the entire body. After explaining, Zhu Yan turned back and asked Ye Yu if he understood. But she received the answer from Ye Yu that he didn't know at all. Zhu Yan couldn't help but pinch Ye Yu's ear and say loudly, It's teaching you how to use your whole body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reaching the point where your body and spiritual energy resonate. Only then did Ye Yu understand, and even Zhu Yan couldn't understand how Ye Yu had cultivated to the unborn spirit realm. Ye Yu affirmed that it was because he was a genius. Zhu Yan confidently flexed her own achievement, saying that when she first cultivated to the unborn spirit realm, she had resonated with 9 layers. thinking that Yeyu only needed 3 layers to be considered good. Yeyu didn't wait any longer and immediately began absorbing spiritual energy, but it seemed that Xueyan had underestimated this demon. Seeing the 10 layers of spiritual energy made Xueyan panic, because this was already the limit, and she still didn't understand how Yeyu could do it. After absorbing it, Yeyu opened his eyes and woke up. But before he could prepare for anything, he saw Xueyan pounce on him like a hungry tiger and pin him to the ground. Seeing the terrifying look on Xueyan's face, Yeyu began to worry, and said that although he was a bit of a pervert, he was also somewhat decent. So Xueyan actually suggests Yeyu become her disciple, catching Yeyu off guard. But this dude's got some twisted thoughts, only thinking about some messed up stuff after becoming master and disciple. Even thinking Xueyan would be excited about it. Seeing this dude talk all kinds of nonsense all day long, Xueyan just straight up slapped Yeyu to wake him up. Xueyan ain't even bothering with the master-disciple thing anymore. They'll just become sworn siblings from now on. Which is just what Yeyu wanted, looking forward to being taken care of by a sugar mommy. After this statement, Xueyan's anger reached its peak, and she punched Yeyu so hard he flew away. That night, they both decided to rest for the night on the road. While Xueyan was calming her mind and cultivating, Yeyu was thinking about his family. After pondering for a while, Yeyu also asked Xueyan about whether humans can cross the Starry River. Xueyan also confirmed that someone had once shaken the ages and crossed the Starry River, but for Xueyan herself this was too far-fetched to dream. Xueyan also advised Yeyu not to think too much, and that taking each step one at a time is the right path. But it seems she underestimated Yeyu a bit. Yeyu immediately stood up and affirmed that he would achieve that in the near future, and then he would go home. Cut to the next day, at a wharf, Xueyan and Yeyu are also hiding nearby, observing the surroundings. Xueyan guessed that this was a merchant ship, but it was unclear which family it belonged to. But Yeyu basically didn't pay attention to that. His priority was to find some clothes first. Before Xueyan could stop him, she saw the youth jump straight onto the boat. An hour passed, and Yeyu still hadn't returned, making Xueyan worry. But when she looked again, she saw Yeyu being chased by a bunch of people non-stop. Turns out, this dude went straight to their young lady's boudoir, so of course they're chasing him, folks. Yeyu shouted loudly, telling Xueyan to run. Xueyan was speechless, and just grabbed Yeyu by the collar and lifted him up. Standing in the middle of a crowd, they both didn't care, and hurriedly changed their clothes first before figuring things out. Xueyan also chose a slightly revealing outfit, making the youth infatuated. But there are still things to deal with first. Xueyan also pointed Yeyu to look around, and see that they were surrounded by a forest of people with extremely angry expressions. Their young lady also personally came and pointed out that Yeyu was a perverted lech. This person is Jiang Yutong, the eldest young lady of the Jiang family. The shameless youth even advised her not to curse at others like that. Jiang Yutong affirmed that she personally saw Yeyu steal her clothes. Yeyu still maintained his composure, and declared that the clothes belonged to his Xueyan, accusing Jiang Yutong of making up stories and framing him. So shameless, that Xueyan on the side was too embarrassed to admit she knew him, folks. Not stopping there, Yeyu even used words to ridicule Jiang Yutong. This is because Xueyan looks so good in it, but Jiang Yutong is not so sure when it's your turn. Seeing this dude dare to point at her face and call her ugly, Jiang Yutong was so angry she was furious. She also told her brother to deal with him quickly. This person is Jiang Zhiji, the young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Zhiji also came forward for his sister, pointing out Yeyu, who kept denying everything. But choosing to reason with this devil was wrong from the start. Yeyu also affirmed that every stitch on this garment was sewn by himself. In the end, Jiang Yutong also chose to pounce and attack. From the palm of Yeyu's hand, a surge of spiritual energy was unleashed, and with a light wave, Jiang Yutong was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the young lady being taken down so easily, the servants panicked and prepared to run. But on the contrary, Jiang Jiji was very happy when he realized that Yeyu was a genuine Yuanling realm cultivator. So he immediately bowed respectfully and let go of the clothing theft incident from earlier. Jiang Jiji also offered a condition. If Yeyu was willing to escort his 2 siblings back to the city safely, there would be a great reward. Seeing that Jiang Yutong still wanted to cause trouble, Jiang Jiji hurriedly covered her mouth to stop her. Before Yeyu could react, Jiang Jiji immediately asked again to test the waters. Seeing his sincerity, Yeyu couldn't refuse, and immediately agreed. The two officially made the deal right there. On the surface, it seemed like they were gentlemen, but each had their own intentions. Yeyu thought he had just found a fool willing to lead the way, while Jiang Jiji thought differently, easily finding a powerful unborn spirit realm lackey. Jiang Jiji even thought he was a genius. Both were pleased with their inner thoughts, laughing like 2 madmen, leaving Xueyan and Jiang Yutong speechless. Although Jiang Yutong was already gagged, so Yeyu and Xueyan smoothly boarded the merchant ship. Jiang Jihiji also slowly recounted the events he had encountered along the way. However, Yeyu didn't listen to a word. Immediately mentioning the main point, he wanted to prevent the treasure from being stolen, so he was using himself as a shield. Jiang Ziji didn't deny it, affirming that, after this trip, Yeyu wouldn't suffer any losses, and he'd be quick to give him some benefits. As soon as they entered, someone demanded that Jiang Jiji hand over the 5 spirit accumulation pills he obtained in the relic. This person was Xian Xiangxin, a member of the Xian family. Hearing this, Jiang Jiji retorted, saying it was clearly his Jiangba who risked his life to obtain them, and there was no reason for the Xian family to loot them. Xian Xiangshen began to lose patience, and asked again, but Jiang Jiji refused bluntly. Xian Xiangshen couldn't hold back and attacked, but before he could touch anyone, he was pushed back by a palm strike from Ye Yu, who also reminded Jiang Jiji to keep his promise to fulfill one of his conditions. A full-force strike from an unborn spirit realm like Xian Xiangshen was not only blocked but also pushed back, making everyone astonished by Ye Yu's power, and making Jiang Jiji squint in disbelief. Xian Xiangshen himself was already at the lesser completion stage of the unborn spirit realm, capable of condensing a spirit image formation, so now he had to win at all costs. But the spirit image he spoke of was no different from a little meow meow in Ye Yu's eyes, and so a light slap sent Xian Xiangshen crashing to the ground unconscious, effectively dealing with the most troublesome one. Jiang Jiji also stood up and asked everyone present, "Does anyone still have any thoughts about the Jiang family's spirit accumulation pills?" Although everyone wanted them, seeing Ye Yu's strength earlier, they decided against it. Li Wang of the Li family also said that he didn't care about the spirit accumulation pills. The priority was to discuss how to open this jade book. Wang Xiao of the Wang family sarcastically asked Li Wang why he was already dividing the spoils when he hadn't even opened it yet. Jiang Ziji also had a suggestion. The best thing to do at this time was to ask for Ye Yu's help, to see if it would work. But when he turned around, he couldn't find anyone. After looking around, he finally saw that Yen Yu was deliberately seducing his little sister. It turned out that the young man was making the condition that Jiang Jiji had just promised him. Jiang Jiji also approached Ye Yun and whispered a few words in his ear, and of course, it was a proposal for Ye Yun to help open this box. The people there had tried countless ways but still couldn't open it, so they could only ask Ye Yu for help. Helping was naturally not a problem, but Yen Yu also said, "I'm saying in advance that I won't be responsible for any accidents." With that, Ye Yu also hauled out a huge broadsword, making everyone squint. Without waiting long, Ye Yu also swung the great Dao forcefully, preparing to chop down, regardless of the people there trying to stop it. But the blade was bounced back as soon as it touched the box, and it stuck right near the little brother of that nosy Xian Xiangshen. I'm telling you, he almost lost his family jewels, but he could only curse silently in his heart because he couldn't win in a fight, so he couldn't dare to talk trash. Ye Yu didn't believe he couldn't do it, so he hauled out an even bigger broadsword than before, but as soon as he was about to chop down, he was stopped by Jiang Jiji and the others because it would damage the contents inside. Witnessing this scene, Xian Xiangshen realized that Ye Yu was definitely an idiot. Jiang Jiji had no choice but to make a condition with Ye Yu. If he could open it, Ye Yu would also get a share. Hearing the windfall falling from the sky, this guy's eyes changed, and he became more cautious. Shu Yan also pointed out to Ye Yu, "Inject spiritual energy into the left side of the fifth raised point of the jade book, with the third concave point at the back." Ye Yu listened and did as he was told, channeling his spiritual power, making it glow and unexpectedly succeeding. The jade scroll opened, revealing the ancient characters for Raging Wave Palm, 9 middle-grade yellow rank martial arts, the 4 great clans. Treasured techniques are only top-grade yellow rank. Seeing everyone eyeing it with greedy looks, Ye Yu heroically offered to split it into 4, but everyone vehemently opposed. Seeing their resistance, Ye Yu asked if anyone had a fair way to divide it. Qian Xiangshen volunteered. "Leave it with me first. We'll divide it when we get back to the city." Jiang Ziji interrupted him. "The Qian family is definitely the least trustworthy. If anything, the Jiang family should hold it first." "Your Jiang family isn't any better. It's better off with us." Opinions clashed, and they started brawling before even talking things through. Ye Yu then stepped forward as the peacemaker and said, "Everyone, listen to me first." They all stopped and asked if Ye Yu had a solution. Ye Yu's suggestion: to keep it with him so he wouldn't show favoritism due to any relationships. Of course, Jiang Jiji agreed wholeheartedly. After all, Ye Yu was the closest to him in this group. Xian Xiangshen hastily protested, saying Ye Yu wasn't qualified. But Ye Yu didn't care. "If you have a problem, settle it with strength." Ye Yu used a bit of force and smashed the table to pieces. The young Qian Xiangshen didn't dare object, saying he needed to think about it. The others were the same, choosing to retreat first. The decision was made for Ye Yun to safeguard it. Without hesitation, Ye Yun took it. Just like that, the combat skill was in his hands. Problem solved. Everyone went home, leaving Qian Xiangshen so pissed that he vowed to kill Ye Yun to vent his anger. Just then, someone from the Liang family came and offered to help. Of course, Qian Xiangshen was no fool. This Liang guy wouldn't help for nothing. He asked what he wanted in return. The guy revealed his lecherous side, only wanting the woman by Ye Yu's side. Everything else was irrelevant. At the same time, in Ye Yu's private room, Xue Yan was teaching Ye Yu how to comprehend the combat skill. But Ye Yu wasn't listening at all. He insisted he had his own way. The creation art is special and can break down moves. Convenient for Ye Yu to give it a try. Seeing Ye Yu refusing to listen, Xu Yan scorned, "There's no way you can do it, Ye Yu." She reminded Ye Yu that cultivation shouldn't be forced, but reality slapped Xue Yan in the face. The moment the creation art was activated, the spiritual energy in Ye Yu's body erupted. He struck out with a palm of the Raging Wave Palm combat skill, leaving Xue Yan dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes. At that moment, Outside the study, some rats were tiptoeing over. Besides Qian Xiangshen and Wang Xiaoji, there was also Wang Bo, a spirit-nurturing realm expert from the Wang family. After discussing, Qian Xiangshen couldn't wait any longer and kicked the door open, barging in. But what greeted him at the door was the raging wave palm that Ye Yu had just mastered. Talk about bad luck. Before he could do anything, he got hit. Only then did Ye Yu notice the presence of the other two, and was stunned by the situation. He was both laughing and crying. Wang Xiao and Wang Bo didn't know how to explain, but perhaps they were overthinking it. Ye Yu assumed they were setting him up to extort him, so Yang Yu took the opportunity to scold them from head to toe. The commotion alerted others on the ship who came to watch. Upon learning that someone was trying to steal the Jade Scroll, and realizing Ye Yu was trying to make a big deal out of it, Wang Xiao gave Wang Bo a look. Quickly strike and retreat. Without giving Ye Yu a chance to retaliate, they both lunged forward to attack, their spiritual energy erupting fiercely. Conveniently, there was no place to test it. So since these two were offering themselves, Ye Yu wanted to check the true power of the Raging Wave Palm, which he had mastered in such a short time. It startled both of them, and they hurriedly tried to retract their hands, but it was too late. The powerful palm force sent them flying. Seeing this, Ye Yu laughed triumphantly. Witnessing Ye Yu's shocking cultivation speed, Xue Yan guessed that Ye Yu possessed the heaven immortal body, or perhaps the acquired Dao body, or even the primordial battle body. Just then, Qian Xiangshen returned after the earlier palm strike, demanding to know who ambushed him. Oh right, Ye Yu had forgotten about him, but he unexpectedly walked right into trouble, so Ye Yu conveniently burned all the clothes off his body as a warning, followed by a few kicks and a lecture for his troublemaking ways. By this point, everyone there had recognized the identities of the three of them. Before they could understand what was going on, Ye Yu proposed a profitable deal, claiming he had just caught 3 thieves and wanted to sell them for some pocket money. Wang Xiao was shocked and sat up, saying he wasn't a thief. But before he could finish, Ye Yu kicked him straight in the stomach, shutting him up. Ye Yu set the starting price for each of them at 3 spirit-nurturing pills. But who would be stupid enough to buy? It was just a price for them to redeem themselves, a disguised extortion. Qian Xiangshen, still unafraid, loudly pointed at Ye Yu, but unfortunately, Ye Yu's sword kept finding its way to his little brother. Ye Yu didn't want to say much. He stepped forward, threatening to directly deal with all 3 of them, scaring them witless. Qian Xiangshen offered a price to redeem himself. It won't grow back if you chop it off. One down. Next up, Wang Xiao and Wang Bo. And, of course, he'd redeem himself for 2 spirit-nurturing pills. After the smooth persuasion, Ye Yu turned to Jiang Jiji and said, "Find me another study room." His high-level moves impressed everyone. He'd already scored a bunch of good stuff upon arrival. Late that night, Ye Yu and Xue Yan found a small boat and bailed. This surprised Xue Yan a bit because it wasn't Ye Yu's usual MO. Ye Yu explained, "Gotta dip when you get the chance. If we end up in their territory, we're toast." Xue Yan thought it made sense. The 4 essence-gathering pills they got from those two, Wang Xiao and Qian Xiangshen, were enough for Ye Yu to break through to the minor success stage of the essence-gathering realm. The crew on the boat noticed, and started yelling in pursuit. Catch them no matter what. Ye Yu was like a rocket speeding away. He didn't have time to chit-chat, and scrambled to get away ASAP. Lan Shuiyan on the boat was freaked out. If she didn't get hit by the rocket, she'd die of seasickness. 2 hours later, they finally shook off those guys. Feeling exhausted, Ye Yu didn't think twice, and downed all 4 essence-gathering pills in one go, despite Xue Yan's belated attempt to stop him, and the result was that Ye Yu's stomach visibly ballooned. Feeling like he couldn't stop, Ye Yu could only run back and forth in frustration. Zhu Yan started scolding him from head to toe, urging him, "Quick, circulate your inner energy to absorb it." Hearing that, Ye Yu did as he was told. With the power of the creation art, the speed increased by another 9 levels. This also surprised Xue Yan. She didn't expect Ye Yu to absorb it so quickly. At this point, Ye Yu could feel his spiritual energy was close to breaking through to the minor success stage of the essence-gathering realm. But first, Xue Yan was concerned about what kind of spirit manifestation Ye Yu wanted to create. Although Ye Yu hadn't figured it out yet, he insisted he'd create the most powerful spirit manifestation. Zhu Yan heard that the strongest spirit manifestation was a piece of paper containing the universe, depicting scenes throughout the galaxy. Hearing something so absurd, Ye Yu found it hard to believe. Xue Yan continued, "That paper can depict scenes of the whole world on a single sheet, possessing limitless possibilities, but it can only be created after experiencing all 3 samsaras within a day, and that's what you should be aiming for. If so, Ye Yu would become even more awesome." But after careful consideration, this dude started hesitating between choosing paper or a brush. But the problem was that Ye Yu's artistic talent was limited. Xu Yan interrupted Ye Yu's train of thought. She hoped Ye Yu would create a sacred beast so he could gain the upper hand against those sons of heaven. But Ye Yu didn't give a damn about those guys. He told Xue Yan that she was underestimating him. Seeing this dude bragging all day, Zhu Yan couldn't help but smile, captivating this young man. He then suggested doing something fun to kill time. Hearing Ye Yu beating around the bush, Xue Yan asked curiously, "What is it?" This dude then took the opportunity to use explicit words to describe his lewd thoughts, but it didn't make them any less vulgar, and the outcome was pretty predictable. Ye Yu got kicked straight into the lake by Shui Yan. Little did they know that at the Yan family, people from the Heavenly Fire sect were there to cause trouble because of the previous broken engagement. This man stepped forward to dissuade them. He's not allowed to be rude to the young madam. This man was Li Feng, the second young master of the Heavenly Fire sect. Yan Shengting said that she was already married to someone else and hoped he would return and tell his elder brother, but everyone knew that Ye Yu was just being used. After all, Yan Shengting was still a virgin, and the Heavenly Fire sect was still willing to accept the remarriage. Saying so much, but they still refused to change their decision, leaving Yan Shengting helpless. But the problem was that she and Uncle Shan were still seriously injured and hadn't recovered, so they couldn't do anything. Li Feng gave Yan Shengting one last chance, summoned Ye Yu to appear before them. Hearing the order, the disciples of the Heavenly Fire sect started brandishing their swords, ready to attack. In such a dilemma, Yan Shengting didn't know how to resolve it when she suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. It was none other than Ye Yu, with Shui Yan by his side. Seeing her savior, Yan Shengting smiled happily and pointed towards the direction of Ye Yu. Feeling like he'd been used, Ye Yu started to feel his balls ache. Old man Yan Shan ran up in tears and hugged Ye Yu's leg to show his loyalty. Suddenly feeling this old geezer treating him so well, Ye Yu didn't quite have a good feeling about it. No sooner had someone vouched for him than Yan Shan immediately raised his voice, yelling at the Heavenly Fire Sect's people, "Release the young lady, now!" But in reality, these people didn't even spare Ye Yu a glance, and just so happened to want to get rid of this jinx. It was only then that Ye Yu realized he had been played, drawing all the attention to himself without even realizing it. Although he didn't know if he could handle them, he'd kick old Yan Shan first, just to vent his anger. The old man didn't expect Ye Yu to attack him either, so they both went at each other, tearing into each other endlessly. Li Feng and his subordinates could only stand by and watch, not daring to do anything. In the end, it was old Yan Shan who got beaten up. This Yan Ying is different now. No longer a weak, pretty boy. Seeing this, Yan Shengting quickly tried to stop him, but Yan Yu shouted back, because she dared to yell at her husband. He then pinned Yan Shengting down and spanked her a few times as a warning, arousing the desires of all the nearby men. Yan Shengting had no choice but to call Ye Yu husband before Ye Yu let her go, but in her heart she secretly cursed, "I'll definitely get revenge on Ye Yu after this trip." After settling the matters in his harem, Ye Yu approached Li Feng's group to say hello. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Li Feng pointed at Shui Yan, calling out Ye Yu's philandering ways for daring to bring a woman home. Hearing this, Ye Yu didn't bother denying it, asserting that it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Shui Yan, finding herself in this situation, could only offer a wry smile in agreement. Ye Yu didn't forget to tease, "They're just jealous of me." Considering that to be somewhat true, Li Feng didn't bother with reasoning, and immediately ordered Elder Ji Yu Honggan to cripple Ye Yu. He couldn't wait any longer, and began to circulate his spiritual energy, forming a spirit manifestation, a fire python. Yan Shengting and Yan Shan, standing on the side, recognized this as the strength of an nascent soul realm expert and were a little worried for Ye Yu. So Ji Yu Honggan took the initiative and charged towards Ye Yu, who just so happened to be wanting to test how far his strength had reached, and unleashed the cleaving Dao Palm, sending him crashing into the wall. And nascent soul realm expert being defeated in one move left the crowd gaping in shock. Li Feng had a similar expression, not expecting that a previously unknown man would possess such strength. Then Ye Yu laughed with satisfaction. He had become a lot stronger in just one day. Sensing that the situation was not good, Liu Feng ordered his subordinates to secretly scram. As bad luck would have it, they were caught in the eye of our Ye Yu, so they received the same treatment as Ji Yu Honggan, being sent flying in all directions. That night, Ye Yu sat down to circulate his inner energy, trying to concentrate on manifesting a sacred beast spirit manifestation. Shui Yan stood at the door, worried about whether Ye Yu would succeed or not. Choosing the right moment, Ye Yu began to condense his spirit manifestation. The first form that came to Ye Yu's mind was a slime. Seeing this, Shui Yan was startled and tried to stop him, though it was a little cute. But Ye Yu scratched his head embarrassedly, saying that he had made a slight mistake. The young man squeezed every muscle in his butt and thought of that anime girl. This dude is seriously a cartoon fanatic. Not only that, Ye Yu was also a Marvel fanboy and immediately thought of Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. Shui Yan was so annoyed that she coughed up blood and leaned against the wall. But it was actually just Ye Yu's test. At this point, Ye Yu understood the mechanism. To condense a spirit manifestation, he needed to unleash the spiritual energy in his body and create a mighty lion. Shu Yan recognized it at a glance. This was the ferocious beast Zheng Qi. Having it in his hands was enough to dominate a region. But this was still not Ye Yu's final goal. The young man wanted even more. Ye Yu didn't hesitate to give up and try again. Just when he was feeling stressed, Yan Shengting came all the way here to check things out. Shu Yan noticed someone arriving and quickly turned around, startled. Yan Shengting gently asked her, "What is Shu Feng doing in the room?" Shu Yan sarcastically replied that Ye Yu was focused on cultivating, and told Yan Shengting to come back another time. But Yan Shengting wasn't one to back down, and a fiery argument erupted between them, neither willing to be the other woman. Even though Yan Shengting didn't particularly like Ye Yu, She hated the label of other woman even more. Shu Yan confidently stated, Yan Shengting's glazed celestial physique isn't all that great. Who knows, Ye Yu might even surpass her in the future. Hearing this, Yan Shengting angrily left. Just then, a loud commotion came from inside the room. Shu Yan guessed that Ye Yu had successfully condensed his spirit manifestation. Ye Yu's body was bursting with a dense spiritual energy from his successful breakthrough to the initial stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Shu Yan curiously rushed in to ask Ye Yu what kind of sacred beast spirit manifestation he had condensed. Ye Yu readily shared a little with her, not forgetting to remind Shu Yan, "Don't get so scared that you faint." Shu Yan's mind was racing, unsure whether it was the vermilion bird or the azure dragon. A blue spiritual energy emanated from Ye Yu's body, gradually condensing in the air. After it took shape, Shu Yan realized in shock that it was actually the feather-plucking spirit manifestation. The young man Ye Yu triumphantly showed off the achievement he had just cultivated, but before he could celebrate, Shu Yan poured cold water on him for condensing such a useless spirit manifestation. Seeing someone dare to look down on his spirit manifestation, Ye Yu felt wronged and said he would prove it to Shu Yan. Shu Yan helplessly facepalmed, regretting her slip of the tongue when she said Ye Yu could suppress Yan Shengting. She didn't know if this guy was genuinely stupid or pretending, as he was now imagining things and saying that he had good stamina and could pin her down for as long as he wanted. Before she could take back her words, Ye Yu was punched unconscious by Shu Yan for daring to have such improper thoughts. Just then, Li Feng, who was tired of living, came looking for trouble again. Li Feng asked the accompanying blood python for his opinion. He said that anyone who dared to obstruct the young master deserved to die. This blood python's cultivation was already at the great completion stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Yan Shengting ran over and told Li Feng, "Let him go now." Li Feng said he would release him, but only if Ye Ying and Yan Shengting surrendered and tied themselves up. Ye Yu, standing to the side, said, "He doesn't need to release him, just kill him." Everyone was shocked to hear this. This guy, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. The reason was simple. Yan Shan had tried to kill Ye Yu time and time again, so why should Ye Yu save him? Li Feng stepped on the old man and threatened him one last time. "If you don't make a decision soon, I will make my move." But the unfortunate thing was that Ye Yu really didn't want to save him. Yan Shan, lying on the ground, could only curse at the heavens, vowing to haunt Ye Yu for life as a ghost. Ye Yu naturally knew that the Heavenly Fire sect was very powerful, so he decided to take Li Feng hostage to protect his life. Seeing how detestable Ye Yu was, Li Feng laughed wildly and activated his aura, transforming into a wild beast spirit manifestation. Shu Yan recognized it at a glance. It was the true roar spirit manifestation, a savage beast. Li Feng, with this imposing aura, looked down on Ye Yu, believing he wasn't strong enough to face him. But how could a womanizing saint like our Ye Yu accept this? He immediately summoned his own spirit manifestation. The aura it emitted made the people nearby stare in a daze to see what it was. After looking for a long time, they realized that the spirit manifestation Ye Yu had summoned was the feather-plucking spirit manifestation. It was so unexpected that the whole area became eerily silent. Li Feng burst into laughter, mocking Ye Yu's feather-plucking spirit manifestation. Even Shu Yan and Yan Shengting could only hang their heads in shame. But for Ye Yu, it was a source of boundless pride, and he even asked him how he felt about his spirit manifestation. But the response was the fist of the true roar phantom, a challenge roar. Ye Yu fearlessly confronted Li Feng head-on, and Li Feng collapsed to the ground, still not understanding what had happened. Li Feng helplessly lay there, taking the beating. Seeing his young master injured, the blood python couldn't restrain himself and began to attack Ye Yu. But Ye Yu didn't take this guy seriously at all, directly blocking the attack. After that one move, both of them sustained serious injuries. Li Feng, seemingly not understanding the current situation, loudly urged the blood python to quickly kill Ye Yu. But the moment he said that, he saw Ye Yu staring intently at him. Ye Yu simply grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. The fact that a minor stage of the spirit realm was able to defeat a major stage of the spirit realm astonished everyone present, and Shu Yan was no exception. Yan Shengting was overjoyed that his Yan Shan uncle had been saved. The blood python warned, "Ye Yu, release our young master immediately or you'll be hunted down to death by the Heaven Fire sect." Ye Yu didn't care about these words at all, as he had heard before that the sworn enemy of the Heaven Fire sect was the Azure Waves Pavilion. Ye Yu even suggested selling Li Feng into the Azure Waves Pavilion to see what would happen. Upon hearing this, Li Feng was terrified and quickly begged Ye Yu to spare him, promising to fulfill any request in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu casually knocked out a few of Li Feng's teeth, telling him it was too late since he dared to have bad intentions towards his woman. Just as Ye Yu was about to tighten his grip, a voice interrupted, followed by a wave of pressure that made everyone tremble. Ye Yu quickly recognized this as the strength of a marrow-cleansing realm expert, and this person was Yan Lang, the law enforcement elder of the Heaven Fire sect. Seeing his savior, Liang Feng was overjoyed and urged him to save him quickly. Yan Lang was also the master of the blood python. Yan Shan thought that everything was over for that guy. Yan Lang took step after step towards Ye Ying, each gentle step carrying aftershocks and pressure that caused Ye Ying to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ye Yu didn't expect the marrow-cleansing realm to be so strong, Yan Lang reminded Ye Yu one last time to release Li Feng before it was too late. Ye Yu was a little scared, but he still managed to warn him. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill Li Feng immediately. But just as he prepared, Yan Yu was sent flying by a palm strike, slamming into a nearby wall. Yan Lang didn't even care about Ye Ying, let alone dare to kill someone, but if Ye Ying wanted to kill someone, there was no escape. The azure feather spirit statue turned into rays of light, quickly finding Li Feng, piercing through his body as easily as skewering a kebab. Bringing so many people but failing to protect the most important one made them all panic, knowing they would be punished. Seeing Ye Yu acting recklessly in front of him made Yan Lang unable to suppress his anger, vowing to chop Ye Yu into 100 pieces. Suddenly, Yan Shengting held a sword to her own neck, threatening, "If you don't let them go, I'll choose to commit suicide." Ye Yu was touched that Yan Shengting was still thinking of him at this point, but Yan Shengting basically had no right to make demands here. Yan Lang waved his hand, knocking Yan Shengting aside, then unleashed his blood wolf spirit statue, aiming directly at Ye Yu. This strike carried the power of a marrow-cleansing realm expert, shaking everything around. Witnessing this terrifying power, Yan Shengting collapsed, completely helpless. The blood python on the side secretly gloated as he saw his master unleashing his full strength, guessing that Ye Yu wouldn't even have an intact body. But reality was not that simple. Someone rushed out to block Yan Lang's attack. This person was none other than Shui Yan. Seeing her full-force attack blocked so easily made Yan Lang sweat profusely and quickly ask for her identity. But Shui Yan didn't even pay attention to him, kicking him away with a single foot. Even though Shui Yan had enough strength to take down these guys, she still wanted to leave it to Ye Yu, suggesting that she would teach Ye Yu an instant battle skill. How much he could absorb would depend on himself. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Yan made a few movements, and golden light radiated from her body. This was Shui Yan's peerless battle skill, the finger. Ye Yu could feel the aura that this move emitted. Compared to the Raging Wave Palm was just trash. Shui Yan timed it perfectly and delivered a powerful strike, causing the people of the Heaven Fire sect to stand rooted to the ground. Hearing the 3 words, peerless finger, from Shu Yan's mouth, Yan Lang remembered that Shu Yan was not from the 9 provinces, but the Jiaoji immortal. But it was too late. The people of the Heaven Fire sect were completely wiped out after this one move. Yan Shengting was stunned by the scene. It was way stronger than usual. Shui Yan was also starting to lose her balance, and hurriedly urged Ye Yu, "Get back. Looks like Shui Yan has used up all her strength after that last move." Seeing this, Ye Yu rushed to support her. Yan Shengting also stepped forward to ask about the situation. Suddenly, several bolts of black lightning struck directly at Shu Yan. Seeing this, Yan Shan quickly pulled the young Miss Yan Shengting behind him to avoid injury. Seeing Shui Yan risking danger to save him, Ye Yu was also moved. Ye Yu could only blame himself for putting her in this situation, forcing Shui Yan to release her seal, causing the black lightning to erupt. Without much thought, Ye Yu carried Shui Yan into the nearby study. Seeing this, Yan Shengting tried to stop him, because the forces in the city would arrive soon. Once inside, Ye Yu wanted to use the old method to suppress the black lightning again. At this moment, Yan Shengting ignored the obstruction and ran in, wanting to help. Just as she was about to touch Ye Yu, she was stopped by Ye Yu, who told her not to come over. At this moment, Shui Yan's condition seemed to be getting worse. She coughed violently and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Ye Yu didn't understand why this method wasn't working at all. Shui Yan also woke up and told Ye Yu that she was beyond saving, because the black lightning had penetrated deep into her bone marrow. But even so, Ye Yun still didn't want to give up. So he took out a knife and cut his wrist. Ye Yu planned to use his blood to eliminate the black lightning. Seeing Shui Yan getting worse and worse, Ye Yu urged Shui Yan, "Drink it quickly." Ye Yu swore that he would save Shui Yan at all costs. In the nick of time, some people looking for death came to the door, none other than Wang Lin and Qian Xiangshen, who had been played by Ye Yu before. The two of them also demanded that Ye Yu hand over the martial arts technique and the spiritual nourishment pill from before. Ye Yu didn't have time to deal with these clowns at this moment, so he warned them, "You better get out of here." But Qian Xiangshen didn't pay attention at all, and rushed to attack immediately. Wang Lin's men behind him also followed suit, charging in with great momentum. After saying that much, these guys were still stubborn. Ye Yu had no choice but to deal with them first. The feathered spirit elephant transformed into a shield, pushing them away. Wang Lin and Qian Xiangshen were surprised that Ye Yu's strength had increased so much after only a few days. Ye Yu also took the opportunity to start approaching them with extremely angry eyes. Sensing the powerful pressure, the two of them began to offer conditions in exchange for their lives. But now, Ye Yu didn't care about those fleeting material things at all, and immediately had the feathered spirit elephant send them to their doom right there. Seeing Ye Yu acting so decisively, Yan Shengting was also shocked, because Ye Yu was not the person she had known before. After that last move, it seemed to be a bit too much. Ye Yu dragged his body towards Shui Yan, but collapsed unconscious halfway. Not knowing how long had passed, on the carriage that Yan Shan personally used to take everyone away from this place, Ye Yu opened his eyes and woke up. But what appeared before his eyes was a pair of big, round souls. making the young man's eyes cross. The young man suddenly felt extremely happy, as if he were in heaven. But unexpectedly, there weren't one, but two, bouncy, making Yeyu drool. Just as he was about to reach out and touch them, he was stopped by Yan Shengting and Shui Yan. You still can't get rid of your lecherous habits even at this point, making them even more angry. Yeyu also realized that something was wrong and started to worry, but it was too late. Yeyu was beaten unconscious on the spot by both of them. The carriage continued on its way, and finally arrived at its destination. Yeyu got out of the carriage, wondering where he was. Yan Shengting explained that after Yeyu fainted, Xinyang City had fallen into chaos, and everyone took the opportunity to leave on the carriage. Shui Yan also didn't forget to take out some spoils of war, which were some pills for Yeyu to recover from his injuries. Seeing Shui Yan still lively as ever, Yeyu was curious. Shui Yan also confirmed that the black lightning in her body had been suppressed by Yeyu's blood, so the young man also took the opportunity to smugly affirm that he was indeed a genius of both courage and wisdom. Seeing this, Yan Shengting could only sigh at Yeyu's shamelessness. But these words accidentally reached Yeyu's ears, so the two of them had a heated argument. Zhu Yan found it strange that Yeyu's blood could suppress the black lightning in her body. After struggling for a while, Yan Shengting confirmed that she was about to depart. Although they weren't particularly fond of each other, Yeyu was still disappointed upon hearing this and asked again. Yan Shengting wanted to find a quiet place to receive her inheritance. Besides, this area already belonged to the Bintao sect, so she wouldn't have to worry about people from the Tianhua sect finding her. Before leaving, they both bowed as a farewell and didn't forget to express their gratitude for Yeyu and Shui Yan's repeated help to the Yan family. Having said all she wanted to say, Yan Shengting got on the carriage and left. Although Yeyu was a bit reluctant, he had no choice but to agree to meet her again in the near future. Yan Shengting also hoped so, that one day they would both have a place in this world of experts. Watching the carriage leave, that dude Yeyu didn't forget to joke around, telling Yan Shengting not to cuckold him. Unlike before, this time, Yan Shengting gave a very satisfied smile, leaving a lovelorn teenager sitting slumped on the ground after his wife had left. One sadness after another, Shui Yan also prepared to say goodbye to Yeyu. When Yeyu heard this, he thought Shui Yan was teasing him. Shui Yan also pointed Yeyu to the Bitao sect for cultivation. She was also looking forward to his performance, after entering the marrow-cleansing realm. Yeyu was a bit sad, but he could only nod in agreement. Shui Yan also leaned closer to Yeyu, and whispered that after they meet again, she would agree to discuss love with Yeyu for a long night. The surprise was too sudden, and Yeyu didn't have time to react. Before asking again in shock, Shui Yan also hinted at this matter and flew away. It was crowded just now, but now he's all alone. But what can he do? Yeyu headed straight towards the Bintao sect. After walking for a while, Yeyu arrived at the huge city gate. There were so many people coming and going, the scene was incredibly bustling. This made Yeyu curious, and he decided to ask a passerby. He somehow spotted a guy who was checking out girls. This guy was eyeing all the beauties without blinking an eye. Yeyu didn't wait any longer and took the initiative to approach, putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, making him jump, because this wasn't a good thing after all. Yeyu casually asked the name of the brother in front of him. This guy put on a serious face and introduced himself as Dude Chihi, then asked what Yeyu wanted from him. Seeing this guy pretending to be serious made Yeyu disgusted. But he decided to ignore it for now and asked why there were so many people at the Bintao sect. Hearing this question made Du Chihi secretly happy, because Yeyu wasn't there to catch him in the act of doing something bad, so he explained that the Bintao sect was holding a disciple selection today, hence the crowd. Hearing such good news, Yeyu became smug, saying, "With my abilities, I can enter without even applying." Although Du Chihi hated it, he could only think to himself, "Once I get into the Bintao sect, I'll deal with Yeyu later." A moment later, Si Tu Zhang Tian, an elder of the Bitao sect, appeared in the main hall. Knowing that there was a feud between the Bintao sect and the Tianhuo sect, Yeyu suddenly appeared and asked him, "What's the reward for killing someone from the Tianhuo sect?" Si Tu Zhang Tian said, "If you can do that, you don't need to take the assessment, and can directly become a disciple of our sect." Yeyu, carried away by his arrogance, continued to ask, "What if I kill the son of the Tianhuo sect master?" Si Tu Zhang Tian confirmed, "You will be treated as a distinguished guest, and any request will be granted." Just hearing that dude Yeyu was already imagining a bright future, with beautiful women serving him tea and water. Seeing the smug look on Yeyu's face, Elder Si Tu Zhang Tian asked again to confirm. Yeyu bluntly affirmed that he had killed that guy Li Feng. But for some reason, the people there couldn't stop laughing. Yeyu loudly warned them, "Shut up, I'm telling the truth." But Elder Si Tu Zhang Tian didn't believe it at all, and ordered his men to throw Yeyu out. The disciples obeyed, and each of those muscular guys went towards Yeyu and threw him into the air. He landed in a bush, full of gossiping girls. Someone killed the Tianhuo sectmaster. Someone cut off the Tianhuo sectmaster's son's balls. At this moment, Yeyu realized in horror that he was in this situation because of these guys who were making up stories, so he decided to beat them up for daring to put him in this situation. Soon, it was time for the disciple selection assessment, and everyone looked nervous. Among them was that horny toad, Duke Chixi, from earlier. He glanced around and accidentally spotted Ye-Yu moping over, so he asked what was up. Ye-Yu said sheepishly, "I felt like it wouldn't be fair if I didn't, so I decided to come back and participate in the selection. Gotta give these other guys some hope for life, you know?" But Duchixi knew damn well Ye-Yu was only there because his backdoor attempt failed. And so, the selection process for the Azure Peach Pavilion was still the same 3 trials. The official assessment began. Hearing about these 3 trials made Ye-Yu curious, so he asked Duchixi, and Duchixi didn't hold back, answering, "The first trial is climbing to the top of this mountain, the second is chilling at the peak, and the third is getting from the peak to the main hall of the Azure Peach Pavilion. That's all you gotta do." Ye-Yu thought it sounded ridiculously easy, but Duchixi disagreed because the path was covered in illusion formations set up by geomancers, and riddled with countless traps. "Just that one trial will weed out half of them." Duchixi flashed his knowledge and got all smug with Ye-Yu. But Ye-Yu didn't even glance at him before taking off at the elder's signal, making Duchixi seethe with anger. Shouldn't have said anything. He immediately chased after Ye-Yu, running non-stop. Some chose to fly on their swords, others to use earth evasion to get through. Duchixi, on his end, was fully prepared to conquer these 3 trials. He'd spent years training in the 9 provinces, and now was the time to show it off. Duchixi soared through the air, his hefty figure passing countless competitors. But he accidentally saw Ye-Yu still appearing in front of him without breaking a sweat. This shocked him so much he nearly face-planted, unable to think of a reasonable explanation. But Duchixi refused to lose to Ye-Yu, so he sped up again, rocketing towards the towering mountain peak. A few minutes later, he figured he'd finally shaken off Ye-Yu. But he was wrong. Somehow, Ye-Yu was already there, chilling and taking a break. The constant surprises drove Duchixi crazy, and he transformed into a streak of light, blasting into the sky. He vowed to himself he'd take first place in this first trial. He quickly spotted the finish line flag right in front of him, and Duchixi put all his remaining strength into reaching for it. But what he grabbed was our boy Ye-Yu's hand. Ye-Yu nonchalantly congratulated him on winning second place. The news hit him like a thunderbolt, making Duchixi cough up blood and rage. A moment later, the others arrived as well. But what everyone was about to face was the second trial, and as Duchixi said, this path was set up with illusion formations by the Azure Peach Pavilion Master, all to test the minds of the disciples. But before he could finish speaking, Ye-Yu was already gone. Ye-Yu couldn't wait any longer and zoomed ahead. From who knows where, a group of beauties appeared, flocking to Ye-Yu and surrounding him. But how could such simple tricks seduce our boy Ye-Yu? The afterimages and illusions created by the illusion formation quickly vanished entirely. The simple reason for Ye-Yu's behavior was that the looks of these women weren't even a fraction as good as Yan Shengting and Shui Yan, but it seemed the illusion formation wasn't completely dispelled, and Ye-Yu was transported to another illusion. This time, the person Ye-Yu had to face was the unfortunate elder Yan Lang, who was previously killed by Shui Yan in one move. He used his wolf claws and lunged at Ye-Yu. But the illusion of a marrow-cleansing realm cultivator was no challenge for Ye-Yu. A simple punch shattered it. The young man smugly waited for more excitement. Suddenly, Ye-Yu was transported back to his home in his previous life. In the future, Ye-Yu's mom was already preparing dinner, waiting for his dad to come home and eat. Having not seen his mother in so long, Ye-Yu's emotions began to surge. Just then, Ye-Yu's dad returned from work and hugged her, looking very affectionate. Witnessing this scene made Ye-Yu burst into tears. Although this was an illusion created by the illusion formation, it actually stirred up Ye-Yu's emotions. Ye-Yu unleashed a bit of the creation art's void-piercing power to dissolve it. That happy memory gradually disappeared into the void. Ye-Yu promised himself that he would traverse the galaxy to return and find his parents. And so, Ye-Yu successfully passed this second trial. Although it was a bit bumpy, it was still all good. Ye-Yu casually unleashed a palm strike to vent the frustration in his heart for daring to use his parents as a trial for him. But the force of the palm strike was so weak that it sent a pile of spirit stones flying out, making Ye-Yu's eyes widen from where he stood. The young man immediately bent down to pick up each stone, unable to hide the joy in his heart. This accidental palm strike from Ye-Yu also allowed the remaining people to escape from the illusion array of the second gate, leaving them bewildered and unsure of what had just happened. I'm saying, we've made a huge play, bringing the odds back to where they started. At the same time, in the main hall of the Biatao sect, everyone was waiting to welcome the new disciples who had passed through the third gate. Suddenly, the spirit stone next to them began to glow, attracting the attention of Elder Situ Zhengtian, who was a little surprised that someone had passed through the second gate so quickly. One of the disciples even showed off his flattery skills and affirmed that this was his good fortune. Elder Situ Zhengtian denied it, saying, "It's the strength of our powerful sect that attracts so many geniuses." The spirit stone showed no signs of stopping, continuously glowing to indicate that 500 people had passed through. While the disciple was overjoyed, Situ Zhengtian didn't show anything, but deep down he was very satisfied, because he was sure to receive a lot of credit for this trip. The spirit stone suddenly shot up to 10,000 people, making the disciples there dumbfounded. Situ Zhengtian couldn't hide his excitement and laughed heartily. But the fact that twice as many people had passed through the second gate compared to last year made him worry that something had happened. Elder C2 Zhengtian immediately dismissed that, saying, "Because of the methods of the previous masters, there has never been a mistake." The disciples nearby also chimed in, saying that this was Zhengtian Elder's pleasant surprise. Without saying more, C2 Zhengtian told everyone to continue waiting. At the same time, at the second gate, Ye Yu was worried that if too many people passed through, it would arouse suspicion, so he needed to think of a way to deal with it. But when he looked at the entrance to the third gate, Ye Yu came up with an idea. There are two choices here, the normal level entrance and the hell level. Ye Yu simply swapped the positions and was done. While Ye Yu was feeling pleased with his clever idea, Du Qixi came up to ask why Ye Yu hadn't gone in yet. Seeing him arrive, Yang Yu approached him and asked, if it were Du Qixi, which path would he choose? Hearing this, Du Qixi admitted that he was inferior and only dared to take the normal level, while the hell level was only for true geniuses. Seeing his expression, Ye Yu asked to test and see how different the two levels were. Du Qixi affirmed that the difference was huge. Less than 10 people could pass the hell level, but if they could, they would become official inner sect disciples and receive dedicated teaching from the Bitao sect. Hearing this, Ye Yu was a little hesitant, because he wasn't sure about his true strength, so he didn't dare to take the risk. So he dragged Du Qixi into the hell level entrance that he had swapped earlier, much to his dismay. Just looking at it made Du Qixi pee his pants, not wanting to go in at all. 2 hours later, at the exit of the third gate, Elder C2 Zhengtian and the others were waiting here. After a while, they saw the figure of the first person coming out of the hell level gate. He didn't understand why it was so easy, even though he hadn't used all his strength. Elder C2 Zhengtian also assessed him. This young man has extraordinary talent, but came out of the normal level. The hell level must be even more outstanding. At the same time, Du Qixi inside was still constantly farming monsters. The spirit formation here was too easy for Du Qixi, so he looked quite smug. Ye Yu complimented him casually, because after all, he was the one who made it happen. Du Qixi didn't know this, so he smiled very happily, making Ye Yu feel a little guilty, not daring to imagine what Du Qixi's expression would be like if he found out the truth. Du Qixi had already seen the exit ahead, so he urged Ye Yu to go quickly, but as soon as he took a few steps, Ye Yu grabbed his hand and told him to wait a moment. Seeing Ye Yu's strange behavior, Du Qixi was surprised, thinking that it would be better to get out sooner. Ye Yu whispered a few words to Du Qixi. If he appears at the very end, he will be the most special person tonight. Not only will he be loved by beautiful women, but he will also be able to step on everyone else. Just thinking about it made Du Qixi laugh out loud. Seeing that this guy was competitive with him, Ye Yu sighed helplessly. After waiting for half an hour, Ye Yu was still sneaking around to scout out the situation. A lot of people came out and gathered here. Elder C2 Zhengtian was very surprised that more than 9,000 people had passed through the second gate, but until now, only 30 people have passed the third gate. The disciples didn't dare to say anything when he questioned them, but just trembled and stood there. Ye Yu panicked, because what he had done had gotten out of control. Elder C2 Zhengtian angrily ordered people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Right away, a disciple came running to report that the illusion array of the second gate had been broken, and all the spirit stones inside had been looted. Just hearing that made C2 Zhengtian feel incredulous. Because this was an array set up by the sect leaders, there was no way someone could do that. But it didn't stop there. This guy also reported that the two guiding stemmels at the entrance of the third gate had been swapped. It was like a thunderbolt out of the blue, making C2 Zhengtian just want to cry, wondering if he'd even keep his elder position after this trip. The disciples who heard this bad news had the same expression as him, because this had never happened before. Hearing the disciples listing his past sins, Ye Yu felt dizzy, telling himself that it wasn't him who did it. Suddenly, Elder C2 Zhengtian announced, "Except for the 3 who came from Hell Mode, the others will become outer sect disciples." As soon as he finished speaking, someone spoke up, affirming that he was a member of the Yun family from Zhaomu, and his bottom line was only to be an inner sect disciple, but if that wasn't possible, he would automatically withdraw. The others chimed in, swearing that they would do the same. Ye Yu, standing on the side, realized his opportunity had come, so he wanted to join in on the fun, adding fuel to the fire to take down Biantao Pavilion. Speaking right to the hearts of the people there, they also stood up to protest and demand to meet the sect leaders no matter what. This was also Ye Yu's true intention. The more chaos, the better. Just then, a disciple ran over crying non-stop, reporting that several thousand people who couldn't pass the third gate were rioting at the foot of the mountain. If this continues, it will reach the ears of the sect leaders sooner or later. Someone as easily frightened as C2 Zhengtian turned pale as soon as he heard sect leaders. Another opportunity came, and Ye Yu also demanded Bitao Pavilion to give a clear explanation. Things were getting out of control. C2 Zhengtian had no choice but to accept all the people present here as intersect disciples of Biantao Pavilion. After a relentless struggle, there was finally a result that everyone was happy about. Only that bastard Ye Yu was the happiest, because his crimes weren't exposed. Cut back to Elder C2 Zhengtian's room. He was still sulking about what happened earlier. Just then, a disciple ran in to report. The second son of the Tianhua sect leader, Li Feng, was killed by an unknown youth. This sudden information made Situ Zhengtian jump up. Thinking about it, he remembered that Ye Yu had revealed this before, so he told the disciple not to spread this news, and allowed him to leave first. And of course, how could he let a good product like Ye Yu fall into the hands of others? A moment later, at the affairs office of Biatao Pavilion, Ye Yu also got his hands on the intersect disciple token. Ye Yu couldn't hide his joy when he thought about the days when he could not only get the Yunling Dan, but also freely enter and exit the scripture pavilion. Unexpectedly, Elder Situ Zhengtian came all the way here to ask about it. When Ye Yu saw him talking to him, he was scared, fearing that his bad deeds had been discovered. But that wasn't the truth. Elder Situ Zhengtian wanted to ask which peak lord in Biatao Pavilion Ye Yu wanted to apprentice under. Hearing this, Ye Yu also relaxed a little, affirming that a genius like him would definitely apprentice under the strongest peak. It just so happened to be what Situ Zhengtian wanted, so he told Ye Yu the name Wenxin Peak. Although there were very few people on this peak, they had a very high status. Ye Yu didn't think much about it, and agreed to apprentice under Wenxin Peak. Situ Zhengtian also finished the last thing and showed Ye Yu the way. Ye Yu didn't forget to thank him and quickly left. Dun Qizhi on the other side was also looking for Ye Yu but couldn't find him, but he didn't pay attention to Elder Situ Zhengtian, who smiled faintly, saying that Ye Yu was too reckless and had chosen to rush into Wenxin Peak, and he couldn't stop it. As soon as he heard the three words Wenxin Peak, Du Qixi was shocked, realizing that this was the forbidden area of Biatao Pavilion, and he learned from the mouths of these disciples that Wenxin Peak was covered by the Juyin Xuan Lei all year round. If someone touches it, they will die. Unfortunately, he heard that an elder had died in it a few years ago, so it was over. Dun Qixi had no choice but to give his last promises to Ye Yu, with tears and snot streaming down his face. And this shocking news was quickly transmitted to the ears of the upper echelons of Biatao Pavilion. The peak lord of Bingyun Peak, who was present, also showed his anger. The peak lord of Biha Peak didn't show much besides surprise. And of course, how could the masters of Emerald Cloud Pavilion accept this? The peak lord of Azure Cloud Peak also opened a mirage to observe Ye Yu's every move. Ye Yu was at the foot of the mountain, preparing to climb to the summit. But as soon as he took a step, he sensed something unusual. Unsurprisingly, it was the 9-yin mystic lightning. Just as the peak lord of Azure Cloud Peak was about to leave behind the illusion as an example for future disciples, Ye Yu surprised them by lightly dodging the entire attack, leaving all three dumbfounded, as Ye Yu wasn't afraid of the 9-yin mystic lightning at all. The peak lord of Azure Cloud Peak began to worry, and asked the other masters for advice. The masters of Emerald Cloud Pavilion could only sigh and let Ye Yu be. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's ultimately your own choice. On Ye Yu's side, after reaching the summit, he laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, the ground here shook violently, making Ye Yu stagger. It turned out the cause was the ordinary step of a giant. He was Qi Buban. Just seeing him made Ye Yu's face turn black. He didn't know what kind of creature was in front of him. As soon as Qi Buban saw Ye Yu, he started drooling. Ye Yu thought he misheard, so he asked him again, and it turned out to be true. Qi Buban wanted to make Ye Yu into his favorite bibijiao dish. Ye Yu agreed, but first, he had to prepare a little. After fumbling around for a while, he took out his 18-year-old unwashed stinky sock, making Qi Buban vomit on the spot. Unable to withstand this little bit of stench, Ye Yu showed his contempt. After a moment of terror, Qi Buban turned to ask Ye Yu what he was doing at his Wenxin Peak. Ye Yu proudly said that he had come to become a disciple. Hearing these words from Ye Yu's mouth, Qi Buban asked in surprise. Ye Yu, seeing his expression, also looked confused. But before he could say anything more, Qi Buban came forward to be friendly, considering him to have successfully joined, and declared himself to be Ye Yu's senior brother. Ye Yu was a little panicked when he heard this, because the assessment to enter Wenxin Peak was unusually easy. Qi Buban then said that he felt that Ye Yu was a gifted person, so the master would definitely agree to accept him. That's what he said. But Ye Yu couldn't help but worry, still feeling a little restless, like a child being lured. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a small hall. Qi Buban went in first, calling for his eldest senior brother to come out and talk. Hearing the call, a man with a woman's appearance came outside. He was Hua Meiren, Qi Buban's eldest senior brother. Even Ye Yu didn't expect to meet such a person here. Hua Meiren, standing on this side, also felt Ye Yu's less than friendly gaze, and was a little angry, releasing a powerful aura, making Ye Yu feel a little intimidated. Qi Buban immediately reminded Hua Meiren that Ye Yu had come to become a disciple, hoping he wouldn't scare Ye Yu away. Knowing this, Hua Meiren immediately changed his attitude and became enthusiastic, running over to call Ye Yu 3 times, "Little junior brother." The change was so fast it was dizzying, making Ye Yu even more convinced of his suspicion. There's definitely a conspiracy. After saying that, Hua Meiren assigned Qi Buban the task of taking Ye Yu to see the master. Before leaving, he also told Ye Yu a few words about the eldest senior brother's personality, hoping Ye Yu wouldn't mind. A moment later, the two were in front of a dark cave dwelling. Although it was a little strange, Ye Yu had no choice but to obediently enter. Suddenly, Qi Buban's face revealed a sinister smile, and he pressed a mechanism, activating a secret passage inside the cave dwelling that blocked the exit. By the time Ye Yu realized it, it was too late. he could only helplessly knock hard and cry out.
Chibuban, standing outside, reminded Yeyu that this was the master's trial of life and death. To become a formal disciple, he had to overcome it.
But Yeyu was already wise. How could he still believe this fatty's words?
Hua Mairen also appeared here with a satisfied expression, happy that Yeyu was suffering in his place.
After cursing for a while without results, Yeyu could only say to himself, "If I get out, I'll cut him into pieces."
Suddenly, Yeyu heard a wailing cry that kept talking about Cao Feiyu's tragic death. Yeyu realized there was someone inside, so he carefully hid by the edge of the rock and observed the situation, and it turned out there was an old man inside burning paper money for the deceased. Yeyu thought the old man was also tricked into here by that damned fatty, so he went to talk to him, telling him that he should still restrain his grief. But the old man said he couldn't do that, because he felt uncomfortable. Seeing the stele with Cao Feiyu's name on it, Yeyu pointed and asked who it was. Only then did he learn that Cao Feiyu was the Peak Lord of Wengxin Peak. And moreover, he was standing right in front of Yeyu. Yeyu was shocked to hear this, wondering if he had been talking to a person or a ghost, but before he could prepare, Yeyu was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air, gradually approaching the fire and gently releasing his hand, causing Yeyu to fall down. The old man wanted to burn Yeyu alive. At the same time, Cao Feiyu used his spiritual power to suppress Yeyu to the point where he couldn't move at all. Faced with this situation, Yeyu had no choice but to helplessly wait for the flames to completely engulf him. Yeyu also noticed that the ghost money was engraved with Dao patterns, but he couldn't figure out the old man's true purpose. Just when he thought he was about to give up, Yeyu's spirit manifestations suddenly appeared, and at the same time, it rapidly healed all the injuries on Yeyu's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Witnessing this scene also surprised Cao Feiyu that Yeyu had such a powerful trump card, but the old man had already prepared beforehand, immediately taking out a large pile of ghost money from his person, intending to burn Yeyu to death. But surprisingly, Yeyu's spirit manifestation was constantly devouring the spiritual energy from those piles of ghost money. Cao Feiyu couldn't accept this fact and kept throwing non-stop. Half an hour passed like this, making him exhausted, but Yeyu, on the contrary, felt very comfortable because the fire didn't even touch him. Chibuban, who had quietly appeared in this place, was also a little surprised that Yeyu was in the sea of fire without screaming. Cao Feiyu also noticed his appearance and immediately questioned Yeyu's identity. Chibuban stepped forward to explain. Yeyu is just a silly kid who wants to become a disciple. Even the Nine Yin Xuan Thunder couldn't kill him, so he must have some skills. Cao Feiyu didn't joke around anymore, immediately taking out a talisman with a very special aura. Chibuban recognized it at a glance as the Xuan Gold Talisman, which could burn even the soul, making him startled that his master would invest so much. But perhaps they were overthinking it. Yeyu was actually very excited that the flames from this Xuan Gold Talisman could help him cultivate his soul. He had been burning paper for so long without any results. Cao Feiyu didn't even bother burning anymore, causing the young man Yu, who was immersed in joy, to fall face first onto the ground, so he questioned the old man. Cao Feiyu also said that it was all gone, there was nothing left. Chibuban was speechless. Because the Xuan Gold Talisman contained a large source of heaven and earth spiritual energy, there was no way his master could be so stupid. Yeyu didn't give up and ran to him, constantly begging, "You can burn however you want." Originally, Chibuban brought Yeyu here to take his place in the ghost money burning, because both he and his brother were very afraid of it. But it seemed Yeyu was different. Cao Feiyu began to seriously ask Yeyu if he wanted to become his disciple. Hearing this, Yeyu used flowery words to praise him, still hoping to be accepted as his disciple. Chibuban stood to the side and reminded him that his master had sworn not to accept any more disciples, advising Yeyu to find someone else instead. Yeyu didn't care about that, believing that with his talent, Cao Feiyu couldn't refuse to accept him. Seeing Yeyu's confidence, Chibuban chuckled, stating, "If Yeyu is accepted as my master's disciple, I will immediately eat 3 kilos of shit." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Cao Feiyu agree. I said, "Don't be so quick to brag. The smell of dung is already faintly in the air." Chibuban immediately ran to beg his master not to screw him over like this. Cao Feiyu could agree with him about not accepting Yeyu as a disciple, on the condition that he had to jump into the fire pit in Yeyu's place. What? As soon as he heard the word fire, Chibuban's hair stood on end, suddenly feeling that shit was quite delicious, so he quickly ran away to train his sense of smell. Seeing one guy choose shit instead of being burned by fire made Yeyu's face darken. Cao Feiyu didn't forget to remind him that Yeyu's entrance exam would be arranged by Chibuban. With that, he flicked his hand, pushing Yeyu outside, where Chibuban was getting acquainted with the pile of shit nearby. As soon as he saw the person, Yeyu relayed the master's instructions to him. Chibuban also gave him a talisman, assuring him that he would find Yeyu the easiest exam, so he didn't need to worry. Then he turned around and started looking, but it seemed a little difficult to find. I tell ya, every time Yeyu meets this senior brother, he has an indescribable feeling of unease. After a while, Chibi-Yu-Ban found the letter, totally a love letter vibe, and gave it to Yeyu, telling him that all he had to do was deliver it to the room on the 2nd floor, 3rd hall of Longshao Peak, to pass the test. Yeyu recognized what it was right away, and deliberately teased Chibi-Yu-Ban. Chibi-Yu-Ban didn't hide anything, and hoped Yeyu could help him complete it. Yeyu agreed,
and quickly turned to leave, promising to deliver it ASAP.
Senior brother Hua Mei Ren showed up too, thinking the test Chibiyu Ban came up with was way too easy. Chibiyu Ban confirmed it was easy alright. After all, his ultimate goal was for Ye Yu to pass, so they could share the torment of Cao Fei Yu.
That night, in the third hall of Longshao Peak, Ye Yu's shadow appeared, lurking around. Ye Yu thought this mission was too easy for him, so he spent time imagining how huge second senior brother's dream girl must be. While looking around, he ran into Du Qizhi, who was burning Jaws paper. Turns out, he was burning it for Ye Yu, y'all.
He thought Ye Yu was dead, so he personally drew these beauties for Ye Yu to enjoy down there.
Ye Yu deliberately teased Dun Qizhi, acting like a ghost to drag him down below. Seeing him, Dun Qizhi was scared out of his wits and peed his pants. After calming down a bit, Ye Yu asked him about what happened at Wenxin Peak.
Dun Qizhi confirmed that Wenxin Peak was the forbidden area of the BK Tao sect, believing that old man Si Tu Zheng Tian was trying to harm Ye Yu. Ye Yu couldn't figure out why he'd do that, since they had no grudges. Du Qizhi also took on the task of investigating all information related to Si Tu Zheng Tian within 3 days. Cut to the next day at the scripture pavilion. Dun Qizhi called Ye Yu over to gossip. Ye Yu didn't understand what was going on, and asked him why and what Du Qizhi's purpose was in bringing him here. It was to admire the beauty of the Bitao sect's #1 hottie, Xi Jingyi.
But Ye Yu couldn't care less, because no beauty could compare to Xue Yan and Xiao Tingting back home. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman walked in. It was Xi Jingyi that Du Qizhi had just mentioned, making Ye Yu's words disappear like a fart in the wind. The dude was mesmerized, his eyes popping out. Unexpectedly, Xi Jingyi walked towards them, making Dun Qizhi think she was approaching him because of his special aura. But Ye Yu didn't see it that way. Besides the stinky feet smell, there was no aura at all. As she got closer, Dun Qizhi got up, ready to introduce himself, but before he could even say his name, Xi Jingyi pushed him aside, making him cry and spin like crazy from being rejected by a beauty. Turns out, the person Xi Jingyi was looking for was Ye Yun. She took out the love letter, placed it on the table, and told Ye Yun, "Please don't do anything crazy anymore." Seeing the letter startled Ye Yu, because he wasn't discovered when he delivered it. So Ye Yu pretended to be dumb and asked Xi Jingyi, "Whose letter is this?" Xi Jingyi slammed her hand on the table, confirming it was Yan Yu's. Dun Qizhi couldn't hide his curiosity and picked it up to read it. To sum it up, it was all cringe-worthy flattery. Who knows where he learned it from? Hearing Dun Qizhi read it made everyone there feel nauseous, saying even a maggot could write better than that. When he flipped the letter over, he saw the name Ye Yu Qin Shen, making Dun Qizhi's eyes pop out in surprise. Ye Yu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Turns out, he was the one being played. Dun Qizhi grabbed Ye Yu's hand and questioned him why he did that, and even did it alone without inviting him along. But Ye Yu still denied it. How could Dun Qizhi believe Ye Yu's words anymore? He definitely understood the unspeakable feelings of our Ye Yu. Thinking about his senior brother Chibiyu Ban made Ye Yu even angrier, so he argued, "This letter wasn't written by me." Before he could finish speaking, some troublemakers came looking for him, wanting to beat Ye Yu up for daring to steal their woman. Fueled by the anger in his heart, Ye Yu unleashed it and beat them all up. One by one they flew straight to the roof and disappeared, making Xi Jingyi, who was standing to the side, surprised by Ye Yu's strength. Explaining now was pointless. Ye Yu admitted that he wrote it, but it wasn't his best work. He even suggested that Xi Jingyi let him write another one, but Xi Jingyi refused because she didn't like being disturbed, and hoped Ye Yu wouldn't do things like that again in the future. Dun Qizhi advised Ye Yu to give up, but Ye Yu wouldn't listen. He was determined to prove his literary talent to her, and that's exactly what happened. For several days in a row, love letters from Ye Yu were sent to Xi Jingyi's hands. Looks like things were progressing according to our Ye Yu's plan, y'all. Ye Yu had already guessed this outcome and was very confident. At that moment, Du Qizhi ran over to tell Ye Yu some important news. Ye Yun, in a happy mood, asked him, "What is it?" Du Qizhi, out of breath, talked about Si Tu Zhengtian's son, Si Tu Zhen, who had killed Li Feng of the Tianhua sect, so he was specially promoted to become a core disciple of the Bitao sect. Hearing that his credit was being stolen, Ye Yu, fuming, declared, "I killed that Li Feng." But how could Dun Qizhi believe this, when Ye Yu was only at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm? Ye Yu was too lazy to explain, and asked Du Qizhi about the strength of Si Tu Zhengtian and his son. According to Du Qizhi, Si Tu Zhengtian was at the marrow cleansing realm, while Si Tu Zhen seemed to be at the peak of the spirit accumulation realm. Ye Yu then proclaimed that he would definitely kill those two bastards who liked to steal his credit. Before Dun Qizhi could stop him, Ye Yu had already vanished. Looks like the money he had hasn't been all burned yet, so he has an opportunity to use it again. At the same time, inside the inner hall, Si Tu Zhengtian and his son were celebrating Si Tu Zhen's advancement to become a core disciple, meaning Si Tu Zhen would receive more resources, and advancing to the marrow cleansing realm was only a matter of time. Si Tu Zhen respectfully thanked his father for this perfect arrangement. However, he was still worried that one day this evil deed would be exposed. Si Tu Zhengtian waved his hand, telling Si Tu Zhen to rest assured, as Ye Yu would surely die going to the Wenxin Peak, and those who knew the truth had already been taken care of. Just then, a clansman rushed in to report, Ye Yu is still alive. The two old men were struck dumb with shock upon hearing this news.
Si Tujian, looking useless, asked his father what to do now. After considering, Si Tujangtian came up with a good idea. Have Si Tujian pick a fight with Ye Yu. Then, others would think they had a conflict, assume Ye Yu was making things up to discredit him, and then use the opportunity to kill Ye Yu. Si Tujian thought this was a great plan, and immediately agreed. A moment later, at Lin Shao Peak, Ye Yu was angrily looking for the masters to expose the two old men's scam, but on the way in he was intentionally bumped into by Si Tujian. Taking this opportunity, he pointed at Ye Yu, demanding that he kneel down and apologize or face death.
Ye Yu immediately recognized him as the Si Tujian he was looking for. Seeing through the intentional provocation, Ye Yu immediately questioned him.
Si Tujian pretended not to understand and asked Ye Yu what he meant. Ye Yu, standing on the high ground, affirmed that Li Feng was not killed by him. These words unintentionally fell into the ears of a nearby fellow disciple, drawing their attention. However, some had heard that the head personally verified this, so it couldn't be false, and Si Tujian was the most likely person to do it at this moment.
Everyone in the Biantao sect believed that Li Feng was killed by Si Tujian. He even put on a punchable face, provoking Ye Yu to hit him. But perhaps he provoked the wrong person. Ye Yu didn't hold back, and unleashed the raging wave palm. This was exactly what Si Tujian wanted. He thought that with his strength at the peak of the spirit accumulation realm, killing someone at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm would be as easy as flipping his hand.
Without much thought, Si Tujian unleashed the peak-crushing fist. The two powerful fists collided with each other in a display of great power, but the one who was sent flying was Si Tujian. He didn't understand how Ye Yu could be so strong.
Ye Yu chased after him, determined not to let him go, and rushed in to beat Si Tujian black and blue for daring to steal his credit.
Several nearby fellow disciples didn't dare to interfere because Ye Yu was too powerful. Knowing that the Biantao sect strictly forbade disciples from fighting, Ye Yu quickly explained that he didn't intend to, and that Si Tujian proposed it. Si Tujian still acted smug, because no matter what Ye Yu did, everyone believed he had killed Li Feng. But Ye Yu didn't think so, and after setting him free on the ground, went to the big bell nearby.
Ye Yu had just learned that whoever could ring this bell would be qualified to participate in the deadly assessment to become a core disciple. Thinking of this, Ye Yu punched the bell, making it resound throughout the Longshao Peak, and even a part of Biantao's sect. The crowd standing there was shocked. It said that 9 rings of the bell represent the masters ringing it, 6 rings represent the elders ringing it, 3 rings represent the disciples ringing it, and 1 ring is for scaring children.
Si Tujian, on that side, was shocked, not understanding which crazy person dared to do that, because in Bitao sect, no one had passed the assessment to become a core disciple for hundreds of years. In the history of all the sects, only 3 people had passed it, and the rest had died tragically. Shi Jingyi heard the commotion and ran over to see who had such great skills. Back at Ye Yu's place, Si Tujian fearfully affirmed that Ye Yu had gone crazy, and asked Ye Yu if he knew the price for ringing the bell. Of course, Ye Yu knew. Because Ye Yu was doing this so that after he gained the qualifications of a core disciple, he would expose the truth about the 2 old men.
As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures descended from the sky with an extremely powerful aura. After the dust settled, the nearby crowd recognized them as the Biyun Peak Master, causing the disciples there to bow respectfully.
There, the Biyun Peak Master asked who dared to ring the bell, and Ye Yu stepped forward to meet him and requested to participate in the core disciple assessment. However, he didn't agree to Ye Yu's proposal right away and reminded Ye Yun to think carefully because this had caused countless geniuses of the Bitao sect to die. Du Qiji also spoke on Ye Yu's behalf, explaining that Ye Yu rang the bell because Siu Tujian had stolen the credit for killing Li Feng. Hearing this explanation, the disciples standing nearby began to discuss it animatedly. Si Tujian, fearing that everything would be exposed, immediately interrupted Deng Qiji, claiming that he was talking nonsense.
Du Qiji wasn't about to be outdone, insisting his sworn brother had no reason to do such a thing. But the Azure Cloud Peak Lord didn't care. All he cared about was that someone rang the bell. So he ordered 2 of his close disciples to take Ye Yu to participate in the assessment. And this assessment was held right on Azure Cloud Peak, under the Azure Cloud Peak Lord's own management. Word has it that even the first stage of this core disciple assessment is ridiculously difficult.
The disciples also admired Ye Yu partly because of his unyielding spirit.
Old Si Tujian, the jerk, is also here, his face twisted with resentment because Ye Yu dared to take a painful little bite out of him.
Du Qishi didn't know what else to do but cheer Ye Yu on with all his might. Ye Yu kept walking towards the assessment grounds, and the Azure Cloud Peak Lord gave a brief introduction. This grand formation stretches for 3,000 zhang, equivalent to 10 kilometers. If Ye Yu can make it out of here to Azure Cloud Peak, he will officially become the first core disciple, and also the heir to the Peak Lord position of Azure Cloud Peak. Before entering, Ye Yu took a deep breath to calm himself. He had barely taken a few steps when he encountered the first trial, spiritual energy transforming into dragons. But Ye Yu wasn't fazed and directly charged forward to break through. Ye Yu broke through it with ease and strutted in, fearlessly declaring, "Today, I will experience the full power of this grand formation. Dun Qixi also chose to believe in Ye Yu wholeheartedly, cheering him on relentlessly. Just then, the sect leaders arrived, claiming that the sudden awakening of the grand formation's spirit earlier couldn't be considered dangerous.
The disciples saw their figures and bowed in greeting. Sect leaders, here, the next stage is definitely the real first trial of the assessment, and what awaits Ye Yu is the myriad arrows piercing heart formation.
Spiritual energy rapidly condensed into countless arrows, aimed directly at Ye Yu and flying towards him, but they were all shattered by Ye Yu's raging wave palm.
Even Ye Yu didn't expect the first trial to be so easily overcome. But perhaps Ye Yu underestimated it a bit. The spiritual energy restored the arrows to their original number, making it a never-ending myriad arrows piercing heart formation. Caught completely off guard, Ye Yu didn't have time to think of a countermeasure, so he could only block and dodge non-stop. By estimation, the first trial is equivalent to 5,000 zang in length.
The Azure Cloud Peak Lord could also see that Ye Yu had gone halfway. He highly praised Ye Yu's strength and extremely persistent will, but the sect leaders didn't think so. Faced with this rain of arrows, the consumption of spiritual power is enormous. Back then, that genius senior brother was tormented to death by this. Faced with this scene, some were worried, while others hoped Ye Yu would die soon. After a period of non-stop effort, Ye Yu had traveled 4,800 zang, making the disciples look at him with different eyes.
Ye Yu was also aware of this and continued to strive forward. But then something bad happened. His own spiritual power could no longer withstand this rain of arrows. The disciples who had previously looked down on Ye Yu now turned to worry. Here, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord proposed to the sect leaders, "I am willing to use my position as Peak Lord to exchange for Ye Yu's life. I believe that a talented prodigy like Ye Yu cannot die in such a meaningless way." Even so, the sect leaders had no way to save him, because once the grand formation was activated, anyone trying to interfere would suffer severe backlash.
Knowing the truth made Du Qixi and Shi Jingyi cry their eyes out, still hoping that Ye Yu could return safely.
On this side, Yen Yu was also constantly struggling internally. He refused to allow himself to give up so easily, and immediately activated the feather-plucking spirit elephant, quickly blocking the myriad arrows piercing heart, taking this opportunity to turn around and land, successfully breaking through the first trial. Witnessing this scene also astonished the disciples. Now they believed that what Ye Yu said before was true.
Shi Jingyi felt more at ease knowing that Ye Yu was very strong, and Du Qi joined the crowd in celebrating, proclaiming, "Those two, father and son, Si Tuzian, will soon be thoroughly screwed by Ye Yu."
But the old man remained very calm, believing that Ye Yu would die in the next two trials.
The sect leaders also felt it was a pity that someone with spiritual energy as pure and clear as Ye Yu was facing this situation.
Back to Ye Yu's side. Ye Yu was constantly using the creation art to continuously absorb spiritual energy, and with the help of the feather-plucking spirit elephant, the injuries on Ye Yu's body had completely healed. As soon as he looked at the second trial, what caught Ye Yu's eye was a pile of phantom images holding spirit staffs, waiting for Ye Yu here.
Faced with their heroic aura, Ye Yu confidently used the Raging Wave Palm to block, but unexpectedly, Ye Yu's Raging Wave Palm had no effect, and was directly struck by the spirit staff, quickly surrounded by countless phantom images, who knocked him on the head to teach him a lesson. This scene was no different from a scene of school bullying. It didn't look like anything at all. The sect leaders also understood the disciples' thoughts, and explained that the second trial was the myriad staff body tempering, where the spirit elephant transformed into powerful phantom images, combined with the dog-beating staff, making it impossible for the opponent to resist. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord asked the sect leaders if Ye Yu could successfully pass the trial, but only received a shake of the head from him. The truth is that this trial is used to test practical combat ability and weapon usage, but Ye Yu had only just started, so it was feared that Ye Yu would die early on this trip. And that was indeed the case. Ye Yu on this side wasn't doing well at all, so he raised his hand to suggest a truce. But these phantom images didn't understand Ye Yu's intentions and still kept hitting non-stop. The Raging Wave Palm was useless, so Ye Yu had to use the martial skill that Zhu Yan taught him before, which was the Peerless Finger. Looking at Ye Yu's movements made the disciples turn their eyes to see if there was anything powerful, but after working all day, Ye Yu only managed to squirt out a few weak shots, making the phantom images bored and unwilling to speak, and also receiving a lot of criticism from netizens for making them wait all day without doing anything worthwhile. Seeing this, Ye Yu could only cry out when the move he just used was so weak. Wait a minute, I forgot. The creation art can decompose martial skills. So Ye Yu used it immediately, and then it really worked. This time, the Peerless Finger released by Ye Yu was a complete success. One light shot easily made the phantom image disappear into nothingness. The sect leaders, and Azure Cloud Peak Lord, couldn't help but exclaim, because the combat skill Ye Yu just used was very extraordinary. But that was still nothing compared to the number of phantom images. One after another, these things just keep coming. But Ye Yu ain't scared, and chooses to deal with them one by one directly. Even though it's a bit time-consuming,
Ye Yu is getting more skilled with his peerless finger, making it much easier to deal with these phantoms.
Seizing the opportunity when the phantoms weren't focused, Ye Yu successfully passed the second trial, making Dun Qiji cheer excitedly on this side, while Xin Jingji felt her heart suddenly beat faster. Looks like she's fallen for our man Ye Yu.
Seeing Ye Yu's god-tier performance, the sect leader suddenly wants to let Ye Yu experience the third trial. These words startled the Azure Cloud Peak Lord, as it meant he could help Ye Yu after Ye Yu passed the second trial. The sect leader also nodded in confirmation. Knowing this, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord immediately stopped the sect leader, because they couldn't afford to lose such an outstanding disciple like Ye Yu. Sect leader he also revealed that the third trial is a test of the soul. Not to mention, Ye Yu's injuries are not a problem. Although it sounded reasonable, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord still tried hard to stop him from doing anything reckless. Du Qiji also shared the same thoughts, willing to give up his status as an inner disciple of the Azure Peach sect, so that the sect leader could save his brother. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord also knelt down and asked to give up his status, just so he would save Ye Yu. The disciples also knelt down together, asking him to take action. Witnessing this scene made Situ Zhengtian and his son both angry and worried, because suddenly so many people were protecting Ye Yu. The sect leader could only sigh at this situation, saying, "The Azure Peach sect established the sect with this formation, but now no one can see it. Damai. If it worsens because of this, the Azure Peach sect will decline sooner or later." The Azure Cloud Peak Lord also understood his difficulty, so he suggested letting Ye Yu choose whether to continue or give up. The sect leader thought this idea was pretty good and agreed, so the Azure Cloud Peak Lord announced to Ye Yu on his behalf, "The third trial is the burning of the soul with raging flames. Ye Yu can decide for himself whether to continue or give up."
As for ringing the bell, he agreed to let Ye Yu off. Ye Yu on this side heard everything and was a little thoughtful.
As soon as they heard about burning the soul, the disciples were stunned, and they thought Ye Yu would definitely give up.
After all, after coming out, Ye Yu's status in the Azure Peach sect would not be inferior to that of a core disciple.
Du Qiji hurriedly urged Ye Yu, "Come out quickly, lest the sect leader changes his mind."
But it seemed that Ye Yu had failed everyone's expectations, only to see Ye Yu steadily moving straight in, facing the raging flames directly. Seeing his brother doing something stupid made Dun Qiji worry and shout. Shi Jingji was also very surprised by Ye Yu's decision. Faced with this scene, some were disappointed, and some were happy that the chance of success was too low. The sect leader also hoped that Ye Yu could succeed, then the Azure Peach sect would have a great chance of rising again. Back to Ye Yu's side. Ye Yu also let his feathered spiritual elephant come out, and, as expected, these flames could help Ye Yu temper his soul and improve his strength. This is too weak. Ye Yu planned to find a place where the flames were stronger, a little stronger. Hearing that the third trial was the most terrifying, Ye Yu was just chilling as if he was sunbathing. The disciples thought it was a joke, and what's more, Ye Yu showcased his singing talent with a sweet love song, leaving the disciples with their mouths agape, astonished that Ye Yu was just fooling around. The sect leader was a little embarrassed, and said to the Azure Cloud Peak Lord, "Quickly tell Ye Yu to come down, lest he ruin the sect's image." Although he didn't want to, he had to do as he was told and said that Ye Yu had officially become a core disciple, so he should come out first and talk later, but Ye Yu flatly refused. After all, he was improving his strength. Why would he come out early? So Ye Yu stood there for 2 hours before agreeing to come out, and did not forget to complain, "The flames are not hot at all." Feeling that Ye Yu was showing off, everyone there was jealous. The sect leader officially announced Ye Yu at this time. From now on, he is a core disciple of the Azure Peach sect, and his status will be equal to that of an elder. Ye Yu thanked the sect leader, and asked him to clarify the death of Li Feng, the son of the Heavenly Fire sect lord. The sect leader was a little surprised when he heard this and asked Ye Yun again. So Ye Yun pointed directly at Situ Zhengtian and his son and said, "Li Feng in Qingyang City died in my hands, but Situ Zhengtian and his son plotted to frame me in order to monopolize the credit." Situ Zhen couldn't deny it, and only shouted loudly, "Ye Yu is spitting blood!" But as soon as his words fell, he was slapped away by Ye Yu. "What? I'm in a new position now, you newbies, get out of here." Situ Zhengtian immediately accused Yen Yu of hitting someone in front of the sect leader, but Yen Yu affirmed that he had just dealt with a pest for the Azure Peach sect, so what's the crime? The sect leader also accepted this, and asked Ye Yu if he had any evidence. Ye Yu smiled triumphantly and said, "Of course I do." Hearing this news, Situ Zhengtian started to panic because he had arranged everything perfectly in Xinjiang City. There was no way any evidence could have leaked. The disciples also started gossiping about this, thinking that Situ Zhengtian had stepped on a nail. The sect leaders seriously asked Ye Yu what that evidence was, but they got a very innocent answer. Ye Yu himself is the evidence. Everyone there was shocked and stumbled, thinking that wasn't proper evidence. At this moment, the sect leaders couldn't listen anymore, and forced Ye Yu to be serious. So Ye Yu unleashed his peerless finger, confirming it was the same move he used to kill Yan Lang, the elder of the Heavenly Fire sect. If they didn't believe him, they could compare the wounds on his body and it would be clear. Hearing this, the sect leaders began to consider it. According to what he knew, Yan Lang was indeed killed by such a technique, and this peerless finger was of a high grade. He had only heard of it before and never seen it, which made him believe Ye Yu even more. The disciples thought so too. Ye Yu's words sounded much more reasonable than the father and son, Si Tu Zhengtian. With the truth now clear, the sect leaders, on behalf of Ye Yu, stepped forward to question the old Si Tu Zhengtian. Seeing that everything had been exposed, the old man looked terrified, and took a few steps back, then slapped Si Tu Zhen hard and scolded him for daring to deceive the sect leaders. He began to twist the truth, blaming everything on his son, while willingly accepting punishment just to save his old life. The sect leaders agreed to his request, and sentenced each of them. First, Si Tu Zhen was beaten with 100 lashes, then, exiled from the sect. Si Tu Zhengtian can't even teach his own son properly, let alone disciples. The punishment was demotion, from the position of elder and retirement, to tending the medicine garden behind Peach Peak. Hearing that his life was spared, he was overjoyed. But Ye Yu didn't agree to spare his life. Si Tu Zhengtian also turned to look at Ye Yu, challenging him, thinking that Ye Yu had no right to speak here. The sect leaders also advised Ye Yu not to be harsh on the disciples, since Ye Yu was likely to inherit the position of sect leader. Ye Yu also confirmed that he didn't want to make things difficult for the sect leaders. But the day he was tricked into going to questioning Heart Peak, all hatred between them ended, and only one could survive. The sect leaders frowned, feeling helpless because their words could not be taken back. And of course, Ye Yu understood that, so he drew his sword and challenged Si Tu Zhengtian to a life-or-death battle. The disciples were taken from one surprise to another by Ye Yu. They thought Ye Yu was definitely dead this time because Si Tu Zhengtian was a cleansing marrow realm expert after all. Si Tu Zhengtian asked Ye Yu again whether this challenge was serious. Ye Yu also confirmed that it was, even provoking the old man for not daring to accept. But why would Si Tu Zhengtian refuse? He asked Ye Yu when it would begin. Peach Cloud Peak Lord stood up for Ye Yu and offered a compromise, scheduling the battle 3 months later, because Ye Yu's injuries were too severe right now. This was the only thing he could do to help Ye Yu. Si Tu Zhengtian also agreed, as long as someone died there, everything would be resolved. Ye Yu confidently asserted that he would take the life of this old dog. Hearing this, everyone knew Ye Yu's chances were slim. The difference between the spirit accumulation realm and the cleansing marrow realm is enormous. And Si Tu Zhengtian is one of the 10 great elders of Peach Cloud sect. Returning to his courtyard after 100 lashes, Si Tu Zhengtian also felt sorry for his son, determined to personally kill Ye Yu to get everything back. As he spoke, he released a dark aura. Si Tu Zhen also sensed it, and advised him that evil methods would reduce his lifespan and invade his mind. But what Si Tu Zhengtian wanted now was to be able to quickly increase his strength, absolutely not giving Ye Yu any chance to resist. At the same time, Ye Yu was also quickly returning to his master Cao Feiyu's cave, taking advantage of these 3 short months to break through to the cleansing marrow realm in order to defeat Si Tu Zhengtian. And as before, Cao Feiyu was still burning paper money for himself in the underworld. Unexpectedly, Ye Yu also ran over to Whale, startling Cao Feiyu. Turns out, this Ye Yu guy was being sly, because the spirit energy was hidden in his master's spirit money, so the more he burned, the more Ye Yu's strength increased. Seeing that his disciple was wailing even better than he was, Cao Feiyu began to doubt life. Ye Yu also urged him to burn more so he could concentrate on crying realistically. But as soon as he said that, Cao Feiyu kicked Ye Yu flying. Seeing that his master was too stingy, Ye Yu had no choice but to find another way. So he went to Dragon Peak again to cause trouble, making the bell ring again. In just one short day, someone had broken into the sect's grand formation, surprising everyone. But when they looked closer, they realized it was that guy, Ye Yu again. The Biyun Peak Lord was a bit annoyed that Ye Yun continued to do this and questioned him. Ye Yu explained that he felt his posture when he broke in last time wasn't beautiful enough, so he wanted to do it again to impress everyone. The Biyun Peak Lord immediately yelled at Ye Yu for this ridiculous reason. Despite his fierce reaction, Ye Yu ignored him and went straight in. After 2 hours of constantly absorbing spirit energy, the flames lost their effect, making Ye Yu a little disappointed. With the creation art and the blazing flame body tempering, Ye Yu only needed to accumulate spirit energy to be perfect. Ye Yu imagined how great it would be if he were a geomancer. From what he knew, they were the ones who could change the flow of spirit energy. Suddenly, Ye Yu realized that a hard-to-find geomancer was right in front of him. Wasn't the grand formation for the entrance exam personally arranged by the Peak Lords? A while later, in the Peak Lords' hall, they thought that Ye Yu had come to see them about the life-or-death challenge between him and the old Si Tu Zhengtian, but perhaps they had overthought it, as Ye Yu revealed that he wanted to learn the geomancy skills of the Peak Lords. Hearing this, the Peak Lords sat up straight and seriously asked Ye Yu what he understood about the true methods of a geomancer. Ye Yu clearly replied that it was the method of observing the flow of all things, the feng shui changes of the mountains and rivers, to create what he wanted. The Peak Lords confirmed that Ye Yu's words were correct. They were able to reach the Saint Embryo realm thanks to their geomancy skills, which allowed them to seize the creation of heaven and earth. But that didn't mean it was easy. Only by sketching out patterns corresponding to the landscape can one borrow the power of heaven and earth. Speaking of this, the Peak Lords sighed, affirming that Ye Yu's current realm was too low. He needed to reach the marrow cleansing realm at the very least. Seeing this expression, Ye thought that they were actually being serious. But thinking about how the creation art could analyze martial techniques, maybe it would work. Time was running out, so Ye urged the Peak Lords to quickly teach him. Ye was a core disciple of the Bitao Pavilion, so of course, even if it was impossible, they had to try a little to broaden Ye's horizons. In an instant, the Peak Lords took Ye to an open space on Dragon Peak. Casually using some nearby stones to show off a little, quickly carving out a Daddio seal that formed a pattern. After this step, the ordinary stone turned into a spirit stone. Ye recognized it at a glance, and immediately a spirit-gathering grand formation was formed right under their feet. Ye also felt that the spirit energy in this place was several times denser than before. The Peak Lords confirmed that it was a small spirit-gathering formation that borrowed the terrain of the mountain valley, and at the same time, used patterns to influence the flow of spirit energy to gather here. Seeing something so amazing made Ye eager to learn it right away. Learning is fine, but first, Ye has to carve the patterns before anything else can be discussed. The Peak Lords also threw a stone at Ye. Thinking back, they were already in the marrow cleansing realm, and it still took them several months to understand the patterns. Now that Ye was only in the spirit inception realm, this was a bit forced, but it seemed that they had overthought it. Ye had actually done it. In an instant, just as he was about to show it off, the spirit stone suddenly exploded. Only then did Ye feel the difficulty of it. Carving the pattern was easy, but keeping it stable was extremely difficult. The Peak Lords outwardly advised Ye not to rush, but inside they were quite annoyed, because this pattern had taken them half a year to carve out, yet Ye had done it so easily. Cut to a month later, Ye had become proficient in drawing the patterns that formed the spirit-gathering formation, and the corresponding reward for this was an extremely abundant source of spirit energy. Ye also showed off triumphantly, laughing heartily, thinking that he was a true genius. The Peak Lords, standing on the side, praised Ye for officially entering the door of geomancy. That being said, deep down, all his 3 years of painstaking cultivation was overshadowed by Ye's one playful victory. Despite his jealousy, the sect leader wasn't selfish, and took out a book containing all his knowledge of Earth Aspect Tao for Ye to read through. Ye was also very grateful for his kindness. Before leaving, the sect leader didn't forget to remind Ye a few things. If Ye wanted to study deeper, his cultivation must reach the marrow cleansing realm. He also told Ye that if Ye wanted to learn more about the Earth Aspect Tao, he could consult his master, Cao Fei Yu. Ye was a little surprised to hear these words from the sect leader himself, not expecting his master to be so awesome. But first, he should go down the mountain and take some time to relax before asking. As a result of a month of non-stop cultivation, Ye had learned a lot of the geomancer's skills, and his realm had also advanced to the great perfection of the spirit accumulation realm. Ye felt the dense spiritual power in his body and wanted to find someone to test it out, but it seemed like heaven was helping him. Du Qixi unexpectedly limped in from the door with extremely serious injuries, and told Ye to take charge and help him. Looking at his appearance, Ye immediately thought of the pig heads often hung in the market. Joking around for fun, Ye ran over to help him and asked, Du Qixi, what happened? Du Qixi immediately burst into tears, and recounted how, when he delivered Ye's letter to Shi Jingyi, he was beaten half to death by the core disciple Yin Zhongxin. This came at just the right time. Ye affirmed that he would take care of Yin Zhongxin for Du Qixi, making him regret daring to touch his good brother. A moment later, on the peak of Dragonhead Peak, as soon as they saw Ye and Du Qixi's figures, the disciples nearby guessed what was about to happen. Meanwhile, Yin Zhongxin was still constantly harassing Shi Jingyi and wouldn't let go. While Shi Jingyi didn't know how to deal with it, Ye suddenly appeared beside her and affirmed that Yin Zhongxin's flirting skills were too terrible. As soon as he saw Ye, he guessed Ye's identity and showed a bit of contempt. Seeing this guy being so rude to him made Ye uncomfortable. If considering the status of a core disciple in the Azure Peach Pavilion, Ye should be called his ancestor, but in Yin Zhongxin's eyes, only Yang Bufan's senior brother deserved to be the top core disciple, and Ye didn't even catch his eye. Ye didn't care much about what he said, suggesting that he would point out a few noteworthy points on his cultivation path. Yin Zhongxin couldn't ask for more and immediately drew his sword, preparing to fight with Ye. Just like that, the two ultimate moves, the Peerless Finger and the Dragon Tiger Slash, were both unleashed with impressive momentum. Du Qixi and Shi Jingyi stood watching, secretly cheering for Ye to win. Seeing this scene, everyone thought that Ye was no match for Yin Zhongxin, whose strength had reached the great perfection of the spirit accumulation realm. Yin Zhongxin was also quite confident in his profound rank martial technique, Dragon Tiger Slash, which was a family secret that he had barely learned. But it seemed that Yin Zhongxin had underestimated our Ye. His Dragon Tiger Slash was shattered by Ye's Peerless Finger. Because of this, Yin Zhongxin was sent flying into a nearby pillar. The victory was decided with just one move, shocking everyone there. Du Qixi couldn't hide his joy, and jumped up and down, cheering. But the happiest person was Shi Jingyi, as the man of her dreams was becoming more and more awesome. Ye also approached Yin Zhongxin, and asked if he was convinced or not. But it seemed that he was still unrepentant, affirming that he would never forgive Ye. Seeing that this guy was still mouthing off, Ye Yu personally took action, immediately rushing in and punching him in the face in front of countless people. Feeling that it was enough, Ye Yu stopped for a moment and asked if he wanted to say anything else, but this bastard was still stubborn, saying that senior brother Liang wouldn't let Ye Yu off. But Ye Yu didn't care about Liang Bufan at all, so he kicked Yin Zhengxin flying 10 meters away, considering the trouble resolved. Ye Yu directly asked Shi Jingyi what she thought after all this time he had been pursuing her. Shi Jingyi was a little shy about Ye Yu's question. Ye Yu seized the opportunity and approached her again with intimate gestures, making the disciples' eyes pop out. Du Qixi could only give Ye Yu a like for his awesomeness, but unexpectedly, Ye Yu was directly rejected by Shi Jingyi. Before he could say anything more, he saw Shi Jingyi running away. Ye Yu was about to say, "Women these days have no patience at all," when Du Qixi cowered in front, still not forgetting to tell Ye Yu to take care. Ye Yu felt that something was wrong, and when he turned his head, he saw a group of disciples who were bitter about Ye Yu, daring to touch their goddess. So Ye Yu was chased by the whole group, running for his life, and hurriedly explained that he was just joking. Out of options, Ye Yu had to run back to Wengxin Peak. When he looked up, he saw senior brother Qi Bufan coming out of the cave, but Qi Bufan didn't seem to be doing well, so Ye Yu went over to ask him what was wrong. Seeing the savior in front of him, Qi Bufan couldn't help but be happy, and hurriedly hugged Ye Yu, because if Ye Yu hadn't come, he would definitely have been burned to death. It turned out to be Cao Feiyu's burning of paper money again. Coming early is not as good as coming at the right time. Ye Yu also patted his chest, declaring that he would take the blame for Qi Bufan, and just like before, Cao Feiyu was already burning paper money and mourning for himself. Ye Yu also put on an act of mourning and rushed forward to absorb the spiritual energy. But Cao Feiyu had already realized this, and quickly retracted the flames. When Ye Yu rushed in with momentum, the flames had disappeared, leaving Ye Yu fumbling around, unable to find them. So he put on a coquettish look and went to beg his master. But Cao Feiyu refused him outright because he felt a little tired and wanted to take a break. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Ye Yu blocked him and gave him all sorts of reasons to make him burn paper money. Seeing his disciple constantly making things difficult for him, the fire of anger in his heart began to rage. Ye Yu also sensed that something was wrong and proactively retreated before it was too late. And Cao Feiyu also guessed that Ye Yu had a purpose in coming here and wasn't just showing up for no reason. Ye Yu didn't hide the fact that he had been cultivating the earth imagery Dao recently, and wanted Cao Feiyu to give him some guidance. Hearing this, Cao Feiyu threw Ye Yu a stack of paper with the method of engraving patterns on it, but whether he could learn it or not would depend on Ye Yu's talent. Looking at the pile of crumpled and torn paper, Ye Yu couldn't help but think of toilet paper. As if his sore spot had been touched, Cao Feiyu felt a little guilty, dismissing the thought Ye Yu should still practice first. He didn't forget to thank his master before leaving. Only then did Cao Feiyu dare to breathe a sigh of relief, because he had finally chased Ye Yu away. Every time I talk to Ye Yu, I feel so tired. A moment later, outside the mountain cave, Ye Yu, after studying the stack of paper, didn't understand anything. But creation art would take care of any difficulties. So he immediately understood that this was the method of engraving patterns. But to verify whether it was effective, Ye Yu also tried it out. Surprisingly, Ye Yu succeeded on his first try. The spirit gathering formation was formed, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered here, the amount so large that the spiritual energy was about to liquefy. If things continued to progress smoothly like this, Ye Yu would soon break through to the peak of the Yunling realm, unaware that Hua Meiren and Qi Bufan were nearby. Hua Meiren also didn't expect that his master would give Ye Yu those tattered pieces of paper. Qi Bufan also said that the last time he saw his master going to the toilet without paper, he used it to wipe a little, but surprisingly, after Ye Yu looked at it, he seemed to have comprehended something. Hua Meiren could also affirm that Ye Yu had extraordinary aptitude. Ye Yu also opened his eyes after a week of absorbing spiritual energy non-stop, and had advanced to the peak of the Yunling realm, and was only one step away from entering the Shiyu realm. Looking at the cracked spirit stones with engraved Dao patterns, Ye Yu felt a little sorry for the waste, because it was too expensive. Moreover, to advance to the Shiyue realm required enlightenment. Relying on spiritual energy alone was useless. While he was thinking of a way, Qi Bufan, his senior brother, suddenly waved Ye Yu over. So Ye Yu curiously entered the house to ask his senior brother what he wanted to tell him, but before he could finish speaking, Ye Yu was gagged by Qi Bufan, who told him not to make noise. Looking at the extremely serious appearance of Hua Meidaren, he was indeed a master of painting disasters. His hands skillfully wielded the brush, making Ye Yu marvel. So he looked for an opportunity to admire it, but when he saw what Hua Meiren's senior brother had drawn on the paper, Ye Yu spat out a mouthful of tea and clutched his stomach, laughing out loud, not forgetting to affirm that this was the legendary chick-pecking rice masterpiece. Qi Bufan, standing next to him, also reminded Ye Yu that he had just ruined his senior brother's Nine Heavens Phoenix masterpiece, so Ye Yu was as good as dead this time. At first he was a little dazed, not understanding what was going on, but thinking about it, his expression just now was a little too exaggerated. Glancing over to take a look, he saw that Hua Meiren's senior brother was extremely angry that Ye Yu dared to comment on his masterpiece full of heart. Ye Yu didn't want to be reincarnated so soon, so he tried his best to deny it, affirming that he was just a little surprised just now. Then, he used his flattery skills to describe it in a very flamboyant way. Looking at this guy talking without feeling ashamed, Chi Bufan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. But it seemed that Hua Meiren's senior brother was still not very satisfied, convinced that Ye Yu's eyes could not understand his realm. Considering that he had resolved everything smoothly, Ye Yu breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he successfully escaped the disaster. Suddenly, Hua Meiren's senior brother took out a piece of jade stone from his body, which quickly turned into a stream of water and flew straight into the center of Ye Yu's forehead. The moment it touched him, a few incantations suddenly appeared, Hua Meiren also explained. This is the Wen Xin Jade, containing the heart mantra. It is a method of our sect. Cultivating it can help you understand your heart. After listening to my senior brother's confusing explanation, Ye Yu couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity. But unfortunately, both Ji Bupan and Hua Meiren couldn't explain it clearly either, and just advised Ye Yu to focus on learning the cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Ye Yu didn't ask any further, and said that he understood. Ji Bupan also mentioned that there were a total of 6 people on Wentian Peak. Besides the 3 of them, there were also their master, junior sister, and Hua Meiren's fiancée. Ji Bupan even claimed that his senior brother's fiancée was stunningly beautiful, captivating all living beings at first sight. But as soon as he said that, Hua Meiren kicked him, sending him flying with a loud thud. Witnessing this from the sidelines, Ye Yu started trembling, finding it too terrifying. He quickly made up an excuse to scram before he became the next target. After that incident, Ji Bupan was furious and started complaining loudly, always picking on me and ignoring Ye Yu. But that was just a momentary outburst. After getting beaten a few more times, he repeatedly apologized to his senior brother. Watching his second senior brother and senior brother constantly messing around, Ye Yu began to question his existence. Could it be that I'll become a lunatic like them? Suddenly, at that moment, the bell on Longshao Peak rang out once again. Ye Yu heard it and wondered what had happened. Following the bell, everyone gathered. This was the bell to summon the core disciples. One thing Ye Yu didn't expect was that Shi Jingyi was also a core disciple. Looking at Shi Jingyi's eyes, you guys probably get it, right? Addicted but pretending to be shy. How painful. Back to the main topic. The sect leader personally announced news he had just received. The rootless flame has been discovered in a secret realm near Shazhu. Upon hearing this name, everyone was excited. It's important to know that the rootless flame has a miraculous effect on cleansing the marrow and refining the bones, which can help the user break through to the marrow cleansing realm. Moreover, using the rootless flame to break through to the marrow cleansing realm isn't the same as usual. The speed of cultivation afterward would be significantly greater. Seeing the disciples chattering too loudly and disrupting the order, the sect leader shouted and told everyone to be quiet. He confirmed that the Heavenly Fire sect and the Falling Star sect were also involved in this secret realm, so they would not only face the dangers within the secret realm, but also have to fight against the disciples of the other 2 sects. After saying that, the sect leader directly called out Ye Yu's name. Hearing him call his name, Ye Yu was filled with question marks and asked back, as the leader among the core disciples. The sect leader hoped that Ye Yu would do his best to ensure the safety of all the disciples of the Bitao sect. Protecting others was okay with Ye Yu, but he didn't forget to mention borrowing some treasures from the sect leader to use. But the sect leader shook his head and said that he didn't have any. Before turning to leave, the sect leader reminded them. There are many earth geomancer's traps set up in the secret realm, but they are very beneficial for cultivation. Everyone must prepare well. As for Ye Yu, being assigned a task without any benefits made him uninterested. But then he remembered that Shi Jingyi was also going to the secret realm, so Ye Yu went over to get acquainted with the beauty first. Seeing Ye Yu suddenly appear in front of her, Shi Jingyi shyly asked what he wanted. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Yu moved his face close to hers, uttering all sorts of flowery sweet nothings. Hearing this, Shi Jingyi pushed Ye Yu away and ran off. Gotta say, she's addicted but pretending to be shy. Ye Yu thought that Shi Jingyi ran so fast, because his extraordinary charm made even Yin Zhengxin, who was standing nearby, sigh at his limitless shamelessness. But these words inadvertently reached Ye Yu's ears. Yin Zhengxin was kicked far away. Soon, everyone was taken to Shazhu, a desolate land full of sand. A total of 239 disciples from the Bitao sect were on this trip, including more than 40 who had reached the peak of the Yunling realm, escorted by the 2 Bichun Peak Lords and the Biha Peak Lord. Without thinking too much, everyone immediately went deeper inside. After moving for a while, they encountered their first obstacle, sand snakes. But as soon as they appeared, Ye Yu used his peerless finger to completely obliterate them, while also striking a cool pose and asking Shi Jingyi if she thought he was awesome. All the disciples who witnessed everything wanted a facepalm on the spot and beg Ye Yu to stop. Seeing the group dared to join in slandering him, Ye Yu thought they were jealous of him. The Bichun Peak Lord spoke up to correct them. Everyone, be quiet and continue moving. After walking for a while longer, the secret realm appeared before everyone, but suddenly a loud shout calling the names of the 2 Peak Lords rang out. The group also noticed and looked up. Soon, a man landed right next to them. It turned out this person was Liang Bufan. He respectfully greeted the 2 Peak Lords. Having heard of Liang Bufan's reputation for a long time, the disciples were very impressed to finally meet him, and couldn't help but compare him to someone else. The Bichun Peak Lord praised Liang Bufan, saying that he was the first to discover the secret realm. Liang Bufan humbly attributed all the credit to his fellow disciples. He also greeted Shi Jingyi. Suddenly, Yang Yu felt like he was being sidelined. Instead of looking up to him, Ye Yu was super jealous, thinking Liang Bufan wasn't all that great. The Emerald Peak Lord also asked him to explain the specifics. Liang Bufan turned serious and said, "This secret realm is formed by borrowing the surrounding geomancy, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. People above the marrow-cleansing realm can't enter." Hearing this, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord understood the situation. He appointed Ye Yu to lead the team, while he and the elders would guard the outside, reminding everyone to break out of the secret realm if they encountered unsolvable dangers. Yan Zhongxin immediately disagreed, believing his senior brother Liang was more familiar with the place than Ye Yu. But as soon as he spoke, Liang Bufan stopped him because after all this was the Peak Lord's arrangement. The reason the Azure Cloud Peak Lord decided this way was that Liang Bufan was too much of a gentleman. He'd easily be taken advantage of by the other two sects. Ye Yu, on the other hand, made him feel more at ease. Hearing this, Ye Yu thought the Peak Lord was saying he wasn't gentlemanly enough and quickly demanded fairness. Word travels fast. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord had somehow heard about it, so he bopped Ye Yu on the head and told him to hurry up and lead the team. I gotta say, the disciples were laughing their asses off. Dude Cheeksy just stepped forward to comfort him a bit, and then everyone got closer to the barrier, separating the outside from the secret realm. But no one except Yang Bufan could open this barrier. That dude Yan Zhongxin even taunted Ye Yu to open the formation so he could broaden his horizons. Ye Yu didn't pay much attention to his words. The kind-hearted Liang Bufan spoke up to defuse the situation, but before he could finish, Ye Yu had already smashed the barrier to smithereens, leaving Yan Zhongxin and Liang Bufan totally gobsmacked. The disciples thought that Ye Yu's attack was on par with a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. Ye Yu smugly admitted that he'd used his geomancy skills to find the weakest point of the barrier. Consider that first problem solved. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord reminded everyone to remember, safety first, unrooted flame second. So Ye Yu showed off his leadership skills by letting the peak nascent soul realm disciples go in first, followed by the male disciples, and finally the remaining female disciples. Yan Zhongxin grumbled as he walked past, not forgetting to glare at Yang Yu, insisting that he was still not convinced. Seeing this dude constantly talking smack, Ye Yu just kicked him in the ass. Yan Zhongxin declared, "Even if you beat me from now until the end of time, I'll never be convinced." Before leaving, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord tossed Ye Yu a small pouch. When he opened it, it was filled with countless spirit stones of all colors, surprising Ye Yu. The reason he gave him this was that he wanted Ye Yu to use it to protect the disciples' safety. Ye Yu happily accepted it, telling him not to worry. After everyone left, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord suggested a stroll to kill time to the Emerald Peak Lord, but the Emerald Peak Lord bluntly refused, saying he was old and indecent, and it wouldn't be good for the kids to see. Meanwhile, Ye Yu's group had successfully entered the secret realm, and immediately ordered Liang Bufan to find a place for everyone to set up camp. That dude Yan Zhongxin used this as an excuse to throw shade. Ye Yu should be setting an example instead of relying on his senior brother Liang. The disciples nearby agreed with Yan Zhongxin and started gossiping. But before he could gloat for long, Ye Yu zoomed over and slapped him sideways, saying, "I don't care if you're convinced or not, just listen and work." Anyone who dared to disagree openly or secretly would be beaten to a pulp and thrown out of the secret realm, Ye Yu declared. Everyone knew Ye Yu's strength from before, so no one dared to make a peep. After getting that sorted, Ye Yu turned to Liang Bufan for his opinion. Liang confirmed that this place was indeed suitable for setting up camp. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Ye Yu threw out a spirit stone and cast a formation to surround the area. Liang Bufan immediately recognized it as a geomancer's technique, and was surprised that Ye Yu possessed such skills. At that moment, the disciples finally understood why the Peak Lords had chosen Ye Yu to lead the team. Even Shi Jingji had a similar expression. You could say, Ye Yu brought her too many surprises. Ye Yu explained that the formation he had just cast was a spirit gathering formation, mainly for everyone to cultivate in peace and increase their strength. After that, he discussed with Liang Bufan about each leading a team to scout around, while the others would be responsible for guarding the camp. Yang Yu was heading towards the swamps, while Liang Bufan would go to the canyons. Liang Bufan reminded Ye Yu that both places were being targeted by the Heavenly Fire Sect and the Falling Star Sect, so be careful. On this trip, Dun Xiji volunteered to go with Ye Yu, and it wasn't a surprise to Yin Zhongxin that he followed his senior brother Liang. Shi Jingyi also confirmed that she would go with Liang Bufan, but Ye Yu refused, and told her to follow him. Liang Bufan was a little curious and asked Ye Yu for the reason. It was simple. Ye Yu wanted a beauty in the team to feast his eyes on along the way, but Shi Jingji refused and insisted on following Liang Bufan. Yin Yu didn't bother to stop her but gave her two choices: either agree to follow him or stay obediently at the garrison. Forcing people too much made the crowd there speak out in indignation, but Ye Yu didn't care at all, because he was the top core disciple of the Biatao sect, so every word he said was an order to be obeyed. However, Liang Bushfan was still a little worried about letting Xi Jingyi go with Ye Yun, so he instructed Yin Jiangxin to join Ye Yu's team to keep an eye on her.
In this situation, Yin Jiangxin had no choice but to accept, even though he didn't want to. Behind the grumbling of the two was a shameless bastard who nonchalantly told everyone to get moving.
After a long while without seeing a soul, Yin Jiangxin, who was in the lead, became a little nervous.
But suddenly, Ye Yu told everyone to sit down because someone was approaching. It turned out to be the people of the Tianhuo sect, and even some from the Yunxing sect. Seeing these two forces together made Xi Jingyi wonder, I guess this place is very likely to have rootless flames.
Facing them, Yin Jiangxin suggested, let's go back and join senior brother Liang, and then decide. The people around him agreed because Liang Bufan was more trustworthy anyway. Just when it seemed that everything was arranged, Ye Yu stood up and warned everyone, this place is full of formations, it's easy to get in but very difficult to get out. Xi Jingyi felt a little uneasy hearing that. After all, they outnumbered them, it was impossible to fight them head-on. But surprisingly, after looking at Yin Jiangxin, Ye Yu came up with an idea. Yin Jiangxin also sensed Ye Yu's unfriendly gaze and felt a little nervous, but before he could prepare himself, Ye Yu kicked him straight ahead.
Yin Jiangxin helplessly cursed as he rushed straight towards the people of the Tianhuo sect and Yunxing sect.
Ye Yu quickly appeared behind him and made up a story. Yin Jiangxin revealed that he saw the Tianhuo sect get the rootless flames. Yin Jiangxin prepared to refute, but before he could utter a word, Ye Yu shut him up.
Suddenly, the atmosphere in this place became a little strange, with the unexpected appearance of both of them here. Ye Yu pointed directly at the people of the Tianhuo sect and told them, hand over the rootless flames now.
The revelation caused them to scatter in panic, intending to pretend to search while waiting for reinforcements to arrive, but they were discovered sooner than they expected, and the others thought there was an internal traitor. The people of the Yunxing sect realized this, and ordered their men to chase down the Tianhuo sect to snatch back the rootless flames. The events unfolded so quickly that Ye Yu and Yin Jiangxin froze for a few seconds. They just wanted to make up a story to get involved, but who knew it was true? This scene also surprised Dun Qixi, and the others no less. Faced with the Yunxing sect's relentless attacks, the Tianhuo sect had no choice but to raise their shields. Ye Yu charged forward and broke through them, telling the disciples of the Yunxing sect, follow me to retrieve the rootless flames. The reason Ye Yu did this was because of his past hatred, when the Tianhuo sect dared to send people to hunt him down. Witnessing Ye Yu's powerful palm techniques, the disciples of the Yunxing sect were extremely impressed, and hurriedly asked for his esteemed name.
But Ye Yu tactfully replied that it wouldn't be too late to discuss it after annihilating the Tianhuo sect.
This scene also caught the attention of the people of the Tianhuo sect, and one of them recognized Ye Yu's identity, and pointed at him, declaring, if you kill him, you'll receive a generous reward. Realizing he was the enemy, the people of the Yunxing sect were extremely angry that Ye Yu dared to deceive them, and they chased after him.
Ye Yu helplessly had no choice but to run first and figure things out later. But it seemed they were a little too eager, and forgot their mission to protect the rootless flames.
And this remaining member of the Tianhuo sect fell into the loving embrace of Yin Jiangxin, Xi Jingyi, and Dun Qixi. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, he was so scared that he went limp. Without saying much, the three of them pounced on him and beat him to their heart's content. Meanwhile, Ye Yu was still running for his life from those chasing him. Even though they weren't as fast, they kept yelling about how they were going to chop him up and kill him no matter what. But Ye Yu didn't even acknowledge them, just kept smack-talking. The Tianhuo sect guys couldn't take it anymore and started swinging their swords. Ye Yu, timing it perfectly, threw out a bunch of spirit stones, activating the formations on each one to create a massive explosion. Turning around, Ye Yu spotted Yin Jiangxin and his crew running towards him too. Just as he was about to strike a cool pose, Xi Jingyi confirmed that they had snatched the Wugan flame from the Tianhuo sect. Du Qixi reminded Ye Yu to stop showing off and run fast because the Tianhuo sect reinforcements were on their tail.
No sooner had he spoken than a whole bunch of people showed up, charging in like crazy. Just when he'd dealt with one group, another came along, making Ye Yu want to cry. Better to run first, before they catch up. But it seemed like running wasn't the best strategy. Ye Yu immediately ordered everyone, you guys go on ahead, I'll stay behind, and use the formations to hold them back. No sooner said than done. Ye Yu set off a formation that blew the place up, blocking the Tianhuo sect's advance.
Seeing Ye Yu acting all heroic, Xi Jingyi couldn't bear to leave him behind. But Ye Yu thought that if all three stayed, they'd just be in his way, best to seize the opportunity. Du Qixi understood Ye Yu's personality, so other than reminding Ye Yu to take care, there wasn't much else he could do. After this show, Yin Jiangxin actually admired Ye Yu a little. Xi Jingyi even shed a few tears of emotion before leaving. Ye Yu told her, no need to cry for me, I won't let myself die here in the end. Once the dust settled, the Tianhuo sect guys couldn't help but rush in. But Yin Yu wasn't someone you could bully easily. He leapt into the air and unleashed a slightly upgraded and improved version of the Li Tao palm.
It looked super strong, but the bummer was, it didn't do any damage at all. they realized Ye Yu was just putting on a show.
Ye Yu had no choice but to run first and figure it out later, since all the spiritual energy in the formations here had been used up.
And so, Ye Yu got hit and went flying through the air. After a moment of free flying, Ye Yu successfully landed chest first.
Looking around,
Ye Yu realized he'd unintentionally avoided the Tianhuo sect's relentless pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Ye Yu discovered the Wugen flame that everyone was desperately searching for right there.
Meanwhile, the others weren't happy at all when they saw the Wugen flame that they stole from the Tianhuo sect, because Ye Yu had sacrificed himself by single-handedly drawing all the attention from both sects. Shi Jingji guessed that Ye Yu's trip was more bad than good and might have already reincarnated.
The disciples also regretted making fun of Ye Yu before, but it was all in the past.
Yin Jungsin suggested building a grave for Ye Yun to pay respects, but before he could finish, Ye Yu kicked him straight in the face.
Witnessing this scene made the sniffling disciple stop crying instantly, realizing Ye Yu wasn't dead, which made everyone very happy. Only that guy Yin Jungsin didn't understand why he was the only one getting beat up by Ye Yu. Ignoring that, Ye Yu recounted how he had discovered a place with a huge amount of Wugen flame.
Hearing this shocking information, the disciples were amazed. Yin Jungsin couldn't wait any longer and eagerly urged everyone to get going. Ye Yu immediately rejected his idea because it was too dangerous, and, using the same old method, Ye Yu would attract their attention, except this time with Shi Jingji. Shi Jingyi, hearing Ye Yu mention her name, wondered why. Ye Yu came up with a good reason. Because a beauty like you will attract more attention. Hearing these words from Ye Yu made the others speechless. After getting beat up, Yin Jungsin hid behind a tree, hoping Ye Yu wouldn't remember him, but how could anyone forget their friend? Ye Yu grabbed Yin Jungsin by the collar and dragged him along. At the Tianhuo sect's camp, the three elders who voluntarily lowered their cultivation level to enter the secret realm had also arrived. Li Mang also appeared on this trip to the secret realm. He and Ye Yu were mortal enemies because he kept killing his younger brothers and stole his woman. The woman here is Yan Shengting. Before he could even find someone, Ye Yu had already taken the initiative to come here.
Ye Yu started cursing mercilessly from the nearby rocky outcrop.
The disciples of Tianhuo sect overheard and started paying attention. Seeing only 3 people made them eager to attack. But Li Mang stopped them, thinking that Ye Yu definitely had some dirty tricks up his sleeve. Come to think of it, it made sense. Ye Yu was full of schemes. There was no way he'd come here to provoke them without a reason.
The disciples were incredibly impressed by the young master Li Mang's ability to predict things.
Li Mang was smug, imagining himself as Zhuge Liang, but he seemed a little too confident. Ye Yu's next words hit his pride hard. Li Mang couldn't hold back his anger and threw his fan down, ordering his subordinates, "Move, move now." They obeyed the order and rushed towards Ye Yu. Everything was going according to plan. Ye Yu was now just waiting for Yun Jungsin to lure the people from Wanxing sect over. As soon as he thought about it, he saw Yun Jungsin in the distance. Turns out that Yun Jungsin stole their clothes while they were bathing, and even took a dump on them personally, making the Wanxing sect people want to catch him no matter what. Little did they know that this disgusting idea came from our man Ye Yu. Ye Yu also signaled Yun Jungsin. "Escape with me." Yun Jungsin hurriedly asked Ye Yu, "What's the next move?"
But Ye Yu said, "We have to wait for Xin Jingyi." After waiting for a while, Xin Jingyi also showed up.
Ye Yu also asked her, "Have you placed the spirit stones in the positions I calculated?" And Shi Jingyi confirmed that she had completed everything and was just waiting to activate the formation. At this moment, both the Tianhuo sect and Wanxing sect were running towards them at the same time. Timing it perfectly, Ye Yu activated the formation, creating a deep pit that dragged them down below. In this moment of chaos, it was the best time to escape. Ye Yu also grabbed Shi Jingyi's hand and left. Li Mang finally realized that he had been played by Ye Yu. But then someone noticed the naked group on the opposite side, and they recognized each other, thinking that the other side was ambushing them. There was no way Liang Mang would let his Tianhuo sect be bullied like this, so he bowed and asked the 2 elders to take action and eliminate them.
Just like that, the 2 sides started fighting each other fiercely. A moment later, in a nearby cave, Liang Bufan accidentally found a few phoenix flamegrasses. According to what Yun Jungsin knew, phoenix flamegrass was a treasure even more precious than rootless flame. With it in hand, breaking through to the marrow cleansing realm would be extremely easy. Just then, Li Mang's group arrived. Li Mang felt that he had to catch Ye Yu this time. Yun Jungsin was shocked when he saw them, because he thought the 2 sides were still fighting. Li Mang also confirmed that the people of Wanxing sect had been wiped out by the Tianhuo sect. The 2 elders told Li Mang not to say much and to quickly snatch the rootless flame and phoenix flamegrass, because with both of them, they would be able to recover to the marrow cleansing realm. Li Mang agreed, and drew his sword, taking the lead. The disciples of Tianhuo sect were also full of energy, because as long as they could get rid of the people from Biantao Pavilion, this secret realm would be completely under the control of Tianhuo sect. Facing them, Ye Yu wasn't afraid at all and took the lead. Liang Bufan also knew that this was unavoidable, so he had to take a gamble. So the 2 sides started fighting non-stop, but after a while, Ye Yu felt that something was wrong, because there were too many people from Tianhuo sect. If they continued like this, they would definitely lose. He turned to Liang Bufan, Yun Jungsin, and Shi Jingyi, and asked who was most likely to break through to the marrow cleansing realm,
so they could quickly absorb the rootless flame. Liang Bufan and Yun Zhongxin both said that it wasn't enough with that amount. But with her special physique, Xin Jingyi was very confident that she could do it. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Ye Yu ordered everyone, protect Shi Jingyi while she attacks the marrow-cleansing realm. If she succeeds, Bian Tao Pavilion will definitely win. At this point, everyone had to take a gamble. Xin Jingyi didn't waste any time and sat down to absorb it immediately. But how could Li Mang and the two elders of Tianhuo sect let things go so easily? They joined forces and unleashed the Great Skull Hand Seal, aiming at Shi Jingyi. Faced with this attack, Yun Zhongxin appeared to block it, but it didn't seem to work. Luckily, Yin Yun appeared in time and neutralized it. Ye Yu declared, "If you want to touch Shi Jingyi, you'll have to step over my dead body." Hearing Ye Yu's provocation, the three of them didn't wait any longer and charged in. After fighting for a while, Ye Yu was knocked away, and the three of Li Mang weren't doing well either. Each of them was bleeding and scabbing. Seizing the opportunity, the three of them unleashed the Great Skull Hand Seal again. Li Mang was sure that this move could easily take Ye Yu's life. Ye Yu stood up and used the unmatched finger technique to attack. Seeing this scene, everyone there thought that Ye Yu was done for. But surprisingly, Ye Yu only took a little of the attack and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Seeing that he was still there, the three of Li Mang attacked again, and the result was the same as before. Ye Yu barely managed to block it, but even a persistent ant can kill an elephant. After a few moves, Ye Yu was beaten to the ground. Again and again, Ye Yu could still stand up, all for the sake of protecting Shi Jingyi's advancement. At this moment, Ye Yu had let go of everything, ready to reincarnate. Seeing this, Liang Bufan, Yin Zhongxin, and Du Qixi felt very sorry for him. Ye Yu also apologized for not being able to fulfill his responsibilities. But perhaps it was too early to say this. A special aura appeared. It turned out that Shi Jingyi had successfully broken through to the marrow-cleansing realm. With a wave of her hand, she easily sent the people of the Tianhuo sect flying. Shi Jingyi also vowed not to let a single one of them escape alive, and immediately chased after them with her sword. Seeing this, the three elders immediately knelt and surrendered, saying that they knew many secrets of the Tianhuo sect and would reveal everything if she spared their lives. But Shi Jingyi didn't care about any of that. What she wanted at this moment was for them to die, and the first person she targeted was Li Mang. Seeing the young master being killed with a single move, the disciples panicked. Some hurriedly ran away, while others knelt and begged for mercy. The people of the Bitao Pavilion also took the opportunity to rush in and eliminate them all. After finishing up, Shi Jingyi went to where Ye Yu was lying motionless on the water. Shi Jingyi blamed herself for Ye Yu risking his life for her. Ye Yu, still conscious, said that it was what he should do. Du Qixi also came over to ask Shi Jingyi about Ye Yu's condition. Liang Bufan said that the Tianhuo sect elders' full-force strike had hit the center of Ye Yu's meridians, and even immortals would have a hard time saving him. Yin Zhongxin also understood that if Ye Yu hadn't been there, they would have all truly died today, so they owed Ye Yu a debt of gratitude that was hard to repay. Faced with such a situation, Shi Jingyi was helpless, and tears streamed down her face. Before dying, Ye Yu expressed his wish to be kissed by Shi Jingyi, and of course, Shi Jingyi agreed immediately and locked lips with Ye Yu. Without thinking, Dong Qixi on the side cried his eyes out, Liang Bufan couldn't do anything but sigh, and Yin Zhongxin also began to regret constantly competing with Ye Yu before. As sad as it was, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Ye Yu. Waiting from afternoon till evening without anything happening annoyed everyone because they felt like they'd been had. Shi Jingyi also sensed it and stretched out, throwing Ye Yu out of there with force. Ye Yu then explained that he felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he was just joking to liven things up. But this explanation couldn't be heard by the people there, who still rushed at Ye Yu to beat him up first. Not only did he trick everyone into shedding tears, but he also kissed the goddess for so long. Ye Yu expressed his regret and screamed miserably that night. A moment later, Ye Yu, covered in injuries, began to question the ingratitude of Du Qixi and the others. Du Qixi calmly told Ye Yu not to pretend anymore, because he hadn't even gone all out. When they beat him, Shi Jingyi thought this was a punishable offense, since Ye Yu had taken her first kiss anyway. Liang Bufan was shocked that Ye Yu was still alive with such injuries. Ye Yu smugly explained that he had secretly taken a phoenix flame grass beforehand, which was why he was able to survive. Looking at the glowing thing in Ye Yu's hand, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Knowing that the phoenix flamegrass was a sacred healing herb, it was possible to treat the injuries on Ye Yu's body. Shi Jingyi, with a murderous aura, questioned Ye Yu whether he had planned this from the start. Ye Yu smugly confirmed that it was the case. Otherwise, why would he throw himself into the jaws of death? Considering she had gotten the answer she wanted, Shi Jingyi smacked Ye Yu on the head to vent her anger. Just then, a disciple ran in to announce that they had found the unrooted sacred flame. Hearing this news, everyone there was shocked, and couldn't wait any longer, quickly heading there. Looking at what was in front of him, Liang Bufan felt that it was indeed the unrooted sacred flame, which would be much stronger after marrow cleansing. When Liang Bufan reached out to take it, Shi Jingyi stopped him in time, which saved his life. According to Yin Zhongxin, the power of the flame was very great,
and if it couldn't be suppressed, it would turn into ashes in an instant.
Shi Jingyi added that the unrooted sacred flame was a precious thing that the phoenix spat out while breathing, and ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Just hearing that made the four of them retreat to a corner to discuss plans, forgetting that Yan Yu had already gone in.
When the four of them realized it, it was too late. They only saw the flames becoming more and more violent. But perhaps everyone was wrong. Ye Yu also came out successfully with the unrooted sacred flame in his hand as a spoil of war. Seeing this, everyone was absolutely dumbfounded. It was just way too ridiculous.
Ye Yu, feeling smug, figured this was perfectly normal, muttering to himself, "Duh. If I didn't have a special physique, would I, Ye Yu, be dumb enough to dive into something this amazing?" Xin Jingji also quickly urged Ye Yu to use it ASAP to break through to the marrow cleansing realm.
The disciples, hearing this, totally agreed, since all the big credit belonged to Ye Yu anyway. Feeling at ease with the situation, Ye Yu didn't even glance at anyone else, quickly plonking himself down to absorb the rootless sacred flame right away.
Du Qixi thought Ye Yu was crazy lucky,
but Liang Bufan cut him off, pointing out that good luck alone isn't enough if you don't have the strength to back it up.
After saying that, Liang Bufan told Shi Jingyi to stay behind and guard Ye Yu, while he and the rest would go collect some rootless flame and try to break through. After a bit, Ye Yu started his marrow cleansing, getting ready for the breakthrough. Countless Dao patterns popped up around his body, arranged in a super organized way, and that 3 transformations of reincarnation scene showed up again. Totally surprising. Ye Yu, what the heck is this trying to tell me? That question still lingered without an answer for Ye Yu. All of a sudden, a wave of pain hit his body, making him pretty uncomfortable. Shi Jingyi sensed it too and quickly rushed over, asking what was going on with Ye Yu.
Out of nowhere, a pillar of light burst from Ye Yu's body, shooting straight into the sky. This massive commotion even got the Biyun Peakmaster and Bihei Peakmaster outside the secret realm to notice. But what was even crazier was that this light actually changed things inside the secret realm. Fierce quakes shook the place, and the rootless flame totally vanished.
But no one had time to think much.
Everyone quickly shouted,
"Run! Get out of here, now!" Liang Bufan also told everyone to ditch the rootless flame and think about their lives first. But the snag was, Ye Yu and Shi Jingji were still in the cave, so there was no way Yin Zhongxin and Du Qixi were bailing. Liang Bufan figured Shi Jingji, being the strongest one there, could totally protect Ye Yu, and if the other 3 stuck around, it'd just be totally pointless.
The disciples had barely made it out of the cave before it fully collapsed, when suddenly, an insanely powerful aura erupted from the ruins. And then, Ye Yu emerged, carrying Shi Jingyi. Right then, someone realized, whoa, that's the aura of a true marrow cleansing realm powerhouse.
3 days later, outside the secret realm, Biyun Peakmaster and Bihei Peakmaster were super anxious, because that weird light, which had been there for 3 days straight, still hadn't faded. Biyun Peakmaster especially was really worried about everyone's safety.
Just then, Liang Bufan's crew finally showed up. The moment they saw them, both Peakmasters felt a bit more at ease.
Liang Bufan then spilled all the beans about what went down inside.
Yeah, there were some losses, but they were pretty minor compared to the Heavenly Fire Sect and Falling Star Sect. Plus, the awesome news was that 9 people totally managed to break through to the marrow cleansing realm.
Hearing this, Biyun Peakmaster totally praised Liang Bufan. Now that's the top guy, the first always trust.
But while they were all serious, that dude Ye Yu kept messing around with someone's daughter, which totally pissed off Biyun Peakmaster. He roared, saying Ye Yu had 0 class and should really take a page out of Liang Bufan's book. Bihei Peakmaster totally agreed with him, and then asked Liang Bufan, "Alright, so what exactly did Ye Yu even do in the secret realm?" Liang Bufan actually felt a bit awkward about that and quickly assured both of them, no, it's actually not like that at all.
Biyun Peakmaster saw Liang Bufan's awkward look and figured Ye Yun must have pulled off something useful. But Bihei Peakmaster scoffed. Poofed! Whatever he did, it's totally nothing compared to Bufan. Seeing his bro getting trashed, Du Qixi immediately jumped in to defend him, insisting Ye Yu actually did a ton of stuff in the secret realm. Yin Zhongxin also told Du Qixi to hurry up and keep going to clear Ye Yu's name. Biyun Peakmaster got even more antsy and rushed Du Qixi. "Spill it, already!" Hearing that, Du Qixi started ticking off points on his fingers as he listed the achievements. Okay, so Ye Yu alone lured the armies of 2 sects and broke through their encirclement. Then, he found a huge, rootless sacred flame, and get this, Ye Yu single-handedly fought 3 half-step marrow-cleansing realm powerhouses, and straight-up killed all 3 of them. Those words were basically a slap right in their faces. They instantly rushed over to Ye Yu, apologizing non-stop for totally looking down on him earlier. Ye Yu wasn't exactly used to all that fuss. Du Qixi then elbowed Liang Bufan like, "Don't even bother being surprised, I was the same way before, though still not as bad as Yin Zhongxin. He only figured out that this dude actually dared to mess with me after Ye Yu totally clobbered him."
Yin Zhongxin couldn't hold back his rage, and immediately chased after Du Qixi, dead set on beating him up.
This super hilarious scene then wrapped up Bitao Pavilion's incredibly successful Secret Realm adventure. Du Qixi, however, wasn't doing so hot. He was getting his head chewed off by Yin Zhongxin, helplessly begging for mercy.
A bit later, everyone was back in the city. Liang Bufan, flexing his generosity, gifted Shi Jingyi a gorgeous spirit-infused jade.
It was great for calming the mind and nourishing qi, so its price was definitely not cheap. Shi Jingyi, appreciating Liang Bufan's kind gesture, made sure to thank senior brother Liang.
The other disciples walking alongside couldn't help but totally tease them. OMG, a match made in heaven. Dukshixi, meanwhile, nudged Ye-Yun-Ge. Dude, make your move before some other guy snatches up the beauty.
But Ye-Yu basically couldn't care less, puffed.
With flirting skills that basic, he'll be waiting a long time for any success.
To prove it, Ye-Yu personally went to Shi Jingyi and said, I'm not giving anything because I feel like nothing is worthy of her.
Shi Jingyi didn't blame him, but she thought Ye-Yu couldn't afford anything.
Suddenly, Ye-Yu took out the phoenix flamegrass and gave it to her, and he didn't forget to describe its shape as no different from Shi Jingyi's beauty. Seeing this, Yin Jungsun stopped Ye-Yu, because, after all, the phoenix flamegrass is a priceless treasure that is hard to come by.
And of course Ye-Yu knew that. Only, this is worthy of the love letter I gave to Shi Jingyi. She is too generous.
The disciples also kept praising Ye-Yu's actions.
No one can surpass our bro this time.
Liang Bufan witnessed everything and began to tear up. Dun Qixi also seized the opportunity to advise him to give up. Just go for Shi Jingyi first.
Before leaving, Shi Jingyi whispered a few words to Ye-Yu. Meet me in the woods tonight. I have something to tell you. Seeing the beauty fall in minutes, the disciples began to think about such a scene, so they chased after Ye-Yu to ask for tips on how to get girls, hoping to travel around the Green Peach Pavilion. Ye-Yu also looked embarrassed and said that he didn't like being surrounded by men. But it didn't seem to work. Ye-Yu helplessly ran and explained non-stop.
Liang Bufan was also very disappointed in himself for not being able to compete with Ye-Yu. At this moment, a female disciple also brought a sachet that she had spent 3 days and 3 nights preparing and gave it to Liang Bufan, and after handing it over, the girl shyly ran away.
At this time, Liang Bufan also realized that he was wrong to only pursue something unattainable, and should choose to accept the feelings of others. As for Ye-Yu, after running non-stop for a while, he finally managed to shake them off. What, I can't just give away my girl getting secrets? While he was daydreaming, someone put a hand on Ye-Yu's shoulder, causing Ye-Yu to turn around in surprise, only to find that it was none other than the Peak Lord of Azure Cloud Peak. Ye-Yu also asked him what he wanted from him. The Peak Lord of Azure Cloud Peak did not hide anything and wanted to ask Ye-Yu to help him with something.
After a lot of beating around the bush, he finally mentioned that he wanted Ye-Yu to teach him the secret to successfully getting girls. Ye-Yu did not refuse this offer, and the tuition fee was only a set of Xuan grade battle skills, which was too simple. The Peak Lord of Azure Cloud Peak took out a book called Mountain Opening Fist from his person and gave it to Ye-Yu. Considering the transaction completed, Ye-Yu also sat down and taught him diligently, and that night in the garden of the Green Peach Pavilion, the Peak Lord of Azure Cloud Peak went to the Peak Lord of Azure Haze Peak and did what Ye-Yu had told him to do in advance, and it was not surprising that she fell for him immediately.
This is simply because the girl's side had fallen in love from before, you guys. But Ye-Yu thought that this was his credit.
Ye-Yu almost forgot that he had an appointment in the woods with Shi Jingyi, so he rushed there to find her.
After a while, he saw Shi Jingyi waiting there with her pure beauty.
Ye-Yu couldn't help but praise her for being so beautiful.
Before Shi Jingyi could react, Ye-Yu pounced on her and flirted with cheesy love words. How noodles make me spicy, but you make me drunk.
Feeling that the girl's side had fallen, Ye-Yu pulled Shi Jingyi over and gave her a passionate kiss. After this scene, Shi Jingyi showed embarrassment and reminded Ye-Yu to be careful in the duel with Situ Zhangtian. Ye-Yu also affirmed here that he would take care of that old man in an instant. Half a month after everyone went to the mystic realm without any reply, the disciples at Dragonhead Peak began to discuss all sorts of things, and some even thought that Ye-Yu was not a trustworthy person to lead the team.
At this moment, a few auras made everyone stop talking nonsense and turn their eyes towards it. According to the feeling, it was the aura of 9 Washing Marrow Realm experts, which made them think that it was people from the Heaven Fire sect coming to cause trouble, and everyone became vigilant and took out their swords to prepare for a battle with them to protect the Green Peach Pavilion.
But perhaps everyone had thought too far.
These people were none other than Yen-Yu's group. With the first victory achieved after a long trip, everyone felt tired and wanted to rest for a few days. At this time, some people regretted not signing up before, and now it was too late to regret. At this moment, the Peak Lord of Azure Cloud Peak ran over and kept calling Ye-Yu's name. He affirmed that he would praise Ye-Yu to the lords, but was surprised that Ye-Yu refused, and even mentioned asking the Peak Lord to abolish his position as the top core disciple, because he had no need for it. The position that the disciples couldn't even get, but this guy refused, making everyone feel jealous.
Considering that everything was over, Xin Jingyi waved goodbye to Ye-Yu to go back first. Ye-Yu agreed, not forgetting to mention that he would take the initiative to come to her tonight.
I'm telling you, this trip was a total success. Got some sweet loot, and even snagged a beauty's heart. Let me tell you, this trip was a W for your boy Ye-Yu. Just then, Si-Tu Zhengtian strolls up, throwing shade about how his son suffered, cause of Ye-Yu. But Ye-Yu's like, that's just karma catching up to you two for all the dirt you've done. Then he hits him with, So what's up, what do you want?
No sooner said than done. Si-tu Zhengtian's right up in Ye Yu's face, reminding him about their life or death battle in 3 days.
And he's blasting out this super intense aura, kinda evil-ish, promising to torture Ye Yun to death. Feeling Si-tu Zhengtian's power level, Ye Yun knows he's gotta power up, like ASAP. Meanwhile, back at Wenjin Peak, Cao Feiyu is still bawling his eyes out, mourning my death. Ye Yu walks in and drops the bomb that he's broken through to the marrow cleansing realm. Hearing that, Cao Feiyu shook and double-checks, all wide-eyed. Ye Yu's like, duh, it's me, I'm a freaking genius, all smug and whatnot, and then bam, he gets smacked upside the head for taking too long. Ye Yun's totally confused, like, what's wrong with my 3-month achievement? Cao Feiyu brings up how Chibi Yufan did it in just 2 months, and Hua Meiren only needed 1. Hearing that, Ye Yu's mind is blown. He never knew his senior brothers were such badasses. Cao Feiyu guesses Ye Yu's there for the spirit money and tries to shut him down, but that's not actually it. Ye Yu's there because he wants Cao Feiyu to give him some pointers before the deathmatch with Si-tu Zhengtian, and he throws in a jab about Wenxin Peak's representative if Ye Yu loses. Cao Feiyu's not thrilled, but he agrees, telling Ye Yu to try and hit him to see what he's got. Ye Yu's all in, unleashing his deadliest, unparalleled finger, aiming right at his master. The attack lands, super powerful, but Cao Feiyu doesn't even flinch, like not a scratch. Then Cao Feiyu grabs Ye Yu's attack and uses it against him, sending Ye Yu flying into a nearby wall, knocked out cold. After getting his bearings, Ye Yu's like, seriously? You're using your power against the weak. But Cao Feiyu's not having it, saying he only used spirit nurturing realm level power, and it just so happened to be enough to beat Ye Yu, so he's feeling pretty good about it. Ye Yu's not buying it, not one bit. He's got that I question everything look on his face. Cao Feiyu decides to drop some wisdom. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing isn't marrow cleansing, saint embryo, or even law manifestation or becoming a saint. It's just spirit nurturing. Sounds deep, so Ye Yu asks him to explain. Cao Feiyu starts breaking it down, saying the nurturing in spirit nurturing isn't just about the spirit form but also the soul of the user, and when the spirit form and soul become one, that's true power. Ye Yu's soaking it all in, acting like he gets it. Cao Feiyu's stoked that his disciple gets it right away, but in reality Ye Yu doesn't understand jack squat. Realizing his wisdom's wasted, Cao Feiyu's furious, yelling at Ye Yu to get out and come back when he finally understands. Ye Yu eats dirt on the way out, can't rely on his master, so Ye Yu remembers his 2 senior brothers and thinks about asking them for help, but figures they're probably unreliable. Ye Yu decides he's better off on his own. He sits down to meditate, releasing his spirit form. Even though his master's words were confusing, Ye Yu's got the creation art, so anything's possible. And boom, Ye Yu has an epiphany. He finally gets what Cao Feiyu was trying to say. Then the day of the deathmatch arrives, and Si-tu Zhengtian's there bright and early. Seeing his confidence, the 3 clan leaders wonder how Ye Yu's gonna handle this. After waiting for a while with no sign of Ye Yu, the disciples start gossiping, saying Ye Yu's too scared to show up. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Ye Yu showed up, causing Si-tu Zhengtian to lose his cool and start cursing loudly, completely unlike the demeanor of an elder. Just then, a burst of energy flew over, making him dodge to the side. It was none other than Ye Yu, with an extremely confident air. Upon seeing him, Dong Qizhi and Xi Jingyi didn't feel happy but became even more worried. The disciples were thrilled, anticipating a satisfying showdown. Si-tu Zhengtian also vowed to skin Ye Yu alive for making him wait so long. Originally, he didn't want to argue with him, but seeing how verbose he was, Ye Yu also prepared to fire back. Du Shiji and the others noticed this, and quickly told everyone to cover their ears. And sure enough, Ye Yu yelled directly at Si-tu Zhengtian's face with amazing momentum, using words that defied description, which Ye Yu incorporated into his sentences, leaving him speechless and trembling. The disciples listening in started to feel dizzy, their ears ringing and their limbs shaking. The power of the attack was just too different. Si-tu Zhengtian knew he couldn't win against Ye Yu in a war of words, so he took a step back, not forgetting to bestow upon Ye Yu the title of King of Trash Talk. Being praised by his opponent like that made Ye Yu very honored in this regard. Si-tu Zhengtian conceded defeat, but the good stuff was still to come. Si-tu Zhengtian wanted to prove to Ye Yu on the spot that strength was the basis of everything. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from his body. The masters on the side could feel it. This was the power of the 3rd stage of marrow cleansing. At this point he began to worry, since Ye Yu had at most only reached the 1st stage of marrow cleansing, and this news shocked everyone there. With such a large difference in realms, it was impossible for Ye Yu to win. Bi Yunfengzhu stepped forward to ask the masters to stop this life-or-death duel. The difference in strength between the two was too great, it was too risky to let Ye Yu take the risk. Bi Hafengzhu strongly agreed. Faced with this decision, the masters were still a little hesitant, since this duel was proposed by Ye Yu himself. Si-tu Zhengtian also realized that the masters wanted to stop it, so he spoke up, asking him to be impartial, and only asking for a fair life and death battle. But before the masters could answer, Yu voluntarily spoke up, asserting that no one could interfere.
Considering he had gotten the answer he wanted, Si-Tu Zhengtian also began to unleash his profound serpent hand combat skill.
It was known that profound serpent hand was Si-Tu Zhengtian's most prized combat skill, and if Yu didn't have enough power to resist, he would be swallowed in an instant.
Faced with this situation, Shi Jingyi only hoped that Yu would be safe and sound. Si-Tu Zhengtian's pent-up resentment finally had a chance to vent, but it didn't seem to be what he wanted. Not only did Si-Tu Zhengtian know how to conceal his strength, but Yu could too. The spiritual energy in Yu's body began to release, and he unleashed the Peerless Finger, with streaks of light quickly piercing through his profound serpent hand, and the power from this move knocked Si-Tu Zhengtian rolling off the arena. At this moment, he couldn't believe it was true. Yu's feat of defeating an opponent beyond his level surprised the disciples, who were stunned for a moment. Dun Qixi and the others happily celebrated. It must be said that putting all their faith in Yu was not wrong at all. Bin Yun Fengju found it hard to believe that Yu was so unexpectedly powerful, but the masters affirmed that this was the demeanor of a leader. Yu then appeared to be extremely disdainful of Si-Tu Zhengtian, declaring that no matter how much his strength increased, he would not be his opponent. Seeing a snot-nosed kid dare to slander him, Si-Tu Zhengtian still couldn't swallow his anger. Faced with this scene, Yu thought that Si-Tu Zhengtian wanted to run away early, so he spoke up to stop him. But that wasn't really the case. Si-Tu Zhengtian wanted to use the blood sacrifice evil tome, and at the same time, the blood-colored spiritual energy of the evil art began to transform his entire body. The masters also noticed and quickly warned Yu, retreat. The disciples were so frightened by this scene that they were speechless. They didn't understand why Si-Tu Zhengtian could advance so quickly, but now they understood. Dun Qixi also shouted loudly, telling Yu to retreat quickly and not to save face, because he had played dirty first. But unexpectedly, Yu didn't pay attention to it, still wanting to face Si-Tu Zhengtian directly once again. On this side, Bi Yun Fengju and Bi Ha Fengju also proposed, "Masters, please intervene quickly, because Si-Tu Zhengtian has violated the rules of the competition and directly took action to kill him, this evil cultivator." But as soon as the words were spoken, the masters told them both to wait a moment, because they thought Yu could still handle it. After a while of transformation, Si-Tu Zhengtian had become an extremely terrifying appearance, and the aura of the evil art was even more obvious than before. Yu didn't wait any longer but unleashed his own spirit totem, unleashing all his inherent strength. Just then, Si-Tu Zhengtian also rushed in, making the first move to gain the upper hand. Faced with this situation, Yu decided to directly use the opening mountain fist to meet him head-on. As soon as he saw the move, the Azure Cloud Peak Master recognized it as the battle skill he had given to Yu a few days ago. He was very surprised that Yu had grasped it so quickly, and of course, with such a difficult-to-learn battle skill, its power was definitely not weak. This one punch directly blew Si-Tu Zhengtian's body into ashes. Not only that, but part of the arena was also completely destroyed. Witnessing Yu's terrifying power, the sect leaders became serious. After that move, Yu seemed a little exhausted and was panting. At this moment, Shi Jingyi also ran over, hugging Yu tightly and not letting go, no longer as shy as before. The disciples also praised Yu's performance just now. It was so satisfying. At this point, the sect leaders asked Yu, "How did you unleash that punch?" Yu looked smug about this question, claiming that he was the chosen one, so he was granted the power to destroy the demons and monsters. Seeing that Yu didn't take them seriously, the sect leaders were furious and decided to do something shocking, and what they chose was to abolish Yu's title as the #1 core disciple of Azure Peach sect. One would think that Yu would regret it, but no. Yu was overjoyed, because he didn't want it in the first place, and the sect leaders were pissed off by this scene. The Azure Cloud Peak Master standing beside him was also laughing his ass off at this own goal situation. Whatever the decision, it ended up fulfilling Yu's wish, making the disciples laugh gleefully. Suddenly at this moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and heavenly lightning began to strike down continuously. The sect leaders also spoke up on behalf of everyone, asking, "What is your esteemed name?" This person is Mo Wu Sheng, and his gestures are familiar to the Azure Peach sect. Seeing that someone could actually fly, the disciples were extremely surprised, because originally the sect leaders could only keep themselves in mid-air instead of moving around. The sect leaders asked anxiously, "What is your esteemed name again? And also, what is the reason for your appearance at our Azure Peach sect?" But this was immediately rejected by Mo Wu Sheng, who claimed that this was not the mountain gate of the Azure Peach sect. Hearing this, the sect leaders asked why he said that. Mo Wu Sheng also said that the Azure Peach sect was no different from a dog guarding the door for the Wenshin Peak, and of course, this touched the pride of the Azure Cloud Peak Master and the Azure Haze Peak Master, and both couldn't help but personally take action to teach this guy a lesson. Before the sect leaders could stop them, they saw the two being knocked to the ground. With just one move, he easily defeated the two Peak Masters, making the disciples start to worry. On this side, the Azure Cloud Peak Master and the Azure Haze Peak Master also apologized to the sect leaders for not being able to accomplish anything. The sect leaders didn't blame them. because the strength of this Mo Wushang had surpassed the holy embryo realm, and was possibly approaching the heavenly human realm.
A powerhouse of that level had never appeared in the 9 provinces. The sect leaders helplessly told everyone to calmly observe the situation.
That Mo Wushang also looked extremely bored.
Still shouldn't waste my efforts. Then he rode the clouds straight to the top of the Wenxin Peak, constantly calling out to his master.
Hearing this, Ye Yu recognized that Mo Wushang was the disciple that Cao Feiyu had expelled from the mountain gate. Ye Yu was also very curious about the reason why he came back here, and with the extremely offensive words just now, the disciples also questioned the Wenxin Peak.
The sect leaders didn't hide anything, and revealed that the Wenxin Peak had appeared before the Azure Peach sect, and the times when the Azure Peach sect encountered disaster were all due to the Wenxin Peak's help, and this was something that even the Azure Cloud Peak Master and the Azure Haze Peak Master didn't know, so they questioned the sect leaders for the reason why. The sect leaders explained that the Wenxin Peak had previously issued an order forbidding the unauthorized spread of information about them, and there was once an elder who deliberately disobeyed and was killed instantly.
Here, the sect leaders also confirmed that all the formation arrangements that the Azure Peach sect was proud of were passed down from the Wenxin Peak.
Knowing this made the disciples a little disappointed, and there was even someone who wanted to go there and take a look, only Ye Yu was secretly laughing in his heart because he had inadvertently obtained a bargain. After calming down, the Azure Haze Peak Master also asked the sect leaders how this matter should be resolved.
Faced with this situation, the sect leaders also didn't know how to resolve it, and ordered everyone to remain calm and inactive for a while. At the same time, on this side, that Mo Wushang was still shouting his head off, calling for someone to come out to meet him, calling from junior sister to 2 senior brothers, and not forgetting to mention the brotherhood of the past. After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement, Ye Yu thought that Mo Wushang didn't dare to go in and wanted to lure the 2 senior brothers out.
If words don't work, then the only way is to use force. Mo Wushang then took out countless spirit stones from his body, engraved with Dao patterns, and threw them forward with force.
At a glance, Ye Yu recognized that he was trying to use the geomancer's tricks.
What Mo Wushang wanted to do was destroy the entire Wenxin Peak, causing the earth dragon veins to shift, and making the disciples scramble to escape. The sect leaders couldn't ignore this, and used the earth spirit formation to stabilize the area. The moment the formation was formed, it protected a small area before it was destroyed.
Just then, Qi Bupan also carried his blade, and slashed down at Mo Wushang, who was standing there. The power unleashed was earth-shattering. Ye Yu, witnessing this scene, was dumbstruck, because second senior brother had completely overturned Ye Yu's impression of him.
Mo Wushang also sighed. Qi Bupan's blade technique is still as sharp as ever. At this point, Qi Bupan stepped forward to ask why he had come.
Mo Wushang said meaningfully,
affirming that Qi Bupan also knew what it was.
Sure enough,
Qi Bupan recognized it as soon as he heard it, and mentioned the old affair.
Because of that thing, Mo Wushang didn't hesitate to poison his Hao Ba, and also poisoned little junior sister. But in reality, that thing had always been Mo Wushang's. No one was ever trying to take it from him.
But how could Mo Wushang believe these words? Back then, he had begged incessantly but was completely rejected. Moreover, Cao Feiyu kept burning his body, leaving him with no hope.
Mo Wushang declared, "Even if I have to pay any price today, I must get it." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something appearing right under his feet, and the one who brought it was none other than Qi Bupan. And as he said, no matter what, this thing would still belong to Mo Wushang. Holding it in his hand, Mo Wushang began to feel remorse for his actions. But that was just a momentary emotion. Mo Wushang still believed that he was doing the right thing. Having said so much, and Mo Wushang still being stubbornly deluded, Qi Bupan had no choice but to clean up the sect on behalf of their master.
And of course, Mo Wushang knew that he was no match for Qi Bupan, so he invited a few people along. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 void gates appeared from above, and 2 black-robed figures emerged, claiming to be elders of the Zenyan sect, chanting incessantly, "Zenyan is supreme, enlightening the world."
As soon as he heard this name, Qi Bupan immediately became very angry. Mo Wushang didn't bother to answer but pointed forward, reminding the 2 elders, "This mountain peak is where the remnants of the imperishable dynasty are hiding, and Qi Bupan is related to them." Who knows what kind of deep-seated hatred they had. But as soon as they heard the 4 words imperishable dynasty, the 2 elders immediately took action, and the 2 sides rushed into battle with great vigor.
Ye Yu, standing below, couldn't hide his curiosity, and asked the sect leaders, what kind of forces are the Zenyan sect and the imperishable dynasty? The sect leaders also spoke of what they knew. The Zenyan sect is a terrifying ancient sect bordering the 9 provinces, so terrifying that no words can describe it. All that is known is that its mountain gate is enveloped within a dragon and phoenix auspicious land. As soon as the disciples heard this, they remembered the rumor that the 9 provinces were a demonic tomb, and now they could confirm that it was completely true. Some people had also heard that the outside world was vast and boundless, with peerless ancient sects and immortal holy lands that were unimaginably magnificent and prosperous. Putting aside these surprises, Qi Bupan was starting to be at a disadvantage, and had no choice but to call out his senior brother Hua Mairen to help. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Mairen was already behind him.
Hua Myron thought that it would be difficult to fight 2 against 2, so he suggested that each of them deal with one person to be sure. And so, the 2 sides rushed into battle again, and it seemed much more balanced than before. Seizing the opportunity, the sect leaders also ordered the 2 peak lords to quickly take the disciples down the mountain first, while they would stay behind to stop them. But at this moment, Mo Wushang approached again, asking about the relationship between Hao Bai's lineage and the founder of the Bitao Pavilion. Was it very good? Although the sect leaders didn't understand what was going on, they confirmed this to him. Mo Wushang smiled slightly, saying, if he hadn't been stopped by Hao Ba back then, he would have stolen that thing long ago, and just a simple reason like that was enough for Mo Wushang to destroy the Bitao Pavilion, so that his Hao Ba wouldn't rest in peace in the afterlife. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the geomancer's tricks to destroy the formation that the sect leaders had just set up. Witnessing this scene made the disciples start to fear. The sect leaders were also shocked that the formation they had set up was so easily destroyed. Peak Lord Bi Yun shouted loudly, instructing everyone, "Take out your weapons, be on guard." And at this moment, another special aura appeared, and the sect leaders also recognized it. Appearing there was a group of people from the Tianhuo sect, led by the Tianhuo sect master. Not only that, but the people of the Wangxing sect were also present to join in the fun, with the leader being the Wangxing sect master. Their purpose in coming here was to take the opportunity to eliminate the Bitao Pavilion from the 9 provinces. Faced with this dilemma, even the Bitao Pavilion master didn't know how to solve it. It was getting harder and harder. The disciples began to panic. The sect leaders remained calm and greeted them. He himself didn't expect that one day the Tianhuo sect and the Wangxing sect would join forces with each other. And this was actually Mo Wushang's suggestion. Moreover, this was what the Tianhuo sect had been aiming for. And of course, with the alliance from many sides, the Bitao Pavilion couldn't possibly resist. This was no different from sitting back and reaping the benefits. Hearing the shameless words from the 2 of them, the Bitao Pavilion had no choice but to engage in a desperate battle. Before the words could even finish, the people from Tianhuo sect and Yunxing sect had already started fighting. The thought of wiping out one of the 3 great sects of Juju filled the disciples with excitement. Faced with this situation, Ye Yu asked the sect leader, "What should we do?" In reality, the sect leader had no choice but to fight back, actively opening a bloody path for everyone to escape. Upon receiving the order, Bi Yun Peak Lord and Bi Jia Peak Lord took the lead, confronting them head-on. The disciples also didn't want to become turtles hiding in their shells, so they grabbed their sabers and swords, rushing forward to provide support. The clash between the 2 sides was earth-shattering. Ye Yu didn't sit still either, but charged in, unleashing palm strikes that made the Tianhuo sect disciples back down a bit. Bi Yun Peak Lord also gave Ye Yun a few words of praise, reminding Ye Yun to just keep moving forward until they escape. But good things don't last, and an elder from Tianhuo sect appeared, blocking their path. Bi Yun Peak Lord recognized at a glance that his cultivation was half-step Saint Embryo realm. There, he loudly declared, "No one will leave here alive." Bi Yun Peak Lord had no choice but to directly confront him, not forgetting to say, "Bi Xia Peak Lord, quickly lead everyone ahead." Faced with this scene, she could only tell Bi Yun Peak Lord, "You must survive and return." Tears also flowed non-stop from her eyes. Shi Jingyi, after taking down countless enemies, was also starting to feel exhausted, asking Ye Yu if they could still escape. Ye Yu affirmed that they could, that everyone would definitely survive and leave. While Ye Yu wasn't paying attention, a Tianhuo sect disciple slipped behind him, aiming to take Ye Yu's head. Of course, Ye Yu didn't react in time, and only saw a sword slash down, causing blood to flow non-stop. But, unexpectedly, the one who took the sword for him was actually Yin Jungxin. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't hold back their tears, and shouted Yin Jungxin's name. Seeing someone spoil his good deed, this guy started cursing loudly. But before he could finish, he saw Ye Yu swing his sword at him, and this slash, filled with resentment, easily eliminated him. Yin Jungxin also spoke his last words, still not forgetting to ask, "Ye Yu, you must take everyone out." Ye Yu agreed upon hearing this. Just as he was about to grab Yin Jungxin's hand, he took his last breath. Everyone there cried silently, only knowing to keep the sorrow in their hearts. The Tianhuo sect disciples took the opportunity to show their contempt, thinking that Bitao Pavilion's dominance was over. Just obediently lie down and wait for death. Bi Yun Peak Lord was also no match for the Tianhuo sect elder, and the situation for the Bitao Pavilion sect leader, having to fight 2 opponents, wasn't good either. The 2 sect masters persuaded him to just give up early, to avoid more suffering. Seeing that the hundreds of years of Bitao Pavilion's foundation was about to be buried by his hands, the sect leader felt self-reproach. Just when everyone wanted to give up, Ye Yu still didn't want to accept fate, but shouted loudly, reminding everyone to cheer up again, that they couldn't let those who died sacrifice in vain like that. Only by opening a bloody path could they repay their kindness. And these words touched everyone's hearts, and everyone's morale was boosted, and they charged forward, venting on the people from Tianhuo sect and Yunxing sect. Bi Yun Peak Lord also blamed himself for having to be lectured by a kid at his age, which was too embarrassing. Bi Yun Peak Lord also unleashed spiritual power, striking hard at the Tianhuo sect elder's abdomen. Seeing everyone's morale, The Binatao Pavilion sect leader was very happy, declaring, "Even if only one person survives, Binatao Pavilion will still exist." Seeing things gradually getting out of control, the two sect masters also decided to make a quick decision. Ye Yu was also taking the lead, eliminating enemies, and the disciples followed behind him, charging into a fierce battle. On the way forward, Ye Yu was blocked by an elder from Yunxing sect, but before he could do anything, he was taken down by Ye Yu's Kai Shanzang. Even when he fell, he still didn't understand why it was like this. "If you're too verbose, you'll just get a lunchbox." Bixia Peak Lord also urged, "Ye Yu, quickly lead everyone ahead, I'll stay behind and delay them." Ye Yu also agreed and rushed forward. With the help of both Peak Lords, how could it be so easy? A guy from Tianhuo sect also rushed up to stop them, and sent Bixia Peak Lord flying away. Seeing this, Biyun Peak Lord went to provide support, but before he could act, several others appeared, blocking him. He wanted to fight one-on-one with Bixia Peak Lord, saying some vulgar words in an attempt to bring her under the command of Tianhuo sect. But basically, how could these words enter Bixia Peak Lord's ears? She was still determined to fight them to the death. He talks the talk, but the Bixia Peak Lord wasn't a match for him. She was quickly beaten to the point of serious injury, and then he even wanted to use the Dragon Flame Fist to finish her off. Facing this situation, she had no choice but to close her eyes and accept her fate, but surprisingly, this strike was blocked. To the surprise of both of them, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord had arrived in time to block it. He immediately helped her up and asked about the Bixia Peak Lord's condition. The Bixia Peak Lord recognized the Azure Cloud Peak Lord as soon as she saw him. He had burned his life force to save her, so she loudly told him to stop, but he didn't regret sacrificing his life for her. The Heavenly Fire Sect guy got pissed after being hit, turned around to settle accounts with the Azure Cloud Peak Lord, and declared, "Anyone who dares to hurt my woman must die." This guy was determined to fight to the end, and used the Dragon Flame, then charged forward. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord knew he wasn't a match for him, so he chose to push the Bixia Peak Lord away. The Bixia Peak Lord was helpless, and could only advise him not to do anything foolish. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord could only say his last words, affirming that he loved her very much. With that settled, the Azure Cloud Peak Lord began to unleash his spiritual energy, and chose to self-detonate. The Heavenly Fire Sect guy realized what was happening and retreated violently. But it seemed too late. The Azure Cloud Peak Lord had closed in on him, and then, BOM! An explosion blew up the whole area, and the figures of the two people completely disappeared. This commotion also reached Ye Yu's place, drawing his attention. Shi Jingyi didn't understand what was happening, and asked what was up. Yang Bufan also recognized that it was caused by someone self-detonating, and only the aura of the Azure Cloud Peak Lord disappeared, making Dunchi cry silently. Seeing that everyone had forgotten their mission, the Bixia Peak Lord loudly reminded them. Ye Yu, to confirm this matter, went over and asked her. The Bixia Peak Lord couldn't hide her tears at this moment and affirmed, "He will not die in vain." One person after another sacrificed themselves, making it difficult for Yen Yu and the others to accept. They were determined to break through and get out, and couldn't let everyone sacrifice themselves in vain. The Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord on this side had also been beaten to the point of serious injury, with blood flowing non-stop. Feeling that she was no longer a match for him, the Heavenly Fire Sect Lord said, "Still Star Sect Lord, you deal with those disciples, and I'll take care of things here." And of course, the Still Star Sect Lord agreed as soon as he heard it. After all, he wanted to completely wipe out the Bixia Peach Pavilion. But this idea was stopped by the Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord. "If you want to kill my people, you'll have to step over my dead body first." The Still Star Sect Lord felt scared when he was targeted, and asked the Heavenly Fire Sect Lord for help. And this was actually a plot of the Heavenly Fire Sect Lord. After all, the two forces had been fighting for many years, and he naturally understood the Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord's temperament, which was that she valued the sect even more than her own life. So he simply turned around and left. "As long as they both die, I will be the overlord of Jews who." But before the Heavenly Fire Sect Lord could leave, he was locked in place by the Earth Imagery Formation. The two of them were also very surprised, because they had seen Mo Wushang break the Bixia Peach Pavilion's formation just now, so there was no way it could be cast again. But it seemed that the two of them had underestimated the Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord. She explained that she had integrated herself into the grand trend of the Bixia Peach Pavilion, and arranged the Earth Imagery Formation on her body. Even at this point, she still had tricks up her sleeve, causing the two sect lords to start sweating profusely and begging for mercy. But it was too late. The Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord chose to self-detonate to completely end this matter. After seeing this scene, Mo Wushang gave up everything. His purpose for coming here had been achieved, and he had no reason to stay. Before leaving, he also said goodbye to the two people, Hua Meiren and Qi Bupan. When Qi Bupan heard this, how could he let Mo Wushang leave like this? He swung his fist to punch, but he was one step too late. Only desolation remained on Dragonhead Peak at this time. After the Bixia Peach Pavilion Lord chose to self-detonate, the disciples of the various sects temporarily stopped fighting and waited for news from their sect lords. From a distance, two figures still stood firm. It turned out that the sect lord of the Heavenly Fire Sect was still alive. He was far away, so he hadn't died. And the sect lord of the Still Star Sect was the same, but he seemed to be more seriously injured. As soon as the disciples saw them,
They were overjoyed and prepared to run over. But they were slower than the speed of the Heavenly Fire Sect Lord's attack. He aimed straight at the Still Star Sect Lord, who was unprepared, and killed him instantly. Witnessing this scene made the disciples unable to believe their eyes, and their eyes gradually revealed fear. With the two leaders of the Biggest of Peach Pavilion and the Still Star Sect dead, his Heavenly Fire Sect could dominate Juju. The Sect Lord of the Heavenly Fire Sect also issued an order to the disciples: kill all the remaining people. At this moment, they looked like a pack of ravenous wolves out hunting. In just a short while, the Falling Star Sect disciples were completely wiped out, signaling the sect's impending demise. But that wasn't all. The sect master ordered, quickly send a group to chase after the remaining members of Jade Peach Pavilion, and the rest of you, follow me, to attack the Falling Star Sect. And the slaughter that just occurred fell into the eyes of Ye Yu, Shi Jingyi, and Liang Bufan. They were also very worried, fearing there'd be no escape once the pursuers caught up. Faced with this situation, Ye Yu volunteered to stay behind and cover their retreat, asking Peak Master Bi-He to take everyone to Jade Peach Pavilion's Soul Trial grounds first. The moment she heard about this place, Peak Master Bi-He figured out what Ye Yu was about to do. But with time running out, Ye Yu couldn't explain further. If they wanted to shake off their tails quickly, this was the only way. Before leaving, everyone reminded Ye Yu to be careful. Just then, the Heavenly Fire Sect disciples arrived, each of them exuding an immense, oppressive aura. When they saw only Ye Yu remaining, they scoffed, deciding to charge in together to quickly deal with him. Hearing this, Ye Yu, standing on his side, let out a hearty laugh and declared, "None of you are leaving here alive." The moment he finished speaking, Ye Yu tossed out countless spirit stones, quickly turning the area into a sea of fire, burning them alive. And this was only the beginning. What Ye Yu wanted was for Heavenly Fire Sect to pay their blood debt with blood. The disciples, engulfed by the flames, could only regret messing with the wrong person. A short while later, everyone arrived at a safe spot and rested there. Just then, Ye Yu arrived back and greeted them. The moment Shi Jingyi saw him, she ran over to ask how he was, but Ye Yu assured her he was fine, also announcing that he had wiped out all the pursuers, so everyone would be safe for now. Hearing this, the disciples finally let down their guard and sighed in relief. Peak Master Bia. He also approached Ye Yu to ask about the situation of the remaining disciples, but Ye Yu could only deliver grim news. Aside from those present, no one else survived. Hearing this news, everyone there was stunned, unable to believe the truth. Some couldn't hold back their tears, crying out, "This is all because of that damn Mo Wuxiang. It's because of him the Jade Peach Pavilion ended up like this." Ye Yu couldn't hide his sorrow either, asserting that Jade Peach Pavilion would endure forever, and True Origin Sect, Heavenly Fire Sect, and Falling Star Sect would pay the price for their deeds. But as soon as he finished speaking, Peak Master Biket countered, saying that it was like trying to hit a rock with an egg. Of course, Ye Yu knew that, but if they had what was inside the storage ring that Peak Master Bid he was holding, then there was still a chance. Hearing this, she immediately refused, still not believing Ye Yu's words, advising him that it would be best to give up. But Ye Yu's mind was made up. Even if she didn't give it to him, he would still go find Heavenly Fire Sect and Falling Star Sect to settle the score. Seeing Ye Yu's resolve, Peak Master B he had no choice but to hand it over. Ye Yu took it, affirming that he would succeed, and that he would avenge Jade Peach Pavilion and their fallen brethren. But when Ye Yu returned, the place was nothing but ruins. He thought that if he had been stronger, perhaps they wouldn't have died. Just then, movement nearby caught Ye Yu's attention. Ye Yu thought the Heavenly Fire Sect members were still there, so he charged forward recklessly, but to his surprise, it was second senior brother Chibu Pan. Seeing this, Ye Yu lunged forward and hugged him, overjoyed that his senior brother was still alive. Before he could even ask about his well-being, Ye Yu earnestly asked Chibu Pan about Mo Wuxiang's whereabouts. Being bombarded with questions, Chibu Pan's head was spinning. He then calmed Ye Yu down, saying that the old geezer Cao Fei Yu had severely injured 2 True Origin Sect members, and then he and senior brother Hua Mairen risked their lives to kill them. Hearing that, Ye Yu immediately asked about his master's condition. Chibu Pan sighed, explaining that his master was already injured, but still forced himself to intervene. Senior brother Hua Mairen had taken him to the perilous land to hide, hoping he would pull through. And the reason Chibu Pan was still here was to tell Ye Yu a few things. Seeing his serious expression, Ye Yu was ready. First, Ye Yu must not admit to being Cao Fei Yu's disciple, otherwise he would be hunted down relentlessly. And second, Ye Yu shouldn't act rashly right now. Mo Wuxiang and True Origin Sect are very difficult to deal with. Ye Yu also seriously asked, "Senior brother, how strong is Mo Wuxiang?" Chibu Pan wasn't entirely clear on this, only knowing that when Mo Wuxiang was expelled from the sect he was already at the heavenly human realm. After all this time, his strength must have undoubtedly increased significantly. Hearing this, Ye Yu understood the current situation. The gap between Marrow Cleansing Realm and Heavenly Human Realm was simply too massive. Setting that aside, Chibu Pan also said that their master had left a few instructions for Ye Yu. As he said that, he released a phantom that resembled Cao Fei Yu, who said verbatim, change the land's destiny to alter the course of the world. Forcing your way to power is the way to become strong. The more you force, the stronger you become. Study this page carefully, it contains a secret technique. Ye Yu pondered these words, but still found them hard to grasp. Before he could even process it, Chibupan bid farewell to avoid being hunted down. As for Ye Yu, Chibupan advised him to go to Mount Flying Dragon ahead, a place with dragon energy. If you can harness it, it'll be explosive. Ye Yu understood his senior brother's meaning and said his goodbyes. Hearing this, Chibupan scurried away, still hoping that the next time they met, Ye Yu would have broken out of the 9 provinces and made a name for himself in the Great Thousand Worlds. Ye Yu vowed to himself that he would definitely do it. Just thinking about forcibly absorbing all the power of Mount Flying Dragon to use was something Ye Yu couldn't even imagine. After thinking it over, Ye Yu searched through his storage ring and took out countless good things, from elixirs and spirit stones to small realm fragments. Having grasped the situation, Ye Yu collected everything. Given enough time, he would definitely comprehend the power of Mount Flying Dragon. And of course, the irreconcilable feud with the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire sect, Ye Yu would remember for life. With no time to waste, Ye Yu immediately immersed himself in comprehending the Tao patterns, condensing them into a spirit-gathering formation, and successfully activating it. After half a month of non-stop cultivation, Ye Yu achieved some success and made decent preparation. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Liang Bufan, Du Qixi, and Shi Jingyi arrived. Liang Bufan couldn't accept the sight of their sect being destroyed like this. Du Qixi, standing to the side, advised, "Let's not talk about that yet." Dung Qixi is very worried that Ye Yung has been gone for over half a month with no news. Shi Jingyi had faith that nothing would happen to Yan Yu. And just then, a strange phenomenon occurred on the summit of Mount Flying Dragon. Shi Jingyi believed that this was the commotion caused by Yin Yu, so she ran towards it without hesitation. Such a big commotion made both Liang Bufan and Du Qixi suspicious, since even the sect leaders couldn't do that. The closer they got, the more they realized that the entire Mount Flying Dragon was covered by a formation. Du Qixi recognized that the person inside was indeed Ye Yu. The three were very happy to know that Ye Yu was still alive, and living well at that. Ye Yu now had a completely different appearance, so awesome it was jaw-dropping. Shi Jingyi noticed this abnormality and rushed over, but after taking only a few steps, she was stopped by Liang Bufan. "We still don't know what Ye Yun is about to do, don't interrupt him." Although Shi Jingyi was anxious now, she had no choice but to wait, hoping that nothing would happen to Ye Yu, and the spirit stone in Ye Yu's hand was the last one needed to change the geomantic landscape of Mount Flying Dragon. When that happens, he can seize the terrain and greatly increase his strength. Success or failure depends on this moment. Ye Yu seized the moment and threw out the spirit stone, while simultaneously activating the spirit-gathering grand formation. With a bang, spiritual energy began to transform dramatically, all concentrated on one point, quickly transforming into the head of a huge golden dragon. This is the spiritual energy of the entire Mount Flying Dragon. Quickly, Ye Yu used countless chains in the grand formation to suppress it. Du Qixi and the others below guessed that Ye Yu wanted to devour the entire spiritual energy of the golden dragon, but the risks were extremely high. But it seems it's not easy. The golden dragon can still struggle and resist under this suppression. Ye Yu had no choice but to risk it all. The ground here gradually shifted, affecting Liang Bufan's group. This commotion made the three struggle to resist for a while. After the dust settled, they saw that Ye Yu had successfully suppressed the golden dragon's head. The only thing left was to figure out how to devour its power. Even knowing it was difficult, when thinking of his three beloved ones who had passed away, Ye Yu had to be even stronger. He then activated the creation art, and began to devour the spiritual energy into his body. And in a short time, Ye Yu broke through to the third stage of marrow cleansing. This is a breakthrough of 2 realms in one go. But that's still not enough. Ye Yu still wants to devour even more. In a flash, he increased by 3 more realms, becoming the 5th stage of marrow cleansing. How much his strength has changed depends on Ye Yu's endurance. Everyone understands that after the marrow cleansing realm is the sacred embryo realm. If he breaks through to that realm, he can fight the sect leader of the Heavenly Fire sect. But Liang Bufan thought otherwise. Because the sect leader of Tianhuo sect had entered this realm a long time ago, Ye Yu's chances of losing were very high. Ye Yu, on the other hand, continued to devour spiritual energy non-stop, and had now reached marrow cleansing stage 6, only 4 more times away from perfection. Normally, this level is already considered genius. If it continues, the body will explode and die. Only Shi Jingyi had special faith in Ye Yu. No matter what, Ye Yu could still withstand it. And as expected, exactly as predicted, Ye Yu easily broke through to marrow cleansing stage 9. At this point, Ye Yu thought that marrow cleansing stage 9 was enough to use, so he stopped. After all, the land of Flying Dragon Mountain had been completely absorbed by him. If it wanted to recover, it would probably take hundreds of thousands of years. Just then, Yang Bufan and Du Qixi also ran over to congratulate him, but before they could say a word, Shi Jingyi pushed them both aside and pounced on Ye Yu. She herself was very worried, but could only silently pray for Ye Yu's safety. Seeing this, Ye Yu patted Shi Jingyi's back a few times to reassure her. making the two young men beside them feel jealous of this guy, who valued women over friends. Ye Yu also seriously affirmed, "Ordinary Saint Embryo Realm cultivators will have no way to catch me." Here, Liang Bufan also asked about Ye Yu's next plan, and of course there was only one. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Before leaving, Ye Yu also didn't forget to tell the three of them to tell the Bixia Peak Lord. After all, this place is no longer safe. After saying that, Ye Yu hurriedly put on his cloak and bid farewell to the three of them here. The three of them didn't stop him. They could only support him from the side, because they knew that no matter what they said, Ye Yu's mind was made up and couldn't be changed. Ye Yu's eyes at this moment also revealed a burning desire for revenge. Cut to a few days later, in the inner city of Zhuzhou, Ye Yu had also arrived here, and accidentally heard three people discussing the destruction of Bitao Pavilion by the joint forces of two sects. And then, Vanishing Star Sect was the next target. From what had happened, Tianhuo sect had become the overlord of this Jiuzhu. Getting angrier and angrier, Ye Yu had to suppress the anger in his heart and wait for the day of release. Just then, there was a shout of pursuit pointing towards the fire from the Dukan family. He thought it was done by the Tianhuo sect, because the head of the Duchua family, Du Chuanchuolong, had refused to rely on the Tianhuo sect, and his son had joined the Bitao Pavilion, so this happened. Hearing this information, Ye Yu also ran over there to see what was going on. The fire at this time had almost engulfed the entire Du family. The people of the Tianhuo sect were wantonly slaughtering. With the lead of Shi Wangqing, they didn't show mercy to anyone, and quickly the survivors were forced to a corner, waiting to die. Du Tianlong, the head of the family, could only barely resist. Shi Wangqing also proudly told the reason. Although the Du family is the #1 family in Zhuzhou today, if they don't submit to the Tianhua sect, they will all have such an ending. How could Du Tianlong accept such outrageous words? They've already become dogs, and still want others to follow suit. Du Mingyu couldn't bear it anymore, and decided to fight to the death with them, to avenge her brother. It sounded good, but it seemed that Du Mingyu had underestimated their strength. Shi Wangqing also wielded the raging flame blade and slashed down. At the moment when the blade was about to touch her, it was stopped. It turned out that Ye Yu made a timely move, and also didn't forget to add a kick to Shi Wangqing's face. After this kick, he was still able to stand up and ask for the name of the person who ruined his good deed. Ye Yu also didn't mind saying his name. "I am Ye Yu, from Bitao Pavilion." As soon as he heard this name, Shi Wangqing's face turned pale, and he began to speak incoherently. The people of the Dung family were also very surprised by Ye Yu's appearance. Only then did they know that Dung Chixi, her brother, had spread the name of this exhibitionist and narcissist everywhere, making Ye Yu feel ashamed and not know where to hide, but still didn't forget to confirm that Dung Chixi was still alive. After this surprise, Shi Wangqing laughed with great interest. "Originally I was wasting effort looking for you, but now you've come to deliver yourself to death." So he ordered the rest to quickly surround and capture Ye Yu. "As long as you catch him, you will make a great contribution, and the sect will reward you handsomely." With such momentum, the people of the Tianhuo sect rushed in, no different from a group of zombies. If it was before, Yan Yu would still be a little hesitant, but now the situation is different, so he directly rushed towards Shi Wangqing, who was standing there. This made Du Tianlong, the family head, jump, because after all, Shi Wangqing was already a peak expert in the unveiled spirit realm. In Xinjiao City, it could be said that he was unrivaled. Others thought that Ye Yu was too impulsive to act like that. They originally thought he was a savior, but who knew he was just an idiot? Mingyu, standing on the side, was also very anxious, and hurriedly urged her father, "Hurry up and save him before it's too late." But it seemed she was overthinking it. Ye Yu alone beat up all the little punks, proving that he was the main character. Even that, Shi Wangqing was no exception. A simple flick from Ye Yu took him down. Witnessing this scene made everyone there unable to believe their eyes. An existence beyond the unveiled spirit realm was something they were learning about for the first time. Faced with such great kindness, Dun Tianlong, the family head, was also very grateful. Ye Yu also said that it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning, especially since Dun Tianxi was a very close friend of his, so everything was considered settled. Ye Yu then took a step to leave, but before he could take 2 steps, he was called back by Du Tianlong, the family head. He assumed that Ye Yu knew the hiding place of Du Chixi, and urged Ye Yu to go and inform him as soon as possible. Only then did he reveal that he had overheard Shi Wangqing finding the place and sending people back to the sect to report. Hearing this, Ye Yu didn't hesitate and sped away. Du Tianlong, the family head, also instructed him to follow the direction from the East City Gate, perhaps he could still catch up, and ordered the family servants quickly follow Ye Yu to assist him. And for such a big event, how could Du Mingye be absent? Following the line of advance, the Duma family's people rode out to the city gate. While everyone was still confused, someone ran over to report that the people of the Skyfire sect had all died, thanks to the help of a great expert. Hearing that someone dared to go against the Skyfire sect, everyone thought it was a very stupid thing to do, since one person could never fight against an entire sect. Just then, Du Tianlong's group caught up. According to intelligence, the Du family head knew that the Skyfire sect's people had 2, who possessed a joint attack battle formation.
with the explosive power of the Saint Embryo realm, and he had to tell Ye Yu this at all costs.
Du Mingyu also took on this task and sped ahead, no matter how much he tried to stop her. But surprisingly, when she reached the bottom of the valley, Du Mingyu stopped, making the people behind her curious.
Du Tianlong, the family head, also approached and asked what had happened.
But at this moment, Du Mingyu's eyes were filled with fear and shock, because the scene before her was Ye Yu and a pile of corpses of the Skyfire sect's people.
Not only that, but under Ye Yu's feet was Li Feng, the sect master of the Skyfire sect. He was a third-stage marrow-cleansing expert, and even in the 9 provinces, he was an existence that could not be underestimated. Just then, 2 people who possessed the joint attack battle formation suddenly flew high into the air, intending to unleash the raging flame demonic power with explosive combat power that could rival a Saint Embryo realm expert. These 2 then became smug, thinking that Ye Yu could not withstand this move. Hearing that, instead of being worried, Ye Yu felt very excited. He had wanted to experience it before, and this was a perfect opportunity to test the mountain-opening palm at the 9th stage of the marrow-cleansing realm. A powerful palm force quickly collided with the raging flame, demonic power of the 2, and the power it unleashed was not only on par but even surpassed it. The one palm just now instantly blew everything away, even the mountain in front of them. Du Tianlong, the family head, who witnessed everything on the side, also broke out in a cold sweat. The power is too terrifying. Du Mingyu also looked at Ye Yu with different eyes. Could this be love at 3rd or 4th sight? After the scene just now, Ye Yu could confirm that he had enough strength to fight against a Saint Embryo realm expert. This time, it seems like the Skyfire sect's sect master is done for. Ye Yu ignored Du Tianlong, the family head, and the others who had gathered to thank Ye Yu for helping, believing that his son Du Qixi was safe, but Ye Yu didn't think so. The Skyfire sect's eyes and ears are everywhere. Sooner or later they will find him.
Du Mingyu suggested,
"How about we have Big Bro temporarily leave his hiding place and then decide what to do?"
That was also a good idea, but Ye Yu didn't think it was practical. If you want absolute safety, the only way is to destroy the Skyfire sect. Hearing this, of course, everyone disagreed, saying that the Skyfire sect was a very large force in the 9 provinces, and their sect master was already a Saint Embryo realm expert, unmatched by anyone.
Directly confronting the Skyfire sect now was no different from courting death.
Ye Yu ignored these comments and jumped onto the horse, asserting, "My mind is made up and cannot be changed. Either way, I can unleash the combat power of a Saint Nascent Soul Realm cultivator, so what's there to be afraid of?"
Before leaving, Ye Yu also tossed Du Mingyu a piece of jade pendant, instructing, "Just follow its guidance, and you'll be able to find the others."
After instructing her, Ye Yu immediately set off to settle the score with the Tianhua sect. A moment later, at the Tianhua sect's headquarters, a crowd gathered, impressed by his feat of wiping out 2 major forces in one go.
First, the Chen family from Yuezhao offered 10 Yang spirit stones. Next, the Wang family from Linzhao offered a 1,000-year-old spirit herb, and the Lin family from Yuzhao offered a Lei Yan treasure saber. The Blaze Peak master of the Tianhua sect represented them and accepted everything. The Tianhua sect could now be considered the #1 power in Jiuzhou. No force dared to make a peep.
Hearing these guys' flattery, the Blaze Peak master couldn't stop grinning, because he had never received such treatment before. They say they're offering gifts, but they're actually being forced, you know? Look at their faces, they're all spaced out and not happy at all. Just then, a special aura appeared, shaking the entire area. Turns out, this commotion was caused by Ye Yu.
After landing successfully, the scene was totally badass. Seeing someone dare to ruin his blatant robbery, the Blaze Peak master pointed around and asked for his name.
Ye Yu didn't hesitate to reveal his identity with a very determined attitude. As soon as they heard the name Ye Yu, some looked surprised. Others thought Ye Yu was offering his life by coming here, and of course the Blaze Peak master couldn't miss such a good opportunity, so he ordered his disciples,
"Quickly set up the 4 symbols heaven trial formation."
As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu was surrounded, with no way out. The Blaze Peak master also asserted that this formation was equivalent to a Saint Nascent Soul Realm expert. No matter what trump cards Ye Yu had, he was doomed to die today. Looking at the dragon-scaled Turtle Phoenix Grand formation before him, Ye Yu might have felt apprehensive before, but things were different now.
Ye Yu could easily break the whole thing with just 1 foot.
No sooner said than done. Ye Yu took a strong step, shaking the surroundings, and simultaneously stomped hard, soaring straight into the air, releasing spiritual power, and quickly targeting the formation's weak point, breaking it completely from the inside out. The disciples of the Tianhua sect were knocked on their asses because the grand formation was broken. After devouring the Dragon Mountain's momentum, these small formations were too normal for Ye Yu.
The Blaze Peak master couldn't accept this scene. Instead of using a formation, he thought about overpowering him with brute force, but before they could even strike, they were sent flying in all directions by Ye Yu's mountain-cleaving saber. After this awesome display, Ye Yu didn't forget to strike a pose to show off his strength. The people who hadn't even made their offerings yet turned tail and ran. Good thing they weren't involved with the Tianhua sect. or they would have had a hard time saving their lives this time.
The Blaze Peak Master screamed in despair, not paying attention to the shadow behind him. By the time he turned his head, it was too late. Ye Yu, covered in murderous aura, had appeared behind him, giving him the right to choose his own death. Faced with this situation, he had no choice but to risk it all. He, from the title of Peak Master to a great cultivator, was only a blink away from the Saint Nascent Soul Realm. But how could he escape Ye Yu's eyes? Looking at his meager spiritual power, Ye Yu guessed that he had relied on pills to barely reach this realm.
Seeing his dirty secret exposed, the Blaze Peak Master didn't know what to say except to babble nonsense to gloss over it.
But Ye Yu didn't want to talk much to trash like this, so he rushed forward and slapped him a few times with affection. After a few simple punches, he quickly sent the Blaze Peak Master down to the Yellow Springs. The disciples who witnessed this scene were so frightened that they turned tail and ran inside. Only by relying on the sect master's intervention might they be saved. A bunch of small fries scrambling to escape didn't make Ye Yu want to lift a finger. He still wanted to find the leader directly. After kicking down the Tianhuo sect's gate, Ye Yu pointed his saber forward and called out the sect master by name. "Come out and meet me." After a while there was still no movement. Ye Yu shouted again. Just when he thought the sect master would be a turtle hiding in his shell, he suddenly burst out.
The reason he came out so late was that he had been in secluded cultivation. Seeing the sect master's figure, the disciples started yelling nonsense.
The sect master looked exactly the same. He didn't expect Ye Yun to come looking for him. He had been searching for him without any trace.
Facing him, Ye Yu pointed his sword at him and declared, "I will avenge the Bitao Pavilion." Hearing this, the sect master laughed like he'd struck gold, looking down on a marrow-cleansing realm cultivator like Yen Yu who couldn't even touch a hair on his head.
Although his strength was inferior, his trash talk wasn't weak at all. Ye Yu used the fact that he had killed his two sons to play the provocation game, and this really pissed him off. But before he could react, Ye Yu took the initiative to rush forward. Ye Yu's mountain-cleaving fist quickly collided with the sect master's blazing flame palm. Although there was a slight difference in strength, at this moment the two were evenly matched. The spiritual energy outburst made the Tianhuo sect disciples struggle to resist. They believed that if Ye Yu survived and left, he would definitely become a major threat to the Tianhuo sect in the future. After a while, both sides retreated after probing each other. But it seemed Ye Yu was a bit weakened after that last move. Still no dice, even with being proactive. Looks like I gotta use that move after all. Seeing Ye Yu's appearance, the sect leader proudly announced, "Ye Yu's 9th level body tempering is just trash. It can't compare to my Saint Embryo realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he also unleashed his spiritual power, determined to take care of Ye Yu first, and then clean up the remnants of the Bitao Pavilion in one go. Before he could attack, Ye Yu released his own spirit manifestation. Facing it was the sect leader's extremely powerful Tianhuo palm. Ye Yu himself understood that this was his last chance he had to secure victory. Ye Yu also timed it perfectly, and shot straight into the sky, directly confronting his Tianhuo palm. After this scene, the mountain gate had almost turned into a sea of fire, and the disciples were also caught in the explosion. When the smoke cleared, both of them could still stand, and the Tianhuo sect leader himself was very surprised that Ye Yu could unleash such a powerful blow. To a dying man, Ye Yu didn't hide that he possessed the world-concealing physique. Now that he knew the reason, the sect leader could die in peace. The disciples who witnessed this scene almost went crazy and rushed towards Ye Yu to avenge their sect leader, but Ye Yu didn't even bother to look at them, and a single slash of his sword scattered them all. Ye Yu didn't want to indiscriminately kill innocent people, so he gave them a way out. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Seeing Ye Yu's strength, they all knelt down and kowtowed non-stop. At this moment, at the foot of the Tianhuo sect mountain, the people of the Biatao Pavilion had gathered, along with Du Tianlong, the head of the Du family from Chengju. The family head looked quite worried and asked the Bixia Peak Lord, but her mind was made up and it was hard to change. "No matter what, we have to go and support Ye Yu." Deng Zhixi, standing on the side, also agreed. "No matter the outcome, we have to fight a bloody battle with those Tianhuo sect bastards." Liang Bi Yufan at this time had also faced the truth and was no longer as timid as before. Joining the momentum, they all charged in at the same time, shouting non-stop. But to their surprise, when they reached the mountain gate, there was no one there. The scene was just a pile of ruins. Dun Qizhi even thought he had gone to the wrong place. Just then, he saw the pit in the middle of the courtyard, which caught Dun Qizhi's attention, and he pointed to it. When they got closer to take a look, they recognized familiar faces. Even Ye Yu was surprised by everyone's appearance here. Seeing that everyone was still alive, they couldn't help but be moved and overjoyed. Before anyone could ask, Ye Yu revealed that the sect leader of the Tianhuo sect had been killed by him. Everyone was so shocked by this news that they were speechless. Everyone's mouths were wide open in surprise. For a 9th level body tempering cultivator to kill a Saint Embryo realm expert was extremely illogical, and everyone thought Ye Yu was joking. Ye Yu was helpless about this and didn't know how to explain it. After all, he's the main character in the story. What's so surprising about killing someone above your level? To understand everything more clearly, the Bijia Peak Lord told Ye Yu to recount the whole story. Ye Yu agreed, and pointed to the corpse of the Tianhuo sect leader. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can go and see for themselves.
The Bixia Peak Lord was a little skeptical and personally walked over there, but it was really, as Ye Yu said, the corpse of the Tianhuo sect leader was still hot and smoking.
Ye Yu also told everyone that the Saint Embryo realm was not as powerful as everyone imagined. A single sword of his easily killed him.
He said that, but everyone understood that Ye Yu had put in a lot of effort to defeat the Tianhuo sect leader, shouldering the responsibility of avenging the Biantao Pavilion alone.
A normal person would not be able to do it. Shi Jingyi was so moved that she burst into tears and ran to hug Yan Yu.
Ye Yu also accepted it, and said that everything here was over, and with the sacrifice of those who came before, this was the result that the Biantao Pavilion deserved to receive.
By the time the Bixia Peak Lord realized the most important person to her, it was too late. She could only look up at the sky and grieve endlessly. Just then, the disciples of the Tianhuo sect had looted all the treasures of the Tianhuo sect and brought them as a price to save their lives.
Looking at this amount of treasure, Ye Yu praised them. Well done. Shi Jingji was curious and asked Ye Yu, "What do you need this treasure for?" Ye Yu didn't hide it, revealing he'd use it to rebuild Biantao Pavilion, which was also the wish of all the disciples. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, knowing they'd soon return to Longshao Peak. With everyone's unanimous support, Ye Yu believed Biantao Pavilion would soon rise again, becoming the hegemon of Juju. After a period that was neither too short nor too long, Biantao Pavilion's main sect gate was finally completed. The 9 great clans from all over Juzhou had basically all arrived. The Zhao clan of Qizhao, the Li clan of Yuzhou, and the Hu clan of Bingzhou, who had previously submitted to Tianhuo sect, had all been wiped out. Biantao Pavilion was now the #1 sect in Juzhou, and no one dared to defy a single word they uttered.
In just a short month, the situation in Juzhou had completely turned around, astonishing everyone.
Here, Bihei Peak Lord also stepped forward to represent and announce this momentous day, which was also the day to select Biantao Pavilion's new pavilion master. Ye Yu was startled upon hearing this, but thinking it over, it made sense. After all, the #1 sect in Juzhou couldn't be a headless dragon. Seeing Bihei Peak Lord's gaze made Ye Yu even more certain. The young man still hoped it wouldn't be him, but it seemed the truth was just that, the truth. With this decision, Liang Bufan, Du Qixi, and Shi Jingyi all agreed wholeheartedly, and the disciples below also unanimously agreed. With everyone above and below in agreement, Bihei Peak Lord was delighted. Just as she was about to make the final announcement, someone stopped her, disagreeing. Those below heard it and thought, "This guy must be crazy to do that. He's definitely going to get eaten alive by Bihei Peak Lord this time." And sure enough, she was already sharpening her blade, looking for the one who dared to speak out. Turning around, she saw that the person who just spoke was none other than Ye Yu, who strongly disagreed with this decision. This scene left Bihei Peak Lord flustered, so she asked Ye Yu why. Du Qixi and the other two also approached, giving Ye Yu all sorts of trouble. Ye Yu immediately said that he really wasn't suitable for that position. He was lazy, never made progress, liked to take advantage of loopholes and flirt shamelessly, and often teased decent girls. Seeing Ye Yu make such excuses made Bihei Peak Lord even more awkward, as she believed if Ye Yu didn't do it, no one else would be suitable. Right at this moment, Liang Bufan also stepped forward, saying he didn't want to be the pavilion master either. Everyone else craved the position, but these two guys kept deferring to each other. Bihei Peak Lord felt utterly annoyed just thinking about it. Liang Bufan hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully, saying he felt his abilities were insufficient to hold this position. Truly a unique sight. Those present were also astonished, never expecting such a scene. Already annoyed by these guys constantly squirming and making excuses, Bihei Peak Lord got so mad she went berserk, unleashing palm strikes everywhere to chase everyone away. After everything calmed down, she also asked what troubles were in their hearts, thinking that perhaps speaking them out could resolve things. Whether by coincidence or intention, both gave the same answer. They both wanted to go explore outside Juju. Bihei Peak Lord was also very curious upon hearing this, and asked again. Liang Bufan didn't hide anything, stating that after witnessing Mo Wushang single-handedly manipulate events and almost destroy Biantao Pavilion, he absolutely didn't want history to repeat itself, and he himself needed to become even stronger. Ye Yu also strongly agreed, asserting that Zhenyan sect and Mo Wushang must definitely pay for their recent actions. Seeing her two beloved disciples speak this way, although Bihei Peak Lord was deeply moved and grateful, she didn't want anyone to lose their lives. But before she could dissuade them, all the disciples of Biantao Pavilion, from top to bottom, unanimously wanted to go with them, believing that only then would there be hope for revenge. Witnessing this scene, Bihei Peak Lord was moved beyond words. She had to admit that the sacrifices of the previous pavilion master and Biyun Peak Lord were truly worth it. In this awkward situation, Du Qixi also proposed a great idea, to let his father and younger sister help Biantao Pavilion maintain its daily operations. Even without a Saint Embryo Realm expert overseeing it, no one would dare to touch them. Ye Yu also found this idea excellent. Before leaving, Ye Yu would announce to all of Juju that he would enter secluded cultivation to break through to the Saint Embryo Realm, using that to deter all sides. Considering the matter fully resolved, the disciples all earnestly hoped Bihei Peak Lord would agree. With things having come to this, she herself didn't want to force them.
She could only grant everyone's wishes and lead all the Batao Pavilion disciples out of Juju to a new scene. 1 month later, everyone was still moving across a sandy desert, heading outwards, feeling like he'd reached his limit. Ye Yu called out to everyone to take a break and recover their strength. Still not there, everyone's getting super bummed. No wonder so few people make it out of the 9 provinces. The road is a total drag. Bishia Peakmaster came over to Ye Yun to ask about the situation. Ye Yu flipped through his notes to double check, confirming that they just needed to keep going straight. They were on the right track, but the problem was, they were burning through their pills and water like crazy. At this rate, Liang Bufan was worried they wouldn't have enough supplies. Faced with this situation, Ye Yu had no choice but to advise everyone to turn back, while he would continue on alone. Just then, Duchixi had some exciting news to report. He'd spotted the exit in the distance. Hearing this, everyone was stoked and rushed after Duchixi. After about 100 steps, they all stood before a massive gate. Suddenly, rumors started flying that this was the burial ground of a great demon, freaking everyone out. Baijia Peakmaster placed her hand on the gate to sense it. The gate was covered in markings, but she couldn't decipher them, confirming that this was indeed the world-shocking gate. No sooner had she spoken than Ye Yu boldly stepped forward to scout ahead. Before he could even enter, Xin Jingyi stopped him, saying that if he wanted to go, she was going with him. Seeing this, Duchixi hurriedly followed behind to see what was up. Not wanting to risk all 3, Bishop Peakmaster ordered Liang Bufan and the others to guard the entrance, while she and the others would go explore. After giving instructions, everyone began to venture deeper inside. Liang Bufan hoped that nothing would go wrong. The deeper they went, the darker the space became. Ye Yu lit a torch and told everyone to stay close. After walking for a while, they reached a staircase leading directly down. It looked eerie and scary, making everyone's butts clench. But Ye Yu bravely took the lead. If we've decided to go, we gotta go all the way. Inspired by Ye Yu's courage, the others followed suit. But after walking non-stop for an hour without seeing the end, everyone started getting antsy. Bishia Peakmaster suspected they had entered a maze formation. Ye Yu shook his head in denial, confirming that there was no formation here at all, and he felt that the end wasn't far away. Because after entering this place, the heavenly book in Ye Yu's mind kept throbbing, as if something was urging him to come here. But Ye Yu had no idea what it was. Following Shi Jingyi's suggestion, everyone continued on. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at the boundless Black Sea. This Black Sea was so vast that no one could see the end. Ye Yu, standing by the shore, sensed that something was wrong and became a little wary, and sure enough, a black-robed figure with 2 chains in hand rushed out from under the Black Sea, demanding his soul back. Duchixi was so scared by this scene that he almost peed his pants and ran for his life. Of all people to find, he had to come after our Ye Yu, so he got a swift kick in the ass. Men, stay away, because this bro's heart is only for the beauties. Seeing Ye Yu prioritize women over bros, Duchixi held a grudge in his heart, secretly plotting revenge one day. Back to the main issue, Ye Yu spoke up to reassure everyone, reminding them to prepare to form a battle array to face the enemy. Inspired by Ye Yu's momentum, everyone showed no fear. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. A black Quilin appeared out of nowhere, a legendary creature. Ye Yu managed to react in time and pulled Shi Jingyi away, avoiding a fatal blow. Facing the power of this black Quilin, the black-robed figure was still able to stand firm, countering the force that the two unleashed, also causing the surrounding Black Sea to churn violently. What terrifying power! Consider this lucky. Ye Yu can now focus on the staircase leading down. Shi Jingyi tried to persuade Ye Yu from the side. Hurry back up before danger strikes. But could that scare our Ye Yu? Ye Yu was determined to go down and find the answer. Faced with this decision, even Bijia Peakmaster tried to stop him. After all, this was too risky. It would be better to go back and discuss it carefully. Ignoring the advice, Bao Ye Yu insisted on continuing. No matter how they tried to persuade him, everyone had no choice but to continue down, passing by the place where the black-robed figure and the black Qilin were fiercely fighting. But unexpectedly, the next destination that appeared before them was a huge island. Just thinking about it, no one could imagine that at the end of the 9 provinces, there would be a Black Sea and an island like this. Ignoring the surprise, everyone started venturing deeper inside, but after taking a few steps they saw many skeletons appearing before them. Shi Jingyi was also a bit scared by this. Duchixi was also feeling a bit hesitant to give up, but unexpectedly, these skeletons had some sentience and stood up decisively. They quickly grabbed their weapons and aimed them at Ye Yu, hacking down. Duchixi still sought refuge behind Ye Yu as before, but the result was the same. Ye Yu kicked him away for dozens of meters. Bros before hoes, am I right? Faced with this attack, everyone worked together to deal with them first, but it seemed useless. Their attacks had no effect whatsoever. Ye Yu realized this and told everyone to stop. To avoid wasting their spiritual energy, Ye Yu was a little panicked under the circumstances, not understanding how strong these guys were even after death. Unable to think of a solution, Ye Yu felt unwilling to give up. Before he knew it, a skeleton swung a sword down. But unexpectedly, the moment the blade touched him, it was blasted away by a stream of aura. The skeletons were so scared that they scurried away with their tails between their legs, without looking back. Yeyu and the others were confused by this scene, still not understanding what had happened. Only when he felt it did Yeyu realize that this was the golden light emitted by the heavenly book. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, Yeyu was determined to continue, because there might be something special here. The others followed behind, reminding each other to be careful, because after all, no one had ever set foot here before. After walking for a while without seeing anything but piles of bones, some people began to feel scared and wanted to turn back immediately. But just then Shi Jingyi discovered a light ahead. Yeyu still charged forward as before. Spoiler alert, surprisingly, as they got closer the light became even more dazzling. When they opened their eyes, a very dreamy scene appeared before them. Not only that, but there was also a fairy sister, sitting leisurely in front. Bixia Peak Lord became vigilant upon seeing this, and reminded everyone a little. Yeyu, standing on this side, also felt that this woman's strength was not weak. Just a casual glance could kill them all. Before they could even think about retreating, this woman began to move. Water droplets quickly condensed into forms in her hand, including dragons, unicorns, tortoises, and phoenixes. All of them. Faced with this scene, Bixia Peak Lord also began to tremble, because she didn't know what kind of powerhouse she was facing. The water droplet transforming into a Kilin was truly terrifying. Yeyu was also a bit frightened. While that woman hadn't noticed them, Yeyu urged everyone to retreat quickly, but surprisingly, the woman turned her head and noticed everyone. Her eyes quickly met Yeyu's figure, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Yeyu realized this, and pulled Shi Jingyi's hand, running first. The woman was a little surprised that someone could actually enter this place, but she still didn't care. Just because you can get in doesn't mean you can get out. The woman made the skeletons emit even more power than before, waiting for the heavenly book to react. But there was no response, making Yeyu start to feel anxious. After thinking about it, the best way was still to return to the original place and face the strong enemy. Yeyu had no choice but to humbly say that he was a wandering traveler who accidentally strayed here and hoped that she would forgive him. Before Yenyu's respect, the woman was not on guard, and asked Yenyu who he was and why he came here. Considering that he had been tricked, Yeyu gave a very strange smile. Then he officially started the class. The young man made up all kinds of stories in the world, such as the Battle of 9 Provinces, the suffering of the people. Yeyu kept babbling for half an hour, making the woman dizzy and her ears ringing. Seeing this scene made the disciples look cross-eyed. The bragging reached the point where even the person involved had to believe it. The more he spoke, the better, and everyone sat down seriously to listen. After another half an hour, it was finally over. Yeyu officially ended his class. It had to be called the pinnacle of Yeyu's immortal otherworld storytelling. It was absolutely perfect. And of course, the fairy woman believed it. Considering that the matter was settled, Yeyu asked her to dismiss the skeletons so that everyone could leave quickly. The fairy agreed upon hearing this, and did it immediately. The skeletons disappeared completely. Before leaving, Yeyu didn't forget to ask her name, so that he could set up a memorial tablet to remember her in the future. But it seemed that this action was a bit redundant. The fairy woman thought for a while and remembered something, so she kept Yeyu behind. A string with a strong aura tightly bound Yeyu, making him unable to move. Shi Jingyi saw this, and ran to the rescue, demanding that the woman release him. Yeyu, lying on the ground, warned Shi Jingyi, saying that she was not the woman's opponent, but it seemed that these words had no effect. Shi Jingyi still swung her sword to strike. Surprisingly, the fairy woman blocked it with just one finger. Not only that, but with just a light shake of her hand, the sword shattered into pieces and quickly struck towards everyone. Everyone had to struggle to resist. Unexpectedly, the fairy woman had no ill intentions. She just wanted Yeyu to help her do something. Everyone had no choice but to accept it. There was nothing they could do, even if they didn't want to. After being released, Yeyu advised everyone to stay out of sight for a while, assuring them that he would return safely to reunite with them. Before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to tell them, "Remember to search and see if there are any treasures here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yeyu also approached the fairy woman, offering her attentive greetings. But before she could reply, she waved her hand and pulled the heavenly tome out. Sensing it was too weak, she tossed it aside. Seeing his treasure damaged, Yeyu helplessly cried, demanding she compensate him, since it was the black lemur. If not, this life would be a waste. But it seemed the young man had been slacking off a bit too much. The place where the fairy woman tossed the heavenly tome was none other than the nearby Black Sea. Surprisingly, countless powerful auras descended from the sky, aiming straight for the heavenly tome. Witnessing this scene, Yeyu was so startled, he quickly hid behind a nearby rock. The Black Sea surrounding the heavenly tome began to swirl into a massive vortex. Facing it, the fairy woman simply shouted, "Silence!" But how could such a casual remark suppress the Black Sea? Yeyu didn't believe it, declaring that if it worked, he'd eat SHT. And the truth slapped the young man right in the face. The Black Sea returned to its peaceful state. "Hit yourself in the foot." The fairy woman pointed to the pile of dung from the unicorn sea turtle and told Yeyu to take the initiative. Hearing this, Yeyu panicked and ran to hug her leg, begging, Please forgive this younger brother who is afflicted by a curse. Whether intentional or not, he made the fairy woman blush with embarrassment. She grabbed his collar and slapped Ye-Yu hard for being so talkative. Simultaneously, she waved her hand lightly, pulling the heavenly tome back, and it aimed for the center of Ye-Yu's forehead, transporting Ye-Yu into the consciousness where the tome resided. Looking at the aura it emitted, Ye-Yu felt that the speed of the Tao transformation art had increased many times over, and it was constantly running, meaning that Ye-Yu was in a state of cultivation at all times. Observing Ye-Yu's figure, the fairy woman assessed him, noting that Ye-Yu's talent and luck were not low. Just then, Ye-Yu officially broke through to the perfect level of the marrow-cleansing realm. Overjoyed, he didn't notice the fairy woman's appearance. Helping Ye-Yu become stronger was the condition for her to ask Ye-Yu for help. Ye-Yu felt that no words could express his gratitude for this great favor, and asked her what she wanted him to help with. He found out that the fairy woman was looking for someone, but the problem was that she didn't know who that person was. Ye-Yu wasn't too surprised by this and asked countless questions to find identifying features. But these questions inadvertently gave the fairy woman a splitting headache and also summoned a golden-winged rock from beneath the Black Sea. Before he could understand what was happening, Ye-Yu was grabbed by the head and thrown straight into the air, and she didn't forget to instruct Ye-Yu, "Quickly find that person for me." I'm telling you, helpless? Knowing that I have to find someone without even a small clue, this is no different than finding a needle in a haystack. Just like that, Ye-Yu was taken out by the rock, passing by Du Chixi and the others who were resting. Ye-Yu didn't forget to remind everyone, "Don't look for me, and leave here quickly." Looking at the golden-winged rock that Ye-Yu was riding, the three of them were shocked because it was a mythical beast in the legend. Putting aside the surprise, Shi Jingji also ran after him and said that she would wait for Ye-Yu at the Yin-Yang Academy. Shi Jingji was helpless in this situation, hoping that Ye-Yu could return safely. And so, the golden-winged rock flew non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. After so much time, Ye-Yu couldn't hold back his urge to pee any longer, and his face turned pale. "Bro Peng, land for a moment so I can take care of it." Bro Peng understood and immediately swooped down to the ground without thinking. Just then, a ceremony to pray to the gods seemed to be taking place below, which was the man tribe praying to the man god for help. The teenagers standing nearby couldn't stop laughing because they thought that what these people were praying for didn't exist at all. But at this moment, the movement above caught the attention of the man tribe, and it turned out that Daddy Ye-Yu and the golden-winged rock were rushing straight down here. They fell straight down and shocked the area. Ye-Yu also timed it perfectly and landed beautifully, proving that he was no longer the chicken he was in the other world. Before he could be complacent for too long, he looked up and saw countless eyes looking at him, making Ye-Yu think he was being robbed of his marriage again. But the truth was not like that. Everyone in the man tribe knelt on the ground and called Ye-Yu man god. Ye-Yu couldn't process this and looked very silly. The teenagers standing nearby also recognized the mythical beast golden-winged rock, and were shocked, thinking that the legend of the man tribe was true. These barbarian tribe people no longer doubted Ye-Yu's identity because, according to their records, the golden-winged eagle was Man Shen's sworn brother. Ye-Yu, faced with this scene, didn't know how to handle it. He told everyone to stand up before they talked. But as soon as they stood up, the tribal chief brought a feast for Ye-Yu. Seeing the pile of tubers, Ye-Yu doubted his existence a little, and politely declined. At this moment, the young men spoke up, pointing out Ye-Yu's true identity, mentioning that only Man Shen could activate the barbarian tribe's ancestral land, and urged Ye-Yu to try. The barbarian tribe people thought it sounded reasonable. After all, there was nothing to lose, so why not give it a try? Ye-Yu outwardly agreed, but inwardly he was trying to sneak away before being discovered. But it seemed difficult, because the escorts following him were a dozen or so Saint Foundation realm experts. Ye-Yu had no choice but to be taken to the barbarian tribe's ancestral land. The nearby young men were smug, thinking that Ye-Yu wouldn't be able to open it no matter what. When that happened, it would be easier for them to deal with him. Cut to a while later at the barbarian tribe's ancestral land, everyone was present. It was said that after the tribal chief disappeared, the barbarian tribe people had no way to enter the ancestral hall, and if this continued, the barbarian tribe would decline. Ye-Yu was now their last hope. Ye-Yu was still thinking of a way, noticing that the marks on the stone door not only locked the cave, but also contained something special. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit heavy, the tribal chief took the initiative to kneel and urge Ye-Yu to open the door quickly. Ye-Yu understood what he meant, and glared back, asking if they were doubting his identity. The tribal chief got scared, and quickly denied it because they couldn't really confirm if Ye-Yu was Man Shen or not. Without waiting any longer, Ye-Yu began to channel his spiritual power and strike the door, simultaneously activating the creation art to open it, and it actually worked. The moment the door opened, everyone cheered loudly, "Long live Man Shen!" Even more surprisingly, the stone slab on the door contained a set of combat skills. Ye-Yu had hit the jackpot this time. While the young men were so surprised that they couldn't speak, Ye-Yu was extremely smug, and then became serious and pointed at them because of their words earlier. Facing a small marrow-cleansing realm like Ye-Yu, these two young men couldn't help but rush to attack,
which suited Ye Yu perfectly. He hadn't had a chance to try out the combat skills he just learned. Ye Yu channeled his spiritual power into this punch, unleashing Manhwa Nu, which carried enormous power. Seeing the Man Shen's signature combat skill unleashed by Ye Yu, the barbarian tribe people were even more certain of Ye Yu's identity. With such powerful combat skills, even though there was a difference in cultivation level, Ye Yu was still able to easily deal with two half-step Saint Foundation Realm guys like them. They were no match for Ye Yu, making them start to doubt their existence. Forgot to introduce them. The guy in the blue outfit is Zhang Peng, and the other one is Ding Shenxin. According to their wishes earlier, if Ye Yu was really Man Shen, they would voluntarily strip naked and eat shit. Ye Yu was really looking forward to seeing that scene. Ding Shenxin ran over and grabbed Ye Yu's leg, pointing at Zhang Peng. Before Zhang Peng could explain, he was silenced by a punch from Ding Shenxin. Then the two of them started fighting each other fiercely, neither willing to lose. At this moment, Ye Yu didn't bother to lift a finger, but snapped his fingers and called someone over. As soon as he finished speaking, a barbarian tribe member came forward and asked Ye Yu what he wanted, and it was no surprise that Ye Yu ordered them to deal with these two. As soon as the order was given, everyone rushed forward aggressively, thinking that daring to doubt the identity of Lord Man Xian was unforgivable. Then the two of them were grabbed by the head and beaten to a pulp, and finally thrown into the shit pit as they had wished before. Cut to 3 days later, Ye Yu finally arrived at the Stone Mountain City Gate with his companion, Tian Yu. As soon as he opened his eyes, Ye Yu was surprised by the scene before him. Because the city gate here was larger than he could have imagined, it was extremely magnificent. The barbarian tribe escort revealed that this was just the smallest city here, which changed Ye Yu's worldview. Sure enough, this was a place that the 9 provinces couldn't compare to. As soon as he entered, the atmosphere was much more lively. Ye Yu didn't pay attention to the scenery around him, but was thinking about Manhwa Nu. The complete version could reach the heavenly grade, but unfortunately, Ye Yu's current cultivation level was not enough. He could only barely open 2 divine gates, and then he was stuck. While looking left and right, Ye Yu accidentally saw a familiar stranger. It turned out to be Zhang Peng and Ding Shenxin. After being beaten up, they returned and recounted everything that had happened, but unfortunately, no one believed them. Both of them helplessly insisted that everything they said was true. While they didn't know how to explain, Ye Yu took the initiative to greet them, and didn't forget to get close and put his arm around Bangu's shoulder in a very friendly manner, despite their warnings. But Ye Yu didn't pay any attention at all. Anyway, he had the barbarian tribe backing him. All he had to do was call out, and they would be dealt with. At this moment, a young man in white clothes came forward, respectfully greeted him, and introduced himself as Liao Qiang. Ye Yu returned the greeting, saying that he was on his way to the Yin-Yang Academy when he ran into acquaintances. Brushing off the issue with those two guys, Liao Qiang asked what Yen Yu's purpose was in coming to the Yin-Yang Academy. Yen Yu didn't hide anything, revealing that he came to find someone and, coincidentally, to seek knowledge, as he'd heard that the Yin-Yang Academy was the highest learning institution in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. After just a few words, they felt very compatible. Liao Qiang suggested that Ye Yu come to Purple Tower to talk, and Ye Yu naturally agreed. After all, he was planning to scout out some information. Watching the two figures enter Purple Tower, Zhang Peng and Ding Chengxin vowed that they would absolutely not let Ye Yu off the hook. They chatted from morning till night, and finally it was time to say goodbye. Ye Yu arranged to meet Liao Qiang outside the city and go to the Yin-Yang Academy together. Of course, Liao Qiang respectfully replied, "As you command." After he left, the man next to him asked why Liao Qiang wanted to befriend a bone-tempering realm cultivator like Ye Yu. Liao Qiang didn't know how to answer this question. He only knew that Zhang Peng and Ding Chenjin were terrified when they saw Ye Yu, which proved that Ye Yu was extraordinary. After Ye Yu returned to the nearby forest, he called for Tin Yu but couldn't find him anywhere. Just then, a group of black-clad men surrounded Ye Yu, leaving him no way out. It turned out that this was Zhang Peng and Ding Chenjin's doing. The two of them used 5 Saint Embryo Realm experts to deal with Ye Yu at once. Ye Yu was surprised that they thought so highly of him. The assassins that Zhang Peng hired were from the Sand Gang. Before the action, he reminded them of the agreed-upon reward. Zhang Peng told them to rest assured. This time he decided to pay double the reward if they could kill Ye Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yu chimed in, pointing to Zhang Peng and Ding Chenxin and offering quadruple. The two of them didn't seem worried at all. They both believed that the Sand Gang assassins were very trustworthy. Seeing how smug they were, Ye Yu gave them a little reminder to wake them up. "You're already discussing how to deal with me. Quadruple the reward is tens of thousands of spirit condensation pills. Why wouldn't they agree?" The two of them realized that something was wrong, and immediately offered quadruple the reward like Ye Yu to stop this line of thinking. Just when it seemed like everything was settled, Ye Yu offered 6 times the reward, so the two of them frantically started bidding, quickly raising the price to 20 times. The Sand Gang assassins sat aside and watched silently. After all, they were the ones benefiting, so why not? Zhang Peng angrily threw down his fan, refusing to play anymore. The two of them mentioned that they had family backing, and that as long as they killed Ye Yu, everything on his body would belong to them. Sounded too good to be true. The Sand Gang assassins decided to go with that, so they all turned towards Ye Yu and moved forward.
wanting to finish him off quickly. At this moment, Ye Yu remained calm and said that he was the barbarian god of the barbarian clan, but how could they believe these empty words?
If Ye Yu was really the barbarian god, then they were the heavenly emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, they attacked, unleashing chaotic energy. Facing 5 assassins at the same time, Ye Yu began to unleash his spiritual power, rushing towards them as if he wanted to self-destruct. The Sand Gang assassins sensed this and quickly ran away from him. Zhang Peng and Ding Chenxin also jumped into a nearby lake to escape, but the truth was, Ye Yu had no intention of self-destructing. He was just pushing his spiritual energy to deceive. With the plan succeeding, Ye Yu immediately ran away, laughing heartily, leaving the group dumbfounded and confused. When they realized what had happened, the scar-faced leader of the assassins was furious, and Zhang Peng and Ding Chenxin were the most bitter about it. The scar-faced leader decided not to let Ye Yu off the hook. After all, the Sand Gang's specialty was hunting in the forest, so Ye Yu would definitely not be able to escape. Before leaving, Zhang Peng confirmed that Ye Yu was a person who was highly valued by the barbarian clan, and if they couldn't kill him, they would all die. Hearing this news was like a bolt from the blue, and they all tried their best to chase after him. At the same time, on Ye Yu's side, Ye Yu was looking for a suitable place to quickly break through to the Saint Embryo realm. Only then could he deal with them. After a while, he found a suitable place and threw out 3 spirit stones to set up a earth spirit concealment array to conceal his aura. Thinking about the spirit condensation pills he had accumulated and the perfect bone tempering realm, breaking through was only a matter of time. Ye Yu couldn't wait any longer and took out the heavenly tome while using the creation art to speed up the breakthrough, and this caused a great commotion, causing Zhang Peng's group to discover him and find him. With the combination of many things, Ye Yu still couldn't break through. While he was still trying to focus, Zhang Peng's group had already found the place. Ye Yu had no choice but to temporarily stop and stand up to deal with them first, and Zhang Peng's group was even more anxious. Before anything else, they joined forces and attacked. Ye Yu didn't have time to think of a way and could only use the creation art to resist temporarily. But there's no way Ye Yu, a mere completion stage marrow cleansing realm cultivator, could handle 7 Saint Embryo realm powerhouses at once. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce him, a talisman suddenly flew out from Ye Yu's body and blocked it. Ye Yu immediately recognized it as the talisman that his master, Cao Fei Yu, had given him. It successfully sent those other guys flying back as well. While Ye Yu was still trying to figure out what was going on, the talisman started transferring spiritual energy into him. He could feel his power surging, and if it kept up, he'd break through to the Saint Embryo realm. Zhang Peng and the others didn't want that to happen. Scarface took the lead, trying to stop him. But it seemed like it was too late. The moment his blade touched him, Scarface was sent flying. The aura from Ye Yu's body exploded, overwhelming them all. Ye Yu could now feel the power of the Saint Embryo realm. Gotta say, it felt freaking awesome. What was even more surprising was that the talisman didn't disappear after transferring the spiritual energy. It was definitely a treasure that old man Cao Fei Yu left for him. Just breaking through to the Saint Embryo realm and his aura was already this strong, making Ding Chenxin a little scared. But the Sand Gang assassins didn't see it that way. They figured it was just the talisman earlier, now things would be different. They raised their blades and came down, using the Blood Shadow Frenzy blade technique. He originally wanted to deal with those 2 first, but they came looking for him. Ye Yu had no choice but to grant their wish. Unexpectedly, his Blood Shadow Frenzy blade only hit an illusion created by Ye Yu. As for where the real him was, that's for me to know, and you to find out. Ye Yu seized the opportunity and appeared right behind him, simultaneously channeling his power into a punch that went right through Scarface's stomach. He died instantly. The underlings with him were scared shitless by this scene. If their boss wasn't a match, then, obviously, neither were they. After dealing with the most troublesome one, it was Ye Yu's turn to take care of Zhang Peng and Ding Chenxin. Faced with Ye Yu's overwhelming momentum, they had no choice but to run. But since they came, there's no way Ye Yu would let them leave. One by one, they were taken down by Ye Yu's peerless finger in the blink of an eye, including Ding Chenxin. Now, only Zhang Peng was left, trembling as he looked at the still warm corpses. With his fear of death, he immediately got on his knees, begging Ye Yu to spare his life. Ye Yu didn't agree right away. He just told him to write the 3 characters Mo Wu Sheng on the ground with his blood. Hearing this, Zhang Peng immediately did as he was told. The moment he finished, Ye Yu mercilessly finished him off. Even at this point, Zhang Peng didn't understand why Ye Yu had done that. He used his last breath to ask Ye Yu, which of course was because Ye Yu never agreed to spare him, and having him write Mu Wusheng served a purpose, even if it wasn't a big one. The thought of stripping these guys made Ye Yu gleeful. After searching everywhere, he found quite a bit of loot. Man, being a bandit is too easy. Just then, Ti Niu, who knows where he came from, ran over and called out to Ye Yu. Seeing him, Ye Yu went over and bopped him on the head a few times for disappearing on him. He didn't forget to ask, Ti Niu, where the hell were you hiding? I couldn't find you anywhere. Ti Niu excitedly recounted how he had dug a hole and buried himself to avoid being discovered, including by Ye Yu. Man, this Tai Niu's idea is too brilliant. Ye Yu was so pissed he almost coughed up blood. Cut to 3 days later, at the gate of Xinshan City. Ye Yu and Tian Yu were passing through with their newly acquired loot. Ye Yu was now a rich man. Coincidentally, he overheard that the Ding family and Zhang family had been wiped out in a single night. It was unbelievable that the two leading families in the city had been destroyed like that. Rumor has it that the Ding and Xiang families had offended a big shot, so they were jointly eliminated by several major families, led by the Xinao Tu family. Ye Yu was so surprised when he heard this, that he sat up straight to listen to the gossip. Just then, Liao Qiang waved to him from afar. Since he didn't have anyone to ask, Ye Yu went over to ask Liao Qiang about the Ding and Xiang families. But Liao Qiang didn't know much about it either, only that the Xiang and Ding families had offended a big shot from the Zhenyan sect. The Situ family, knowing this, sent troops to wipe them out, and his Liao family was also involved. Ye Yu had already guessed who this big shot was, but he still asked to confirm. And as he had guessed, Liao Qiang answered that it was Mo Wushang. After all, the Zhenyan sect was a top-tier force, so everyone had to show them some respect. Originally, I wanted to mess with Mo Wushang, but, unexpectedly, things backfired. The more Ye Yu thought about it, the angrier he got, vowing to himself that no matter who was backing him, he would definitely kill him.
And here's some piping hot tea. Zhang Sanjia of the Zhang family managed to escape and is now being hunted down by the Situ family. Liao Qiang even joked that they might bump into him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared in front of them, trying to block their path. Speak of the devil. The dude pointing his sword is none other than Zhang Sanjia that Liao Qiang just mentioned.
I'm telling you, this guy's mouth is cursed. Whatever he says comes true, Liao Qiang exclaimed. Startled, Liao Qiang could only try to smooth things over, offering a deal if he let them go, he would return the land to the Zhang family.
But Zhang Sanjia wasn't having it. The Zhang family is gone, what the hell do I need land for?
Right now, he just wants revenge, and he'll kill anyone he can. Even so, Ye Yu calmly scratched his nose and asked Liao Qiang, "How strong is this Zhang Sanjia?"
Liao Qiang didn't hide anything, revealing, Zhang Sanjia has guarded the Zhang family's territory for 20 years. At least 10 Holy Embryo Realm experts have died at his hands. He's infamous.
Sounds kinda flashy, so what? Ye Yu didn't care. In 20 years he only killed 10 people. I just killed 5 myself. This Zhang Sanjia is really trash. Contrary to Ye Yu's expression, Liao Qiang seriously told Ye Yu, "Run, I'll stay here to hold him back."
After all, Zhang Sanjia is after me. But Zhang Sanjia wouldn't have it. Today, all of you must die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sanjia's figure shot into the air, slashing down with a combat skill called Infernal Demon Blade.
Liao Qiang had no way out at this point, and had to risk his life to fight back. Using the combat skill Flood Dragon surging from the sea, quickly transforming into a water dragon, to directly confront the extremely powerful Infernal Demon Blade. But it seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he was no match for Zhang Sanjia. Liao Qiang was sent flying by the power of this move.
With that done, Zhang Sanjia landed beside him, looking disdainful. Liao Qiang, lying on the ground, resigned himself to his fate. 5 levels of Holy Embryo Realm. Flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Zhang Sanjia has at least cultivated the first level.
Clearly the strength between the two was not on the same level. This time he was done for. Zhang Sanjia stood beside him, laughing contemptuously, and said to Liao Qiang, "Rest assured, I won't let you die so quickly. Instead, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons, slowly torturing you to death so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart." Before dying, Liao Qiang could only tell Ye Yu, "Hurry back to the Liao family to report the news and come back here to avenge me."
But it seemed he was thinking too much. Ye Yu was chatting with Tian Niu about all sorts of things under the sun. Zhang Sanjia and his subordinates happened to hear this. He was about to kill someone, and they were just standing there talking. He warned them, "Get serious or don't cry when I chop off your dicks." Hearing Zhang Sanjia's shout, Ye Yu and Tian Niu paused for a moment, but then went back to what they were doing. They were so into the conversation, how could they just stop? Feeling looked down upon, Zhang Sanjia exploded with anger and decided to take care of these 2 ignorant fools first.
He used the same Infernal Demon Blade he used to defeat Liao Qiang, quickly aiming it at Ye Yu's location. Liao Qiang, lying on the side, helplessly shouted to Ye Yu, "Run before it's too late," but Ye Yu didn't care, and unleashed the mountain-opening fist in response, a powerful strike that solved everything. Liao Qiang's jaw dropped in shock at this sight. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered trying so hard.
And this simple move killed Zhang Sanjia on the spot. He didn't forget to strike a cool pose, foam constantly bubbling from his mouth.
Seeing Zhang Sanjia just keel over like that, Liao Qiang was a little surprised and was about to go over to check, but Ye Yu affirmed, "Of course he's dead. After all, I gave those 5 Holy Embryo Realm assassins a one-hit KO earlier too."
Not expecting that Ye Yu would have such terrifying strength, Liao Qiang still couldn't believe that he had befriended a real monster. After witnessing everything, Zhang Sanjia's subordinates had no choice but to tiptoe away, saying a few words of goodbye, promising to offer incense on the 15th of every month. But this could not escape Ye Yu's eyes. He rushed over and beat them to a pulp, and finally, with one blow, he sent them flying far away into the sky. And this is what people call a perfect popularity boost. Ye Yu laughed with enjoyment. seeming to have had a very satisfying beating.
Switching back to Stone City, the people passing by were very busy. Ye Yu and Liao Qiang were riding an ox cart into the city, and this unusual sight caught everyone's attention.
This was the first time they had seen someone riding an ox cart. It was really strange. A mother covered her child's eyes and reminded them, "Don't look, or you'll become as stupid as them."
And Liao Qiang had a similar thought, suggesting to Ye Yu to switch from the ox cart to a horse carriage to avoid the strange looks of these people. But this was rejected by Ye Yu. Riding an ox cart can cultivate the mind, and it's the most humble way to kill two birds with one stone. Isn't that better?
Hearing this, it sounded very reasonable, Liao Qiang praised. Brother Ye is very diligent and is a worthy example for me to learn from. So, they act all high and mighty because they're young and rich, but honestly, if they didn't burn through resources like crazy to level up, why would they be so stingy? Meanwhile, on the side, things got a bit rowdy. A dude bulldozed his way through the crowd, not giving a damn who he shoved aside, followed by a ridiculously flashy carriage for these times. Talk about showing off.
Compared to Ye Yu's ox cart, it's like heaven and earth. The trio gawked, and Ye Yu, being broke as hell, was totally drooling. Liao Qiang noticed and realized Ye Yu was full of it when he told his backstory.
Then, a gust of wind blew, and the curtain fluttered, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Yan Shengting.
Ye Yu recognized her instantly as his wife. Before he could think, Liao Qiang chimed in. Ye Yu, don't even bother looking, you'll never reach her. Curious? Ye Yu asked why.
Liao Qiang pointed to the dude riding a horse beside her who was hitting on her. That's Yulin Young Master Jiang Xiaoping, and the other one is Zhenyang Holy Sun Sun Wei. Both are handsome and heirs to major powers, controlling this area for miles around.
Everyone else here has an extraordinary background too. Compared to them, bro Ye Yu doesn't stand a chance.
Anyway, Ye Yu didn't expect that after their escape, Yan Shengting would become a freaking VIP.
Without a second thought, Ye Yu jumped down and said he'd take Liao Qiang to meet his wife. Liao Qiang found it hard to believe that someone as young as Ye Yu was already married, but he reluctantly let Ye Yu drag him along.
Ti Niu also wanted to join the fun, yelling for them to wait up. Cut to later, at the Tiangxiang restaurant.
After chasing after them, they saw everyone enter. Liao Qiang was still skeptical about what Ye Yu had said. Had they even met anyone? Could it be the girl in that fancy carriage? Ye Yu played coy,
telling them to go inside and find out. But as soon as they reached the door, they were stopped.
The guards claimed the restaurant was reserved, and outsiders weren't allowed, especially broke-ass dudes like Ye Yu.
Their smug faces pissed Ye Yu off, and he asked, "What if I insist on going in?" Hearing that, the two guards started getting physical. Daring to cause trouble here is a death wish. But Ye Yu wasn't scared. He signaled Ti Niu to take care of it. Ti Niu understood, and stepped forward, radiating a terrifying aura. His scary appearance made the two guards cower like little kids. Ti Niu easily tossed them away, probably sending them to their next reincarnation.
Hearing the commotion, Yan Shan ran out to see what was happening and ran into Ye Yun. Ye Yu recognized him and greeted him with a cheerful, "Uncle Yan, long time no see." Seeing a familiar face, Yan Shan jerked back and asked why Ye Yu was here.
Ye Yu casually said he was here to see his wife, and started walking inside. But Yan Shan blocked him.
Yan Shan thought that if this kid went inside, he'd blabber everything, and he couldn't let Ye Yu ruin the young lady's reputation. But Ye Yu clearly didn't agree.
"You have no say here," Yan Shan retorted, reminding Ye Yu that he was now a third-stage marrow-cleansing expert, not afraid of Ye Yu anymore.
The onlookers thought Ye Yu was screwed this time, but Liao Qiang and Ti Niu calmly watched, knowing what Ye Yu was capable of.
And with his super-powerful opening mountain fist skill, he easily shattered Yan Shan's move. Yan Shan was shocked to feel holy infant stage power, not expecting Ye Yu to improve so quickly.
Not stopping there, Ye Yu pressed his advantage, wanting to teach Yan Shan a lesson, but Yan Shan refused to give up, determined to erase the humiliation Ye Yu had caused him.
Yan Shan immediately transformed his hand into the freezing ice palm skill. Sounded cool, but it didn't work. Ye Yu beat him into next week. His butt must be about to bloom.
Liao Qiang and Ti Niu cheered him on, even suggesting the nut-crushing technique. After subduing Yan Shan, it was time for Ye Yu to reunite with his wife. The trio entered, ignoring Yan Shan's futile attempts to stop them. He could only explain that he tried his best, but those guys were ridiculously strong. Meanwhile, inside the Tiangxiang restaurant, a banquet was being held. Luckily, Yulin Young Master and Zhenyang Holy Sun had invited everyone, giving them the chance to admire Miss Yan's beauty. Not only was Miss Yan talented and beautiful, but she had also defeated the younger generation of various major sects and families. She was truly outstanding. Who would have the honor of becoming her cultivation partner? Yulin Young Master Jiang Xiaoping took the initiative to start a conversation with a spirit brew from his family that had been aged for centuries, which could greatly aid in cultivation. Seeing this, Yan Shengting wasn't shy at all and thanked him. Following that, True Yang Holy Sun, Sun Wei, also showed he wouldn't be outdone, and brought out a fruit from the divine tree which could help martial artists in the nascent origin realm. This made Jiang Xiaoping openly jealous, and he chimed in with a jab. True Yang Ancient Sect really treats these things like treasures, but in his house, who knows how many barrels have been left to rot.
Sun Wei wasn't about to lose, and immediately retorted,
That so-called spiritual elixir thing in his sect is only good enough for foot-washing water. It's okay to talk about others, but when he got poked, Jiang Xiaoping suddenly flared up. Neither would back down, and they turned away from each other with obvious resentment. Just as Yan Shengting was about to stand up and speak, these two guys continued to bicker, making the beauty feel helpless. She told them to be quiet so she could say something. Today, everyone is gathered here to discuss the Dao Ho. No need to be cautious, just speak freely, but the topic hasn't been decided yet. Everyone here let Yan Shengting decide.
Then, out of nowhere, a voice came. How about we start with the Dao of husband and wife?
This made everyone there stare blankly, and it was no surprise that the speaker was our own Ye Yu, still carrying old Yan Shan into the room, asking, "Does anyone have any objections?" Yan Shengting herself was very surprised to see Ye Yu, not expecting that he would be here.
Ye Yu had been looking forward to this day for a long time, but it came much sooner than he imagined. But before he could take a few steps, he was blocked by a group of people who asked Ye Yu which family he was a disciple of, and how he dared to be so rude.
Before Ye Yu could answer, someone wanted to get physical. Liao Qiang saw this and was a little scared, reminding Ye Yu that he should just stop. After all, each force here is not something we can mess with.
But Ye Yu didn't listen at all, and retorted, "On the contrary, Miss Yan hasn't even spoken yet, so why are you guys getting so worked up? Maybe she agrees."
And Ye Yu's words were no different than squeezing his own balls in their eyes. They should just stand still and watch the show, and deal with it later when the time comes. Jiang Xiaoping and Sun Wei on the other side didn't say anything, but they really wanted to know the result. The two of them had been simping for so long and still hadn't made any progress. Back to Ye Yu's side. Yan Shengting was very flustered after seeing her acquaintance again. Liao Qiang and Tin Yu thought that this trip was over, and they should find a way to escape first, just to be safe. Just then, Ye Yu took the initiative to hold Yan Shengting's hand tightly. To her surprise, Ye Yu reminded her, "Wifey, it's not good to have your hubby lure in all these butterflies." Seeing that Yan Shengting was being molested without resisting at all, these people seemed to start to realize something. Could it be that the beauty was just snatched away like that? Jiang Xiaoping and Sun Wei spat out the wine in their mouths because they were so surprised, guessing that maybe Ms. Yan liked this kind of macho behavior. Liao Qiang didn't pay much attention to the previous words, but now it seems he completely believed that Ye Yin really had a wife. Back to the story. After being questioned by Ye Yu, Yan Shengting explained that she didn't mean that, it's just that they kept surrounding her. Considering he had gotten the answer he wanted, Ye Yu took the opportunity to suggest that he would take her away from here. The two just held hands and left together, to the astonishment of countless people. But surprisingly, Sun Wei was not only not angry, but also showed a rotten smile. I didn't expect that Yan Shengting really liked this kind of man. Based on his status, as long as he has the opportunity to act like a man, how could Yan Shengting escape? Just as he was about to chase after them, he saw Jiang Xiaoping's figure flash past. It turned out that these two guys had the same idea. Sun Wei had no choice but to call him, "Come back before it's too late." At the same time, Ye Yu on this side was introducing his wife to Liao Qiang and Tian Yu, but before he could finish speaking, Jiang Xiaoping rushed over and pushed him against the wall in surprise of the three people. Seizing the opportunity, the young man held a rose in his mouth and added a few words of love. This scene was unacceptable to Sun Wei. Clearly he had thought of it first. Seeing that Yan Shengting didn't say anything and even put her hand on her cheek, Jiang Xiaoping thought that it really worked, and he stuck out his pointy beak, waiting for the opportunity to slurp, but unexpectedly he got a slap in the face for being horny. This scene made Sun Wei laugh as he witnessed it. Hee hee, good thing I didn't go first. And more than anyone else, the most satisfied person was, "Ye Yu, my wifey is too easy to get. This is definitely a jasmine flower stuck in a pile of cow dung." The nearby guys became more and more angry. At first they thought it was a joke, but who knew that it was true that Yan Shengting had a husband? Well, without further ado, Ye Yu also took Yan Shengting's hand and left, but before he could take a few steps, he was called back by Sun Wei. Yan Shengting also turned her head and asked, "Does he want to cause trouble or something?" Sun Wei said, "It's nothing big. Now that Miss Yan is leaving, the thing that True Yang sect gave to the Holy Sun is no longer destined for her." Hearing the name True Flame sect, Ye Yu asked him again to confirm. Sun Wei, emboldened, continued, "This time we're here for the True Flame sect's Holy Sun. The gifts we brought for the True Flame sect are countless. With such great respect, they'll naturally bring out high-grade battle techniques and treasures like rebirth grass as gifts." "Yan miss, how can you not be tempted?" Sun Wei said, revealing a provocative expression. Just as Yan Shengting was about to open her potty mouth and curse, Ye Yu stopped her and answered on behalf of his wife. Of course she's not tempted, but Sun Wei didn't accept this answer. He needed to hear it from Yan Shengting herself. Ye Yu ignored him and continued straight toward him, declaring loudly that she wasn't tempted and wouldn't go with them. It looked like they were just talking normally. But before anything else, both had already activated the spiritual energy in their bodies to a high level. Yan Shengting wondered why Ye Yu suddenly became so agitated when he heard the name True Flame Sect. At this, Sun Wei drew his sword and pointed it straight at him, wanting to experience Ye Yu's abilities. Just as it seemed a balanced battle was about to break out, Ye Yu raised his middle finger and judged, "He's not worthy." At the same time, he ordered Tin Yu to deal with him.
Having been silent all this time, just waiting for that, Tinu, with his massive physique, quickly advanced towards Sun Wei.
Seeing things gradually going wrong, Sun Wei pointed and said that Ye Yun sending a lackey to fight him was looking down on him, and he absolutely refused. Hearing this, Ye Yun denied his words, saying he was completely wrong. He wasn't just looking down on Sun Wei, but everyone there.
My words are like a bolt from the blue. Everyone paused for a moment, unable to believe their ears, and this really pissed off everyone there. You must be tired of living to dare act like that. Over here, Xiang Xiaoping also asked for a slot to show off, in case there was anything to support.
Sun Wei couldn't wait any longer, and took the initiative to attack first.
This was the great handprint battle technique of the solar world sun, and its special feature was that it could be used remotely.
The people standing next to him laughed, hey, looking forward to seeing Ye Yu begging for mercy. Knowing that Ye Yu was no match for Sun Wei, Yan Shengting told Ye Yu, hurry up and get out of the way, let me fight directly.
But it seemed everyone was thinking too far ahead, as Tinu was still waiting to deal with Sun Wei. And a gentle slap sent Sun Wei straight into the wall without being able to do anything.
I'm telling you, that slap felt great. Tinu's face looked clearly satisfied. Ye Yun, having someone to back him up, didn't need to worry about anything. In his eyes, there was only his wife, Yan Shengting.
Damn, the true Yang World Sun was sent flying with one punch. A holy embryo realm cultivator like Sun Wei couldn't withstand a single move. If his lackey is already so strong, isn't Ye Yun even more amazing? Unexpectedly, after one punch, Sun Wei could still stand up. He provoked Ye Yun, if you're so good then come and solo me one-on-one. What's it count for if you just send a lackey?
Ye Yu, standing here, remained calm.
Personally stepping up was okay, but on the condition that he took all the birthday gifts as rewards.
This was the condition that Ye Yu put forward. No matter what, this trip would really screw over the True Flame sect.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard countless whispers. Those gifts were all extremely precious items in their families. If they lost, what would they use for the birthday celebration?
Seeing them hesitating, Ye Yu made another condition, that he and his lackey would fight against everyone there.
Not stopping there, Ye Yun even moved closer and provoked them, saying this was a good opportunity to embarrass him in front of Yan Shengting, hoping they would seize it.
Seeing this unserious appearance, Yan Shengting felt as if Ye Yu was about to screw someone over again. Seeing that no one answered, Ye Yu had to give up. You really are a bunch of cowards, good at nothing but talking. Finishing his words, he pulled Yan Shengting away, reminding her not to hang out with these trash anymore, as it would only lower her status. Just at this moment, Sun Wei, perhaps out of pride, drew his sword, demanding to kill Ye Yu at all costs. Xiang Xiaoping also chimed in. After all, there are only two of them, and everyone here is an elite of the sect. What's there to be afraid of losing if we join forces and fight? I'm telling you, to be beaten to this extent and still be able to talk tough. Following the momentum, everyone shouted in unison and began to activate their spiritual energy. The World Sun and Holy Sun are right. As long as we kill them both, what do we have to worry about the gifts? Not paying attention to Ye Yu's smug look, I didn't expect these idiots to take the bait so easily. Liao Qiang, standing here, tentatively asked if Ye Yu was confident of winning. Yan Shengting, standing next to him, also advised Ye Yu not to take risks and harm himself.
With both of them worried, Ye Yu confirmed that the pile of gifts would definitely be his. What? This little chick can even trash someone at the first level of the Saint Embryo realm? These guys are nothing. Before the fight, Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping asked Ye Yu how he wanted to fight. Ye Yu didn't answer immediately but asked Tian Yu how many of them he wanted to deal with.
Hearing this, Tian Yu patted his chest and declared, if Ye Yu tells me to deal with a few, I'll take care of them nicely. For a follower to utter such words, it was no different from insulting them. Well, if Tian Yu said so, then each of us will deal with half. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu dashed forward, and the first person he targeted was none other than Sun Wei.
The mountain opening fist technique was also unleashed by Ye Yu, but luckily he dodged it. However, the others weren't so lucky.
Whether it was because of Ye Yu's attention or not, he aimed so accurately that the group had no choice but to withstand the blow, and were sent flying away by this one punch. Witnessing this scene made Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping dumbfounded for a long time. With just one simple move, the initial formation had been scattered.
It seemed like they couldn't all stand against him. Seeing that they couldn't win in a fight, the two started to twist the truth and claim that Ye Yu had launched a sneak attack first.
They had never seen such a shameless person before.
Yang Yu didn't care about the rest, and left it to Tian Yu to handle.
Suddenly, a large figure appeared behind them, causing them to turn around. They didn't know when Tiniku had been waiting here, ready to take them down. Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping immediately tried every means to beg for mercy, but it seemed to be in vain. The two of them were slammed straight into the ground by Tinyu until they lost consciousness. This made Ye Yu very appreciative. Quick, clean, and without wasting any rope. He was only away for a short time, and Ye Yu had reached the Saint Embryo realm. Yan Shengting still didn't understand what was happening. Liao Qiang, on the other hand, knew that attacking these people would lead to huge trouble, but Yan Yu didn't care at all. Everything was still within his control. After searching for a while, Tin Yu brought Ye Yu a scroll, which was likely something important.
Yu took it and opened it immediately. What appeared inside was a list of gifts. Glancing through it, there were 3-star spirit herbs, 10 barrels of pure heart tea, several sets of spirit accumulation pills, Xuan-grade combat techniques, mind-calming tea, and beast soul essences. Even Yu didn't expect there to be so many good things. I must take all of this on this trip, I have to say. I'm drooling already. When Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping woke up, a sword was stabbed right next to them. Yu appeared with a terrifying look, holding the list of gifts in his hand and telling them, hand them over obediently, because this was the initial condition they had agreed upon. But now, the two of them wanted to go back on their word. They absolutely couldn't hand over something so important. Otherwise, when they returned, they would be blamed by the sect and the True Flame sect, and they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. The surrounding people also chimed in, insisting that they shouldn't give it. What the heck? Why did you guys suddenly develop such backbone? Yu was a little surprised. Yan Shengting tugged at Yu's sleeve and whispered, these sects value their reputation very much. Moreover, holy sons and heirs look glamorous on the outside, but their status in the sect isn't actually that high. If the gifts are robbed this time, the consequences will be dire. Yan Shengting advised Yu to spare them a way out. After hearing everything, Yu understood, but such a reason couldn't deter him from returning empty-handed from a mountain of treasure. That wasn't Yu's style. Hearing this, Yan Shengting couldn't guess what Yu was about to do, but it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Unexpectedly, Yu's attitude changed 180 degrees. He went to each person with a warm expression, showing concern and asking questions. I really used a little too much force, and I feel a little guilty. I promise to be gentler next time. Seeing this scene made everyone astonished. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? He beat them up so badly, and now he's taking the initiative to greet them. This must be a conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. Liu Qiang, standing on the side, was also full of question marks. I'm wondering if Yebro's temperament is usually so erratic, and of course Yan Shengting understood better than anyone else. This expression clearly indicated that he was setting a trap for someone. There's no way this guy has such good intentions. Just then, Yu glanced towards Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping. Yu exclaimed with a panicked expression. Oh dear! 2 respected holy sons and heirs, who stuffed you two down there? Seeing Yu's feigned ignorance made them hate him even more. Isn't the mastermind? At this, Yu ordered Tiniu, quickly get them both up, lest they get addicted to the smell of dirt. Tiniu immediately obeyed, and slammed his hand down on the ground, causing both of them to fly high into the air and immediately land on their chests, which didn't look too good. Yu said politely, please, both of you, stand up. I, Yu, am not old enough to receive such a grand gesture. As he reached out to help them up, Sun Wei rudely slapped his hand away. He also told Yu to stop wasting words, asking what he was up to. Jiang Xiaoping also affirmed that they would never yield. You two are misunderstanding me, Yu. I truly want to resolve our conflict. This somewhat exaggerated and fabricated speech made Yan Shengting, who was standing to the side, tremble all over. This act is way too obvious. What's a reconciliation without some booze? Yu also told Tiniu to bring him some wine. Once the wine was brought, Yu took it and held it out. Consider this cup as atonement for everything. Let's erase the past. Misunderstanding, what do you say? Seeing his somewhat sincere demeanor, Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping looked pleased, thinking that Yu was acting this way because he was afraid of their backgrounds. Yu downed the entire cup in one go, and didn't forget to ask, has everyone agreed to let it go? Just then, Tiniu channeled his inner energy as a warning. Even if they didn't want to, they had to agree. The group could only cry and accept the resolution of the misunderstanding. No one dared to object. Considering the matter settled, Yu announced, from now on, we are all friends. Damn it, this is infuriating. The more Sun Wei and Jiang Xiaoping thought about it, the angrier they became. If they weren't outmatched, they would have beaten Yu to death long ago. Could there be anyone more shameless? But it wasn't over yet, Yu continued. Since we are friends, I won't hide anything from you all. This ambiguous statement made everyone pay attention. Yan Shengting had a bad feeling, and that bad feeling was for those guys. Yan Yu revealed. Actually, today is my birthday. I thought it was something important. Suddenly talking about this, everyone was speechless. Yu urged everyone, quick, wish me a happy birthday. Even though they didn't want to, they had to say, this isn't forced, is it? First, Sun Wei wished, may young Master Yi have a 10 zang long. Next, Jiang Xiaoping wished, may young Master Yi have a son soon, and so on. Hearing these words made Yu look displeased. As expected, you're all not sincere. You can tell even with wishes like that. Making the group nervous, Yu suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, when it's the Zhenyan sect Saint Child's birthday, you bring so many gifts, but there's nothing for me. It's obvious you're not sincere. There's no denying it, guards. Close the gates and release the dogs. If there are no dogs, Tiniu will do. Tiniu, upon hearing the order, went over with a bang. My young master treats you with sincerity, yet you deceive him. Take a punch from Tiniu. Seeing the horrifying scene before them, Everyone bent over and ran for their lives, and the group was chased around non-stop for several rounds.
Liao Qiang, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. This works too. This operation of Brother Ye's is truly earth-shattering, making gods and ghosts cry.
Yan Shengting, standing beside him, said, "This is nothing. You haven't seen him, when he's even more shameless." Back to the chase. Jiang Xiaoping suddenly slipped and fell. Just when he thought he was about to die, he proactively said that he had prepared a birthday gift for young Master Ye. "I'm glad I didn't get tongue-tied, or I would have been gazing at chickens naked." After this scene, Jiang Xiaoping breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like I'm saved."
Considering Tinu's mission accomplished, Ye Yu came forward again. "I knew young Master Yu Lin was the most sincere."
"I wonder what gift you prepared for me," Ye Yu wondered. After a moment of thought, Jiang Xiaoping said, "I'm willing to give you 2 first-grade spirit herbs to celebrate your birthday." Not knowing what Ye Yu was thinking, but it didn't seem like anything good, he decisively ordered, "Ti Ni Yu. Cripple him. Don't hold back." This made Jiang Xiaoping panic and startle. "Wait a minute. Didn't I give you a birthday gift already? Why won't young Master Yi spare me?" Yi Yu stated the reason. "On this list you gave 5 third-grade spirit herbs, a pound of sincere tea, but now you're only giving me a little bit of that. This is not treating me as a close friend at all." Hearing Ye Yu's unreasonable demands, Jiang Xiaoping couldn't accept it. "You still want me to give third-grade spirit herbs? Are you dreaming? What the hell are you talking about?" The other guys also chimed in. "Ye Yu, who do you think you are to compare with the holy son of the True Flame sect? You dare to ask for a 3-star spirit herb, which is worth more than 10,000 spirit accumulation pills.
Your shamelessness level has reached god-tier status." Ye Yu ignored their words, and decisively pointed his blade at Jiang Xiaoping, warning, "If you guys don't treat me as a friend, then I won't hold back either." Seeing Ye Yu's approaching figure made Jiang Xiaoping shake like a leaf. Ye Yu didn't say much, and swung down with a mountain splitter blade strike. Faced with this terrifying aura, Jiang Xiaoping could only beg Ye Yu to spare his life. In an instant, the heavenly fragrance pavilion turned into a pile of rubble, the single blade splitting the building in 2. This scene almost made Jiang Xiaoping wet his pants. Ye Yu casually said that he wasn't careful and slipped, but this time he would definitely hit. Jiang Xiaoping had no choice but to proactively hand over his storage ring. "I am willing to offer 5 3-star spirit herbs, half a pound of serenity tea, plus 10,000 spirit accumulation pills as a birthday gift for young Master Ye." Ye Yu was very satisfied and accepted it. This is what friends are for. Holding his first spoils of war, Ye Yu didn't forget to subtly remind the others, who helplessly handed over their possessions in tears. "It looks like everyone has taken out everything they have. Since you all are so generous, then I'll reluctantly accept it." Ye Yu seized the opportunity to show off, and the young men laughed heartily. "Looks like this trip is a goldmine." Liao Jiang was impressed by such superb tactics. Okay, that's all well and good, but Ye Yu didn't forget to ask for his gift. Business is business. Since it's a birthday, there must be a gift. Liao Jiang was startled to hear this, and asked in surprise. Ye Yu said it was obvious. "You aren't my wife, so why wouldn't you give a gift?" "Even family members are getting shaken down." Liao Qiang helplessly asked to be excused. "But it wasn't easy," Ye Yu continued. "Brother Liao, don't blame me. If I don't do this, others will definitely hold a grudge against you in the future. At that time, your life will be in danger." Hearing this nonsensical explanation, Liao Qiang completely believed it. So that's how it is. Brother Yi is truly righteous. It seems I was comparing a petty person's heart to a gentleman's stomach. Ye Yu laughed heartily. "It's a small matter. After all, we are all friends." Contrary to Liao Qiang's amiable expression, only Yan Shengting realized, another good person has been played by Ye Yu. Everyone is so generous? Is it really necessary to give so many gifts just for a birthday? No one believed it when he said that he would definitely return the favor after his birthday. Isn't this kind of gifting? Forcing people? Your face must be as thick as a highway? At this moment, a voice said that today was also his birthday, and this person was none other than Sun Wei. He insisted that what he said was completely true. Ye Yu was very calm when he heard this, thinking that they were very fated, but inside, he was furious. Damn it, I just said something casually, but it turned out to be true. And then Sun Wei immediately demanded his birthday gift. Ye Yu told him to rest assured, what goes around comes around. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu rushed into the pile of personal belongings to search, looking quite serious. After rummaging for a while, Ye Yu finally took out a box with golden light. Seeing the glowing thing in front of them, everyone thought it was a treasure. Definitely something Ye Yu had splurged on. Yan Shengting, standing on the side, looked at it with suspicion. Could it be that Ye Yu has changed his personality? Ye Yu said while crying, "This is the birthday gift I'm giving you. It's my blood and sweat." Sun Wei didn't stand on ceremony, and quickly grabbed it, thinking that this time he could make up for some of the previous losses, not paying attention to Ye Yu's sneaky appearance, as he quickly left with Yan Shengting. The crowd gathered around Sun Wei to guess what was inside, possibly a 5-star spirit herb, or perhaps a rare divine pill. Unable to hide his curiosity, Sun Wei opened it immediately. Instantly, a dazzling light made everyone gape in astonishment, but surprisingly, what was inside was a chicken leg,
with a large bite taken out of it. "I must say, this birthday gift is quite unique. Maybe one of a kind," Sun Wei shouted angrily. "I got tricked even at this point." Contrary to his expression, Ye Yu on the other side was extremely smug. Liao Qian looked at Ye Yu with different eyes after this trip, zero sense of shame. So the group quickly fled before Sun Wei's group could catch up. After walking a distance, Yan Shengting took the initiative to shake off his hand. "We don't need to pretend to be so close anymore." Her somewhat harsh words made Ye Yu feel wronged and start complaining. "From Ya Jia to here, I have paid so much for you, but now you are turning your back on me. You are truly heartless." These words really touched Yan Shengting's heart. Ye Yu was right. No matter what, she was in the wrong in the beginning. Yan Shengting sighed and asked if Ye Yu had any requests he wanted to make. If it's something she can do, she will try her best to help. Well. Talk about delivering yourself on a silver platter." Ye Yu flashed a wicked grin. "Speaking of requests, I actually do have one. Name your price. Whether it's martial skills, cultivation techniques, or cultivation resources, I can even get you into a 1,000-year-old clan or sect." Hearing that, Ye Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Nah, I don't need any of that stuff." "He just listed a bunch of good stuff, and you're not interested?" Yan Shengting asked, confused. The words barely left her mouth when Ye Yu's inner beast seemed to awaken. "Shui Yan and you made a bet back then. Looks like the time has finally come." When Ye Yu lunged in for a hug, Yan Shengting dodged out of the way, causing the young man to trip and fall awkwardly. Seeing his utterly perverted antics, Yan Shengting started to scold him. "But Ye Yu didn't pay her any mind. We made a bet, and now you're not honoring it. What about Miss Yan's honor?" Hearing this provocation, Yan Shengting's blood boiled. "Ye Yun, if you're so tough, come on, let's go one-on-one and see who's strong." Ye Yu immediately agreed, and swung his fist at her, startling Yan Shengting, who instantly activated her lapis lazuli heavenly physique to counter. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. This commotion was spotted by Yan Shan and Tinu from a distance. That's clearly the power of Miss Yan's lapis lazuli heavenly physique. Unlike the old man's panicked expression, Tinu didn't seem too bothered. Realizing something was wrong, Yan Shan immediately rushed in that direction. Yi Yu's methods are bizarre. Miss Yan must be in danger. A moment later, when everyone arrived, they only saw two figures still standing there. "You little rascal, Ye Yu. If you dare harm Miss Yan, this old man will fight you to the death." But it seemed the old man was overthinking things. In reality, the two of them were simply tearing at each other, neither willing to back down. This scene made Yan Shan freeze for a few seconds. What the heck is going on? But then he thought again, and it still didn't seem right. This little rascal Ye Yu is bullying our Miss. As Yan Shan thought this, he channeled spiritual energy into his palm, preparing to make a move. But before he could even budge, Tinu smacked him with a stunning slap, sending the old man sprawling to the ground. This old man really doesn't know any better. They're a young couple being affectionate. What's that got to do with you? We should just stay clear and not interfere with young master and young mistress. As he spoke, Tinu dragged Yan Shan away. The old man, helpless, could only blame himself for being useless. Back to the fight. Yan Shengting also started to get serious. Unleashing her sacred aura, she quickly sent Ye Yu flying tens of meters away. Yan Shengting thought to herself, based on the timing, the ghostly domain has already activated, and now I'm stuck here because of this jerk. Meanwhile, Ye Yu, from the earlier fall, was lying face down on the ground. At the same time, a strange piece of paper came fluttering towards him. Witnessing this, Yan Shengting panicked and blurted out, "That's the map to the ghostly domain." Without a second thought, Yan Shengting rushed over, trying to snatch it, but unfortunately, Ye Yu was a tad fast. Seeing his wife's reaction, Ye Yu guessed this was definitely something good. Seizing the opportunity, the young man deliberately teased her a bit. Ye Yu spoke up, "I can give it back, but first, you have to tell me what this thing actually is." Hearing that, Yan Shengting put on a cute act and said, "Oh, this is just a map I jotted down casually, it's totally useless." But Ye Yu was one step ahead. He snatched it and ran off. "Oh, perfect, I've got a tummy ache and no toilet paper." This scene made Yan Shengting shriek, "Ye Yu, get back here right now." Ye Yu then stopped joking and asked for confirmation once more. Yan Shengting had no choice but to confess the truth. That paper is a map to a treasure land, filled with countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. 3-star spirit grass grows everywhere there, and it just recently reopened. Hearing about such a good thing, Ye Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately declared he wanted to go there too. Hearing this, Yan Shengting didn't refuse outright but warned him first. "It's extremely dangerous inside. I heard that many heaven-human realm experts have even gotten lost in there." Despite that, Ye Yu didn't seem too worried. "If it's that dangerous, then I'll just have to cultivate harder and improve my strength." Immediately, Ye Yu pulled out countless storage rings from his person and emptied them. Seeing this huge pile of cultivation resources made Yan Shengting look at him in a new light. But that wasn't all. Ye Yu then threw 4 spirit stones in different directions. In the blink of an eye, he successfully set up a spirit gathering array using those massive resources. With just one look, Yan Shengting realized, how the heck is Ye Yu an earth formation master? Ye Yu chuckled triumphantly, acting as if it was just a small trick. Next, there's something even more powerful.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu activated the creation art, rapidly absorbing all that spiritual Kuai into his body.
This scene left Yan Shengting utterly astonished. She never imagined an ordinary person like Ye Yu could do something like that. And at this rate, it won't be long before Ye Yu himself breaks through to the first level of the Holy Embryo Realm. Yan Shengting, still a bit worried, warned Ye Yu, "If you keep absorbing spiritual energy like that, you'll explode and die." Ye Yu said, "Don't worry, wifey. We haven't even consummated our marriage yet. How could I bear to die?"
Still joking in this situation, Yan Shengting still tried to dissuade Ye Yu, "Stop it now."
But unexpectedly, just then, a strange phenomenon appeared. Where Ye Yu was standing, spiritual energy instantly transformed into a dragon, shooting straight into the sky.
This scene made Yan Shengting even more surprised. When did Ye Yu's skills become so great?
Without delay, this spiritual energy dragon also rushed straight towards Ye Yu, immediately creating a massive explosion that shook the surroundings.
Such a big commotion made Yan Shengting think that Ye Yu couldn't have survived, but it seems she was overthinking it. Ye Yu was actually completely unharmed. The young man even complained about being a little careless. But fortunately, he still successfully broke through to the next realm.
I'm telling you, this is way too damn
OP. At first I thought Ye Yu was joking, but who knew it was true, leaving Yan Shengting speechless.
And so, after a while, everyone arrived at the entrance to the ghost cave. Following the directions on the map, Yan Shengting pointed and said, "Everyone can enter from here." Before going in, Ye Yu instructed Tiniu, "Stay here and keep watch. Your mistress and I will go inside and take a look."
Yan Shengting also told Uncle Shan,
"He'll stay here and wait for me." Although Yan Shan was very worried, there was no other way, because whatever he said wouldn't change the outcome.
Tiniu, standing beside him, said,
"Don't worry, young master is super OP and will definitely handle it."
After entering for a while, eerie sounds echoed everywhere, making Yan Shengting a little scared.
Ye Yu explained, "These sounds are naturally created by the terrain, it's nothing. But we still have to be careful, who knows? There might be something scarier." And with Ye Yu's Feng Shui master skills, Yan Shengting chose to believe him absolutely, completely unaware of a group of people lying in ambush, waiting to strike, and immediately they unleashed their palm strikes towards the two of them. But luckily, Ye Yu sensed it and quickly pulled Yan Shengting out of the way of the attack. Immediately afterwards, the four of them gradually revealed themselves with contemptuous attitudes. Yan Shengting immediately questioned them. "Why did you sneak attack us?" As soon as she finished speaking, one of them introduced himself. "We are people of Zhenyan Shengzi. We have already occupied this road, and if you barge in, you can only die." "Oh snap. Just snitching on themselves like that. These dudes are probably just begging to die," the guy said smugly. "Are you scared yet? What, sacred child? You should all just submit." But before he could finish, he saw Ye Yu rush forward and swing his blade down. "Hearing the name of Zhenyan Shengzi and you still dare to resist, you're just tired of living." The four of them rushed forward to retaliate, and Ye Yu decisively unleashed a strike of Kaisan Yu. By the time the four of them realized Ye Yu's powerful strength, it was too late. They were all killed by this one strike right before their eyes. "I'll kill you guys first, and then I'll go find Zhenyan Shengzi to settle the score later." Before these guys croaked, they were still unwilling. "Our Lord Shengzi will definitely avenge us," taking them all down with just one move. Yan Shengting didn't expect Ye Yu to become so strong after breaking through. Considering they've dealt with the first obstacle, Ye Yu urged his wifely, "Let's go." On the way, Yan Shengting couldn't help but ask if there was any grudge between Ye Yu and Zhenyan sect. Ye Yu simply declared, "We are mortal enemies." At the same time, in a vast place within the ghost cave, another man met a similar end. He was volunteering to hand over all the treasures on his body, only hoping that Zhenyan Shengzi would spare his life. The Shengzi laughed and said, "That won't do. If I let you go, wouldn't people know that my reputation as a benevolent and kind Shengzi is just an act?" This man is Su Yang, the Shengzi of the Zhenyan sect. The accompanying subordinates also chimed in. "Dying in the hands of our Lord Shengzi is your honor. Having the soul elixir and wanting to hide it for yourself. This treasure can help the Holy Sun advance. How could a lowlife like you ever deserve it? Looks like death is unavoidable. This guy has no choice but to fight to the death." He also poured spiritual power into his sword and rushed towards the Holy Sun. But before he could even make a move, Su Yang easily killed him with a wave of his hand, and the soul elixir bottle rolled deep into the devil's cave from his body. Su Yang anxiously ordered his men, "Quickly, get the soul elixir back here for me." But it seems he was a step too late. Ye Yu accidentally picked up the soul elixir bottle. Noticing someone had appeared, they all became vigilant. Ye Yu faced them directly, but looked fearless. Yan Shengting, standing next to him, also reminded Ye Yu, "Be careful, looks like they're killing for loot." Seeing a young couple arrive, they all laughed scornfully. "You dare take what belongs to the Holy Sun? Here's another one who's tired of living." Hearing the words Holy Sun,
Ye Yu asked again to confirm if it was Zhen Yanshengzi. Su Yang, hearing this, confirmed. That's right, I am Zhen Yanshengzi. Now that you know, quickly hand over the soul elixir. Maybe I'll let you die with a whole body. The subordinates also took the opportunity to start closing in. Yan Shengting also warned. The three facing us are all at the first stage of the holy embryo realm, and Zhen Yanshengzi is already at the third stage. The two of us are no match at all. Ye Yu told her to rest assured he had his own plans. One of them started to lose patience, and warned, Ye Yu, why haven't you handed over the soul elixir yet? Not sure what Ye Yu was thinking, but as soon as he heard that, he took the initiative to throw it to them. At first we thought what kind of tough guy he was. Turns out he knows what's good for him. With the soul elixir, the Holy Sun can break through to the fourth stage of the holy embryo realm. Su Yang on this side started to show off. After you two die, I'll have someone send a message to your family. Consider it an act of mercy. But it seems they're thinking too much. Ye Yu simply smashed the soul elixir bottle right in front of them. This scene stunned them for a few seconds before they could recover because it was so unexpected. Especially Su Yang, who reacted the strongest. He directly snapped the fan in his hand and vowed to chop Ye Yu into 100 pieces. The three subordinates immediately rushed forward to attack. Ye Yu simply used his peerless finger to easily block them. A holy embryo first stage facing three people of the same realm is unbelievable for them. And it's no surprise that all of them were sent flying with this one move. Su Yang had no choice but to fight directly. He unleashed the spiritual power in his body and struck out with his Zhenyan palm, aiming straight at where Ye Yu was standing. But surprisingly, Ye Yu didn't directly fight back, instead deliberately dodging because there's no way he could win. He grabbed Yan Shengting's hand and bailed. The soul elixir is destroyed. What's the point of fighting? This scene infuriated Su Yang, and he ordered his subordinates chase after them. So the two immediately fled, pursued by them. But halfway there, it seemed Ye Yu sensed something and stopped. Reaching out to feel it, he realized, there's a barrier set up here. If we can break it, we can escape. Ye Yu didn't think much about it, and immediately activated his spiritual power to try. Yan Shengting was still a little worried, only reminding Ye Yu to be careful. But little did she know that Ye Yu had obtained a special encounter, the creation art's power to decompose Tao patterns. Truly heaven-defying. No matter how difficult the enchantment is, it can be easily removed. After sensing safety, Ye Yu took the initiative to reach out to his wife to prepare to take her away. Yan Shengting was a little worried but agreed to follow. Thus, the figures of the two gradually disappeared from there. When Su Yang's group arrived, they couldn't see anyone. He guessed that the cliff in front of him was a secret realm, a formation established by a geomancer. Unfortunately, he doesn't know this technique, but no matter what, he has to try. Su Yang ordered the three subordinates, "Smash this place." They immediately obeyed and charged forward with swords and sabers, full of momentum. On the other hand, things didn't seem so good for Ye Yu and Yan Shengting. Hearing their smashing, Yan Shengting blamed Ye Yu for saying that this place was absolutely safe. But how could Ye Yu have guessed that these guys would even try to destroy the geomancer's formation? Just then, the two heard a voice. "Damn it! They're coming for my soul." As he said this, he took a swig of the soul elixir. This appearance looks familiar, and of course Ye Yu recognized him. Wasn't this guy previously in Juzhu Black Sea? Why is he here now? Meeting this fierce god means we're doomed. Yan Shengting also sensed that this person's strength was profound. It's best to avoid him. Ye Yu also agreed, pointing to the door. As long as we sneak out quietly, we're golden. Absolutely do not alert him. But their luck ran out halfway there when he spotted them. Sensing a familiar aura, Ye Yu panicked and grabbed Yan Shengting's hand, running for their lives. But it was no use. He pulled them back inside anyway. Ye Yu frantically explained. His soul is still in the Black Sea. It has nothing to do with me. Only then did he recognize Ye Yu. But it was a shame his cultivation was too weak. For some reason, he directly imparted his cultivation to both of them. Ye Yu immediately felt it. This is the Ella. Extreme Dao movement technique. The fastest movement technique. Carefree wander. Yan Shengting on the side also got a freebie. The sacred cauldron within her body was restored to its original state, but that wasn't all. He continued to propel the soul liquid towards Ye Yu. The massive influx of soul liquid made Ye Yu's body ache terribly, but Yan Shengting noticed something special. Ye Yu's cultivation realm was skyrocketing. A moment later, a blast shook the area, and a blinding golden light shot out. What he did seemed to be a way to help our Ye Yun. Hopefully, Ye Yu won't let him down. At the same time, outside, Su Yang and his group were still chipping away, and just then, the domain was successfully broken, making them all cheer with joy. Unable to wait, they all rushed in to find the person, but to their surprise, no one was there. Only a faint, ominous aura lingered. This made Su Yang furious. He also sensed a leftover aura, knowing the person couldn't have gone far, and he was right. Ye Yu was still here to deal with them all at once. The aura radiating from Ye Yu was incredibly powerful, visible even to the naked eye. This made Su Yang's group laugh with delight. Looks like our efforts weren't for nothing. One of them went ballistic from having to constantly break the domain until their teeth ground to dust. Su Yang was the happiest of all, and he ordered everyone to charge forward at once. Ye Yu, who had been waiting, was eager to send them all to hell. Su Yang initiated the fight with his true evolution footwork, quickly forming a hand seal and striking out. His subordinates cheered him on, not forgetting to butter him up. You just broke through to the second stage of the sacred embryo realm and you haven't even tried out your new moves yet. This is a great chance. Yeyu immediately countered by condensing his cracked wave palm hand seal, and it was no surprise that he could defeat him by fighting above his realm. This one palm strike sent Su Yang flying straight into a rock wall, leaving him with not a single stitch of clothing left. He had never imagined he would be beaten into such a pitiful state. The subordinates who witnessed it all were dumbfounded, frozen for a few seconds. Holy crap, the sacred son was crippled in a single move. The situation was totally different just a moment ago. What the heck happened? Before they could figure it out, Yeyu showed a scary face and approached them, making the whole group cower in a corner and cry pitifully. Looks like we won't be coming home for the new year. After taking care of them, Yeyu didn't forget to loot their bodies, finding quite a few good items. Yan Shengting stood by, helpless. A leopard can't change its spots, can it? A moment later, they successfully returned to the outside. Yeyu profited a lot from this trip, and Yan Shengting also benefited, gaining a huge harvest. Yeyu then recalled what the man in black had said in the cave. Give me the keka, carefree wander, key, I'll be waiting. But no matter how much he thought about it, Yeyu still didn't understand what it meant. The young man could only sigh. A free lunch is never free. Looks like I've messed with something big this time. My small life might be taken soon. Hearing Yeyu complain, Yan Shengting got curious and asked, but Yeyu said it was nothing, that he was just thinking about the next destination. Before Yeyu could think any further, Yan Shengting took the initiative to suggest taking Yeyu to the Yin Yang Academy. Yeyu was overjoyed and asked for confirmation. Of course it's real. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gained so much this time. Yan Shengting praised Yeyu endlessly. Yeyu, hearing this, thought his wife-to-be was finally opening up to him and puckered his lips to go in for a kiss, but she blocked him halfway with a very flustered expression, then made an excuse about going to call Uncle Yan and Iron Ox to escape. Yeyu remained optimistic after being rejected. At least my first kiss is still intact. After everyone gathered, they set off. To relieve the boredom, Yeyu brought up the topic of the True Evolution's sacred son being killed, saying that it would definitely cause great harm to the True Evolution sect. Yan Shengting scoffed at this. The True Evolution sect is a huge power, they have hundreds of branches, and each one has a sacred son. It'll be a long time before they're hurt enough to lose their vitality. Hearing this, Yeyu was utterly surprised. With so many of them, when the heck are we going to finish them off? Dealing with these kinds of trolls is just too tiring. Just then, Tinimu spotted a huge fire and pointed it out to Yeyu. Even though he didn't know what had happened, Yeyu urged everyone to go and check it out, and the place engulfed in flames was none other than Xingshan village. The scene before Yan Shengting's eyes widened in horror, because the place had been ravaged beyond recognition. Yan Shan guessed. It must have been looted by cultivators. These bastards actually dared to harm ordinary people. Tai Niu couldn't accept it either. If I get my hands on them, they're toast. Suddenly, just then, everyone heard cries for help from afar. Without thinking twice, Yeyu flew towards the sound. It turned out to be a girl about to be violated by a bunch of cultivators. This weak girl could only desperately cry for help, her tears flowing non-stop, which only amused these people even more. One of them was even drooling, waiting for his turn. But it seemed that thought would never come true. Yeyu suddenly swooped down out of nowhere and took down one of them. You're cultivators, yet you bully ordinary people. You deserve to die. Seeing that Yenyu was alone, these two looked down on him, and didn't forget to claim they were from the Zhenyan sect to scare him. Too bad they picked the wrong person. If you're really from the Zhenyan sect, Yenyu, will definitely take care of this. Saying that, the two of them took the initiative to attack, but before they could even do anything, they were killed on the spot by Yeyu's palm strike. The commotion was so loud that it could be seen from afar. A moment later, Yan Shengting, Yan Shan, and Tie Niu arrived to ask about the situation. Yeyu gave an okay sign to confirm he had saved the person. When asked about the enemies, Yeyu just pointed to a few pieces of clothing burning in the back. As for the ending, you guys get it, right? Well, let's skip that, Yan Shengting seriously asked. What happened to you two young ladies here? Hearing this, they both burst into tears and recounted how people from the Zhenyan sect said that the Holy Sun was holding a banquet on the mountain and needed a lot of stuff, so they came to Qingshan village to loot. Motherfucker. I was already pissed, and now this pops up. There's no way Yeyu could accept this. Yeyu was eager to take revenge, but after taking a few steps he was stopped by Yan Shengting. The Zhenyan sect has a huge influence, and Yeyu just killed a Holy Sun, so it's better to take it slow. But Yeyu didn't listen at all. You want me to watch these villagers die unjustly? No way. As soon as he finished speaking, Yeyu flew away, determined that today he would definitely get justice for everyone. He wouldn't listen. Even after all that was said, Yan Shengting got more and more angry the more he thought about it. A moment later, on the top of the mountain was a somewhat lavish scene. The people of the Zhenyan sect were happily holding a banquet here, living it up like kings. Yeyu had already successfully sneaked inside,
hiding behind a rock nearby. The enemy has a lot of people. Ye Yu alone is definitely not a match. Looks like he can only use his brains. Just then, the host of this banquet spoke up. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at my birthday banquet. I, Holy Sun, would like to propose a toast to everyone.
These words were enthusiastically echoed by a few others. With all kinds of flattering words, you could hear the sucking up from a mile away. But the Holy Sun liked hearing those words. This guy was Su Peng, one of the other Holy Sons of the Zhenyan sect. But before he could even take a sip, he saw a spirit energy hand seal strike over, along with a curse as beautiful as a song. You sinister, treacherous, evil bastard Su Peng, you deserve to die. Too sudden, he didn't have time to react, and was slapped so hard that he spat out the mouthful of wine in his mouth. This loud noise also attracted the attention of others. They didn't expect anyone to dare cause trouble at the banquet of the Zhenyan Holy Sun. This was no different from seeking death.
Immediately there was movement on Su Peng's side. He also stood up and shouted, "Who is causing trouble? Are you tired of living?"
As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared right in the middle of the banquet. The person who came was none other than our Ye Yu, the young man with a wounded appearance, loudly accusing him, pointing directly at Su Peng and calling him out for sending people to assassinate the Holy Sun Su Yang of his branch.
These words caused the people there to start discussing non-stop. Holy Sons killing each other was indeed shocking news. This was unacceptable. Hearing this, Su Peng retorted, "These words are groundless. Speak, when you can bring out the evidence."
Ye Yu had already prepared for this situation. He took out Su Yang's spatial ring from his body as proof, and continued to say, "The Holy Son of my branch gave it to me before he died. Isn't this proof enough?" Seeing this, everyone believed it absolutely. To give such an important item like a spatial ring to someone else, what does that tell you? Such sharp words left Su Peng speechless, not knowing how to respond, and he didn't even remember if he had given the order or not. Seriously, this guy's got a silver tongue. He can spin a yarn like nobody's business. Turning the tables like a pro, Ye Yu, with tears streaming down his face, wailed, "Our holy child died tragically. Su Peng is a ruthless schemer. You all must seek justice for me."
And he didn't stop there. He not only murdered our holy child, but also wants to target the other holy children. The True Flame sect is doomed. If they all die, wouldn't Su Peng be the next sect leader?
Ye Yu's seemingly heartfelt words stunned the crowd. Immediately, they scattered like cockroaches, some claiming they had to take their grandma weightlifting, others saying they had to take their wife to give birth. Basically, they were all terrified of getting offed by Su Peng.
Damn it, they bolted? Before I could even explain, Su Peng was left crying his eyes out, and this was the perfect moment to strike. Ye Yu dropped the act and moved in on Su Peng. Infuriated, Su Peng questioned him. "Who the hell sent you here to ruin my reputation, you bastard?"
He also insisted he didn't send anyone to kill Su Yang, holy child. Ye Yu totally agreed with him on that, admitting bluntly, "I killed Su Yang." Hearing this confession caught Su Peng off guard for a few seconds. Before he could react, Ye Yu threw a punch, aiming to take his life. But Su Yang quickly sensed the attack and blocked it with True Flame Palm. But it seemed useless. Su Peng was sent flying by Ye Yu's palm, creating a huge shockwave around them. Thinking it over and over, Su Peng couldn't figure out why Ye Yu was doing this. Ye Yu didn't bother to answer, just saying 3 words. Thornwood Village. He, a holy child of the True Flame sect, was being beaten to a pulp by some nobody for a poor mountain village. He couldn't accept it. But Su Peng had no idea how deep the grudge between them ran. Ye Yu went all out and beat him to death to vent his anger. After a while, Ye Yu handed over the stolen supplies to the villagers. Overwhelmed by such great kindness, they were extremely grateful and wanted to ask for Ye Yu's name so they could build a longevity tablet and pray for their benefactor on the Day of Blessings. But Ye Yu refused, telling them there was no need, but his refusal was futile. Everyone knelt down in unison. The village elder said it was the will of all the villagers of Thornwood Village, asking the benefactor to accept their gratitude. What the heck, I'm not even dead yet, and they already want to build a tablet and all that. The more Ye Yu thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Seeing that refusing was useless, Ye Yu turned and ran, leaving everyone to chase after him. Yan Shengting and Yan Shan witnessed this scene from afar. Ye Yu usually seemed unreliable, but he unexpectedly had such a chivalrous heart. After this trip, Yan Shan's opinion of Ye Yu completely changed. Hearing this, Yan Shengting smiled contentedly. If Ye Yu was my husband, it wouldn't be so bad. Who knows what she was thinking, but she took the initiative to call Ye Yu over to talk. As soon as Ye Yu heard, he ran over and asked, "What's up, wifey?" As soon as she saw him, Yan Shengting put on a shy act and stammered. But the main point was that she wanted to try being Ye Yu's wife for a while. This unexpected proposal was unbelievable to Ye Yu. Yan Shan, standing beside her, even though he had a different opinion of Ye Yu, still tried to stop his young miss. Young miss, think carefully. That Ye Yu acts erratically and dares to cause trouble? He's not a good match. I feel so uneasy. Yan Shengting only wanted this because he praised him. Feeling annoyed, Ye Yu rushed over and kicked Yan Shan. A couple is talking, and you just have to butt in. He had just made a good impression, and now he's ruined it all. This guy revealed his perverted side and closed in. If wifey has said so, then I, of course, agree. But I'm a traditional kinda guy. Without completing certain rituals, it just doesn't feel right.
Logically speaking, after the wedding ceremony, the next step is the bridal chamber. Increasingly annoyed, Yan Shengting asked again to confirm. Ye Yu thought for a moment and continued. Next, we'll find a hot spring to bathe in. After all, it's the first time. There has to be something special so we can remember it for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu was punched by Yan Shengting in one painful blow. Yan Shengting regretted saying those words just now. While that guy Ye Yu acted like he was the victim. If you meet a yandere, the ending will be the same. Switching scenes to the Yin-Yang Academy, it's said that it has the ability to exchange yin and yang, which is very beneficial for cultivators. Unfortunately, the Yin-Yang Academy only selects a few people with good talent each year. Ye Yu was also present at this time with a sullen mood, and the reason was still because of girls. Yan Shengting left without saying goodbye. The young man didn't know when he would complete the bridal chamber step. While he was absent-minded, Tian Yu ran over from the crowd, shouting that he had inquired clearly. As long as you step through the gate of the Yin-Yang Academy, you will have the qualifications to become a student there. Hearing that the entrance requirements were so easy, Ye Yu felt it was unbelievable and asked again, but this was refuted by a snaggle-toothed guy. Easy, my ass, hillbilly. This gate contains a grand force that is thick and heavy. Ordinary people simply cannot pass through. Seeing that the other party seemed knowledgeable, Ye Yu asked if he had a solution. He had been waiting for this question. Of course you have to rely on profound inner strength. Hao Shuiki has gone through no less hardships to master the turtle shell divine art. All for this day. As soon as they heard this name, the crowd couldn't stop discussing. Hao Shuiki actually wants to break the gate. Rumor has it that his turtle shell divine art has reached the 88th level. Even the little bird down there has turned green. This is so hype. Seeing everyone cheering him on, Shuiki felt super confident and volunteered to give it a shot. He channeled his turtle shell divine art, turning into a freakin' turtle shell and charging head on, but before he could even squeeze through, he got bounced right back out. Seeing a turtle fly through the air was a first for both of them, so they took a second to enjoy the view. Seeing no one else dared to try, Ye Yu told Tinyu to go give crossing the gate a shot. Tai Niu agreed, and of course the peanut gallery had to chime in. These two hicks think they can get into the Yin-Yang Academy. Yeah right, when pigs fly, let 'em taste a little pain, that'll teach 'em. That's what they said. But Ye Yu had no clue how to get in, while Tai Niu started arguing with the crowd. But it turned out to be way easier than Ye Yu thought. He just casually poked his hand through, and boom, success, holy crap. You gotta be kidding me. Everyone was like, no way this is real. Tai Niu saw that and ran over to try, and the result was the same as Ye Yu's. Ye Yu smirked. This entrance exam is way too easy, not challenging at all. What a letdown. Tai Niu standing next to him couldn't believe he actually got into the super famous Yin-Yang Academy. But what was easy for them was mega hard for everyone else. Just go in already. Stop yapping and being annoying. Hearing that, Ye Yu sighed. These youngins these days have no chill, not friendly at all. Tai Niu agreed. They should learn from you, young master. That just pissed off the crowd even more, and they all pulled out their blades, waiting for a chance to strike. Ye Yu was itching for some fun, so he turned around and asked, You think you can take me on with your little pea-shooter crew? Right after he said that, Ye Yun took the initiative and stepped out of the gate to face them head on. Here you go, just like you wanted. Come at me, bros. Ye Yu had this super punchable face, and sure enough, every kind of weapon imaginable came flying at him. Everyone wanted to teach Ye Yu a lesson, but it wasn't that easy. Ye Yu quickly retreated back inside and hid behind the gate's defenses, leaving everyone stunned. Cheap shot. What a shameless bastard. Not stopping there, Ye Yu kept trash-talking from inside. You bunch of morons, you'll have to wait till the next life to hit me. And then came a perfectly timed Nia Nia from the trash-talking king, who didn't forget to shake his booty to make it even more infuriating, and someone else happened to see this. This person was Hei Munan, the entrance instructor of the Yin-Yang Academy. He was seriously annoyed. If we let this punk run wild like this, the Academy's reputation will be ruined. After thinking it over, action spoke louder than words. Hei Munan decisively went over and kicked Ye Yu out, catching the dude off guard and sending him sprawling outside the gate. Totally pissed, the dude turned around and asked, "Which jerk just kicked me?" Tainiku said he didn't know, while Hei Munan acted like he had nothing to do with it. Just then, Ye Yu suddenly sensed something was off. The crowd outside had surrounded him, without him noticing, and without a word, they swarmed him and beat him to a pulp. Instructor Hei Munan was very satisfied, but still pretended to be righteous and complained, "Kids these days just start fighting at the drop of a hat. So violent." After who knows how long, Tinyu helped Ye Yu inside, who was looking pretty rough. But after taking a few steps, Instructor Hei Munan blocked their way. He congratulated them on becoming students of the Yin-Yang Academy. "Now, if you don't mind, pay the tuition fee." Hearing that, Ye Yu was totally surprised. Tuition fees still exist in this day and age. If you're going to school, paying tuition is a given. The tuition fee is only 1,000 3-star spirit herbs per year. Hearing something so outrageous, Ye Yu pointed right at him and said, "Is that guy robbing us?" Instructor Hei Munan didn't bother explaining, he just pointed behind him and gave an example. If you pass the exam, it's only 1,000 herbs. If you don't, You'll be like those guys over there, you have to pay 3,000 herbs to get in.
Even so, Ye Yu still didn't agree. This is clearly extorting students. Instructor He Munan remained calm. If you don't want to pay, there's another way. Hearing that, Ye Yu ran over and asked him, "What way is it?" His eagerness scared the instructor half to death.
If a student can leave their name on that stone tablet, they don't have to pay tuition.
A piece of cake.
Ye Yu confidently dragged Tai Niu over to give it a try. Millions of people take the Yin Yang Academy entrance exam every year, but no more than 100 can leave their names. You young people are just being reckless. He Munan was still a bit disdainful. At the same time, quite a crowd gathered around the stone stele to watch the show. Those who leave their names on this stone stele not only get free tuition, but also become famous throughout the academy. Not only that, but they're all top powerhouses now, so it's not easy to achieve this.
Just then, 3 figures approached with an imposing aura. The one in the middle was Wang Meng, the horned guy was Niu Kaishan, and the other one was Jin Dangtian.
As soon as they saw them, the crowd recognized them. Isn't that Wang Meng, the 9-origin body, Jin Dangtian, the golden warrior body, and Niu Kaishan, the horse ox body? The geniuses are here. Looks like the top 3 spots on the stecle are already decided. Jin Dangtian proactively spoke first. I didn't expect Brother Niu and Brother Wang to be here too, Wang Meng replied. The person who ranks first gets 2 chances to enter the ancient pavilion, which contains countless combat techniques and secret arts. This is a huge opportunity.
Niu Kaishan, standing beside him, confidently declared, "The top spot will definitely be mine."
None of the 3 were willing to back down, so they simultaneously rushed toward the stone stele to gain an advantage.
The auras they released forced the onlookers to resist with all their might. They looked fierce, but before they could even take a few steps, Ye Yu flicked them aside, sending them straight into the wall.
This sent the crowd into a panic once more. This is completely absurd, how embarrassing. The 3 of them pointed at Ye Yu, demanding to fight and kill him. Hearing this, Ye Yu seemed quite unfazed. Instead of carving your names on the stele, you're just standing there spouting nonsense.
Seeing that Ye Yu was about to snatch the top spot, the 3 of them simultaneously charged forward to stop him. Seeing this, Ye Yu stopped carving his name and began to channel the spiritual energy within his body.
In a flash, he used the Si Jiao Yu movement technique to dodge everything with a particularly teasing expression. Ye Yu's strange movement technique made the 3 of them unable to believe their eyes.
The dance is over, now it's Ye Yu's turn to return the favor. He immediately approached Wang Meng and gave him a stunning blade strike, then straight up kicked Niu Kaishan right in the balls, and finally, punched Jin Dangtian's plump butt, making him visibly enjoy it.
1 against 3. So awesome. The 3 great geniuses were taken down in an instant, leaving the crowd in awe.
Ye Yu then declared, "If anyone else isn't convinced, just step forward." The young man smugly thought to himself, "With how powerful I look, who would dare to challenge me now?
This top spot is definitely mine." The crowd, hearing this, began to whisper. Those 3 were completely pulverized. We're definitely no match for him. But then another opinion emerged. There's still an advantage if many fight against few.
After reaching a consensus,
the entire group aimed for Ye Yu and charged at him relentlessly. Shit, I messed up. I forgot to say, 1 by 1, earlier. By now, Ye Yu's regret was too late. He could only resist fiercely against the multitude of foes alone. A while later, at Mentor Himunen's location. By my calculations, that brat should be returning soon after failing. Wants to save on tuition? Dream on, buddy. Just then, a panicked student rushed over. This is bad, Mentor He.
Something big has happened. There's a huge fight going on at the stone stele. Hearing this, He Munan was startled and quickly urged him, "Lead me there at once."
When they finally arrived, a scene of absolute chaos unfolded before his eyes, something he couldn't have possibly imagined. And then, footsteps from behind caught his attention. The person who arrived was none other than Ye Yu.
The young man had actually succeeded in carving the character Shuai onto the stone stele, and didn't forget to ask for reconfirmation about the tuition fee.
This made Mentor Himunan freeze for a few seconds. The student standing nearby curiously asked, "What does this character, Shuai, mean?" Ye Yu brazenly introduced, "Shuai is me. Only this character can truly represent me." And it wasn't just Ye Yu. Tie Niu also succeeded on his first try. Both of them thus legitimately entered the Yin Yang Academy.
Tie Niju then pointed to the separate courtyard in front, which the academy had just arranged, to show Ye Yu.
Ye Yu also appreciated this. The benefits don't seem bad at all. He then instructed Tie Niu to stay and clean up, while he would take a stroll around the academy first.
Yenju thought to himself, I've already entered the Yin Yang Academy, but how am I supposed to find Shi Jingyi and the others in such a huge academy?
While he was wondering what to do, Ye Yu was suddenly sent flying dozens of meters away by someone.
Turns out it was a bunch of students scrambling to see the goddess Qin Yao Rao and admire her beauty. While Ye Yu was furious, someone took the initiative to approach him.
This person seemed familiar but also strange. It was none other than Liao Qiang. He greeted Ye Yu warmly. Extending his hand, Ye Yu looked a little embarrassed, not expecting to meet him here. But the truth was, This guy was afraid Liao Qiang would ask for the storage ring back, so he wanted to bail early.
He quickly excused himself. But Liao Qiang called him back. Brother Ye, you're here to admire Qin Yao Rao too, aren't you? Sure enough, even heroes have trouble resisting the charms of beautiful women. Hearing this somewhat unfamiliar name, Ye Yu blankly asked, "Who is that?" Liao Qiang put on a love-struck expression and replied, "Qin Yao Rao is the dream girl of all the male students here. She's beautiful, virtuous, gentle, and adorable. Truly the embodiment of perfection."
Seeing this, Ye Yu commented, "Being bewitched by women is too lame.
He's really still wet behind the ears."
Suddenly, at that moment someone shouted, "The goddess has arrived." The two young men couldn't help but turn around to look. Appearing before them was a woman with a pure beauty, her figure even more eye-catching, making the students go crazy and scream like mad.
"What do you think, Brother Ye?
Isn't Qin Yao Rao incomparably beautiful?" Liao Qiang curiously asked.
He asked. But when he turned back, the guy was gone. Turns out that Ye Yu had taken the opportunity to approach Qin Yao Rao and flirt. "Beautiful lady, could you tell me the way to your heart?"
Seeing this scene, Liao Qiang was incredibly angry, and he said he wasn't bewitched by women just now. It was all deceit. Qin Yao Rao quickly pulled her hand back and questioned, "Who are you? Why are you holding my hand?"
Ye Yu immediately explained.
"Please don't misunderstand, young lady. I just wanted to ask about the whereabouts of a friend. I definitely didn't mean to be disrespectful." He said that, but in his heart he was very pleased. This little hand feels so good. How could the students nearby accept this reason? "What the hell? Do you have no shame? You dare touch our goddesses. You think we'll believe such a flimsy excuse?" One of them stepped forward and berated him. "You little thief. Today I, Zuo Zishen, will teach you a lesson." The people beside him joined in. Zuo Zishen is a master who almost made it onto the Earth ranking of the academy.
"Senior Zuo, go for it. Beat this kid until he kneels and begs for mercy." Zuo Zishen also went in front of Qin Yao Rao and pretended to be gallant. "Miss Qin, rest assured,
I will definitely seek justice for you." To his kindness, Qin Yao Rao responded with a cold face and just said, "Uh-huh." Ye Yu wondered, "Where did you crawl out from?" "I was talking to Miss Qin. What does it have to do with you? Are you even worthy of talking to the young lady? So others won't say, 'I'm bullying a new student, I'll let you have 3 moves first.'" As he spoke, Zuo Zishen held out 3 fingers in front of Ye Yu, as if a challenge. Hearing this, Ye Yu laughed and confidently said, "No need for 3 moves, 1 move is enough."
These words made the students burst into laughter. "This guy is crazy. Who does he think he is?
A new student dares to speak like that. He really wants to die, Senior Zuo. Don't hold back, just cripple him."
Qin Yao Rao stood on the side, anticipating the next scene, but Liao Qiang was confused. Where did Brother Yi get the confidence to say that?
Back to the battle. Zuo Zishen showed off his battle skill. "My Dragon Tiger Golden Bell shield has been cultivated to the 18th level.
Don't even mention 1 move. Ye Yu couldn't even break it with 10 moves. But it seems he underestimated his opponent.
Ye Yu simply used 1 punch to break through it, directly punching Zuo Zishen in the face, sending him flying dozens of meters away with a scream, and slamming him into a nearby wall. This scene made Liao Qiang gape in astonishment, not expecting Ye Yu to win so quickly. The students had similar expressions. How is that possible? Senior brother Zuo was defeated with 1 punch. This freshman is too strong, what a freaking ant, yet he dares to act tough. Ye Yu expressed contempt and, as usual, provoked everyone there. "If you have the guts, step up and solo me one-on-one." Knowing they were no match, the whole bunch tucked tail and ran, not forgetting to promise revenge another day, making Ye Yu extremely smug. What a bunch of chickens.
Qin Yao Rao, after this scene, also became warm and proactively approached, asking, "Who are you looking for, Ye Yu?" Ye Yu's eyes lit up and he said, "I'm looking for someone named Shi Jingyi, a beauty who might even be on the gorgeous ranking."
But surprisingly, Qin Yao Rao had never heard of that name, let alone seen her on the gorgeous ranking. Ye Yu thought about it again and again but couldn't figure it out. With Shi Jingyi's looks and talent, how could she not be on it? Could something have happened to them? Before Ye Yu could ask further, Qin Yao Rao took the initiative to excuse herself. "No choice. Looks like I can only build up my reputation first, and then people will naturally come looking for me."
Ye Yu also sighed and quickly rushed to Liao Qiang, asking, "Liao bro, do you know any way to quickly become famous in the academy?" Upon hearing this, Liao Qiang quickly wiped the drool from his mouth and answered decisively, "If you want to be famous, you definitely have to get on the Earth rank."
Everyone named on it is a big shot, with immense strength, supported and followed by many people. Knowing this information, Ye Yu patted his chest and declared, "I will definitely get my name on the Earth ranking." So a moment later, Ye Yu arrived in front of the ancient pavilion. "My current strength is not enough to defeat those on the Earth ranking. Might as well find an opportunity to upgrade my strength at the Yin Yang Academy's ancient pavilion." But on the way in, he was stopped by an old man. "A freshman wants to enter the ancient pavilion." "Go back where you came from," Ye Yu then respectfully explained. "I won first place on the stone tablet in front of the academy gate. Isn't that enough qualification to enter the ancient pavilion?" Ye Yu, with hopeful eyes, thought to himself, "This old guy's aura is deep and unfathomable, Yet he's just a gatekeeper for the ancient pavilion. Looks like this place is truly extraordinary. Hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. Being at the top of the ranking does indeed qualify you to enter. You choose to enter the mortal level of the ancient pavilion twice, or the profound level once. Ye chose the profound level without hesitation. Knowing which one was better, why would he choose the other? The old man lightly waved his hand, opening a teleportation formation, and instructed Ye to come out after one shishan. Ye thanked the senior here, watching Ye's back as he entered, the old man assessed. Although he has talent, he's too hasty. It seems this time he will waste his efforts in the ancient pavilion. And the place Ye was sent to was a different dimension, a place filled with Tao energy. Ye unconsciously felt that he could break through at any time. Truly a good place. Ye wasn't the only one here. There were others as well. Ye understood and chose to go inside, avoiding disturbing them. But the problem is that these cultivation techniques are all enveloped in Tao energy, and Ye can't know the contents inside, so he can only rely on luck. Thinking of this, Ye rushed forward and chose a cultivation technique for himself. But unexpectedly, as soon as he touched it, it disappeared, and a protecting soul appeared in its place. The loud noise also attracted the attention of the student from before. Only at the second level of the same embryo realm, and he dares to enter the profound level of the ancient pavilion. Even if he obtains a cultivation technique, he won't be able to subdue it. It's just a waste of effort. But it seems he underestimated Ye. With just one punch, he easily knocked down the soul. This utterly illogical thing stunned him for a few seconds. This guy actually succeeded. Even when I was at the second level of the Saint Embryo realm, I couldn't do it, yet he can. Seeing the Earth-grade combat skill before him, Ye quickly grabbed it. Suddenly, the young man's greed arose. So many secret techniques and cultivation methods. If I could get them all, wouldn't that be like winning the lottery? Thinking this, Ye immediately got to it, instantly snatching up countless cultivation manuals. This scene stunned the other student. Holy crap, this kid's gone mad. Does he want to loot this entire ancient hidden pavilion? What about everyone else? But before he could do too much, a familiar figure appeared. The old man mobilized his spiritual energy and slammed a palm strike at Yenyu, successfully flattening him into the ground. I'll let you off this time since you're a newbie, but if you dare mess around again, you'll be expelled from the Yin Yang Academy immediately. The other student was shocked by this. He's already this OP as a newbie. Ye, on the other hand, was in tears. All that hard work collecting. And now I'm only left with this one secret technique called Vast Sea Bright Moon. If they won't let me search for techniques, I'll just break through here then. The Tao aura is so thick here, it'll be 10 times easier to level up than outside. No sooner said than done. Ye sat down and started absorbing all the spiritual goodies. The other students saw this and immediately tried to stop him. No cultivating inside the pavilion. Otherwise, the Tao aura will get chaotic, and this place will collapse. But Ye didn't care, and directly broke through the final bottleneck to prepare for his breakthrough. The other student was helpless, and could only bury his head and wait for the worst. At the same time, outside the ancient pavilion, the old man had just finished his business, and was leisurely sipping tea. That kid loves causing trouble, but his talent isn't bad at all, worth nurturing. But before he could finish his sentence, the ancient pavilion started shaking. It was also when Ye successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Embryo realm. After this, the ancient pavilion collapsed, and was even split in half. The face of the old man guarding the pavilion darkened, looking not happy at all. The students didn't understand what had just happened. Why did the ancient pavilion just collapse? Some dude had just gotten a cultivation manual but hadn't even had time to look at it before being pushed out. If he finds out who did it, they're dead meat. Ye heard this and pretended like nothing happened. As he was about to sneak away, the other student noticed him and immediately pointed him out. It was him. He's the one who collapsed the ancient pavilion. Don't let him get away. And as soon as he finished speaking, they all surrounded him, wanting to vent their frustrations. Seeing this, Ye took off running, constantly explaining that he didn't mean to do it. And more than anyone else, the old man guarding the ancient pavilion was the angriest. He also lunged forward and punched Ye, sending the guy flying 10 meters, forcing him to land on his face. Consider this a warning. From now on, you're banned from entering the ancient pavilion. But Ye didn't seem to have any remorse at all. Fine by me, I got a cultivation manual and broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Embryo realm anyway. Before Ye could celebrate for long, another group of students came over. It turned out to be Zuo Zishen, still holding a grudge from the previous day, so this time he wanted to embarrass Ye. The person he brought was a bald guy with a muscular build who appeared from nowhere, a guy as dark as coal, making Ye a little startled. Zuo Zishen immediately introduced him. This is my bro, Peng Zhengfeng. He's a master ranked 79th. You're dead this time. Here, Peng Zhengfeng gave Ye 2 choices to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. 1. Kowtow and apologize to my bro Zuo Zishen. Or 2, I'll beat you until you're begging for death, making you kneel before my bro and apologize. Ye understood and decisively chose option 3. Hearing this answer left them both stunned. What do you mean there's a third option? Ye then explained to them both. The third option is to beat you guys until you're kneeling before me, kowtowing and apologizing.
This kid's crazy. He actually dares to attack old man Peng first.
These words made Peng Zhengfeng furious. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant you your wish. He immediately activated the spiritual energy in his body and unleashed the martial skill Blood Python Devouring the Moon, quickly transforming into a giant python and attacking. They immediately recognized this as Old Man Peng's ultimate move. Once it's unleashed, the outcome is already decided.
Ye Yu remained calm when he saw this.
Just in time to use you to test the martial skill I just learned.
Ye Yu also focused his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand,
immediately releasing a dark aura. This is the martial skill Netherworld Seal. It quickly transformed into a hand seal with invincible power and slammed down on the head of the giant python.
Before such a disparity in power, Peng Zhengfeng could only resist in vain.
This scene made them all wide-eyed, not expecting Ye Yun to be able to hold his own against their old man Peng, and the result seemed predictable. Peng Zhengfeng was knocked unconscious by this one move. Ye Yu showed an expression of disdain. So weak and likes to show off. Turns out the feeling of suppressing someone in a pit is so great. Witnessing this scene made them all cry out. One palm decided the victory. This kid's so strong. You guys wanted me to bang my head and admit guilt earlier? Yan Yu questioned the three of them. Facing the old geezer, the three had no choice but to kneel and apologize. We won't do it again, please forgive us. Ye Yun, being the generous guy, waved them off. Get lost! As soon as he said that, the three of them bolted, not daring to look back. Just when it seemed like he was about to escape, Zuo Xincheng was grabbed by Ye Yu. You said that guy was ranked 79th, so if I beat him, will I be on the rankings too? Ye Yu asked curiously. Zuo Xincheng immediately denied it. You have to beat 5 people in a row on the rankings to be considered stable. Otherwise, you have to wait another month to see if you get defeated by someone else.
Sounds easy enough to understand, but one win is too slow for Yan Yu. Just as Zuo Xincheng was about to ditch him again, Yan Yu dragged him away again. Yan Yu wanted him to lead him to someone on the rankings to increase his rank, making the youth scream in despair. But it didn't change anything.
And with Zuo Xincheng's guidance, Ye Yu successfully defeated Feng Wangshan, ranked 93rd on the Earth ranking, then defeated Liu Binwang, ranked 87th, followed by Liu Kaiqian, ranked 83rd, and then defeated Liu Shui, ranked 90th. No wonder the news spread throughout the academy. I heard a freshman named Ye Yu defeated 5 people in a row and took a spot on the Earth ranking. So awesome, looks like he's getting famous.
This year's freshmen are no joke. The young man Ye Yu was also standing nearby, hearing this and grinning. I'm famous.
If Shi Jingyi and her gang were in the academy, they would definitely come looking for him. Just as he was about to listen to more gossip, a voice came from behind, interrupting Ye Yu's train of thought.
Turns out it was Instructor He Munan. Oh my, fellow student Ye Yu, it's only been 3 days since I last saw you, and I have to look at you in a new light.
I didn't expect you to actually take a spot on the Earth ranking, becoming the first among the freshmen to do so. He looked enthusiastic, thinking, this kid, Ye Yu, has a lot of talent. If I can recruit him now, it'll definitely be beneficial later.
But contrary to his thoughts, Ye Yu bluntly brushed him off, saying, what's the point of useless words? It'd be more practical to give me some spiritual herbs. Faced with Yang Yu's demands, Instructor He Munan said that he didn't have any spiritual herbs, but he could give Yang Yu 1 entry into the yin-yang fire pool.
Upon hearing this place, Ye Yu was extremely surprised, and immediately asked him to take him there.
Instructor He Munan agreed, and instantly took Ye Yu to the place. Looking at the magnificent scenery before him, Ye Yu was stunned for a moment. Instructor He Munan, standing beside him, gave a brief introduction. This is a treasure land unique to the Yin-Yang Academy, very beneficial for tempering the body and consolidating the foundation. Hearing these benefits made Yin Yu very happy. He had just broken through successively, and his realm hadn't stabilized yet. The Yin-Yang fire pool would be very helpful.
Just then, Ye Yu heard some sighs nearby. Can't enter the ancient pavilion to comprehend cultivation techniques. Can only come here to temper the body.
It's all because of that kid. Last time, Elder Liu went too easy on him. He Munan, hearing the voice from the side, recognized it. Qin Potushin's group is here too.
This is bad. Ye Yu couldn't stop sweating, not understanding why they had arrived at this exact moment.
Before Ye Yu could agree, He Munan took the initiative to go to Qin Poshin to introduce. This is Qin Poshin, ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. You can both get to know each other.
Feeling that the situation wasn't good, Ye Yu immediately bailed.
Thank you, Instructor He, for the guidance. I'll go inside to cultivate first. He originally intended for them to meet, but he left before anything could happen, making He Munan feel very awkward. Maybe next time then. But unexpectedly, Qin Poqian recognized Ye Yu as soon as he saw his figure, and immediately chased after him, wanting to take revenge for what happened at the ancient pavilion the other day. Being too focused, he accidentally bumped into He Munan, spinning him around like a top, and he still didn't understand what was happening. Returning to Yeyu's location, he was instantly chased closely by Chinpochun's group. Yeyu realized that running like this wasn't a good idea. He had to shake them off. Thinking of the yin-yang fire pool, it seemed like Yeyu had an idea. He turned back and took the initiative to provoke. What a bunch of noobs. Your daddy's going into the yin-yang fire pool. Chase me if you have the guts. Chinpochun signaled to the group that they had to chase him down. They would definitely teach Yenyu a lesson today. And just like that, after a while, the group of students actually caught up. And it just so happened that Yeyu had successfully expelled the impurities from his body thanks to the effects of the yin-yang fire pool. But it seemed that Chinpochun's group still didn't realize. That kid can't go far before he has to stop. We just need to stick close to him. The flames in the yin-yang fire pool are extremely strong. Everyone be careful, Chinpochun thought to himself. This kid has extraordinary talent. I'm afraid he won't just stop like that. And so the two sides chased each other relentlessly, with Yeyu running ahead and constantly provoking them. They ran through who knows how many levels before Chinpochun's group was completely exhausted. Is this already the 7th level of the yin-yang fire pool? This little bastard is still as normal as can be. Now it seems we can only rely on Chinpochun. When they reached the 8th level, Yeyun took the initiative to stop, and the two finally met face to face, but Yeyun showed no fear. You dare to chase after me even when you're all alone. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you into a cripple, you arrogant brat? Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of old Liu. As he spoke, Chinpochun channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and struck. Yeyu recognized it instantly. What a coincidence! I learned this move in the ancient pavilion. Now I'll show you what the boundless sea bright moon is. Hearing Yeyu's words surprised Chinpochun. This secret technique that took me months to learn, he learned it after just one visit to the ancient pavilion. Is he even human? After thinking it over, Chinpochun decided not to believe it. It's impossible to learn such a difficult secret technique after just one glance. And so, the two faced off directly, using the boundless sea bright moon technique. Yeyu declared that he would broaden Chinpochun's horizons. Just then, the others arrived to eavesdrop. Judging by the commotion, it seemed like they were fighting. They wondered if Chinpochun had caught the little brat. Chinpochun is in the top 5 of the Earth ranking, so he's sure to win this fight. But unexpectedly, the one who was blasted out of the flames was Chinpochun, which shocked everyone. Just then, Yeyu slowly walked out and began to lecture. Do you know why your boundless sea bright moon lost to mine? Hearing Yeyu's question, Chinpochun asked for guidance. The reason Yeyu gave was simple. Because my bright moon is a male, and yours is a female. The power of the female is naturally not as strong. Right? I thought this guy wanted to help, but it seems I was overthinking it. Chinpochun was so angry he almost vomited blood. And the students standing next to him were also extremely annoyed. Who would believe that explanation? Bright moons have genders now. Do you think we're stupid? Yeyu confirmed. That's right, I think you guys are stupid. If you have the guts, come and hit me. As he spoke, the young man revealed an expression that was just begging to be hit. This is too much. The group charged forward again, declaring that they would definitely beat this bastard to death. Chinpochun instructed everyone to stay close and not be fooled. The 9th level of the yin-yang fire pool is extremely dangerous. Only the Jiaoqi immortal queen can pass through it. Anyone else who enters will only find death. Yeyu declared, I'll go and show you all. He thought that the training effect of the previous levels was already extremely low, so he could only go to the 9th level and see what it was like. This made everyone worried. He actually went in. Does this kid not want to live anymore? I'm impressed by him. Chinpochun was a little jealous that Yeyu could push past his own limits. Back to Yeyu. The flames on the 9th level were constantly burning his spirit in Dao, and if it weren't for his special physique, he would have been done for. Because of this, Yeyu decided to sit down and activate the creation art. Only by overcoming this could the training process reach perfection, and his Saint Embryo Realm cultivation would become even more complete. Outside, Chinpochun's group was silently watching. Just then, Qin Yaorao came looking for them and asked, What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Hearing this, Chinpochun turned his head in surprise and called out, Sister. It seemed the two were siblings, and the other students pretended to exercise to deceive her. But how could this escape Qin Yaorao's eyes? Podishan, tell me quickly. Don't forget I'm an instructor. If you're hiding anything, see how I'll punish you. Chinpochun nervously revealed that Yeyu had just entered the 9th level, so everyone was standing here to watch. Hearing this news also surprised Qin Yaorao. This is no different than courting death. She ordered, Get out of here. And she would go in to save him herself. Chinpochun worriedly asked again, because this was too dangerous. Qin Yaorao affirmed, It's okay, I have a secret technique to protect myself, and I can withstand it for a short time. As soon as she finished speaking, a green lotus appeared on her chest, quickly transforming into a layer of aura that enveloped Qin Yaorao's body, and she directly entered the terrifying blazing flames of the 9th level. As she walked, Qin Yaorao didn't forget to call out Yeyu's name, when suddenly, a loud noise came from the side, startling Qin Yaorao and making her turn her head to look. It turned out this commotion was from Yeyu. She didn't know what kind of technique this was, but even the flames of the 9th level couldn't get close to him. Just then, Yeyu began to shout loudly, simultaneously activating the spiritual energy inside his body.
This caused the yin-yang fire pool to gradually crack, and Xin Yaorao could only hold on, wondering what those wisps of aura were that were flying out, and it was exactly the same on the other levels. The ground gradually cracked open, scaring everyone.
This commotion is exactly like what happened in Jiyuga. This Yeyu is truly a jinx. Trouble follows him wherever he goes. Chinpotion could only hope that his sister wouldn't get into any trouble. While on this side, Yeyu's 3 transformations of reincarnation was still constantly erupting with fierce aura all around. Xin Yaorao also sensed that something was wrong. If Yeyu continued like this, the yin-yang fire pool would collapse.
With no other choice, she could only forcibly take Yeyu away from here. Just as she was about to touch him, Xin Yaorao was suddenly knocked away.
It turned out that Yeyu's body tempering had become the foundation of his being, having been tempered to perfection.
After this commotion, the yin-yang fire pool became strangely silent. The fierce flames from before had completely disappeared without a trace.
Even the flames on the other levels were completely extinguished.
The yin-yang fire pool, known for never being extinguished, is now gone.
Holy crap, I haven't even gotten a puff of fire yet.
At the same time, at the Yin-Yang Academy Dean's place, he also noticed this matter, and immediately rushed through the door and flew away.
Meanwhile, Yeyu was very flustered, having just caused a major incident, got a bail while no one's watching. Yeyu tiptoed away in silence, but hadn't even taken a few steps when Xin Yaorao noticed and called him back. Yeyu, you stop right there.
You bastard, what did you do to the Yin-Yang fire pool? Faced with this situation, Yeyu denied everything. It has nothing to do with me. How would I know? Just as he was about to say more, a strange aura suddenly appeared from under the ground. Just then, the dean arrived and urged everyone, "Get out now!" But it seemed it was too late. Everyone was pulled inside by this aura.
The dean could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything.
This is bad. The ancient emperor's yin tomb has actually been opened. A moment later, a few more people arrived to assess the situation. Impossible. Who could have ruined the great yin-yang formation here? The yin-yang fire pool is gone. Doesn't that mean the yin-yang gate has been opened? Wouldn't the students who were sucked into the yin tomb be in a situation with 10 deaths and no life?
Faced with this situation,
the dean sighed. People only know that the yin-yang fire pool is a treasure land, but no one knows that it was created by the Academy's ancestor to seal the ancient emperor's yin tomb below. Everyone around was in an uproar upon hearing this. The ancient emperor was the strongest person in the heavens and earth tens of thousands of years ago. Legend has it that the ancient emperor was immortal and coexisted with the heavens and earth, so why would the ancestor build a yin tomb? It's really puzzling. The dean still didn't know who had the ability to do such a thing.
On the other side, Yeyu's group was free falling to the ground. This was definitely the ancient emperor's yin tomb that the dean had mentioned. Skulls were everywhere. Considering this was the 3rd time Yeyu had fallen like this, his rich experience would definitely ensure he'd be fine.
But this dude forgot to consider the possibility of someone landing on top of him. Xin Yaorao slammed her entire assets onto his face, and they fell with a thud.
The others didn't look too good either.
After this fall, Xin Yaorao breathed a sigh of relief that she wasn't hurt anywhere. When she noticed, Yeyu had been lying underneath her the whole time. The young man was lamenting his about-to-be broken back.
Xin Yaorao was startled, and immediately got up to ask about his condition. Yeyu waved his hand, saying it was a small matter. After all, he had practiced it countless times. Xin Posian, worried from afar, rushed over to ask about the situation. "Sister, do you know where this is?
It's so gloomy. It's like being in the underworld." Xin Yaorao also agreed with her younger brother's idea. If she wasn't mistaken, this was definitely the underworld.
"Just kidding, but it's actually true," making both Qin Poshan and Yeyu jump in surprise. Xin Yaorao continued, "I once read a secret manual in Ji Yu Gao that recorded that under the yin-yang fire pool is the ancient emperor's yin tomb. Now it seems that it might be true. Ancient emperor's yin tomb. A powerhouse at that level could vaporize us with a single breath."
While everyone else was freaking out, Yeyu saw a chance to get rich. "You're saying this is the ancient emperor's yin tomb, right? Doesn't that mean it's full of buried treasure? Snagging a couple of items would be enough to strike it rich. Son of a BTCH, you're still thinking about treasure at a time like this. Are you crazy from being poor?" Xin Yaorao knew that too, but whether we live to use it is another matter. Suddenly, movement came from afar. Countless skeletons and wandering souls were closing in, quickly isolating Yeyu and the others.
Sensing trouble, everyone became alert and banded together. In this situation, Qin Podishan took the lead, channeling his spirit energy and launching a fist towards them.
The people there praised this scene endlessly. Qin Poshan is a top 5 expert on the rankings. He can definitely defeat these skeletons. Just rely on Big Bro Qin and we'll be fine. But unexpectedly, Qin Potian's punch had no power at all, successfully provoking it, and it retaliated with a punch that sent Qin Potian flying.
Qin Potian couldn't even block one move, causing the whole group to scatter and run, but contrary to them,
Yeyu took the initiative to attack them with the power of the creation art, easily blowing them all away. Just as I expected, the creation art can restrain these bone-dry bastards.
The youth took the opportunity to show off triumphantly. A
a scene that made everyone praise him endlessly, while Chin Pochin was a little depressed. If I had known, I wouldn't have shown off just now.
Ye Yu also signaled everyone to quickly head to the bridge ahead, without delay. Qin Yaorao also agreed. Ye Yu is right, if we stay here we might be surrounded by these bone-dry bastards, let's go.
As they approached, everyone was shocked to realize something was wrong. This is the bridge of helplessness that people often talk about. According to legend, people must pass through this place after death. Are we really in the underworld?
Qin Yaorao immediately retorted. This place is not the real underworld at all, it's just a special type of terrain created by the ancient emperor, using heaven-defying methods.
Chin Pochin also confirmed that this was true. This bridge is just a type of geomantic trick. As long as we find a safe foothold, we can get to the other side.
Speaking of this, made everyone confused.
Because geomantic tricks are not easy to learn at all. I heard that the two siblings Qin Yaorao and Qin Poshishin are geomancers. How about letting them try?
Qin Poshin also told everyone to rest assured. I have been studying geomancy for a long time. Let me personally scout the way first. I can definitely lead everyone safely through.
He also thought to himself, Ye Yu made me lose face just now. This time I must get it back.
Seeing her younger brother's hasty action, Qin Yaorao tried to stop him. The geomantic tricks here are not as simple as you think. Even I am helpless.
But Qin Poshin didn't care at all, asserting that he would definitely succeed on his first try.
Ye Yu obviously knew the result already,
but still wanted to see what this guy could do. After careful examination, Qin Poshin saw the path, successfully landed on the bridge, and just like before, everyone praised him, making the youth so proud that his nostrils flared like sewer pipes. But before he could be happy for long, the bridge broke, making the youth cry with snot and tears as he faced death. Qin Poshin could only shout, "Save me!"
Ye Yu was definitely not the kind of person to stand by and watch someone die. He simply pulled the person up so quickly that Qin Potian didn't even realize it and rolled around, saying he didn't want to die yet.
This scene left Ye Yu speechless. This guy is so afraid of death but still so proud. Okay, third time's the charm. Always doing stupid SHT. The students also had a different view of Qin Pochin. What kind of top 5 on the rankings is so useless? Even Qin Yaorao refused to acknowledge this younger brother of hers. Okay, no more joking.
Ye Yu then activated the creation art to see through the illusion. Instantly, a pillar of light from his palm shot towards the bridge of helplessness, revealing the true path right before their eyes.
This scene also made Qin Pochin exclaim, "Oh my gosh, that's too awesome."
The others also commented,
Qin Pochin can't even compare to Ye Yu.
Qin Yaorao also had a similar expression. Ye Yu actually casually opened the geomantic trick on the bridge. How many secrets does he have hidden on him? The youth also took the opportunity to show off and laugh. Hehe, I am really talented. Proud and simple, everyone successfully crossed the bridge of helplessness in extreme joy. But Yan Hao wasn't giving up. It's just passing the Nahe bridge. I'll definitely do it next time.
Suddenly, Ye Yu stopped everyone because he noticed something ahead.
Someone quickly recognized it.
This is the chaotic burial ground, basically a mass grave, full of wandering spirits.
Learning from past experiences, they immediately asked Ye Yu what to do.
Ye Yu pondered and said, "Don't disturb them. These spirits don't seem easy to deal with."
See if we can go around, everyone agreed. We don't know the strength of these spirits, so it's best not to mess with them.
But Yan Hao was different. They're just a bunch of weak spirits. One simple punch from me is enough to scatter them. Before Ye Yu could stop him, Yan Hao punched one of them, but surprisingly, it had no effect. The ghost's body was like air. While he was wondering what to do, another spirit actively targeted Yan Hao and flew towards him. He tried to dodge but failed. The moment the spirit entered his body, Yan Hao's expression completely changed. This scene made everyone worried because none of them were exorcists.
Yan Hao laughed maniacally and shouted, "I am Qin Shi Huang." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Hao chased after them with a sword, making everyone run away as fast as they could. But it didn't stop there. Countless spirits began to enter the bodies of others.
I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. The spirit that entered this person was none other than Cao Cao, while another was Western Chu overlord Xiang Yu, and yet another turned into Bao Gong, judging the adulterous husband Chen Ximei.
This scene gave Ye Yu a headache. What the heck is going on? In this situation, Qin Yaorao didn't know what to do either, so she had to ask Ye Yu for a solution. But Ye Yu didn't have one. The spirits weren't afraid of ordinary attacks. While he was panicking, a spirit flew towards them, and Ye Yu sensed it and activated creation art, knocking it away. At this moment, Ye Yu realized that creation art could completely dispel these spirits. While he was distracted, a spirit flew straight into Qin Yaorao. As he was about to ask if she was okay, she offered him a cup of poisoned wine and said, "Delang, drink it quickly." Ye Yu was so scared that he spat out a mouthful of saliva and ran away, saying he didn't want to drink that stuff. But after thinking about it, why the heck was he running? Ye Yu turned back. Aren't they just spirits? I don't believe I can't deal with you.
Ye Yu raised both hands to the sky and activated creation art, causing the inner energy to burst out and spread around powerfully. And it actually worked. Everyone returned to normal without knowing what had just happened. This made Ye Yu very happy, finally solved it. Luckily, I have this ridiculously OP creation art. Just then, something seemed to be rising from below, alerting everyone. They realized it was a coffin with a rather special aura. And there were words written on it. Unique in the world, only I remain. I am not reconciled, so I established this yin seed, hoping to transform and reincarnate. The person of later generations is my incarnation, but must know the 10,000 8,000 swords technique and seek the path to immortality with me. And upon hearing this name, everyone recognized it as the ancient emperor's ultimate skill. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity.
It really is my destiny. This ancient emperor's ultimate skill is prepared for me.
Yan Hao tried to cut in line to grab it, but before he could touch it, Ye Yu slapped him away. Get lost, Yan Hao questioned. Why did Ye Yu dare to do that? Ye Yu didn't bother to be polite. What if I hit you? You idiot! You've caused us so much trouble. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The students nearby also agreed. Ye Yu is right. This bastard only knows how to cause trouble. He has no skills but brags all day. If we don't beat him up today, it'll be hard to get rid of the hatred in our hearts. No matter how much Yan Hao begged for forgiveness, it was useless. Everyone rushed at him with great momentum. Qin Yaorao sighed from the sidelines. Don't blame me for not helping you, little bro. You really deserve it. After a beating like that, I don't know if this guy will learn his lesson. Just his name is enough to know he's a troublemaker.
Back at the coffin, someone unexpectedly volunteered to try first. This was Xing Gihong, ranked 49th on the Earth ranking. He had already broken through to the heavenly human realm and had a solid foundation. Maybe he had a chance. Moreover, his physique was unparalleled. He had tied with a heavenly human realm expert while he was still in the holy embryo realm. Xing Gihong approached respectfully and said, Yin Yang Academy. Xing Gihong requests guidance from the ancient emperor's incarnation.
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure with an extremely powerful aura shot out from the coffin, making Xing Gihong start to tremble.
He felt that just one glance was enough to kill him.
Although he was very scared, he quickly regained his composure and threw a punch. It's just an incarnation anyway, what's there to be afraid of? The students recognized it as the overlord body, his ultimate skill. The power of this punch could enter the top 20 of the Earth ranking, so he was hiding his strength usually.
Everyone cheered and encouraged Xing Gihong, and then the ancient emperor's side began to move. His eyes flashed with an aura and he pointed a finger forward, immediately sending Xing Gihong flying backward, leaving the students watching in confusion. A simple move determined the victory. The ancient emperor's incarnation is too strong.
Just as everyone was becoming desperate, Xin Yaorao volunteered to go next. My Warfire Dragon body might be able to win. I also have a super powerful secret skill that I've never used.
Riding that momentum, more people charged forward to support. Facing so many at once, Jiyu Dai unleashed another powerful secret technique, instantly blasting them all into the air. Jiyu Dai is too scary. Even his avatar is this strong. We were so confident for nothing, we can't even take one punch. The difference is too vast. Even Xin Yaorao is no match. The more they thought, the more helpless they felt. Some guys already started bawling like babies. I'm never going home after this. While everyone was feeling down and helpless, a figure slowly approached G-U-D. Recognizing the person as Ye Yu, Qin Yaorao asked, puzzled. Ye Yu nonchalantly replied, Let me try to defeat G-U-D. I don't want to stay here forever.
Hearing this, Qin Yaorao hurriedly tried to stop him. Ye Yu, you're only at the Saint Nascent Soul Realm. You can't withstand the ancient emperor's avatar's attack. You better not go. The students behind him agreed with Qin Yaorao. This is basically suicide.
And this show wouldn't be complete without Qin Pochin. He bluntly declared, If Ye Yu can succeed, I'll eat 3 tons of steaming hot shit.
Oh boy, he's walking right into it, Ye Yu agreed with him, and began to unleash the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it all into his palm to unleash the mountain-shattering fist, while rushing directly towards G-U-D. The spiritual energy erupted violently around them, and in an instant, G-U-D was actually defeated. Before vanishing, he smiled contentedly. Very good. Finally, someone has defeated me. I'm no longer alone. The scene before them shocked everyone. This is totally unreasonable. This is a game hack, not real. And of course, Ye Yu didn't forget the bet. He turned around and asked, who was the one who wanted to eat 3 tons of shit?
Hearing this, Qin Potian turned and ran, begging for forgiveness. I won't boast again. As soon as Ye Yu agreed to forgive him, he rushed forward and kicked him hard. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Qin Potian flew towards the pile of Zhubin from before. The two brothers affectionately pressed their faces together, looking none too pleased. The two quickly stuck together, making everyone burst out laughing. He might be wearing diapers for the rest of his life. Suddenly, at that moment, a phantom appeared beside them. It was the phantom of Ji-Yu Dai. Did he appear because of Ye Yu? No. After waiting for a long time, Ji-Yu Dai finally made a move. This is my ultimate technique, the 10,000 8,000 swords. Comprehend it well. This made everyone happy. They didn't expect to have the opportunity to comprehend the ultimate technique. This is all thanks to Ye Yu. We must thank him. But first, we need to sit down and comprehend it. Sounded legit. So the group seriously sat down and entered a state of tranquility. And just like that,
An hour passed, and Yeyu successfully comprehended the technique. He immediately displayed it, transforming the spiritual energy in his body into countless sword blades that moved freely around him. This scene was unbelievable to everyone. He already mastered it. Is Yeyu even human?
Seeing this, Jiu-Di was also very satisfied, praising Yeyu for his extremely twisted cultivation speed, then waved his hand and opened a passage to send everyone back to the real world. Seeing the path home appear before their eyes, everyone was stunned for a moment, unable to believe their eyes. Qin Yaorao also told Yeyu to wait for everyone to go first, then the two of them would go. Yeyu agreed. He needed to digest his insights a bit. After this trip, everyone had gradually become closer.
Finally, we can go home. Gotta get some serious sleep. Broken rice, banzio. Gotta eat until I can't anymore. Shin Poshin didn't forget to call out, "Big sis, hurry up, or the light pillar will disappear." And as expected, as soon as he finished speaking, something bad happened. The light pillar was indeed closing rapidly, making Shin Poshin panic and shout, "What the hell, you damn foul mouth? Shut up!" Yeyu cursed everything and rushed over. Shin Poshin wanted to wait, but was forcibly sucked into the light pillar.
Sensing the situation was bad, Yeyu picked up Qin Yaorao and rushed forward before the light pillar closed completely.
On the side of the Fire Wisdom Yin Yang Institute Dean, they were also trying to bring everyone back, a person standing below spoke up to advise, "After activating the blood sacrifice, the Dean will die.
Please reconsider." The Dean knows that, but there's no other way. The Yin tomb is extremely dangerous. They can't wait any longer.
Moreover, it's all the Academy's fault. As the Dean, I must take responsibility. Immediately begin the blood sacrifice to open the ancient emperor's Yin tomb passage. Those of you there, listen to my command and transfer your spiritual energy into the Dean." Causing him to scream in pain, just as he was about to activate the blood sacrifice formation, something unexpected happened, and everyone was brought back to the real world. The Dean couldn't believe this scene. The Yin tomb's passage actually opened on its own. After this fall, these students were as noisy as a market. Not a moment of peace.
Here, everyone also reminded the Dean to stop the blood sacrifice, because everyone had already returned,
and this helped the Dean save his life. But he was still seriously injured by the blood sacrifice backlash. Consider it a life saved. Lucky that all the students returned. This made him feel somewhat relieved. Suddenly, Shin Pochishin ran over to report, "My sister hasn't returned,"
begging the Dean to save her. As he spoke, Shin Poshian knelt down and spoke with great sincerity. Hearing these words from Shin Pochin's own mouth surprised him and everyone else. Qin Yaorao hasn't returned.
Back inside the ancient emperor's Yin tomb, both of them were also dumbfounded, because they were a step too late. "Motherfucker! Is this trying to screw with me?" Yeyu cursed loudly. In this situation, Qin Yaorao didn't know what to do, so she asked Yeyu for advice, but saw the young man sigh. "What else can we do? The exit is gone. We can only stay here for the rest of our lives."
Hearing this news like a bolt from the blue, Qin Yaorao couldn't accept it for a moment. Yeyu seized this opportunity to continue. "If husband and wife are of one mind, they can drain the Eastern Sea. We can have children here, and who knows, we might even build a clan." Thinking of the scene of holding grandchildren in her old age made Qin Yaorao's head spin. So she decisively stroked Yeyu's cheek because of this crazy thought. Yeyu immediately put on an innocent look and wailed,
"I was just kidding. Did you have to react so strongly?" While the two were about to continue arguing, an abnormality appeared here, a crack gradually widening to form a black hole that sucked everything in.
This made Yeyu a little uneasy, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. The ancient emperor's incarnation has dissipated, and the space here is about to collapse. We're definitely dead this time. This negative thought of Qin Yaorao was quickly rejected by Yeyu. "Don't worry, I won't let both of us die so easily." Yeyu also sat down and told Qin Yaorao to protect him. He had a way to escape, but Qin Yaorao didn't seem to believe it very much. "Yeyu, you still have a way. This is the ancient emperor's Yin tomb. Even the Dean can't break it."
It sounds unreasonable, but Yeyu had great confidence in this. "As long as I can break through to the celestial human realm, it'll be fine."
Who knows? Maybe something special will happen. At the same time, Qin Poshishin kept begging the Dean to save his sister.
The others, hearing this, also began to discuss. "Qin Yaorao's aptitude is extremely good, and she's ambitious. What a pity." This time, everyone was able to get out thanks to her. She sacrificed herself to be trapped inside the Yin tomb so that everyone could successfully escape. How touching.
Qin Potian suddenly chose to tell the truth.
Actually, this time, it was thanks to a freshman named Yeyu, who defeated the ancient emperor's incarnation, that everyone was able to escape. This news made everyone feel unbelievable. His talent is not inferior to Duo Qi Jianhao of that year. Then they asked where Yeyu was now. "Without hiding anything from you, Yeyu is also trapped inside the Yin tomb with my sister,"
Qin Poshin said shyly. The Dean, hearing the whole story, shook his head and sighed. "It's not that I don't want to save them, but the blood sacrifice was interrupted just now, damaging my foundation. Now, even if I want to go, I can't do it."
Even the Dean said so, which made Qin Poshin a little disappointed, and the students also cried their eyes out. It's such a pity to lose two geniuses at once. For the sake of everyone's safe return, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice herself. Truly a role model to follow.
Chin Potion, with tears streaming down his face, began to blame Ye Yu. It's all because of that damn Ye Yu.
If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have gone into the Yin tomb. If you wanted to die, why did you drag her along with you?
Just at this moment, an anomaly occurred in front of everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Somehow, Ye Yu and Qin Yao Rao had returned here long ago.
Getting hugged by a hottie out of the blue, Yan Rao's blushing like crazy. This unexpected turn of events is mind-blowing. The moment Chin Pochen sees him, he's ready to bail, legs all wobbly. But Ye Yu spots him right away. Didn't I just hear you trash-talking me, punk? Ye Yu asks, more as a formality, before zooming in and kicking Chin Pochen square in the face. So you were the one cursing me, huh? Today I'm beating you until you call me daddy.
Back outside, Ye Yu's in a fantastic mood. Not only did he break through to the heavenly human realm, but he also mastered an ancient emperor's ultimate technique, total win.
Just then, Tai Niu comes running, yelling, "Young master, a lady named Shi Jingyi sent word. She's waiting for you below the canyon outside the academy." Hearing this, Ye Yu gets super hyped. Awesome, finally, I got news about them.
Seeing his young master's expression, Tin Niu gets curious and asks. Ye Yu replies while running, "She's one of your future mistresses."
Another mistress? How many mistresses do I even have?
Tai Niu's still clueless.
Cut to a waterfall in the canyon below, where Shi Jingyi is waiting. When is Ye Yu coming? I hope nothing happened to him. Lost in thought, she doesn't notice a figure approaching from behind. Without a word, Ye Yu rushes over and hugs Shi Jingyi tightly, making her jump. Seeing her beloved before her, Shi Jingyi bursts into tears of joy. She thought they'd never meet again. Silly girl, how could I ever leave you? As soon as he says that, Ye Yu leans in for a sneaky kiss, but is interrupted by a voice. "Miss Shi Jingyi, Tian Chufeng sent me with a letter for you, please accept it." The two were so startled they bumped their heads together. Ouch! What the hell? Who the hell dares to interrupt me at a time like this? You got a death wish. Ye Yu roars angrily. Shi Jingyi adds, "This guy's been bothering me lately, it's so annoying." Seeing his beloved bothered by this, Ye Yu grabs Shi Jingyi's hand and goes to find the guy to settle the score. "Dare to disturb my romance. Today, I'm gonna teach him a lesson." Following the direction of the voice, the two confront him. Who was it that wanted to deliver a letter? As soon as the words leave his lips, a dude steps forward and speaks up. "Miss Shi Jingyi, you're finally here. This is the letter that Yu Bubai asked me to deliver to you. This is Tian Chufeng." Seeing the letter in his hand, Ye Yu snatches it, burns it on the spot, and orders. From now on, he doesn't need to deliver letters for that Yu Bubai. Witnessing this, Tian Chufeng is beyond pissed. "You actually dare to burn the letter. I am Tian Chufeng, ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. You're asking for death." Showing no fear, Yin Yu at this moment also proactively challenges Yin Yu will become famous in this battle and become top 3 on the Earth rank. Tian Chufeng acts disdainful that a newcomer dares to challenge him. Ye Yu also affirms that he will defeat him easily. A moment later, in front of the academy gate, this news spreads like wildfire among the students. "Hurry up, let's go! I heard Ye Yu wants to challenge Tian Chufeng, ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. Is Ye Yu crazy? He's only ranked in the 70s. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Who cares, as long as there's a good show to watch." With that, the group quickly leaves. It just so happens that the two siblings, Yan Rao and Qin Pochen, also pass by. Yan Rao thinks to herself, "Tian Chufeng has many underlings in the academy. I'm afraid Ye Yu will be in danger while fighting." Thinking of this, she turns to Qin Pochen and orders, "Little bro, quickly gather the Hong squad here and immediately help Ye Yu." At the same time, on this side, just as Yan Rao said, Tian Chufeng's crew arrives in large numbers to apply pressure. Earth ranking requires a fight within the same stage, so Ye Yu must be confident because of this. Tian Chufeng is already in the 2nd level of the heavenly human realm. How can Ye Yu be his opponent? He's really naive. Tian Chufeng also begins to speak. "It's been a long time since I've moved my hand since I ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. Ye Yu, you should feel honored for this." Ye Yu laughed out loud, hearing him say that, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why so much talk? Alright, I'll just use one move. If you can take it, I'll admit defeat." Tian Chuifeng seemed to be showboating. This startled his subordinates. Is Tian Chuifeng really going to use that move? He's only at the celestial human realm, and he's already comprehended it. Tian Chu's ultimate skill is incredibly powerful. It looks like Ye Yu is done for. Tian Chufeng didn't think much, and immediately activated his spiritual power, unleashing the ultimate skill, Autumn Reflection Sword, rapidly transforming into a giant great sword. This made Ye Yu exclaim, "Impressive. To be able to wield such a big sword. Are you the legendary sword maniac or something?" These words made the students show disdain, thinking that Ye Yu was just bluffing, facing such a powerful ultimate move and still trying to stay calm, as if Tian Chufeng looked very unsightly and launched the ultimate skill, striking down at Ye Yu. Seeing that Ye Yu had no reaction at all, Tian Chufeng was very pleased with himself, but that wasn't the case. Ye Yu responded with great excitement.
Isn't it just playing with swords?
I know how to do that too. And here, Yeyu displayed the ultimate skill, myriad and 8,000 swords, transforming into countless sword energies and striking back.
The two great moves collided just like that, looking all cool and stuff. The students who witnessed everything were dumbfounded in shock. Is this Yeyu really a freshman? Fighting against Tian Qifeng without being at a disadvantage at all?
Is this even human? Suddenly, Tian Qifeng's sword energy suddenly cracked, making him unable to imagine why, and he was directly knocked away by the sword energy.
Before the ridicule of the people there, Tian Qifeng was defeated. The top 3 of the Earth rankings will start changing from today.
It really is unexpected. Yeyu is just a freshman. Yeyu approached and returned all the words from just now. Is this the strength of the top 3 of the Earth rankings? You can't even take one of my moves, what a waste. Tian Qifeng struggled to sit up and replied, I admit I'm not your opponent. The top 3 of the Earth rankings officially belong to Yeyu.
But the one who loses in the end is still you. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out 500 of his bros to gang up on him.
The whole crowd heard the order and surrounded Yeyu, leaving no way out. Are you guys planning to bully the few with the many? Yeyu questioned. Tian Qifeng admitted with a smug look. That's right, Yeyu, you are very strong, but so what? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Today I will directly crush you. This made the students even more shocked. Is Tian Qifeng planning to gang up? Being embarrassed by Yeyu and not being reconciled, so he wants to take revenge. Yeyu has little social experience. This time he is afraid that he will encounter a great disaster. In the face of this situation, Yeyu calmly suggested negotiation. Because this is not fair, maybe we have to talk it out.
But these words were rejected by Tian Qifeng. No negotiation or anything, today I just want to bully you. The subordinates also took the opportunity to follow suit and curse. Screw you, if you want to play like that then fine, but first, take a look behind you.
Yeyu kindly reminded. Tian Qifeng still didn't realize, and laughed. Haha, kid. You want to distract us to escape? Right? I know all about it, this old man has played this trick countless times. The subordinate next to him recognized it, and turned to remind. Boss? But Tian Qifeng didn't care about the reminder at all.
Don't let this little brat fool you. And without knowing when, Qinpo Tian's group had arrived in full force.
Dare to bully the few with the many. Now which side has more people? If you want to cripple Yeyu, then we'll cripple you first. A bunch of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, making Tian Qifeng panic. And so, Yeyu also gathered with 500 of his bros, ready to fight a battle for real, to let them know what a real gang fight is like. And so the whole group also rushed to beat each other up in a chaotic mess. Groin punch, dragon claw hand, lineage extinction kick. This ruthless method made the students standing nearby sweat profusely. Yeyu is not only ruthless, but also has so many people to help him. In the future, we must never offend him. Yeyu is about to rise up in the academy, and the result seems predictable. Tian Qifeng's group was beaten to the ground.
Yeyu was also very grateful for everyone's help, and suggested that everyone divide up the spoils just collected from Tian Qifeng's group. Everyone felt a bit awkward about Yeyu's generosity, but since he was so insistent, they just went with it. Who knew a little scrap would lead to such a huge haul? I'd totally help out a few more times. Watching his precious treasures get taken, Tian Qifeng could only wail. Just then, Yeyu walked closer and asked him, So, are you convinced now? Tian Qifeng didn't answer, skillfully changing the topic. Yeyu, you burned Wu Bubai's letter. He's not going to let you get away with this.
But those words didn't faze Yeyu one bit. How dare you interrupt my flow? You're lucky I didn't beat you into a pulp already.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful voice suddenly boomed from afar. Just by looking at the 3 of their faces, you could tell who had arrived.
And who should appear but a dashing, imposing man, none other than Wu Bubai himself. He immediately challenged Yeyu to a fight, just as his words implied.
Wu Bubai, the one on the Earth ranking, actually showed up in person. Judging by his tone, he's definitely here to vent some anger on Tian Qifeng's behalf. Wu Bubai has never tasted defeat in this academy before. This time, Yeyu is totally screwed. Yeyu, on the other hand, just scoffed at him. You think I'm an idiot? I've got a whole crew here, and you want me to go 1v1 solo? Bros, let's go, beat this jerk into a pulp. Wu Bubai, however, remained utterly unfazed, just waiting. Yeyu was totally bewildered, not understanding what was happening since nobody budged, so he repeated himself once more. With no other choice, the gang could only explain, Dude, that's Wu Bubai? The one on the Earth ranking? He's practically unbeatable in the whole academy? No way, man. Going up against him is just asking for it. We already helped you out once. Let's just sit this one out. Jin Potion, with good intentions, also stepped forward to advise. Just drop it, Yeyun. We're no match for Wu Bubai. But even so, Yeyun wasn't quite ready to give up. Wu Bubai couldn't wait any longer and decided to speak up himself. Don't waste your energy. Forget the heaven ranking. I'm the best in this academy. They wouldn't dare lift a finger against me. The other students immediately started gossiping. Wu Bubai just showed up,
and Ye Yu's gang completely froze up. After all, Wu Bubai is the No. 1 on the Earth ranking. Ye Yu beating Tian Qifeng was already a stroke of luck.
Seeing his savior appear, Tian Qifeng rushed forward like a loyal puppy, and immediately snitched. "That brat Ye Yu not only burned your letter, but he also stole all my money. You gotta avenge me." He might have let the earlier insult slide, but Wu Bubai couldn't just let the letter thing go. He confronted Ye Yu. "Is this true?"
Ye Yu fearlessly admitted. "So what? I think you're the one asking for a beatdown."
Enraged, Wu Bubai immediately unleashed a burst of spiritual energy and charged forward, ready to strike. Ye Yu was actually pretty curious to see just how strong the No. 1 on the Earth ranking really was. Just then, Shi Jingyi suddenly ran over and told Wu Bubai, "Stop right there."
Wu Bubai, seeing this, wondered, "Jingyi, why are you stopping me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Shi Jingyi slapped him across the face for daring to use such a familiar tone with her. This scene completely stunned the students. Who the heck is this chick? She just slapped Wu Bubai in front of everyone like that. Even the teachers had to give him some deference. But contrary to their thoughts, Wu Bubai, stunned, asked, "Miss Shi, why are you stopping me? What's your deal with this punk?" Before he could even finish his sentence, he got another slap from Shi Jingyi for daring to question her. Next came a combo of slaps for all sorts of valid reasons. But Wu Bubai didn't even try to fight back. Holy smokes. The No. 1 on the Earth ranking, Wu Bubai, is getting relentlessly slapped by a girl this humiliated, and he won't fight back. This girl definitely has some serious backing.
With such a fierce personality, Shi Jingyi just gained a few more admirers. Ye Yu, standing nearby, still couldn't wrap his head around what was going on. Since when did Shi Jingyi get so aggressive? Just then, Shi Jingyi finally stopped, wound up, and sent him flying with a single punch. Wu Bubai was rendered speechless by the shock. Shi Jingyi then took the chance to continue speaking. "Didn't you want to know what my relationship with Ye Yu is? Well, I'll tell you right now then." As she spoke, Shi Jingyi grabbed Ye Yu's hand and pulled him closer. Before the guy could even process what was happening, Shi Jingyi suddenly went in for a forced kiss right there, to the absolute shock of everyone present.
Holy crap, this girl is wild, daring to show affection in front of so many people. My first love ended before it even began. Except for one true fan. Ye Yu may be a bit of a scumbag, but he's strong, that's why he has a wife. Looking at everyone else, at this point he clicked his tongue and sneered. "Here," Shi Jingyi also declared. "Now you know my relationship with Ye Yu, right?
Go back and tell Ji Yu Jingshen everything you saw and heard. Tell him to stop sending me letters from now on, got it." Wu Bubai didn't want to force Shi Jingyi. "Rest assured, I will definitely report this to young Master Ji Yu." Considering the trouble resolved, Shi Jingyi waved her hand to dismiss him. Wu Bubai snorted coldly before leaving. "Ye Yu, just hide behind Shi Jingyi and enjoy your last days, you won't live much longer." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Ye Yu called him back with a proposal. "Although it doesn't feel great being protected by my woman, I should do something to prove I'm worthy of her, right? So I'd like to trouble you to give up the top spot on the Earth ranking." This blunt proposal caught everyone off guard. Ye Yu wants to challenge Wu Bubai? Is he insane? He already has a sugar mama, and he's still showing off. Shi Jingyi naturally disagreed. "Don't be impulsive, this guy, Wu Bubai. Let me hit him just now for a reason, he's actually very strong." Shin Poshin also added, "Wu Bubai has been in the top spot on the Earth ranking for so many years and has never been defeated. You need to think carefully before making a decision." Ye Yun reassured them both. "Don't worry, I didn't use my full strength when I fought Tian Qifeng earlier. Besides, if I can't beat him, then Shi Jingyi can just slap him to vent my anger." Their speechless reaction lasted a couple of seconds. After witnessing the shamelessness of that statement, Wu Bubai laughed gleefully upon hearing this. "You have a death wish, daring to challenge me. Alright, today I will send you on your way in place of young Master Ji Yu." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Bubai channeled his spiritual energy into his palm, unleashing the heavenly mountain-crushing palm, quickly transforming it into a mountain of spiritual energy that crashed down head-on. The students immediately recognized it. Heavenly mountain-crushing palm combined with Wu Bubai's goldstone physique, this move has a power of several 100,000 pounds. Starting with a major move already, Wu Bubai is trying to corner Ye Yu to his death. More than anyone else, Tian Qifeng was the happiest. "You're done for. Wu Bubai's move will definitely cripple Ye Yu. Otherwise, I'll strip naked and run around the academy with my DCK." Facing the great move before him, Ye Yu activated the wing manifestation and poured everything into this punch. "Let's see if your mountain is hard or my fist is hard." Mountain shattering fist. In this way, he directly shattered Wu Bubai's heavenly mountain-crushing palm, which made it impossible for him to believe his eyes. But it wasn't over yet. Ye Yu then beat him up for daring to disturb his beloved wife. Another punch because Wu Bubai dared to make fun of him in front of him. And ended with a kick that shattered his balls for the habit of relying on his master to show off and lecture. This is the top of the Earth ranking. Just a piece of trash. From now on, don't call yourself Wu Bubai, but rename yourself Yu Chibai. Ye Yu scornfully stomped on him. This declaration surprised the students even more because of the quick result. The advantage completely tilted towards Ye Yu. "I'm afraid Wu Bubai will have to change his name later." Tian Qifeng's face also changed. How can this be? Even Yu Bubai isn't Ye Yu's opponent. Then doesn't that mean I have no way to take revenge? Putting that aside, Shin Puxin's group did not forget his words just now, and voluntarily took off their clothes. Or should we lend a hand? Realizing that the situation was not good, Tian Qiufeng turned and ran away, no matter how much the group chased and shouted. Yu Bubai on this side was still a little unwilling and warned, Ye Yu, if you dare to be with Shi Jingyi, the Ji Yu family will not let you go. Still dare to threaten Ye Yu? Today I will definitely teach you a lesson you will never forget. Shi Jingyi angrily started to beat him, directly crippling all of his cultivation. This surprised Yu Bubai, and questioned her. The students also couldn't believe their eyes. This girl is too cruel. Yu Bubai can't continue living in the academy anymore. Ye Yu was able to conquer someone like that, truly a shining example for us men. Shi Jingyi declared clearly. What if I'm against you? Hurry up and get out of here. Even if I kill you, Ji Yu Xingchen wouldn't dare to say anything. Seeing his woman so badass, Ye Yu loved her even more. Wu Bubai, powerless, had no choice but to leave. What the young lady has bestowed today, this Wu will surely remember. Farewell. Ye Yu found his words a bit annoying, and asked back, remember it how? Exactly. Is he still thinking of revenge? Realizing Ye Yu had malicious intentions, Wu Bubai immediately became vigilant and wary. But it was all for naught. Just like that, Ye Yu kicked him out of the academy. I'm telling ya, some people just have rotten luck. Messing with me, of all people. Serves that, newbie hotshot, right? Later that evening, by the stream, Ye Yu and Shi Jingyi were sitting there, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shi Jingyi also apologized for dragging Ye Yu into this mess, but Ye Yu didn't mind it at all. What kind of silly talk is that? You're my beloved, so your troubles are my troubles. But who is that young master Ji Yu? How dare he bother you? Do you need me to go deal with him? At this, Shi Jingyi slowly recounted. Ji Yu Jingchen and I both come from an ancient reclusive aristocratic family. The ancestors of our two families were once close friends, but the Ji Yu family wasn't content with being suppressed by our family forever, so they want to obtain the essence of the myriad star's sacred physique from our ancestral secret chamber for Ji Yu Jingchen, their family's genius. Hearing this, Ye Yu also asked curiously, what is the myriad star sacred physique? And according to Shi Jingyi, legend has it, the myriad star sacred physique contains countless stars within the body. One can harness the endless astral energy of the sky through it, and directly become a saint king. Hearing about such a powerful thing, Ye Yu couldn't help but exclaim, so why doesn't Ji Yu Xingchen just go open the secret chamber directly? Why bother you then? Shi Jingyi explained. Because I am the key to the ancestral secret chamber, only someone with a physique similar to our ancestor can open it, and I am that person. That's why Ji Yu Jingchen is trying every way to win me over. Seeing his woman looking a bit down, Ye Yu deliberately teased. It's only natural to have so many rivals. Who told you to be so outstanding? These words touched Shi Jingyi, and she leaned closer to him. You don't have to worry about me. My heart only belongs to you, and it will never change. Oh man, if she's this into it. Looks like I'm getting some tonight, boys. Ye Yu seized the opportunity and picked Shi Jingyi up, to her surprise, and just like that he carried the beauty back to his room for some private time to spice things up. Who knows what kind of skills he used, but the next day, both of them clearly looked blissfully happy. Ye Yu's reputation was now blowing up. The students recognized him instantly upon sight. Wu Bubai lost so badly he couldn't show his face, and rumor has it he's even thinking of changing his name. Ye Yu's strength defies the heavens. And he even has a beauty by his side. Truly, it's so admirable. Ye Yu leaned in and whispered to Shi Jingyi, tonight, how about we learn some new cultivation techniques? They're super good. These words made Shi Jingyi blush visibly. What nonsense are you talking about? From now on, you're not allowed in my room at night. Ye Yu followed behind, pleading. If you're not satisfied with my skills, just tell me directly. At worst, I'll go find some divine medicine. It'll definitely work wonders. These slightly vulgar words made Shi Jingyi unable to listen at all. She immediately yelled, tell Ye Yu to shut up. Oh man, a woman's thoughts really are hard to guess. If you don't like it, you should say so. Just then, Qin Yaorao coincidentally came all the way here to question Ye Yu. Why are you still in the mood for a stroll? The Wu family, after hearing that Wu Bubai was crippled, became extremely furious. They immediately sent someone from the heavenly ranking to kill you. Oh, so are the people on the heavenly ranking really that amazing? Ye Yu asked skeptically. According to Qin Yaorao, the people on the heavenly ranking are all darlings of heaven. They possess countless secret arts and battle techniques. They are the true core of the academy, and they can even enter and exit the ancient pavilion 3 times a week. Not only that, but they also have many privileges and benefits. As Qin Yaorao listed them, Ye Yu became incredibly excited. If I'd known that earlier, I wouldn't be so behind now. This made Qin Yaorao show a helpless expression. He never listens to what's important, only cares about the perks. Ye Yu couldn't wait any longer and decided to go check it out himself. Despite Qin Yaorao's best efforts to stop him, Ye Yu told her to rest assured he would go find the dean to ask a few things. A short while later, at the Yin Yang Academy dean's office, Ye Yu was already there. Students, drawn by the commotion, also came to gawk. I heard Ye Yu's causing trouble inside. absolutely insisting on getting into the heavenly ranking. Is that true or false? Does he think the heavenly ranking is some joke anyone can just waltz into? Wu Bubai tried to challenge for the heavenly ranking many times, but he always got beaten black and blue. Who does Ye Yu think he is?
Inside, Ye Yu also spoke up proactively. Dean, I want to join the heavenly ranking. The top rank of the earthly ranking has already been dealt with by me, so why am I not on the heavenly ranking? What, the heavenly rankings ain't the heavenly rankings without yours truly? Who else is even qualified to be on it?
This got the elders all riled up. Hey kid, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Think you can just waltz in? What a joke, guards, get him out of here. One elder, fuming, even tried to throw a hand seal his way. Just a little intimidation for being such a cocky know-nothing. Faced with this big move, Ye Yu remained cool as a cucumber. I respect you elders and all, but can't I be strong without getting hassled? Putting me on the heavenly rankings will only motivate the rest to improve. Ye Yu didn't hold back, straight up challenging one of the elders present.
This had the peanut gallery buzzing. This Ye Yu's got no shame, like he's got any advantage, daring to challenge an elder. Bet he's just itching for a beatdown. And as if answering Ye Yu's prayers, someone stepped up to throw down. Today, I'll teach this clueless brat a lesson he won't forget. No sooner were the words out than he threw a punch, the others cheering him on. Fifth elder, don't hold back, beat him hard, and if one punch ain't enough, give him 2 or 3, beat him till he's 6 feet under. Just 'cause you top the earth rankings doesn't mean squat. Even with fifth elder holding back his cultivation level, Ye Yu still ain't a match. Back to the fight, Ye Yu used the mountain splitter fist to counter, and wouldn't you know it, fifth elder was the one who got sent flying. This froze the other 3 elders for a solid few seconds. Ye Yu reaffirmed once again, in a fight between equals, I'm unbeatable. No way. Fifth elder lost to Ye Yu. Is Ye Yu the first student to beat an elder this year? He's seriously OP. Maybe he actually has a chance at the heavenly rankings?
The 3 elders were fuming, wanting to teach Ye Yu a lesson he'd never forget. Seeing them getting antsy, Ye Yu quickly reminded them, we agreed on a fight between equals, right? Take me on one at a time, don't break the rules. But the 3 of them shot that down.
Rules are for chumps. We just want to beat you to a pulp. The students were loving it. You pissed off the elders. Think you can just run away. Every last one of them was itching to see Ye Yu get his butt kicked. Seeing things getting out of hand, the dean himself stepped in. Ye Yu, since you're so keen on joining the heavenly rankings, I'll let you in. But before he could finish, the 3 elders protested. Someone who dares to attack an elder doesn't deserve to join the heavenly rankings. Enough. This is so damn noisy, the dean snapped, yelling, shut your traps. The decision's made. No more discussion.
Seeing his attitude, the 3 of them had no choice but to comply. Ye Yu, impressed by the dean's impartiality, respectfully thanked him.
The happy-go-lucky dude skipped away, finally achieving his goal.
The dean was also very satisfied with the performance just now.
When the elders asked the dean what he thought of Ye Yu, he shared his honest opinion. To survive the Ying curse, and even receive the terrifying technique passed down by the ancient emperor, this kid's gotta be incredibly lucky. Our academy's yin-yang art has been cut off from succession for far too long. If things keep going this way, the academy's doomed. Maybe Ye Yu can bring us a pleasant surprise. Yin-yang Z, the first of the heavenly rankings, has been in seclusion for ages, but still no progress. Can Ye Yu really do it? The elders looked hopeful. The dean was the same way. Let's hope Ye Yu doesn't disappoint.
Cut to later. At the ancient pavilion, Ye Yu came face to face with old Liu, the guardian of the pavilion.
Ye Yu complained loudly. People on the heavenly rankings can enter the ancient pavilion 3 times a week. Why won't you let me in? No sooner were the words out than old Liu roared back. Last time you almost wrecked the whole ancient pavilion.
You tell me, why shouldn't I forbid you to enter? Even though he was in the wrong, Ye Yung was determined. I'm getting in today, no matter what, old Liu declared.
Not on my watch, Ye Yu. You ain't getting past me. And so they argued back and forth, neither willing to give an inch. Suddenly, an earthquake struck, stunning them both for a moment. But old Liu realized something was wrong. Those are definitely footsteps.
Turning around, they saw a man carrying a wild beast in one hand as he approached them.
Old Liu recognized him instantly, wondering why he had returned.
The students also followed the commotion and came here.
Is that some kind of archaic, golden overlord tyrant dragon variant? A tyrant dragon that big could crush us all with a single stomp? Legend says that a fully grown tyrant dragon can rampage across the heavens and earth. Just who is powerful enough to kill one? The man introduced himself. I am Luo Kaiyuan from the heaven ranking. You must be Ye Yu.
Someone hired me to cripple you. This caused another round of discussion among the disciples. Isn't Luo Kaiyuan the invincible genius who swept through the 9 provinces?
What kind of monsters are even on the heaven ranking if someone can hire Luo Kaiyuan?
Ye Yu is definitely dead this time,
Liu Lao sneered with a smug look. Kid, you better not even think about entering the ancient pavilion. Let's deal with the trouble in front of me first. Ye Yu didn't really care what he said, so, is he that strong? I only see that he's 1 realm higher than me, Liu Lao explained. Luo Kaiyuan carries the aura of heaven and earth. He can cut off another's Dao, causing anyone who fights him to only be able to use less than 70% of their combat power.
Thinking about it, Ye Yu found it pretty amazing. I wonder whose aura is stronger between him and me. Luo Kaiyuan, standing on the other side, was losing patience and urged. After I cripple you, I still have to return to the 10,000 great mountains to cultivate. So do you want to cripple yourself? Or should I do it for you? Ye Yu remained calm and asked. What's the difference between the two choices? If I do it, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength. What if I accidentally kill you? It would be hard to explain to the old guys in the academy, Luo Kaiyuan replied contemptuously. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Coincidentally, there are many people in the academy who are not convinced that I got into the heaven ranking. If I defeat you, let's see what they have to say. Seeing Ye Yu declare so fiercely made Luo Kaiyuan a little uncomfortable. Pretty impressive, huh? At least you're not afraid of death. It's just a pity that today, Ye Yu, you will be crippled. As soon as he said that, Ye Yu activated the spiritual power in his body and began to make his move. This is the Senluo Seal combat skill. It quickly transformed into a skeleton with an extremely terrifying aura. The disciples were also surprised when Ye Yu took the initiative to attack. Doesn't he know his own limits?
A person like him is worthy of competing with the heaven ranking. Seriously, maybe if he doesn't attack now, he won't even have a chance later.
Liu Lao was also a little worried. Too impulsive, I told you, Ye Yu, that Luo Kaiyuan can reduce the enemy's combat power, but you still insisted on rushing in. Can't stand being comfortable after being used to suffering. Luo Kaiyuan also made a move. He simply pointed a finger to the sky and directly reduced Yen Yu's combat power by half. Ye Yu also felt it. His own strength was indeed suppressed, as Liu Lao had said. Ye Yu's realm was already inferior to Luo Kaiyuan's. Now that it's been weakened by half, how can he continue to fight? Luo Kaiyuan's ability is too terrifying. It wouldn't be surprising if Ye Yu loses. And now it's Luo Kaiyuan's turn. Next, I just need to palm strike, and I can cripple you. Just as he was about to attack, Liu Lao appeared right behind him and stopped him. Luo Kaiyuan didn't understand, and asked what he meant by doing this. Although Ye Yu is a bit of a troublemaker, his nature is not bad. You can beat him up as a warning, but you don't need to cripple him completely. Moreover, you are not unaware of the current situation of the academy. Who knows? There may be an unexpected surprise. The disciples nearby also chimed in, speaking up to help. That's right, both of them are disciples of the Yin-Yang Academy. Why do you need to be so ruthless? Ye Yu has saved many people in the ancient emperor's Yin tomb. He really isn't a bad person, Senior Luo. Why don't you spare him this time? Luo Kaiyuan completely ignored everyone's objections. I can't spare him. Today I must cripple him, no matter who tries to protect him. I mean what I say, Liu Lao was very surprised that he didn't take him seriously. Hearing Luo Kaiyuan say he wanted to cripple him, Ye Yu not only didn't fear, but also took the initiative to provoke him, immediately erupting the spiritual power in his body, and completely breaking the realm suppression. This made Luo Kaiyuan extremely surprised, because there was no precedent for it. Ye Yu actually broke Luo Kaiyuan's secret technique. It seems the situation has changed. How many trump cards does Ye Yu still have? Liu Lao looked surprised, and realized, this is the myriad law's invulnerable body. Only when the essence, ki, and spirit are combined and harmonized to perfection can one not be afraid of being weakened. I'm afraid Ye Yu really can. Luo Kaiyuan couldn't accept the truth and cast the secret technique again, and this time it was complete suppression. But it seemed all useless, and it was quickly knocked out by the aura on Ye Yu's body. That's all she wrote. Ye Yu just unleashed his Asura seal on the dude. Luo Kaiyuan got sent flying, crashing hard and rolling on the ground, totally knocked out cold. Ye Yu cackled, all smug. So this is all there is to someone from the heavenly ranking. Seriously, didn't he just get stomped by me, huh? The crowd was shook. Holy crap. Luo Kaiyuan is a real deal heavenly ranking member, and Ye Yu just wrecked him. This is insane. Just how many more surprises does this kid have? Old Liu finally chilled out. Who knows, maybe this kid Ye Yu can bring back the yin-yang art. So he let Ye Yu into the ancient pavilion. No sooner had he said it than Ye Yu zoomed past, hyped as hell. Skills, babe. Ultimate techniques. Your emperor is here for you. After who knows how long, Ye Yu emerged from the ancient pavilion. What a goldmine. Not only did I learn a ton of new skills, but I even broke through to the second level of the celestial realm on the way back. Just then, Ye Yu overheard two students chatting nearby. Have you heard? Wu Shang from the True Word sect was ambushed on his way back and is seriously injured. Rumor has it, the assassin was a fatty with insane skills. He didn't manage to kill him, but the fatty still got away. The True Word sect is going nuts. They've even issued a bounty for whoever kills that fatty. Ye Yu heard this and instantly knew it was his senior brother, Zihe Bu Fan. Crap, I gotta figure out how to save him. Just then, Qin Yaoru called out to Ye Yu from afar, saying she needed his help. The Earthly Visage Banquet is about to start. I want you to come with me so you can help me get the king-grade Earthly Visage diagram. Qin Yaoru thought to herself. His Earthly Visage abilities displayed in the ancient Emperor Yin Worm are amazing. Ye Yu can help me win it. The offer came at the perfect time. Ye Yu agreed instantly. But with a condition. Qin Yaoru was curious. Ye Yu, what's the condition? Ye Yu leaned in close and whispered something into Qin Yaoru's ear, looking super mysterious. Scene changed to the Earthly Visage Banquet. Everyone was gathered. The unpredictable man is the head of the Black Flame family. Qin Yaoru introduced. The Earthly Visage Banquet is hosted by the Black Flame family. The guests are all renowned grandmasters of Earthly Visage. Since the king-grade Earthly Visage diagram is so precious, there's definitely going to be a fierce battle later. Ye Yu told Xin Yaoru to relax. He's got this, he thought. The creation art can decipher Dao patterns, and I've got the Eye of Illusion piercing. I've got this competition in the bag. Just then, Shi Jingyi noticed some people across the way. The middle-aged man was Zhao Shuyang, and he was staring at the Yin-Yang Academy with a glare. Shi Jingyi was confused and asked who he was. Qin Yaoru recognized him and explained, "That's Zhao Shuyang. I heard he was rejected by our Yin-Yang Academy back in the day, so he's always held a grudge. Don't worry about him." Ye Yu scoffed. "It's not that I want to mess with him, but he clearly wants to mess with me." After a while, the Black Flame family head spoke up. "Everyone here is a renowned Grandmaster of Earthly Visage. I'm honored to have you all attend the banquet hosted by the Black Flame family." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Shuyang stood up, trying to start trouble, and pointed at Ye Yu and the others. If the Black Flame family head says so, then why is a bunch of thieves allowed in here? Seeing that he was deliberately trying to make trouble, Xin Yaoru calmly asked, "What do you mean by that? I mean that the Yin-Yang Academy is just trash in the Earthly Visage field. Why even bother coming here to embarrass yourselves?" Zhao Shuyang said bluntly. The guy next to him chimed in with a laugh. "Heh, that's right, you guys aren't even worthy of carrying our shoes in the Earthly Visage field, and you dare to dream of the king-grade Earthly Visage diagram. You might as well go home now while you still can. This guy is Zhang Ping, Zhao Shuyang's disciple." The onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves. Zhao Shuyang has always had a grudge against the Yin-Yang Academy. He's probably taking this opportunity to get revenge. Zhao Shuyang's Earthly Visage skills are at least in the top 3 among us. He's definitely got the skills to back it up. The Black Flame family head will probably step in. But this time, the Yin-Yang Academy people can only endure it. But contrary to what everyone here thought, Ye Yu, with a dark face, took the initiative to step forward. "A bunch of trash dares to make noise in front of yours truly. If you've got the guts, step up and compete with me. The loser barks like a dog, you dare." Or what? Zhao Shuyang was just waiting for that, immediately standing up and coldly snorting. "This old man dares. The only thing is, don't go back on your word if you lose." Zhang Peng also boasted, "Barking like a dog is definitely you guys." Before anything else, things have already escalated, of course. The Black Flame Patriarch had no intention of stopping it. Since both sides are in such high spirits, then I will stand as a witness. Someone, bring up the stone gambles. Following the Patriarch's order, the servants brought in a large chest. Looking at the thing inside the chest, Ye Yu still didn't understand what stone gambles actually were, Qin Yaoru then explained. Inside the stone gambles are treasures nurtured by heaven and earth. But after long years, the outside is covered in impurities. Only by relying on the patterns on the outside can you guess whether the thing inside is valuable or not. Hearing a little bit, Ye Yu understood. Having the creation art and illusion-breaking power here is no different from bringing cheat sheets to an exam, isn't it? The Black Flame Patriarch also started to explain. "This is a batch of stone gambles we found from ancient ruins. Each side chooses 3 stone gambles. Whichever side opens up with a higher value is considered the winner." He also thought to himself, "No matter what is opened, it's still mine anyway. There's no way to lose." As soon as the words fell, both sides agreed. "Then let's do as the Black Flame Patriarch says." In everyone's mind, everyone thought they had a sure win. After a while of fiddling, finally, Zhao Shuyang's side finished choosing. Xin Yaoru's side was similar. 2 pieces in total. Seeing this, Zhang Peng started to mock. "There's still 1 round left, and you don't dare to choose. Could it be that you feel like you're definitely going to lose, so you're proactively giving up?" The others also discussed in whispers. Xin Yaoru's geomancy ability isn't up to par yet. It seems that Zhao Shuyang is sure to win this competition. These young people nowadays are all arrogant, and don't know their own limitations. They have to wait until they stumble before they regret it. Standing in front of the chest of stone gambles, Qin Yaoru didn't know which one to choose, and in difficult times like this, Ye Yu took the initiative to step forward to help. "How about letting yours truly choose the last stone gamble?" Without much time, Ye Yu chose one of them. Qin Yaoru sighed softly, thinking to herself, "If the 2 stone gambles I chose are ordinary, there is still a chance to win. If both sides have finished choosing, then let's start dissolving the stone gambles to see what the results are." The Black Flame Patriarch proposed. Hearing this, Xin Yaoru volunteered to go first, her fingers manipulating spiritual energy to act on the first stone gamble, immediately opening up a material in the shape of a crescent moon. This is Gold Scale Cloud, a material that is only 1 step away from transforming into a dragon in Legends, carrying the essence of the whole body. This thing is not only a perfect weapon forging material, but also has the effect of controlling water. It is extremely rare. It seems that Xin Yaoru is sure to win the first round. After this scene, Zhao Shuyang was still very confident. That's all there is to it. He also dissolved his first stone gamble, and the result was not only 1, but as many as 2 gold scale scales. Seeing his master open up 2 at once, Zhang Peng was so smug that even Xin Yaoru was surprised by this result. One stone gamble can actually have two gold scale scales. Grandmaster Zhao's geomancy skill is really amazing. The people of the Yin-Yang Academy were teased back and forth by him and couldn't fight back. Truly, the older ginger is spicy.
Zhao Shuyang patted his chest and affirmed, I told you that your Yin-Yang Academy is useless. Why don't you just admit defeat?
Shi Jingyi immediately refuted his words. There are still two more pieces that haven't been opened yet, so we don't know who's better.
Ye Yu also reminded him, don't be too smug, it'll be embarrassing if you lose later.
Faced with these words from Ye Yu, Zhao Shuyang still proudly declared that he would completely make the Yin-Yang Academy despair. Two stone gambles were also dissolved, revealing precious treasures. That red ore is fiery flame iron. A piece as big as that is at least 12 pounds, extremely rare. That green branch is probably spirit essence wood. Its value is even higher than fiery flame iron. As soon as these two things appeared, no matter how you looked at it, Zhao Shuyang was sure to win, and the people present also judged the same. Zhao Shuyang also raised his voice. I'm sure your second stone gamble is also fiery flame iron, but not as big as mine. As for the third stone gamble of that kid, although I can't see through it, I guess it can't possibly be more valuable than my spirit essence wood. Therefore, I am sure to win. Hearing him say this, Shi Jingyi also stepped forward to ask, and Xin Yaoru also confirmed that it was so. Well, there's nothing left to hide. Xin Yaoru also dissolved the stone gamble, revealing a piece of fiery flame iron. We're in danger this time. Can he clearly know what's inside the stone gambles we chose? He definitely mastered some kind of mind-piercing technique. Looks like we underestimated him. Just then, Zhang Peng came up to remind them of the previous bet. Of course, if these two beauties feel embarrassed to bark in front of everyone, well, we can switch to another method, but you have to come to my buddy's room tonight to discuss the details. What do you think of my suggestion? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu slapped him across the face, stunning him. Not only that, but Ye Yu also beat him up for trying to hit on someone way out of his league. Zhao Shuyang couldn't accept this, so he lashed out. Ye Yu, you refuse to admit defeat and even dare to attack my disciple. You must have a death wish. Qin Yaorao wasn't having it, and rushed out to block him. The affairs of my Yin-Yang Academy are none of your business. The two were about to clash head-on, but then the Black Flame Patriarch appeared, stopping them both. The overwhelming power sent them both flying back several meters. The Black Flame Patriarch then questioned, You two dare to fight here? Do you even see me as the boss? Zhao Shuyang quickly stepped forward to explain. It's not like I'm deliberately causing trouble, it's just that they're bullying people too much, and they refuse to admit defeat after losing. Ye Yu retorted upon hearing this. Nonsense. Who are you saying lost? Don't we still have a Wingrade stone left to open? To be this shameless, and still refuse to admit it, unless there's some kind of heaven-defying treasure inside that Wingrade stone, they're definitely screwed. Someone even declared, if the Yin-Yang Academy wins, I'll directly plant a tree and take a dump in reverse in front of everyone here. Ye Yu's words made Zhao Shuyang laugh so hard his stomach hurt. Are you kidding me? The Wingrade stone you chose is all dull and cracked. Anyone can tell it's just garbage inside. You think you can beat me with that? Ye Yu didn't bother to say much, and directly channeled spiritual energy to unlock it. The Wingrade stone gradually cracked open, revealing an extremely special aura. Immediately, the expressions of everyone there changed 180 degrees. Tell me, can my primordial spirit water compare to your piece of junk? Ye Yu asked smugly. Seeing what was in Ye Yu's hand, everyone was stunned. Inside was actually primordial spirit water, a heaven-defying treasure of the world. Legend says that just one drop of primordial spirit water can add 10 years to the lifespan of spiritual herbs. The stuff that Zhao Shuyang opened up is really nothing compared to primordial spirit water. Zhao Shuyang himself couldn't believe this was real. Even the mind-piercing eyes that I cultivated couldn't see through what's inside this sealed stone. This little brat could see it. The result is clear. Zhang Peng also pretended to be unconscious when his master lost. Qin Yaorao also looked at Ye Yu with admiration. He actually won. I thought the Wingrade stone that Ye Yu chose was just icing on the cake, but it turned out to be the key to victory. The Black Flame Patriarch on the side also couldn't help but exclaim, Excellent. This match is considered a win for the Yin-Yang Academy. Do any of you have any objections? This trump card reveal from the Yin-Yang Academy was completely unexpected. Ye Yu, your mastery of Earth aspect is profound. That Zhao Shuyang was arrogant and conceited. He deserved to lose. Hearing these words from others made Zhao Shuyang furious. Earth aspect my ass. I think this kid just got lucky. His teacher is still holding on to it. Ye Yu didn't want to say much. Stop wasting words. If you've lost, then you should fulfill the bet. Bark like a dog. Xin Jingyi and Qin Yaorao also took the opportunity to mock. Grandmaster Zhao is a famous figure in the world. You must keep your word, right? With no way to deny it, Zhao Shuyang cleverly replied, I didn't say that I would bark. My disciple can bark for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Zhang Peng, who was pretending to be dead, and ordered him, bark loudly. I really have bad luck. Zhang Peng could only bark and cry at the same time. The students also burst into laughter. The barking is so realistic. Zhao Shuyang completely lost face today. Like master, like disciple. The Black Flame Patriarch laughed loudly and continued,
Now that the agreement has been fulfilled, let's go outside and proceed to the next step. The following matter may require Zhao Shuyang's help. I can't let him get angry and run away now. And then a moment later, everyone was present in a place filled with spiritual energy. This cauldron, along with the earth aspect diagrams engraved on it, possesses boundless power. Whoever can move the great cauldron will have the opportunity to participate in the primordial energy baptism of Black Flame City, and moreover, the final winner will receive a king-grade earth aspect diagram. As soon as the words fell, someone volunteered to participate. I've been at a bottleneck for a long time. If I can get the spiritual energy baptism, I might be able to break through successfully. Spiritual energy is an extremely precious source of power. Black Flame City is really generous. If I can get the king-grade earth aspect diagram, my earth aspect will definitely improve by several levels. Without waiting any longer, the crowd rushed towards the giant cauldron, eager to get in on the action and gain an advantage. Ye Yu then asked Qin Yaorao, "What are our chances of winning?" Qin Yaorao replied, "Not great. Constructing a Dixiang is my weakness." Hearing this, Ye Yu wasn't worried at all. For the sake of the king-grade Dixiang diagram, it seems this young master has to personally step in. Zhang Peng, still reeling from the earlier shock, hadn't learned his lesson. A heaven-human realm noob like you dares to dream of moving this cauldron. How delusional, Ye Yu immediately retorted. Whose dog got let out? Go home. These words stung Zhang Peng deeply. Stop running your mouth, Ye Yu. Do you dare to fight me again? Let's bet on who ultimately wins. I'll wager 5,000 Shen Yuan pills. Do you dare, or not? Zhao Shuyang unexpectedly suggested a bet, but Ye Yu refused. You think I'd participate for such paltry stuff? I'm not interested, you cheapskate. Unsuccessful, Zhao Shuyang had to add a notebook of insights from a Dixiang Grandmaster. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Yu's face did a complete 180. Now that's more like it. Since old Zhao is so generous, it seems I can't refuse to give you face today. Ye Yu then stepped forward to remind Zhao Shuyang, don't you dare go back on your word. Zhao Shuyang brushed Ye Yu's hand away and added, if I win, I want you to kowtow to me 100 times and chop off one of your arms. What kind of lopsided deal is that? Ye Yu naturally refused. Seeing this, Zhao Shuyang asked, what are your terms then? If I lose, I'll kowtow to you 100 times and chop off all 4 of my limbs, and also give you 10,000 taels of gold. How's that? Ye Yu confidently asserted, and his arrogant, sure-win attitude made Zhao Shuyang a bit suspicious. But he still accepted the bet. The outrageous terms of the bet caused people to start gossiping. Did Ye Yu think he was better than Zhao Shuyang just because he luckily won one match? There was an element of luck involved in betting on Feng Pin, but now it's a competition of Dixiang strength. Qin Yaorao and Xi Jingyi tried to dissuade him. Although Ye Yu has a gifted talent for Dixiang, Zhao Shuyang also has many trump cards up his sleeve. Ye Yu didn't care about that, as he was already prepared. Without further ado, the Heian clan leader announced the start of the competition. A man volunteered to try first. He channeled his spiritual power and drew a mountain snow ice Dixiang diagram with both palms, attacking the great cauldron. But unexpectedly, he was sent flying by the cauldron's power and had no effect whatsoever. That's 2. OP. Following him, several more men came to try, but the result was the same. Not only that, but they also suffered serious injuries. These people are all established Dixiang Grandmasters, but they still can't break the cauldron's formation. Zhao Shuyang is the strongest among us. We can only see if he has a way. Everyone looked forward to it. Zhang Peng sneered at this. What a bunch of trash, watch my master. Zhao Shuyang was also eager to show off, so he mobilized the spiritual power in his body and drew 100 wolf beast hunting diagram, which quickly turned into countless black wolf phantoms, attacking the great cauldron. This scene made everyone marvel. Zhao Shuyang is indeed a Dixiang Grandmaster. His first move shook the great cauldron a few more times. Who knows, he might be able to break the formation. It seems like Ye Yu is out of chances. If the formation is broken, he's sure to lose. Seeing Ye Yu focusing on something, Qin Yaorao asked curiously. Ye Yu remained calm. I just finished drawing it. Besides, the one who laughs last is the winner. You only finished drawing the Dixiang diagram now. We're doomed. Qin Yaorao slapped her forehead in frustration. However, Jingyi still had absolute faith. Back at Zhao Shuyang's place, he continued to launch the black wolves to attack. While they were in the process of destroying the formation, the sky suddenly darkened. Some people thought it was going to rain, and ran home to get their clothes before they got wet. But that wasn't the case. Someone pointed and shouted, drawing attention. I don't know when that giant mountain appeared here. Witnessing this scene also made Zhao Shuyang gape in shock. It turned out that this was the Dixiang diagram that Ye Yu had just drawn. Zhao Shuyang, do you like the gift I prepared for you? Zhao Shuyang thought this was impossible. How did you learn to condense such a terrifying Dixiang grand formation? He himself couldn't believe it. Not willing to accept the truth, even at this point, Yeyu also activated the fierce wolf's bearish quake to strike the Great Cauldron, so he could see how massive the gap between them was. This powerful ultimate move easily shattered Zhao Shuyang's 100 Wolves hunting map, and at the same time, the Great Cauldron showed signs of cracking. Zhang Peng worriedly warned, "Master, the mountain is about to collapse, hurry up and run." But when he turned his head he couldn't see him anywhere. It turned out that Zhao Shuyang had already run away first, making Zhang Peng cry out, "What kind of quality master is this?" Because of this, both of them avoided being crushed by the mountain. With the deed done, Yeyu also lifted the earth diagram and returned to normal. After the smoke and dust cleared, only the Great Cauldron was seen, clearly cracked. This formation couldn't even withstand one blow. Yeyu smugly scoffed. "Fortunately, I had the toilet paper given by Master Cao Feiyu. With one strike, I could destroy the entire earth diagram of the Great Cauldron that Zhao Shuyang had drawn. This mountain peak contains a great celestial energy. It's truly extraordinary. So terrifying. Yeyu is only at the celestial being realm. It's unimaginable what will happen after his strength is elevated later." Qin Yaorao herself had a surprised expression like everyone else present. She didn't expect Yeyu's earth diagram path to be so powerful. Yeyu approached the two masters and apprentices, Zhao Shuyang, and said, "I won. According to the bet, quickly hand over the stuff. You're not thinking of welching, are you?" The Black Flame family master also stepped forward and added, "You've agreed to the bet, so you have to accept the loss. Everyone knows the reputation of Master Zhao, so how could he welch like a 3-year-old child? Is what I'm saying right, Master Zhao?" The Black Flame family master thought to himself, "I didn't expect Yeyu's earth diagram path to be so powerful. I must win him over. I'll need his help later." Zhao Shuyang heard these words and said with a hint of annoyance, "Of course I'm not welching on the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a bag of stuff to Yeyu, as per their previous agreement. Getting this windfall made Yeyu grin uncontrollably, and he continued, "Are you, old man Zhao, doing charity work? Next time something good like this happens, remember to call me." The people nearby also burst into laughter. Zhao Shuyang wanted to trick Yeyu, but instead he got unlucky himself. This old brat with crooked intentions deserves it. This time he's losing everything. Zhao Shuyang loudly warned, "Young people should be less arrogant, or no matter how talented you are, you won't know when you'll die." Yeyu didn't back down and retorted, "I, on the other hand, think you're so old. Keeping so many treasures is useless. It would be better to go to the blissful land early and leave them for your descendants." These blunt words made both master and apprentice fume. "You brat, are you looking for death?" Zhang Peng yelled. Seeing the two of them become agitated, Qin Yaorao also stepped forward to help Yeyu and stated, "If you want to fight, we'll take you on. Try to touch a single hair on Yeyu's head." Noticing the tense situation, the Black Flame family master immediately stepped in to mediate. "Everyone, please calm down a bit. The elemental cleansing ceremony is next. Fighting now isn't worth it." Seeing the family master say this, Yeyu didn't dwell on it. He turned and left first, leaving behind the resentful Zhao Shuyang. "Yeyu, you made me lose all face and you still dare to insult me? I will definitely make you die without a burial place." A while later, everyone had gathered in front of a cave entrance. Here, the Black Flame family master also said, "After everyone enters, you can receive the elemental cleansing ceremony of my Black Flame family. All those who were able to move the Great Cauldron have this opportunity. This is great. After receiving the elemental cleansing ceremony, my strength can become even stronger. I heard that the elemental energy of the Black Flame family is very unusual. I'm so happy to be able to enter." Some people regretted not having that qualification. The Black Flame family master also took the initiative to speak to Miss Qin Yaorao. "Miss Qin, during the Feng Pin bet earlier, you showed your earth diagram strength. Of course you can enter. Moreover, the royal grade earth diagram is also in here." Seeing the family master creating this opportunity for her, Qin Yaorao also gratefully thanked him. Yeyu, on his side, didn't forget to tell Shi Jingyi to find a place to rest and wait for him to come out. Shi Jingyi also said, "Don't worry, Yeyu, I'll wait for you here. Everyone, please go inside. Someone will welcome you. I have something to do and can't go with you." The Black Flame family master said. As everyone was entering, a family servant came to report, "Master, the Jiyu clan has arrived with people, saying they are looking for their family's eldest young miss." The Black Flame family master heard this and pondered for a moment. He then chose to approach Shi Jingyi and said, "Eldest young Miss Shi Jingyi, someone is looking for you. Please come with me for a moment." Shi Jingyi tried her best to refuse this offer, but this weak resistance was useless. The men approached and surrounded her. The Black Flame family master also took this opportunity to knock her unconscious and take her away. At the same time, inside, everyone had arrived at their destination. Didn't snag the King Grade Earth Vein map, but at least got a primal energy cleanse, so I guess it's not a complete loss. The He Yan family is really going all out this time, dropping so much primal energy. Enough for all of us to soak up. Suddenly, a woman approached from afar, saying, "Hold up, Qing Yi has something to say first." As soon as they saw her, someone recognized her. "Isn't that He Yan family's eldest miss, Qing Yi, to be greeted by her. Seems like the Heian family really values this earth-vein feast. When things are too good to be true, there's definitely something fishy going on. The Heian family being this generous and formal makes me feel like they're hiding something from us. Qing Yi also reminded, primal energy is great, but don't be greedy. Especially those with lower cultivation levels, you might not be able to handle the power. Remember to know your limits. As she spoke, she winked at Ye Yu. Ye Yu noticed, and was a bit annoyed. Why are you looking at me? As if I'm so weak. Qin Yaorao chimed in. You're the lowest level here, Ye Yu. Remember to be careful after you go in. Ye Yu agreed with Qin Yaorao. It's hard to get in here, so I'm going to suck my fill this time. And so everyone sat down one by one to focus and absorb seriously. But at this moment, Zhao Shuyang had wicked intentions. He channeled his spiritual power into his fingertips and directly struck the grand primal energy formation. Qing Yi immediately noticed, and her face changed slightly. Ye Yu was also awakened by this disturbance. The grand primal energy formation had completely changed, and the primal energy had turned enraged. Qing Yi urged everyone to quickly get out. On the way out, someone noticed something strange. This primal energy is almost exclusively targeting Yi Yu. So much condensed primal energy, even a divine power realm expert couldn't handle it. Yi Yu's a goner. Zhao Shuyang stood on the side, his face filled with glee and laughter. With primal energy gathering, Ye Yu is destined to explode and die. Given the current situation, Qing Yi had no choice but to turn around and leave helplessly. Qin Yaorao rushed over, worried about Ye Yu's life since she was the one who brought him here. However, Ye Yu had no intention of running. He was determined to devour all the primal energy here today to break through. The spiritual power inside his body began to erupt, blocking the attacks of this enraged primal energy. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, shaking everything around. The commotion was so great that everyone noticed it, guessing that Ye Yu couldn't have survived. Qin Yaorao angrily questioned Zhao Shuyang. You killed Ye Yu, I'm going to kill you. However, Zhao Shuyang wasn't afraid at all. He dared to humiliate me. Paying the price is only natural. Qing Yi, on the other hand, was a little regretful. Who knows? Ye Yu might have been able to solve the troublesome problem that has been bothering the Heian family for so long. Just then, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the smoke and shouted out in exhilaration. This somewhat familiar voice made everyone realize that it was Ye Yu. He broke through 2 levels in one go and is now at the 4th level of the celestial human realm. This scene shocked everyone. Not only did Ye Yu not die, but he also broke through. What the heck? So much primal energy, and he didn't explode. Is he even human? Cheat. This is definitely cheating, for sure. Zhao Shuyang himself couldn't believe it. All the primal energy inside was sucked dry. Even he couldn't do that. Could it be that the times have really changed? Qing Yi thought to herself. Ye Yu doesn't have any injuries, and it seems like he isn't affected by the primal energy at all. Could he be the messenger sent by heaven to save the Heian family? Seeing that Ye Yu was okay, Qin Yaorao was also happy, thinking that he wouldn't have made it. Ye Yu affirmed, this is just a small matter. What? With the creation art here, even if the primal energy was doubled, I could still absorb it all. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Excellent! As expected of a hero emerging in his youth, Ye Yu, you've really made me see you in a different light. An old man appeared, constantly praising Ye Yu. As soon as Qing Yi saw him, she bowed and greeted him. Grandpa. This scene startled everyone there. Could it be that he is the true person in power of the Heian family, the Heian king? Word on the street is the Black Flame King is a powerful expert of the Dharma body realm, the top dog of the Eastern Sheng divine continent. He hasn't shown himself in ages, but today he's personally here. Nobody knows why though. The Black Flame King then took the initiative to speak. I know you all have many questions. First, please everyone, come inside, and I will explain everything in detail. Everyone agreed to follow suit. How could anyone refuse an invitation from such a powerful expert? On their way in, Qin Yaorao also reminded Ye Yu about how Zhao Shuyang had just harbored ill intentions towards him. However, Ye Yu already knew that. But the time isn't right yet, so I'll spare his life for now. But once the chance arises, I'll snatch him right up. All of you here are elites of the geomancy path. When you just entered the formation, perhaps you felt that the primordial key seemed abnormal. Someone immediately replied to the Black Flame King, Indeed, as soon as I stepped in, I felt a waft of putrid qi wash over me, but after cultivating it for a bit, it automatically disappeared. Perhaps the impact isn't too significant, right? It's hard to say. If you absorb primordial qi year-round, this putrid qi might have already invaded your internal organs, and by then even immortals would find it hard to cure. The Black Flame King nodded in agreement upon hearing this, then rolled up his sleeve to show an example. His arm was almost completely permeated by this putrid qi. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. This skin has almost no life force left. The Black Flame King confirmed that this was the consequence of absorbing primordial qi. For a long time, my Black Flame clan rose because of this primordial qi, and it will also fall because of it. Qing Yi emotionally recounted.
Countless people in our clan have died because of the corrupting power within this primordial key. Even my Shimu left this mortal coil because of it. To be frank, my Black Flame clan is hosting this Geomancy Grand Assembly because we wish to find a Geomancy Grandmaster who can solve this calamity for our clansmen.
Do any of you have a solution? If successful, I can grant that person 3 requests. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started murmuring. Although the reward is very enticing, this putrid kiss is not easy to deal with. Even an expert like the Black Flame King is stumped, so I'm afraid we won't have a countermeasure either.
Contrary to the helplessness shown by many, Zhao Shuyang actively offered, "Allow me to give it a try."
The Black Flame King was pleased to see this. Grandmaster Zhao, please proceed. There's no need to be polite. Then, allow this old one to proceed. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to act, channeling the spiritual power within his body and unleashing the 5-spirit seal towards the Black Flame King. You should know, the 5-spirit seal is Zhao Shuyang's signature technique.
It's said he once used this art to seal a fiendish beast from the desolate realm.
With Grandmaster Zhao making a move, that key will surely vanish soon. But it seemed everyone had expected a bit too much.
Zhao Shuyang's sealing art was shattered in an instant, and he himself was utterly surprised that his 5-spirit seal had no effect at all. Even Zhao Shuyang couldn't do it. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, the crowd became utterly helpless, seemingly out of hope.
However, the Black Flame King still held on to hope. Before, Ye Yu totally ran circles around Zhao Shuyang, and he hasn't even made a move yet. And now it was Ye Yu's turn to make a move.
This Kia might look difficult to resolve, but it's merely a special geo-alignment phenomenon. I can easily deal with it with a flick of my wrist.
Ye Yu confidently declared this. These words made Zhao Shuyang and everyone present feel irritated. What nonsense are you spouting? If it could be solved that easily, then so many people in the Black Flame clan wouldn't have died.
Zhao Shuyang deliberately reminded the Black Flame King, "Your Majesty, this kid Ye Yu is merely a minor heaven-human realm cultivator who loves to talk big. I think he should be kicked out so as not to harm the Black Flame clan's reputation." Ye Yu ignored him and retorted, "You old thief Zhao, only know how to be jealous of talented people, and you even want to stop me from saving the Black Flame King. I think it's you who should be kicked out." Qing Yi on the side also wanted to speak up for him. Great-grandfather, why not let Ye Yu try? Before, when he absorbed primordial qi, he was almost completely unaffected. Hearing this reassured Black Flame King somewhat, and he proactively offered his hand for Ye Yu to try. Before starting, Ye Yu didn't forget to rile up Zhao Shuyang. "Zhao, you old dog, get ready to watch your boy show you how it's done."
Such arrogance. There's no way I believe you can get rid of that stinky energy, Zhao Shuyang shouted angrily. And then Ye Yu started right away. The creation art quickly disintegrated the foul energy on Black Flame King's hand. He himself couldn't believe it. I didn't expect it to work so fast. Seeing this, Qing Yi was also very happy that she had chosen to trust Ye Yu. Contrary to those expressions, Zhao Shuyang on the other side was scratching his head in disbelief. Holy guacamole. All done, this little trick can't trouble me at all. As soon as Ye Yu finished speaking, all traces of the foul energy gradually disappeared, and the patterns were no longer visible.
Ye Yu really succeeded. What Zhao Shuyang spent so much effort on couldn't accomplish, yet Ye Yu could solve it so easily. Ye Yu is the real Geomancy Grandmaster. Zhao Shuyang doesn't deserve this title at all.
And more than anyone, Black Flame King was happiest that he had treated the aura that had haunted him for so long. Young friend Ye Yu has resolved the injury on my body.
Just tell me what you want, and I will definitely do my best to make it happen. Hearing this, Ye Yu scratched his nose smugly, and mentioned the king-grade geomancy chart that the Black Flame Patriarch had mentioned before.
And of course, that was originally the reward for the winner, and Black Flame King had no reason to keep it, so he ordered someone to bring it out.
The subordinate obeyed and brought it to Ye Yu with respect. Ye Yu didn't think much, and took it and handed it to Qin Yaorao.
As promised, with the king-grade geomancy chart, my strength will greatly increase. Qin Yaorao happily accepted it. I really don't know what to use to thank you, Ye Yu. Qin Yaorao was extremely grateful. No need to be polite. Just come with me later to do this thing. Ye Yu thought to himself. Now that I have the king-grade geomancy chart, next I must help second senior brother escape from the pursuit of the True Word sect. Black Flame King on the side also asked, what are Ye Yu's 3 requests? The king-grade geomancy chart doesn't count as one of them. Without much thought, Ye Yu pointed to Zhao Shuyang and declared, I want him dead. Before, he wanted to use Origin Qi to harm me. A heinous crime. Ye Yu's words made Black Flame King a little unhappy, and he decreed, Zhao Shuyang, the geomancy banquet was originally for exchanging geomancy techniques, but you deliberately tried to harm others, almost causing this king to lose the opportunity to be rescued by my young friend. Yea, a crime deserving death, unforgivable. The others also took the opportunity to chime in. Someone who is jealous of other people's talents is not worthy of being our friend. The last geomancy competition was also when he used tricks to seriously injure my senior brother. This time, it can be regarded as karma. Please, Black Flame King, Quickly take action and kill this bastard. In this completely unfavorable situation, Zhao Shuyang had no choice but to kneel down and admit all his mistakes.
Grandmaster Ye, I was possessed by evil spirits, that's why I did this.
I am willing to offer all my wealth, just hoping that you will spare my life. Consider it as a token of my sincerity. Ye Yu also accepted his storage ring. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty is inevitable. Please, Black Flame King, cripple him. Hearing this, he directly used Black Flame Palm to strike, sending Zhao Shuyang flying straight into the nearby wall and knocking him unconscious. At this time, he felt regret for touching that person. Zhao Shuyang had been crippled. Young friend Ye, is there anything else you want me to do? Black Flame King asked. While Ye Yu was thinking, someone suddenly came and shouted loudly, "No need to think anymore, Ye Yu, you are about to die." Ye Yu, you dared to seduce the great Miss Shi Jingyi of the Shi family. Today I must execute you here. As soon as the words were spoken, Black Flame King stepped forward to help Ye Yu and shouted, "What nonsense!
Who are you, that you dare to speak so rudely to the benefactor of our Black Flame family?"
Someone, quickly chase him out. The Black Flame Patriarch hurriedly reminded, "Grandpa, we can't afford to offend this person." Black Flame King didn't care about this at all. "I have eliminated the toxic aura and fully recovered in my territory. Let's see who can afford to offend me." The man didn't think much, took out a token and said loudly, "Black Flame King, take a good look at this. I am Ji Yu Changsheng of the Ji Yu family, one of the ancient aristocratic families. You can't afford to offend me." Hearing this made Black Flame King very panicked. Ye Yu immediately recognized that this was the family that wanted to force Shi Jingyi to marry. The Black Flame family is just an ant in front of the ancient aristocratic family and must listen to orders. Otherwise, they will face extermination. Within each ancient aristocratic family, there are countless powerhouses and forbidden treasures, unmatched by other families except for the top sects and forces. Ji Yu Changsheng also pointed his spear forward, declaring, "I am ordered by the family to capture Ye Yu. Whoever dares to obstruct will be killed without mercy."
Seeing that Grandpa didn't react, Qing Yi reminded him, "Great Grandpa, Ye Yu just saved someone. You can't just stand by and watch him die."
As soon as she finished speaking, the Black Flame family head scolded her to shut up. "What does a child know? Keep quiet."
"Grandpa, even if Ye Yu has a debt of gratitude as big as the sky, we can't risk the entire family for him alone."
After much deliberation, the Black Flame King could only helplessly stand aside and not intervene. Ji Yu Changsheng, seeing this, became smug. "Ye Yu, no one can help you now. You should obediently come back to the clan with me to face punishment." Even so, Ye Yu still looked very calm. "You think you alone are enough to capture me? Of course I'm wearing the Xuanwu Qingtian armor, wielding the Dragon Soul Phoenix Claw Spear, and wearing the Dapeng Zhan Jihei boots. What makes you think you, a piece of trash, can defeat me?" Ji Yu Changsheng boasted. "My fit outfit of course relies on my fist." Before anyone knew it, Ye Yu made his move and rushed forward, catching Ji Yu Changsheng off guard with a punch straight to the face. The power of that punch sent him sprawling on the ground. No matter how good your equipment is, if the user is trash, it's useless. I'm telling you, sparring and real combat are totally different. Ji Yu Changsheng could only wail. Ye Yu then sat down and looted him right then and there, much to everyone's surprise. What the heck? People from ancient aristocratic families are this useless. They can't even block a simple punch. Ye Yu is too bold. He actually dares to hit someone from an ancient aristocratic family. The Black Flame family head started to worry. This is bad. If we let Ye Yu escape, we won't be able to bear the consequences when the ancient aristocratic family blames us. On the other hand, if we capture Ye Yu, we might have a chance to build a good relationship with them. And so, the Black Flame family head chose to step forward and help. Who allowed you, Ye Yu, to injure the distinguished guest of my Black Flame family? Are you tired of living? Ye Yu sneered upon hearing this. I helped your ancestor heal his injuries, and you not only don't remember that kindness, but you're helping others plot against me. You're just a bunch of ungrateful bastards. The Black Flame family head didn't care about that, and immediately ordered the family servants, "Capture him."
Seeing things getting out of hand, Qing Yi pleaded for them to stop, but the Black Flame King ignored her and told her not to mention it again. "Ye Yu, to protect my family I have to apologize to you. But don't worry, I will ask the ancient aristocratic family to spare your life in exchange for this favor." Seeing his hypocritical act, Ye Yu laughed madly. "Sacrificing me for your family? You guys are truly shameless." The Black Flame family head also wanted to chime in. "Ye Yu, don't blame us. Who told you to be just a weak kid with no background?
Capturing you allows us to build a good relationship with the ancient aristocratic family. I think anyone would choose to do the same." "So, you're saying, if I were strong enough, it would be okay to kill you all?" Ye Yu asked. The Black Flame family head affirmed. "That's right. Unfortunately you, Ye Yu, don't have the ability to do that. In front of us you're just an ant to be crushed." Qin Yao Rao, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and warned, "Guangjie, if you dare touch Ye Yu, the Yin Yang Academy will not let you off." However, the Black Flame King didn't care much. "If it were before, I would have been wary. but now that my strength has fully recovered, even your dean has to give me some face. Moreover, Yeyu is just an ordinary student. I don't think the academy would start a war with us for his sake.
You old man are truly shameless. Yeyu healed your injuries, and yet you treat him like this. Qin Yao Rao questioned loudly. Yeyu, standing next to her, advised her to calm down. I don't want the academy to get involved in my personal matters. After you get outside, please do what's written on the paper to help me rescue someone. Yeyu handed over a piece of paper and instructed her carefully. Qin Yao Rao hesitated to agree, still worried about Yeyu's safety. Yeyu affirmed that he had a way, and didn't need her to worry. Black Flame King, Instructor Qin has nothing to do with this. Please, out of respect for me, let her leave first, okay? To this simple request from Yeyu, the Black Flame King immediately agreed. The instructor rank of the Yin-Yang Academy is different from yours. We don't want to officially start a war with the Yin-Yang Academy. Consider it settled. Yeyu urged her to leave quickly. Qin Yao Rao understood, and quickly ran off, still hoping that Yeyu would be safe. Waiting for her to leave, the Black Flame family head spoke first. We've done as you wished, Yeyu. Aren't you going to surrender now? Yeyu, of course, didn't agree with that. I never thought I'd hand over my fate to someone else. Since words don't work, He Yanwang ordered his family to rush up and capture him. Everyone obeyed and attacked from all sides, quickly closing in on Yeyu. However, a simple punch sent them flying, knocking them unconscious. You think you can catch me with this useless punch? Dream on, Yeyu confidently declared. Reaching this point, He Yanwang had no choice but to step forward, mobilizing the spiritual energy in his body to attack Yeyu. Facing this move, he had no choice but to try and defend. But it was futile, because the difference in realms was too great. You should know that there's a 3-realm gap between the celestial human realm and the Dharma body realm. Yeyu, if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Yeyu naturally understood the difference in strength between them was immense. Looks like I can only use that move. Alas, Yeyu's strength was still far too weak. Before He Yanwang, Yeyu was just a mosquito. It's a pity that a newly famous genius is about to wither away. However, Yeyu wasn't afraid at all. You guys forced my hand. I didn't want to use this move, because calling him here won't do me any good either. Hearing these words from Yeyu's own mouth, He Yanwang was shocked and worried. Could this kid have a backer? The He Yan family head didn't believe it and laughed. Haha, Yeyu, stop pretending. I already sent people to investigate your background. You're just an unknown junior from the demon burial sect. A declining sect. Where do you get the courage to act arrogant in front of us? Yeyu didn't bother to argue, but began to unleash the spiritual energy in his body, simultaneously launching a palm strike straight into the sky, as if calling for help. Everyone present was curious. What does Yeyu want to do? Could he have an ace in the hole? But this is the territory of the He Yan family. Even if there's outside help, they can't get in here. Suddenly, Yeyu raised his neck and shouted, Senior, I found your soul. And he didn't just do it once. He shouted while running. If you don't come quickly, I'll be beaten to death. By then, your soul won't be found either. What's wrong with this kid? Why is he suddenly gone crazy? Could it be an ancient shamanistic ritual? Is he trying to call for outside help? Everyone looked at the He Yan family head with doubtful expressions, who angrily shouted, Yeyu, what kind of tricks are you playing? You think someone's really coming to save you? Of course. Or what did you think I was doing? Dancing for fun? Yeyu retorted sarcastically. Thereupon, He Yan family head told Yeyu not to waste his effort. No matter what he did, no one would come to his rescue. Lost in talking, he didn't notice the strange phenomenon appearing behind him until someone shouted, making the family head turn his head to look. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky, filled with dark clouds and lightning, tearing through the void. How could this be? The He Yan family head recognized it at once, and panicked. Even the ancestor couldn't do something like this. Seeing things were taking a turn for the worse, He Yanwang signaled for him to deal with Yeyu first. The He Yan family head obeyed and followed, only to see the two figures rushing towards Yeyu, who remained calm, because in reality, it was too late to do anything now. Instantly, the figure of the previous powerhouse appeared, and stood directly in front of Yeyu, simultaneously waving his hand, and sending the He Yan family father and son flying, seriously injuring both of them. Because the realm difference was too great, a single casual strike sent them crashing into the wall, lying motionless. Everyone present was shocked. Heavens, who is this old man? One strike and both the He Yan king and the He Yan family head are heavily injured. Never thought Yeyu could actually find someone to help him, and someone so terrifyingly strong at that, probably a Golden Body Realm expert. The tables have completely turned. Yeyu immediately went to the He Yan family head and asked, Now who's the mosquito? Cornered, the family head took the initiative to negotiate. Yeyu, we can talk this over. What I did earlier was just for Yan. Before he could finish, Yeyu kicked him straight in the gut, causing him to vomit blood. Yeyu, don't think that just because you've got a strong backer you can do whatever you want. The He Yan family's centuries of accumulation aren't just trash. The He Yan king warned. And of course, Yeyu didn't listen to a word. Then let me see just how capable you guys are. This successfully infuriated the He Yan king. He shot up into the middle of the air in an instant, leaving Ye Yu clueless about what he was trying to do. Could it be that Grandpa wants to use that move? The Heian family head thought to himself. The spiritual energy in his body began to erupt violently as he unleashed heavenly thunder. Immediately, there was movement below as well. The ground beneath everyone's feet gradually cracked, causing primordial energy to escape, revealing that beneath Heian City was a massive geomantic formation. At the opportune moment, he roared, "9 dragons, emerge for me!" Primordial energy, under the control of the Heian King, quickly took shape and transformed into 9 thunder dragons. Oh my god, I never thought that there would be such a powerful geomantic formation in Heian City. The geomantic formations we drew before are like heaven and earth compared to this. It looks like the expert that Ye Yu invited is in trouble. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it. Is this your trump card? Ye Yu asked calmly. The Heian King laughed triumphantly and confirmed, "That's right, this is the 9 Dragons Thunder Formation, a superb geomantic formation that I spent half my life creating. Even a Golden Body Realm expert won't be able to withstand it. Today, both of you are dead for sure." The Heian family head also took the opportunity to show off. "Ye Yu, you have someone helping you, but we also have a trump card. In the end, you're still no match for us. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy?" But contrary to his expectations, Ye Yu instead showed disdain. "Is that all you've got? I thought it was some amazing move. To still be so arrogant at this point." The people there felt helpless towards Ye Yu. He'll probably be kneeling down to beg for mercy any minute now. On the side of the expert, he asked Ye Yu, "Where is my soul?" Ye Yu didn't answer immediately, but pointed towards the Heian King. "Senior, the guy in the sky is preventing me from helping you summon your soul. Please defeat him first." Hearing this, he was furious and directly sentenced him to death. The spiritual energy in his body immediately erupted violently and shot straight into the sky. The Heian King also showed no weakness and was ready to fight, but it seemed that he had underestimated the strength of this expert a bit. Only a flash of light was seen from the clouds, followed by a huge hand seal descending. Facing this ultimate move, the Heian King was completely helpless. The Heian family, from top to bottom, realized that the situation was bad and began to flee. In this situation, he had no choice but to try to ease the situation and take the initiative to admit his mistakes, hoping that Ye Yu could spare his life, and even offered that he would listen to whatever Ye Yu said in the future. But sorry, it's too late now. Ye Yu flatly rejected the offer. He simply let the hand seal descend, creating an extremely large commotion. The Heian family head was fortunate enough to avoid it, and was worried about his grandpa's condition. But now the latter was so heavily injured that he was unconscious. Qingyi couldn't hold back and ran over, crying mournfully. At this point, even if the Heian family had regretted it, it was too late. This tragic scene was caused by an unknown junior, something he couldn't imagine. At this moment, Ye Yu and the expert approached and directly declared, "The Heian family, starting today, will no longer exist." The Heian family head still couldn't accept the truth and kept saying, "Ye Yu is a demon. You destroyed our Heian family, I must kill you." But before he could make a move, Ye Yu punched him away. "Just because my strength is low, and I don't have a noble background, you think you can do whatever you want to me. From the moment you betrayed my kindness and directly attacked me, the ending was already set. Weakness and ignorance aren't your obstacles to survival, it's arrogance." The Heian family head then pleaded, "Ye Yu, kill me, I am the sinner of the family. Even if I die, I won't tell you the whereabouts of Shi Jingyi." Faced with his determination, Ye Yu simply told him to look ahead. It turned out that the people of the Heian family were constantly crying for help in the Sea of Fire. "Alright, spill it. Where's Shi Jingyi? Or else, I'm wiping out every last drop of the Heian family's bloodline." Hearing Ye Yu's threat, he freaked out and agreed immediately. He'd lead them straight there, on the condition that Ye Yu spared everyone. Before leaving, Ye Yu turned to the powerhouse and said, "Senior, let's go. I'll take you to find your soul." The powerhouse, without a hint of suspicion, agreed at once. And with that, the two shot off. Taking the chance, the Qingyi person helped the person up. "Great-grandfather absolutely can't die. Things have come this far, we have to go find him." "Ye Yu, I'll definitely get my revenge," Qingyi secretly vowed. Scene change. Sometime later, in a scenic spot, the three of them arrived. The Heian family head said, "This is the Ji family, an ancient family. They're the ones who took Shi Jingyi away." Deep down, he was hoping the Ji family would avenge him. Hearing this, Ye Yu turned to the powerhouse and said respectfully, "Senior, your soul is in there." Ye Yu didn't care about the consequences, he was saving Shi Jingyi, no matter what. The powerhouse simply emmed and looked towards the Ji family. Suddenly, 2 guys with blades showed up. "Who are you?" Daring to barge into the ancient family. "You looking for a death wish?" they questioned. The Heian family head, spotting them, quickly pointed. "Reporting to you 2 lords, I am the head of the Heian family." "This guy is Ye Yu, the one who seduced Shi Jingyi. Quickly, capture him."
As soon as he finished speaking, a finger strike pierced his chest, and he screamed in pain. Now that you've finished your job, you're useless. Even as he was dying, the Heian family head felt a little regret that he wouldn't see Yeyu killed by the Gu family.
The chubby guy on the side heard the name and vaguely recognized it like he'd heard it somewhere before.
The skinny guy didn't care at all. Dead is dead. Just a small family, after all. What I didn't expect was that this Yeyu would come right to our door. The chubby guy laughed heartily. Catch him, and we'll have made a great contribution.
Yeyu, not wanting to waste words, asked directly, Shi Jingyi, is she inside?
However, they ignored him and attacked directly. The chubby guy suggested, cripple him first, then escort him to the elders for processing. Seeing this, Yeyu scoffed. Just 2 weak heavenly human realm guys, yet you dare to act tough in front of me. Yeyu's simple mountain-opening fist sent them flying. The sudden turn of events made them unbelievable. We're both in the heavenly human realm, so why is there such a big difference?
Yeyu couldn't wait any longer and stepped forward. Tell me, where is Shi Jingyi?
Tell the truth, and maybe I'll spare your lives. Don't even dream about it. We won't talk. The chubby guy chimed in. That's right. Let me give you a sad announcement, kid. Our nickname is King of Stubbornness. We're known as the loyal bodyguards of the family. Oh dear. Looks like you're itching for a beating. Yeyu was happy to oblige.
After a bit of education, they were much more obedient, spilling the beans without a second thought. The young miss is in the golden palace on top of that mountain, that's all we know.
Yeyu looked towards the mountain and vowed in his heart, I'll save Shi Jingyi no matter the cost. And first, he didn't forget to tell the powerhouse, Senior, your soul is on the mountaintop, let's go. And so, the two of them slowly stepped up the stairs leading to the top. Suddenly, 3 more people appeared, blocking their path, making Yeyu jump. Seeing them, the 2 guards were overjoyed. Elders, they're here. Yeyu, you're dead meat this time. The 3 elders here are all strong nascent soul realm experts with incredibly powerful strength. Nascent soul realm is strong, Yeyu said, his face not showing much care. This attitude immediately caused one of the elders to reprimand him. Such an arrogant brat, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth.
If you tie yourself up now, I might spare your life. Another one disagreed, decisively. Eliminate him to prevent future trouble. Seeing this, Yeyu used his old trick and shouted loudly, Senior, these guys are trying to stop you from finding your soul.
Hearing this, the powerhouse began to release his powerful aura, daring to provoke the Gu family. You're courting death. That guy helped Yeyu. No need to hold back. Just eliminate him. The 3 of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The 2 gatekeepers immediately recognized it. This is the combined combat skill Phoenix Dance Arrow, with immense power. With the 3 elders making a move, there's only death. The powerhouse also didn't stand still, channeling spirit energy into his fingertips and releasing a finger technique, quickly shattering the Phoenix Dance Arrow.
With just one strike, this scene made all 3 of them break out in cold sweats, because it was beyond their expectations. To receive the full force of the attack and fall like bird poop.
How is that even possible? The 3 elders joined forces, and they couldn't withstand a single blow. What realm is this guy in? Yeyu shouted Thi Jingyi's name here, hoping to give her a heads up, and Thi Jingyi did hear this commotion. However, she couldn't remember who he was. Looks like her memory has been tampered with.
Just then, Jiyu Xingshen came over and asked, Grand Elder, how's Thi Jingyi's condition?
Under the continuous suppression of the ancestral artifact Golden Bell, the memories related to Yeyu in her head will definitely disappear completely. The Grand Elder said. Jiyu Xingshen sighed upon hearing this. But if we do that, won't Thi Jingyi's soul be damaged? But his worried expression was immediately corrected by the Grand Elder. We're doing this for her own good. That Yeyu is just a nobody from Mofen. How could he be worthy of the young miss of our Gu clan? Only when you and Thi Jingyi unite and open the treasure of our ancestors can we regain the glory of our Gu clan from ancient times. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report. That Yeyu has brought people to our doorstep, saying he wants to see the young miss. It seems that the Grand Elder foresaw this. He came at just the right time. That Yeyu is just a small heavenly human realm cultivator, daring to come here on his own initiative, is clearly asking for death. Just let the second elder and the others handle it. But before he could finish speaking, another person rushed in to report,
Yeyu has injured the guards at the foot of the mountain and is bringing people in here.
He was a little surprised to hear that. Unexpectedly, that Yeyu has some skill, it's good enough that he could get here. However, yet another person frantically ran in to report.
The second elder, third elder, and fourth elder have been severely injured. Yeyu will enter here very soon.
The news was like a bolt from the blue, making the Grand Elder lose his composure and yank out a handful of beard from his chin. What? That Yeyu is just a heavenly human realm cultivator? How could he be so powerful? At this moment, Jiyu Xingshen also asked for permission to take people to capture Yeyu, but before the Grand Elder could give permission, the door in this place completely exploded.
He recognized the danger and released a palm strike to block it, saving many people. At the same time, Yeyu and that powerhouse also entered.
No need to go any further. I've come myself, Yeyu said imposingly. Yeyu, he actually fought his way in here. The aura of the person beside him is so powerful that it makes people tremble. I think only the ancestral artifact can contend with this person. The Grand Elder angrily shouted, Yeyu! You are truly audacious. Do you really think our GU clan, with its thousands of years of history, can't do anything to you? Yeyu didn't care about that, and immediately warned. If you don't hand her over, I will level everything. Big talk, huh? With our clan's ancestral artifact Golden Bell here, no matter who you've invited, in the end, there's only one path. Death. The Grand Elder announced loudly. He already had a chance, but he didn't know how to seize it. Yeyu didn't bother to be polite anymore, and immediately pointed to the powerhouse. As long as you take down this place, you can reunite with your soul. He of course believed it, and stretched out his hand towards them to demand his soul. The Grand Elder on this side couldn't wait, and rushed to attack first. The Golden Bell was also thrown by him toward where the powerhouse was standing, quickly becoming larger and trapping him inside. Seeing that it was done, the Grand Elder laughed with delight. You helped Yeyu. You've been suppressed by our clan's ancestral artifact. You're finished. However, he was happy too soon. The Golden Bell that he was so proud of was sent flying far away. The powerhouse's aura was incredibly strong, constantly demanding his soul. But the Grand Elder refused to accept the truth and still wanted to test the power of the ancestral artifact. It hasn't been fully unleashed yet. If we combine our strength, we can definitely suppress him. The power of the ancestral artifact. Manifest. Hearing this, the disciples simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy into the Golden Bell, making its size even larger than before. However, it was still ineffective. The powerhouse's simple palm strike successfully repelled it. The commotion shook the surroundings, forcing everyone to struggle to withstand it. Yeyu seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to rescue Shi Jingyi, but Jiyu Jingshen blocked his path. His spiritual energy transformed into fist techniques, relentlessly striking at Yeyu. Even so, he was still a step too late. Yeyu quickly reached Shi Jingyi, supporting her as she collapsed to the ground, desperately calling for her to wake up. Unexpectedly, the first thing Shi Jingyi said was, Yeyu? Who is Yeyu? Why is he hugging me like this? These words stunned Yeyu for a moment. I am Yeyu, I'm your husband. Why don't you remember me? We've been through so much together. But Shi Jingyi didn't want to hear any of it, firmly insisting that they had never met before. This shock completely overwhelmed him. In such a short time she had forgotten him. Seeing this, Jiyu Xingshen seized the opportunity to mock Yeyu. Don't waste your efforts. Shi Jingyi has had all her memories related to you erased by the Golden Bell. From now on, she is only the young mistress of the Jiyu family, with no connection to you whatsoever. Shi Jingyi then stood behind Jiyu Xingshen, telling him that the person in front of her kept saying strange things. Yeyu, realizing this, became enraged. You dare use the ancestral artifact to interfere with her memories, then I will shatter it for you, Yeyu. What do you want to do? Jiyu Xingshen questioned loudly, and of course Yeyu had to rely on the powerhouse for help. I'm certain that if we can break the Golden Bell, I can find my soul. Hearing this, he began to unleash his spiritual energy violently. His aura suppressed everything. This is bad, he seems about to unleash a big move. Mobilize the Golden Bell with all our might, we must block this attack, the Grand Elder ordered in a panic, forced to gamble. We absolutely cannot let him destroy our clan's ancestral artifact. We don't know what the outcome was, but we only saw a large explosion, with smoke and dust filling the air. This commotion was so great that people at the foot of the mountain could see it with their own eyes. Yeyu rushed up there earlier with someone. Could it be his doing? No, this is destroying our GU family, we must stop him, the disciples said anxiously. When the smoke cleared, they only saw the powerhouse panting heavily after his full-powered palm strike. The surface of the Golden Bell also had obvious signs of cracking. The people of the GU family were enraged, determined not to let the ancestral artifact be destroyed, so they once again exerted their strength, channeling their spiritual energy into the Golden Bell to resist, but in the end, it was still ineffective. Another palm strike from the powerhouse detonated the area once more. At the same time, on this side, Yeyu was facing Jiyu Xingshen and Shi Jingyi. Yeyu was determined to take Shi Jingyi away by any means necessary, and of course, Jiyu Xingshen didn't agree to it. Stop dreaming, Shi Jingyi has forgotten you. Even if you manage to win this time, you and Shi Jingyi will only be strangers in the future. Seeing that he refused to let her go, Yeyu had no choice but to use force to make him hand her over. Facing Yeyu's palm strike, Jiyu Xingshen simply used one hand to easily block it with a light shield. He then blasted Yeyu away. With just one palm, I've already broken through to the divine transformation realm. You're only at the celestial human realm, a whole major realm behind. Yeyu, you're no match for me, Jiyu Xingshen said disdainfully. Even so, Yeyu still refused to give up and actively attacked, but the result was the same. No matter how many times he tried, this made Jiyu Xingshen feel confused when Yeyu kept slamming into his light shield. Shi Jingyi couldn't help but shed tears at this scene. She didn't understand why she felt heartache when she saw the person in front of her getting hurt. Jiyu Xingshen pointed his finger, annoyed, and yelled, "You crazy bastard! You're gonna die from my light shield before I even have to lift a finger." But Yeyu didn't give a damn about the injuries on his body. Of course, I gotta keep going. Shi Jingyi is my wife, and I'm definitely not letting anyone snatch her away from me. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in Yeyu's body erupted violently, and he instantly unleashed a punch that shattered the light shield.
This took Jiyu Xingshen completely by surprise, and he was sent flying, coughing up blood.
You can't stop me now, Yeyu said as he approached. But Jiyu Xingshen didn't show any signs of fear, so what?
Shi Jingyi has forgotten you, you two can never be together again. Hearing this from Jiyu Xingshen, Yeyu grabbed Shi Jingyi's hand and declared, I'll make her fall in love with me all over again.
At the same time, on the other side, the powerful expert continued to attack the Golden Bell relentlessly. The power of his final palm strike shook the entire area, and the Grand Elder and the others were heavily injured as a result. But what worried the old man more was that the ancestral artifact seemed to be slipping out of his control. So I guess there's not enough energy being supplied? But that wasn't really the case. The reason was all because of that powerful expert.
Then he sat down calmly and burst into tears like a child.
Why? Why am I the only one left in this world?
Zhui Mei, what does it matter if I go against the mortal world for you?
I've never been afraid of losing. I'm just afraid of losing you. I don't even know where you died. If I had known, I would have rather given up everything and gone with you than chosen this path.
This scene of screaming and wailing left the disciples there a little dumbfounded. He beat everyone up and then started crying. Talk about being uniquely from Pingyang.
Whatever. The Golden Bell has fallen into his hands now. We should still think of a way to take it back. Sounds good, but can we even beat him? Yeyu watched and pondered. Could it be that this old loon's mind was stimulated during the battle, and he actually sobered up?
Could it be that he has a way to restore Shi Jingyi's memories? Without thinking too much, Yeyu immediately stepped forward and said, Congratulations, senior, on regaining your sanity.
As soon as he saw Yeyu, the powerful expert's expression remained calm. Although you, little brat, took advantage of my unstable mind and tricked me into fighting the enemy, it was also because of that I was able to return to my original state.
Speak. What do you need my help with?
Hearing this, Yeyu pointed towards Shi Jingyi and said, Senior, my wife's memories were erased by the Golden Bell. Can they be restored?
Before the powerful expert could answer, the Grand Elder spoke up first.
Yeyu, stop dreaming. The Golden Bell is our clan's ancestral artifact passed down from ancient times. Do you think erased memories are something you can just restore at will? Jiyu Xingshen, standing beside him, also chimed in, Yeyu, give it up. Shi Jingyi will never remember you again. You two are destined to be strangers from now on. But contrary to what both of them had just said, the powerful expert affirmed, this is very simple. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, transmitting a trace of aura into the bell. In an instant, it was transmitted back towards Shi Jingyi.
Seeing that she didn't move, Yeyu went over to ask, but to his surprise, Shi Jingyi threw herself into Yeyu's arms and burst into tears, apparently having remembered everything. Yeyu was overjoyed and vowed that he would never let this happen again.
The disciples who witnessed this scene couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Shi Jingyi recovered her memories of Yeyu. The Golden Bell can do that? Is that even our ancestral artifact? Outsiders are even more proficient with it. Jiyu Xingshen couldn't accept this and pointed and shouted, I'm not content. What do I lack compared to him? Not content. Whether you're content or not is none of my business. Yeyu will never be erased from my memories.
Shi Jingyi said directly. Jiyu Xingshen didn't know what to say to this. Shi Jingyi continued. Don't compare yourself to Yeyu, you're insulting him.
What? So you've always seen me as worthless? Seeing the two sides arguing continuously, the powerful expert simply said, one person only knows how to talk, the other is willing to do. Who to choose in the end? Do you even need to think about it? Hearing this, Jiyu Xingshen finally understood. So I lost at this point. The Grand Elder also approached Shi Jingyi respectfully. Great miss, it was all our fault before, but that Golden Bell is our clan's treasure for defending the clan. We can't afford to lose it. Can you help us get it back? Faced with this difficult situation, Yeyu answered instead. Getting it back is fine, but the Golden Bell can only be held by her, to prevent you from using it to deal with my wife again. This made the Great Elder pause slightly. The ancestral artifact's energy is too immense. Given the young Mrs. cultivation level, I fear she won't be able to control it. However, the powerful expert had a way to handle it, using some tricks to transfer the Golden Bell to Shi Jingyi. The Great Elder was also surprised by this scene. It seems I should give way to talent, otherwise the young miss will definitely take revenge on me. With the enthusiastic help of the powerful expert, Shi Jingyi clasped her hands in thanks to him. The powerful expert still had something to say to Yeyu. I've helped you so much, kid. Shouldn't you help me with something too? Yeyu smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. Senior, please speak your mind. I will definitely do my best to help. It's just that I really don't know where your soul is. You don't need to help me find my soul anymore. I wanted to find it before to restore my strength, but after my mind stabilized, I realized that everything is beyond repair. I want you to go to the remains of the primordial Holy Land, for me to retrieve something that can break my obsession. Upon hearing this name, some people there were astonished. The primordial Holy Land. Isn't that the undying sect that once dominated one of the eastern sacred divine continents? Legend has it that in ancient times, the primordial Holy Land was besieged and attacked by heroes because it possessed some kind of extreme cultivation technique, although it was unfortunately destroyed. Some secret realms still wander outside. Oh my god, could this powerful expert be a surviving great power from the primordial Holy Land? No wonder this person can suppress our ancient family. Ye Yu immediately agreed to this proposal. Senior, don't worry, you have helped me many times, I will definitely do my best to find that thing for you.
Hearing Ye Yu say that made the powerful expert very satisfied. At the same time he turned to look at the great elder, scaring them all shitless.
He scratched his head awkwardly and revealed, "You don't need to be afraid of me. Actually, I once received the grace of your ancestors. I feel ashamed in my heart for doing this kind of thing today. In the future, if you can activate the holy remains of the primordial Holy Land, you can also enter whatever you find, just keep it as compensation." Everyone was surprised to hear these words. This is clearly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Jiyu Jingshen agreed without thinking, affirming that he could also get what the powerful expert needed. The powerful expert stopped this proposal. That remains is covered by a grand earth formation. People with a celestial human realm cultivation or higher cannot enter. Moreover, you are already in the supernatural power realm, so you can't enter anymore. Jiyu Jingshen understood this and decisively self-severed his realm. Seeing this, the powerful expert rushed to stop him, but it seemed too late. The people there were also confused as to why their young master would do this. Many people can't reach the supernatural power realm in their entire lives, so why act so rashly? But Jiyu Jingshen didn't care at all. Shi Jingyi, I will prove to you that Ye Yu is not as good as me. Your choice is very wrong. Jiyu Jingshen, why do you have to do this? You can only move yourself by doing this.
Shi Jingyi sighed helplessly. Now that he was qualified, Jiyu Jingshen also went to the powerful expert, hoping that he would help him succeed. And of course this time the powerful expert had no way to refuse. This is the key. When you see the thing I want to find, you will naturally feel it. Now that they understood, both of them clasped their hands in thanks to him. Switching scenes to another place, a pillar of light also struck straight down from the sky. This is the undying lineage, the ancient remains of the primordial Holy Land reappearing. There must be great opportunities inside. Brothers, let's charge. Powerful experts from all over also came to this place because of this commotion. It is very likely to be the center of the primordial Holy Land that was never discovered in the past. The great Tao of transformation is here. I have to risk it once, and turn from a bike into a Lambo. The opportunity to rise to the top in one step is here. Whoever dares to block me, I will kill them. A moment later, inside the primordial Holy Land, a polygonum multiflorum was the cause of the dispute between the two forces. You people from the refinement god family are too domineering. This 1,000-year polygonum multiflorum is clearly an unowned object, so why do you claim it as yours? You even asked us to destroy the earth formation for you. How shameless. Don't talk so much. If any of you can take that polygonum multiflorum for me, I can spare his life. The man who spoke was Lian Shenzi. The people on this side refused upon hearing this. The earth formation in this remains is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. But Lian Shenzi didn't care about that at all. Disagreeing would mean death. Even though they didn't see eye to eye, the two sides were ready to throw down. But unexpectedly, Yen Yu stopped them. It's just to get He Sha Wu. I'm willing to go get it for Lord Lian Shenzi. Very good. This brother is indeed sensible. Rest assured, as long as you help me get He Sha Wu, we will take you in as a servant. The benefits will be extremely great. Ye Yu pretended to be very excited when he heard this. Really? Thank you, Lord Lian Shenzi. In the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for the Lian Shen family. Without thinking, the people on this side showed contempt and spat everywhere. A flattering little man, without any backbone. A shameless person like you doesn't deserve to stand with us. Even an idiot can see that Lian Shenzi is using you to get He Shu Wu, and you don't even know it. Ye Yu retorted without holding back. You guys don't want to improve yourselves, yet you laugh at me. You won't achieve anything in your life, you can only be mediocre. A disciple of the Lian Shen family on this side also asked curiously, Young master, will you really accept him as a servant later? Lian Shenzi confirmed. Of course not. This guy's identity is unknown. It's impossible to tell if he's loyal or not. Besides, I hate this kind of profit-seeking villain the most. It won't be too late to kill him after he gets He Sha Wu. The young master is indeed very clever. At this point, Lian Shenzi urged him. This little brother, hurry up and pick He Sha Wu. I guarantee you will be absolutely safe. Yang Yu didn't bother to argue with them anymore, even though he was unwilling. But these people had no choice but to watch. A bunch of idiots, this 1,000-year-old He Sha Wu is mine. Ye Yu quickly used the creation art to take it away. Faced with this good thing, the young man drooled with desire. Seeing this, Lian Shenzi called out, This brother, you did a great job, quickly bring it to me. Hearing this, Ye Yu turned his head and looked back with an indifferent expression. I only agreed to help you get He Sha Wu, but I didn't say I would give it to you. And these words successfully provoked him. You little brat,
You dare to play me. Play you. It's obvious that you didn't make it clear in the first place. You're the young master of the Lidurian Shin family, but you're so unreasonable.
The people on this side finally realized. So, this little brat wants to monopolize the 1,000-year-old He Shao Wu.
It seems we misjudged him. His appearance just now was all an act. He's using the Lichian Shin family so that we don't dare to attack. And of course, Lian Shenzi couldn't accept that, so he ordered his disciples to rush forward together, kill him, and steal his treasure. They quickly surrounded Ye Yu and pointed their swords from all directions. However, they were all shattered by Ye Yu's mountain-opening fist. This little brat is only at the 5th level of the heavenly human realm. How can he be so powerful? Could he also be a successor of a major power? A saint-level figure? Lian Shenzi worriedly thought to himself. After dealing with the riffraff, Ye Yu swaggered forward, saying as he walked, "I just want to quietly find treasures in the ruins. Why did you guys come to bother me?" Facing the strong person in front of him, Lian Shenzi gradually became frightened and asked Ye Yu, "What exactly do you want? I've always been very fair. You wanted to steal my stuff just now, so now it's reasonable for me to steal it back, right?" Ye Yu spoke so unreasonably that Lian Shenzi certainly didn't agree. "That's outrageous. I am the young master of the Lidian Shen family. If you want to steal my things, you have to see if you have the ability to do so." He angrily began to stimulate the spiritual power in his body. Seeing this, Ye Yu snorted coldly. "You don't appreciate a friendly offer, but you want a forced one. Then I can only cripple you first and then take the things myself." Quickly, the two of them unleashed their special combat skills. Ye Yu's Asura Seal collided with Lian Shenzi's Wrath of the Fire God. The two great moves immediately clashed, creating a huge commotion. The people watching the excitement were also discussing, "This guy is fighting Lian Shenzi without any disadvantage. Who is he anyway? He's really playing the pig to eat the tiger." When the smoke cleared, Lian Shenzi was lying on the ground unconscious.
Seeing this, Ye Yu showed disdain. He couldn't even withstand one move. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ye Yu searched him and took out a storage ring full of good things.
"That's a wrap." The young man zoomed away. Just then, Lian Shenzi slowly opened his eyes, unable to accept the truth. "How dare you insult my Lian Shen family like this? I don't care who you are, I've got my eyes on you, just you wait." But as he calmed down, he felt like something was off.
Turns out, those guys from earlier were also waiting for their turn. His resentment reaching its peak, the whole gang jumped in and gave Lian Shenzi the beating of a lifetime. Cut to later, in a nearby cave, Ye Yu had also found his way here to do a little something.
What he held in his hand was the spirit vein jade bone. "Gotta admit, this Lian Shenzi guy had some good stuff. Looks like yours truly is gonna make a killing this time." The spirit vein jade bone is the most refined part of a spirit vein. The spiritual energy inside is incredibly pure. I can directly absorb it to raise my cultivation, and of course, to do that, I can't do without the creation art. In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual energy was absorbed by Ye Yu, elevating him to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Breaking through 2 levels at once, sweet. This relic really is full of opportunities.
Time to keep looking for what that senior mentioned. Can't let Ji Yu Xingchen get there first.
Just as he came out, Ye Yu ran into a group of people nearby, and it turned out they were acquaintances. Qin Posian was panicking and trying to persuade the three to calm down. "Qin Posian, my strength is limited. It's extremely dangerous to be in this relic alone. Why not follow me? I'll guarantee your safety. What do you think?" The silver-haired guy is Guang Mingzi. The two women beside him immediately chimed in. "Guang Mingzi, you want to protect Qin Potian? Just say you want to rely on him to find the complete heaven-grade azure sea bright moon art. Why pretend?" Guang Mingzi snorted coldly. "Ningjing, Ningyan, don't tell me you two don't have the same intention. No need to play the pot calling the kettle black in front of me." Ye Yu, hearing this from the side, thought to himself, "Complete azure sea bright moon art. Could it be that what I learned in the ancient pavilion was incomplete?" While he was concentrating on thinking, he accidentally made a noise, alerting the Ning sisters, Ningjing and Ningyan, who struck with their palm force, trying to force Ye Yu to reveal himself. Ye Yu, facing this awkward situation, could only flash a bright smile. Seeing an acquaintance here is quite a surprise for Qin Potian as well, who exclaimed, "Ye Yu, hearing this name, it sounds a bit familiar. Is he the shameless guy who begged the dean to get into the heaven ranking?" So shameless. Ye Yu, looking visibly annoyed, stepped forward to question, "I clearly relied on my strength to enter the heaven ranking. You two are slandering my reputation."
Ningjing didn't bother to argue and silently brushed it off. After all, Ye Yu's strength wasn't enough to pose a threat. Guang Mingzi still didn't give up and continued to pressure Qin Potian to go with him. "Guang Mingzi, don't even dream about it. Qin Potian is definitely ours," Ningjing retorted. Ye Yu also seized the opportunity to step forward and tease, "Didn't think you'd be wanted by both men and women. You're clearly not as handsome as me. How'd you do it?" Being in this situation made Qin Potian extremely uncomfortable. The Azure Sea Bright Moon art in the Academy is incomplete, but there's a complete version in this relic. They want me to be a tool to help them find the technique? If I wasn't outmatched, I would have run away already. Hearing this, Ye Yun finally understood the whole situation. Qin Poqian leaned in and warned Ye Yun, "Don't tell them you know, otherwise you'll end up just like me."
All three of them are from the heaven ranking. As soon as he finished speaking, this guy proactively revealed that he knew the Azure Sea Bright Moon art, and even suggested going with these two young misses to freeload.
Ning Jing also asked again to confirm. Ye Yu decisively affirmed it, and immediately demonstrated it, to gain their trust.
As soon as Guang Mingzi saw it, he rushed over to capture him, but as soon as he touched him, he realized it was just an after-image.
Ye Yu had already hid behind the Ning sisters and stuck out his tongue to provoke. "You ugly white-haired guy, I want to go with these two beautiful sisters."
"You should still go alone." This completely provoked Guang Mingzi, who struck out with a hand seal towards Ye Yu, but fortunately the Ning sisters stepped forward to block this move. "Give up, Guang Mingzi. You can't snatch him away from us."
"No matter what you do, the end result will be the same." Ye Yu below continued to put on a hateful face and tease him, making Guang Mingzi even angrier.
"Just you wait. The heaven-grade Azure Sea Bright Moon art won't be so easy to get." Saying this, he proactively turned around and left.
Contrary to Ye Yu's excitement, Qin Poqian was still a little worried. "Ye Yu, what are you thinking? Seriously? We gotta tag along with the Ning sisters. How are they any better than Guang Mingzi?"
Ye Yu reassured him. "We definitely can't give up on the complete Azure Sea Bright Moon art. Better to follow these gorgeous sisters than that frosty-faced white-haired dude."
"It's not easy finding high-quality scapegoats like this. Can't let them go to waste." The Ning sisters, oblivious to Ye Yu's scheme, were pleased.
"It's good that you see it that way. Just listen to us, and we'll protect you both, no worries. From now on, we'll do whatever you say."
"Tell us to go east, and we wouldn't dare go west." Ye Yu's fake act left Qin Poqian speechless. This guy is definitely plotting something nasty. Ning Jing, eager to get going, urged them to set off to find the complete Azure Sea Bright Moon art.
On the way, Ye Yu suddenly stopped and shouted, "Turns out to be those young fellas." He just coincidentally spotted 3 disciples of the True Word sect passing by. "You 3 are staring at my sisters. And you've got such a sleazy look on your faces. What do you want?" They were clueless, they were just passing by. Before they could explain, Ye Yu was already throwing punches, ready to teach them a lesson. "I'm telling you, of all the people to run into, they had to run into the one with a grudge against the True Word sect." "Are they really disciples of the True Word sect?" Ning Yan asked, and Ning Jing confirmed it. "What's wrong? Are my sisters afraid of the True Word sect?" Ye Yu paused, asking.
Ning Yan snorted and declared, "We're not afraid of anyone." Ye Yu was pleased. "I chose to follow you, sisters, and I'll dedicate myself to protecting you.
From now on, whenever I see such sleazy guys, I'll beat them up, no mercy."
This sincerity pleased the Ning sisters, but Qin Poqian was still clear-headed. "Poor Ning sisters, you're too naive."
A few words and Ye Yu has them wrapped around his finger. Back to the True Word sect disciples. They were beaten to a pulp and crying their eyes out, scrambling to flee.
"Forget about the ruins. The True Word sect's strength inside has already been halved," Ye Yu mused.
Just then, the Ning sisters called Ye Yu over, making him think he was about to be praised. But he was wrong.
Ning Jing smacked Yen Yu on the head, hard, for daring to use their names to offend the True Word sect.
Ye Yu pretended to understand and apologized profusely, but inside he was gloating. Before leaving, Ning Yan warned, "Don't cause any more trouble. Quickly find where the complete Azure Sea Bright Moon art might be, or I'll cripple you." After who knows how long, the 4 finally reached a large lake within the ruins. And according to Qin Poqian's guess, the Azure Sea Bright Moon art was hidden in this lake, but the lake's surface was covered by a powerful, earth aspect art barrier, impossible for ordinary people to approach.
Here, Ning Jing ordered them to use the Azure Sea Bright Moon art to break the earth aspect barrier.
Ye Yu eagerly tried it. Azure Sea Bright Moon art combined with creation art gives immense power. In an instant, he shattered the earth aspect technique.
The Ning sisters watched from the side. Intrigued, Qin Poqian knew Ye Yu too well. He's not one to be easily used. He's definitely up to something.
Just then, a large box appeared in the middle of the lake, with an Azure Sea Bright Moon orb on top. It contained the complete Azure Sea Bright Moon art, a heavenly treasure. Before they could celebrate, 3 unfamiliar figures appeared from behind. It was Guang Mingzi, leading his crew to snatch the treasure. That thing that's neither man nor ghost is Lei Tingzi, and the blindfolded dude is Immeasurable Sword.
They also thanked the Ning sisters for leading the way. Seeing them causing trouble annoyed Ning Jing. She didn't know how these bastards followed them, not knowing this was all Yen Yu's plan. Beating up so many people on the way, he finally lured them here. Ning Jing tried to smooth things over. "Can you 3 big brothers give us little sister's face and give up on fighting for this Azure Sea Bright Moon orb?
If you find any treasures in the future, we promise to lend a hand." Before Guang Mingzi could even finish his sentence, he retorted, "You think we're gonna fall for such a lame excuse?"
"Sisters of the Ning family. You think we're dumb or something?" Lei Tingzi chimed in. "Ladies, don't waste your breath here.
Nobody's a fool here. If you want to take that treasure, fight us for it first."
Wu Liangjian, not wanting to waste words, drew his weapon, threatening, "The Azure Sea Moon Pearl is mine. Anyone who touches it will lose an arm." The Ning sisters, naturally, couldn't tolerate such blatant robbery. "If you've got the guts, come and get it." As soon as she finished speaking,
Guang Mingzi initiated the combat with his ultimate technique, Heavenly Annihilation of Evil Palm, followed by Lei Tingzi's Myriad Thunder Extinction and Wuliang Jian's 19 Swords. The Ning sisters retaliated with their ultimate technique, Surging Calamity Waves, launching a direct attack that created countless massive explosions in the sky. Ye Yu, standing below, remained unfazed, even pulling out popcorn to watch the show. Seeing the nonchalant expression on this guy's face, Shin Potion, standing beside him, reminded, "Shouldn't we be making a run for it while they're busy fighting?" "Run? What for? Now's the perfect opportunity to snatch the Azure Sea Moon Pearl," Ye Yu said. Shin Potion strongly disagreed. "None of those guys are easy to mess with. Don't get cocky just because they're in a heated battle. If they notice us, we'll be the first to die." Hearing this, Ye Yu conceded. "True, looks like I need your help, my good brother." These words made Shin Potian start to worry. "Something's not right, Ye Yu. Why are you calling me brother all of a sudden?" Absolutely nothing good can come of this. But that was just a guess. So, the young man tentatively asked, "What can I do to help you? After all, I'm no match for them." Before he could finish, Ye Yu forcefully hurled Shin Pochen downwards. Helpless, he could only curse his parents. Ye Yu seized the opportunity to dive down, continuing the charade. "How dare you, Shin Pochen, even think of fighting over the Azure Sea Moon Pearl? That treasure belongs to my 2 young mistresses, whom I serve as a loyal follower. I will never let you achieve your goal." Hearing these words, the Ning sisters couldn't help but praise him. Who knew this Ye Yu was so loyal? If we managed to get the Azure Sea Moon Pearl, we might reward him a bit. Back to Shin Pochian, the young man had just faceplanted successfully upon landing. As he was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Ye Yu stopped him just in time. "Shin Pochian, you bastard, you dared to harbor such intentions. But don't worry, ladies, I've successfully stopped him. Consider it a done deal." Ye Yu didn't bother acting anymore and directly approached the Azure Sea Moon Pearl. Looking at the treasure before him, Ye Yu couldn't help but admire it. This scene caught Guang Mingzi's attention, who questioned, "What is Ye Yu doing?" Realizing the situation was bad, Wuliang Jian rushed down, hoping to stop him. But it was too late. The pearl was already safely in Ye Yu's hands. By the time they landed, Ye Yu had already taken off, leaving behind bewildered faces, victims of a trick. "My 2 young mistresses. I've got the Azure Sea Moon Pearl. I'm heading to our prearranged hiding place. I'll be waiting for you." To say such things when you're the one betraying us? The Ning sisters were so angry they were about to vomit blood. "Looks like we got played by this kid," Ning Jing retorted. "It's not, looks like, we definitely got played." Before they could do anything, the trio of Guang Mingzi approached them, questioning them about the hiding place Ye Yu had just revealed. The Ning sisters explained in a panic. "Would you believe us if we said we were tricked by that kid?" "Believe you? Get real. We're the victims here." And of course, the 3 didn't believe them at all, launching into a beatdown on the sisters. "You think we're stupid? Ye Yu is only at the 7th level of the celestial human realm. Without your guidance, how would he dare to do such a thing?" In this chaotic situation, Shin Poxian tiptoed away, muttering to himself. Knowing that Ye Yu relied on his shamelessness to get into the celestial ranking, yet they still dared to believe his words, the Ning sisters truly deserve it. Cut to a scene later, Ye Yu was in a cave, learning the missing part of the Azure Sea Moon Pearl technique, with the help of the fortune creation art. It only took Ye Yu a few moments to complete it. Now, Ye Yu could confidently step outside. The Ning sisters and Guang Mingzi's group must hate him to the core right now. But even if they team up for a whole year, they still wouldn't be a match for me. At the same time, a large commotion suddenly occurred elsewhere in the ruins, shaking the entire place. Before anyone could guess what was happening, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky from below. Following that light, a mountain rose to an incredible height. This is one of the tallest remaining mountains of the primordial Holy Land, stimulated into appearing. The primordial Holy Land was an immortal-level great sect. Back in the day, there must be plenty of opportunities within the main hall. Joining the momentum of the majority, everyone hurried towards the mountain, and of course Ye Yu was also present in the crowd. "The matter the senior entrusted to me is very likely to be on this mountaintop. The mountain is covered by countless geomantic formations. Only by ascending these steps can you reach the top. But it won't be easy. It seems to have been affected by the formations as well." Ignoring the warnings, several daredevils rushed forward. The moment they set foot on the first step, they were affected, and a heavy feeling spread throughout their bodies. It was as if the entire mountain was pressing down on them. The others also face-planted one after another, unable to withstand it at all. From the crowd, someone spoke with disdain. "A bunch of good-for-nothings, you can't even climb the steps, and you want to snatch opportunities." Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Yu immediately recognized the person. It was none other than Ji Yu Xing. I don't know when he showed up here. Looking at his expression, it seems like he also noticed Ye Yu's presence. However, some people still don't know who this guy is, so cocky, he looks like he needs a beating. The guy next to him immediately told him to shut his trap and introduced, "This is Ji Yu Xing. the one known as the Star God Physique. It is said that he was already in the Divine Power realm long ago, but this time he lowered his cultivation level for some reason to qualify for entry. The others from the Yin-Yang Academy also ran over to greet him as soon as they saw him, looking very close. The Guangming Sun seized the opportunity to get acquainted. We've heard of Ji Uqiong's great name for a long time, and meeting you this time proves that you are indeed extraordinary and not ordinary.
Ji Yu Jingshen was a little modest upon hearing this. Fellow Taoists, you flatter me. The people nearby were envious, while the ladies showed admiration. Ye Yu on this side was quite annoyed. What's with this guy getting so much attention? No way, I can't let him get cocky.
Thinking of this, the youth wriggled into the crowd and started stirring things up.
Ji Yu Jingshen, you are a despicable little man, one way in front and another behind. Serves you right for having your woman stolen, you'll be single forever.
These rather fatal words made Ji Yu Jingshen angrily question, who said that just now?
While the youth was gloating, he didn't realize that the others had quickly moved away, putting the youth in an awkward situation.
Crap, I slipped up. The Ning sisters were furious when they saw him because of the previous incident.
The Guangming Sun was even more impulsive, immediately channeling spiritual energy into his palm, striking to demand that Ye Yu hand over the Azure Sea Bright Moon Pearl.
Lei Tingzi and Wu Liang's sword also appeared at the same time, blocking from all three directions. In this situation, Ye Yu scratched his head and smiled foolishly, proactively greeting, turns out everyone is gathered here, how lively. Seeing that things weren't quite right, Ji Yu Xingshen turned to ask Ningjing. Ningjing didn't hide anything and revealed, Ye Yu schemed to steal the opportunity, and even framed us. I've never seen such a shameless guy. Having understood everything, Ji Yu Xingshen affirmed, right now, Ye Yu, you are against everyone.
You can't even take care of yourself. How can you compete with me? I will definitely win against you in the matter the senior entrusted to me.
But Ye Yu didn't think so.
Want to beat me? From the beginning, Ji Yu Xingshen, you've already lost to me.
You have absolutely no chance.
Last time I lost to you was due to an accident. This time, it will definitely not happen again. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them simultaneously activated the spiritual energy in their bodies to the maximum.
Hearing the words from Ji Yu Xingshen's own mouth, the Ning sisters were also a little surprised.
Lei Tingzi and Wu Liang's sword on this side also had calculations. It seems that Ye Yu's strength is likely more formidable than we imagined. We must deal with him seriously.
Just then, a commotion arose from the mountain peak. A Dallo character manifesting with a blinding light that grabbed everyone's attention. Look, a treasure is appearing on the peak. Recognizing this opportunity, both Ye Yu and Ji Yu Xingchen changed course and darted towards it.
The others were the same, all looking anxious. Not too fast, not too slow. A moment later, everyone managed to set foot on the peak, but they were still a step behind.
Ye Yu had already taken the lead and grabbed the treasure in his hand. Smugly, Ye Yu said, "Sorry guys, I win again." Ji Yu Xingchen was very unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. He swore this would be the last time. The nearby crowd was also taken by surprise.
What? Ji Yu Jingchen lost to Ye Yu again, and he's only at the 7th level of the celestial human realm. How is this possible? Wait, look at what's in his hand. Could it be the legendary enlightenment treasure, the enlightenment stone?
No way. A real enlightenment stone is 100 times more miraculous than this.
Legend says that just getting close to it can allow you to enter a state of enlightenment and raise your realm.
Guangmingzi didn't care about that at all.
Even if it's a fake, it's still very useful for cultivators below the Dharma body realm.
Realizing its value, several people came looking for trouble.
My clan just happens to be missing this kind of treasure. Ye Yu, hand it over.
With this treasure,
nurturing the disciples of our sect will be half the battle.
What's up? Are you guys trying to snatch it from me?
Ye Yu questioned, realizing their intentions.
Lei Tingzi on the other side couldn't wait any longer and advanced aggressively.
Ye Yu, you already got the Azure Sea Bright Moon Pearl, and now you want the Enlightenment Stone too.
Is this guy for real? What an ungrateful side character, Ye Yu retorted upon hearing this.
Hey, don't spout nonsense.
The Azure Sea Bright Moon Pearl belongs to those two little missies. I'm just holding it for them. The Ning sisters were also startled. They didn't expect someone to be so shameless, so thick-skinned and wicked.
Lei Tingzi didn't want to say more, and took the initiative to attack, spiritual energy from his fist rapidly erupting violently around him.
This scene also surprised the nearby people. Lei Tingzi is using a killing move right off the bat. Ye Yu is in trouble this time. As expected of the successor of a major power, even Ji Yu Jingchen would have to go all out to deal with the power of this move.
I, on the other hand, hope that Ye Yu can hold on a little longer. Otherwise this fake enlightenment stone will have to change hands.
And exceeding all expectations, Ye Yu simply used one hand to block it. Your thunder is good for a massage, but if you want to kill me, no chance. Guangmingzi realized the situation was not good, and rushed to help. His level of shamelessness also made the people there marvel. He's already at a disadvantage in realm, and he's still ganging up. Even so, it was still no use. Ye Yu successfully knocked both of them back. With the help of the creation art, he's really not afraid of anyone. The two Guangmingzi got beaten like that and still don't understand why. Ye Yu took the opportunity to show off, and challenged the next person. Bro, can you punch me once? Am I dreaming? Ye is actually able to withstand the attacks of two great inheritance saint-level prodigies. Even Jiyu Jingchen would find it difficult to do so. Moreover, he is only at the 7th level of the celestial human realm. If he continues to develop, wouldn't he be able to stand alone against all the divine continent chosen ones? Ye listened to this group chattering and looked down on them. This is the chosen one you're talking about. The most charismatic figure in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent right now is only me, Ye. If you're not convinced, you can join forces. I don't care how many people there are. The crowd nearby saw this skill and had to admire him a bit. And there were even people wanting to give birth to his child right then and there. I'm saying, chest-thumping sisters, the Ning sisters, are also gradually having different thoughts about Ye. Such spirit, it seems we blamed him wrongly before. On the surface, he looks okay, but deep down this bro is just faking it, till he makes it not a complete waste of energy blocking those 2 moves earlier. Now let's see if anyone else wants to step up and snatch this enlightenment stone from me. Before the thought even finished, a voice boomed out. Turns out, it was that Wuliang Jian dude. He was like, super impressed, and decided to hand the enlightenment stone over to Brother Ye, leaving our guy speechless. No way, this dude's actually going all in. Everyone, Ye has issued a challenge. What are you all standing around for? Why don't we join forces and help Brother Ye achieve this noble deed? The Ning sisters were also totally down. Consider it making up for our misunderstanding. We'll use martial arts as a gift to compensate Brother Ye. Lei Tingzi, after getting his act together, agreed to join in. He wasn't convinced the first time, so this is the perfect chance for a rematch. Guang Mingzi felt the same, but all he cared about was the enlightenment stone. Faced with this onslaught, Ye was frozen solid, like he never said a thing. Holy crap. Ye versus the 5 prodigies? This is gonna be epic. The peanut gallery was going wild, cheering them on. Wuliang Jian even jumped in, all smiles. No need to thank us, Brother Ye. It's the least we could do. Hearing that, Ye just gave a goofy smile. Yeah, Jiyu Jingshen shouted from afar. Win or lose today, Jiyu Jingshen will acknowledge you as a worthy opponent. Ye was even more annoyed, cursing inwardly. Acknowledge my ass, I just want to bail. Before long, everyone powered up their spiritual energy to the max, and were about to jump into the brawl when Ye suddenly pointed to the sky, grabbing their attention. But there was Jack Squad up there, leaving everyone confused. Wuliang Jian was overthinking it. Could it be that you need some kind of special technique to see it? But when they turned around, Ye was already hightailing it, making up an excuse about taking his grandma to lift weights. Let's battle again when I'm free. I'm telling you, talking big and then running away left everyone dumbfounded for a few seconds. The Ning sisters were tricked yet again and were super pissed. We're so gonna get that bastard. And so, the whole crew chased after him, determined to bring justice and waste this scourge of the cultivation world. Scene change later, Ye hid in a corner of the plaza, finally shook them off. Who has time for that kind of crap? Just as he was getting cocky, he heard movement from behind. Turns out, Guang Mingzi's crew had caught up. Are you freaking serious right now? Ye thought these guys must have had a vendetta against him from a past life. No choice but to run first and figure it out later. And the same situation repeated. Huoji Yinyang chased him down, then ran out of steam. Man, that Zhao Yao Yushen FA is seriously OP when it comes to hauling ass. Just when he was getting cocky, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above, and outstepped Su Xixiang, the holy son of the Zhenyan sect. Seeing the symbol on his robes, Ye guessed his identity. You must be a holy son, right? That's right. Su Xixiang. Did you kill Su Yang? Su Xixiang asked. Ye didn't bother hiding it. So what if I did? Your Zhenyan sect destroyed my master's sect. You all deserve to die. A remnant of the Moan Bitao sect dares to mess with the Zhenyan sect. You have a death wish. Today, I, Su Xixiang, will eliminate this threat to our sect. Hearing that name made everyone around gasp. He's one of the Zhenyan sect's reserve Holy Sun successors, unbelievably powerful, and can be said to be one of the peak Tiangren realm experts. Well, looks like we've got something to watch. The peanut gallery plopped down and started munching on popcorn. Ye wasn't fazed at all. It's not like I haven't killed a holy son before. Since you're here to offer your life, I'll kill you in honor of my fallen Bitao sect brothers. A gutter trying to compare itself to the ocean? Today, I'll show you what true despair is. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xixiang unleashed the Xixiang absolute art, spiritual energy swiftly transforming into a roaring giant dragon. Ye started to worry. But a life-or-death battle was unavoidable. He immediately unleashed the complete Kanghai Mingyue Zhishu technique. The two ultimate moves collided head-on with ferocious force, the shockwave shaking everything around them, forcing everyone to desperately hold on. This power is insane. Almost at the divine power realm, this four symbols ultimate art was developed from the guardian formation of the True Flame sect, Ye Yu is so screwed. Another guy chimed in, not so fast, Ye Yu is using the complete Azure Sea Bright Moon art, which is at the heaven tier level. The difference isn't that big, it mostly depends on who's using it.
As soon as he finished speaking, it was over. The last one standing was Ye Yu, the young man with the determined look, looking totally unfazed. Everyone was shocked by this sight. Ye Yu is this strong, except for Ji-Yu Jingchen. I'm afraid none of us are a match for him, Ning Yan added. He's really from that forsaken devil burial ground. I feel like he's more like a successor of an ancient immortal sect than Su Xixiang.
Well, do you know what true despair is now? Ye Yu stepped forward and questioned. Su Xixiang's body was involuntarily trembling at this moment. Ye Yu, if you dare to kill me, you and your friends and relatives will be hunted to death by the True Flame sect. Your only way out is to surrender. Enough talk, Ye Yu simply chopped off his head instantly. Too much talk. Just shut up and wait to die when you lose. The people nearby who witnessed this scene turned around and ran away.
Let's go to the main hall and see. Maybe there are even better treasures there. He even dares to kill a holy son. This Ye Yu is not easy to mess with. At this moment, Ji-Yu Xingchen came forward to remind him. Ye Yu, I will definitely find what the senior asked for in the main hall on the top of the mountain before you.
Oh, you want to beat me? Then you'll have to wait for your next life. Ye Yu also headed towards the main hall. As soon as he stepped to the door, Ye Yu touched an ice sculpture of 3 girls. Ning Jing, who came from behind, suggested, Ye Yu, how about letting my sisters and I explore this main hall? Our past grudges are considered cleared. Ye Yu smiled wryly upon hearing this. Did we have grudges before? How come I didn't know? These words made the Ning sisters extremely angry, but before they could argue, the whole main hall suddenly shook, and the ice sculpture began to move as if it had consciousness. This shocked Ye Yu. This is too weird. Even more surprisingly, Ning Jing stepped forward and blocked Ye Yu, allowing Ning Yan to get the Azure Flame Spiritual Fire.
Newly awakened, Ning Yan didn't hesitate and rushed to snatch it. Ye Yu supported his chin and pondered. Azure Flame Spiritual Fire, so it's the flame burning in the chest of those ice sculptures.
The Ning sisters seemed to need this very much, and with a simple palm strike, he shattered all 3, and the Azure Flame Spiritual Fire was released. The Ning sisters were very happy to see this. Ye Yu, on the side, deliberately teased, looks like good stuff.
Do you want me to snatch it?
Seeing that Ye Yu had bad intentions, Ning Jing became vigilant. This thing is useless to you. If you take another step, I will fight you to the death. Okay, no more joking. Ye Yu turned around and left, saying that he was not interested in it, thinking to himself, I must complete the task that the senior entrusted to me first, and put other things aside for the time being.
Ning Jing was very grateful when she saw this,
and did not forget to thank him and remember this kindness.
With these 3 Azure Flame Spiritual Fires, the hidden illness in our bodies can be suppressed for a while.
But before they could take it in, they rushed towards Ye Yu. When the young man looked back in a daze, he saw it right behind him. I'm screwed.
Apart from people with special physiques like us, other people who come into contact with it for a moment will turn into ashes.
Or worse, if there is no Azure Flame Spiritual Fire to suppress it, we are both not far from death.
Ye Yu faintly felt a powerful force erupting inside his body,
yet he was able to successfully absorb the Azure Flame Spiritual Fire.
In this embarrassing situation, with a bright smile, the young man quickly waved his hand and explained that he didn't do it on purpose. I was just forced to.
The 2 sisters couldn't blame him. Maybe this is fate. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden ailment in his body suddenly broke out, and a terrifying cold air quickly spread towards Ye Yu's standing position.
Ning Jing kindly warned Ye Yu,
get out of here. This cold air cannot be resisted even by a Divine Power Realm expert, unless you have the Azure Flame Spiritual Fire.
Hearing this, Ye Yu tried to activate it, but unexpectedly succeeded in releasing it. I have what I need. Time to be a hero and save the beauties.
The Ning sisters on this side did not realize the problem, and hugged each other, crying. Just as Ye Yu was running to save people, he accidentally tripped over a stone, causing the young man to fall forward and accidentally grab the pair of soft, smooth buns.
Immediately afterwards, there was a scream from the Ning sisters, and thus, the young man was labeled a pervert from this moment on.
Ye Yu explained, I really came to save you both. If you don't believe me, look, is there any more cold air in your body? And that's right. The cold air had gradually dissipated without them noticing. But only for a while, the cold air in the body broke out again.
The youth seized the opportunity to get closer, not forgetting to ask, who wants to go first? Ning Jing shyly yielded to her older sister. You go first, George. It's my first time, so I don't have any experience.
Ning Yan wasn't much different. It's my first time too. I wonder if it will hurt or not. What the heck is with this dialogue? Clearly, we're just dispelling cold energy, but it sounds like we're doing something naughty.
Fine then, I won't refuse. Both of you come at me at once.
The youth immediately pounced, embracing both of them, while releasing his Azure Flame Spirit Fire. The Ning sisters also felt an incredibly comfortable sensation. This guy's nose was bleeding like crazy. But he still tried to explain, don't get me wrong, I'm really just trying to suppress the cold energy in your bodies. I'm a gentleman. This body, this skin, No wonder she's the #1 beauty of the Yin Yang Academy. It feels so good to hug. The Ning sisters didn't suspect anything, and even thanked Ye Yu. After who knows how long, the cold energy was finally suppressed.
Seems like it was tough, didn't get any pleasure out of it. The Ning sisters were very grateful to Ye Yu for this. It's nothing.
But I found that the cold energy in your bodies can only be suppressed, not completely eliminated. What's going on, after all? Ning Jing stepped forward to explain. It's a long story, but it's actually related to our constitutions.
Sounds like a long story. Ye Yu quickly stopped her, affirming, this hidden ailment can be completely eradicated.
The Ning sisters were overjoyed to hear this and immediately asked for the secret. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Relying on the fire in my body, I can gradually eliminate the hidden ailment. Constant effort is sure to bring success. In time it will be completely eliminated. But Ning Yan refused Ye Gongzi's kindness today. We will be forever grateful, but we'll find our own way later. We don't need to trouble you.
Ning Jing walked away, wondering why her older sister did that. Ning Yan believed that Ye Yu had no good intentions at all. He was clearly taking advantage.
But little did they know that this guy was thinking this. It's rare that I want to do a good deed, but I get rejected. If it weren't for you reminding me to avoid the cold energy earlier, I wouldn't have bothered with this.
Going back outside, Ye Yu also went to a crowded place and thought to himself, when the predecessor went crazy, he called out the name, Xue Mei. Outside this great hall are all snowflower images. Could it be related to what the predecessor was looking for? But Guang Mingzi and the others were also there, starting to speculate.
This great hall is preserved intact in such a high place on the mountain. It's extremely rare. There must be good stuff inside, but the restriction at the entrance of the hall is extremely powerful. Even a full force attack from me had no effect. It's a pity to enter Baoshan and return empty-handed. I'm not willing to accept this. Just at that moment, Ye Yu greeted them. So many people gathered here. Why are you standing outside instead of going in?
Guang Mingzi snorted coldly and said,
There's a restriction on this gate. We've tried for a long time, but we can't get in. If you have the ability, go in first.
Isn't it just a restriction? What's so difficult about it?
This familiar movement is not wrong. What the predecessor wants to find is inside.
Ye Yu continued to focus on unlocking it, ignoring the Guang Mingzi and the others who were talking. Restrictions must have the correct method to pass through, of course. If you are stronger than the person who created it, you can force your way through.
But clearly that's impossible. Someone even suggested. Strip naked and run around the courtyard if Ye Yu succeeds. So, the predecessor imparting his cultivation to me in that weird cave was to enter this place, and very simply, Yen Yu entered the inside, still not forgetting to turn around and mock the Guangmingzi and the others.
Seeing this, they all stood there with their mouths agape in shock, because it was just so unbelievably ridiculous. The barrier that stopped us for several hours, Ye Yu broke it in just a few seconds. Is he even human?
When they tried to enter, they were blocked by the restriction, causing them to be stuck to the wall in a very embarrassing manner. Ye Yu also had the opportunity to burst out laughing. You think you can follow me if you want to? Keep dreaming.
You guys can't learn the intelligence and talent of this young master.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu ran quickly inside to find the item.
Guang Mingzi, feeling humiliated and bitter, shouted loudly, Damn it! I'll go inform Ji Yu Xingxian and the others to wait for you outside. If you have the ability, don't ever come out.
After searching for a while, Ye Yu couldn't find anything inside the outer hall. Could it be that what the predecessor wants to find is inside? Without a second thought, Ye Yu went inside to check it out, and unexpectedly saw a painting hanging on the wall, emitting a mysterious aura. Holy crap, who's the master artist here? Using Dao imprints to create such an unfathomable painting. If I keep looking, my spiritual soul won't be able to handle it. The Dabio imprints hidden inside are too strong. At that moment, a ray of aura suddenly shot out from between Ye Yu's eyebrows and struck the painting. Ye Yu immediately sensed that this was the drop of blood left behind by the senior, confirming that this painting was what he was looking for. It quickly shrunk down and was delivered into Ye Yu's hands without any effort.
Ji Yu Xingchen, I finally beat you. As soon as he thought of Cao Cao arrived. Looking up into the sky, he saw Ji Yu Xingchen's figure appear. Ye Yu didn't hide his victory and showed off, I found what the senior wanted. You lost again this time. Hearing this made Ji Yu Xingchen a bit resentful and disbelieving. Admit it, Ji Yu Xingchen, you're not as good as me. Xinjing, her choice to be with me is absolutely right.
These words touched his pride, making Ji Yu Xingchen unable to accept it. He mobilized his spiritual power into a punch and struck out.
Ye Yu didn't hold back either,
mobilizing another punch in response. The power they created quickly shook the surroundings. What the hell, why are Ji Yu Xingchen and Ye Yu fighting? Could it be because they want to snatch something?
It's still better to back away. These two monsters are too strong. Be careful not to get hurt. We should also return to the battle. It seems the result hasn't changed. The one being blown away is still Ji Yu Xingchen.
Him, Guang Mingzi, is talking again. Am I dreaming? Ji Yu Xingchen was beaten until he vomited blood by Ye Yu. He used to be a divine power realm expert, but Ye Yu didn't have it easy. After that move, I think he's just trying to suppress his injuries. Ji Yu Xingchen himself had the same thought. You're just a 7th level celestial human realm? How could I not be your opponent? Jiyu Jingchen. Oh Jiyu Jingchen. You shouldn't have been so arrogant and wasted your cultivation. The current me is no longer afraid of the celestial human realm. In a difficult situation, Guang Mingzi suddenly appeared to disrupt things. Jiyu Jingchen, I'll give you a hand, but you have to share half with me, he secretly thought. The scroll in the main hall that Ye Yu obtained may be related to the Zhen Jiao secret technique of the Yuanxi sacred sect. Tai Xiao Fa Lei Tingzi also chimed in loudly. Quickly hand over the Shanghai Ming Yu Zhu, the Enlightenment Stone, and what you just got from the main hall, and I won't make things difficult for you. Very well. Let's join forces to kill Ye Yu. We'll rely on ourselves to snatch the things on his body. Seeing them start to play tricks, Ye Yu wasn't afraid at all. Want to kill me? Just the three of you aren't enough. Starlight glint, light's descent, world-annihilating thunder. The three of them simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves. Three top-tier physiques, Wan Xing physique, Guang Ming physique, Lei Ting physique, erupted at the same time. Ye Yu couldn't resist. Several others also watched and assessed. Ye Yu dared to provoke 3 people on his own initiative. He must have a backup plan. On the contrary, I'm curious to see what moves he'll use. Unless Ye Yu's physique is stronger than the 3 of them combined, which is the terrifying physique that has reached the level of a sacred body in legends. Before the overwhelming aura, Ye Yu still looked very calm. Compared to physique, I'll let you know what true invincibility is. This counterattack quickly created a huge commotion. Even those far away could feel the energy fluctuations. Too strong. This level of great battle, could it be? The sacred sons of the great sects are fighting each other? Too scary, we should still stay away a bit. But maybe there are rare treasures appearing, or should we go over there and see what's going on? At this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared from behind. It was none other than the Zhen Yan sect, searching for Ye Yu, using a secret technique. Daring to oppose our Zhen Yan sect, we must eliminate him. They inadvertently ran past the 2 Ning sisters, attracting their attention. It seems to be the direction that Ye Yu left in before, just finished a great battle, and now being surrounded and killed by the Zhen Yan sect. Ye Yu is afraid it will be difficult to escape. Returning to the plaza, the scene was desolate. In the dust and smoke, the figure of Ye Yu appeared, hoisting Jiyu Jingchen up into the air. The 2, Guang Mingzi and Lei Tingzi, didn't escape the fate of being beaten unconscious. Jiyu Jingchen, you won, in the end, it was still me, Ye Yu, relying on his own strength to face 3 saint-level geniuses, and even one, too strong. Today we have the honor to witness a supreme young master gradually ascending. In this relic, I'm afraid there is no one who is Ye Yu's opponent anymore. Jiyu Jingchen also strained his neck and shouted loudly, Ye Yu, if you have the guts, kill me. If you let me survive, then I will definitely spare no expense to kill you. Alright, if you insist, I'll grant you your wish. Ye Yu threw a punch without hesitation, but before it could land, a massive white tiger rend attack came crashing down from the sky, simply obliterating everything. Luckily, Ye Yu managed to dodge in time and wasn't hurt. When he regained his composure, he realized he was surrounded on all sides by the Zhenyan sect's people. Didn't expect you guys to bring your corpses to my doorstep. Saves me the trouble of finding you, Ye Yu. This time we've brought the big killer weapon that the elder of the sect bestowed upon us before we left. The 4 symbols spirit vase. No matter how strong you are, you're gonna die here today. He was also one of the holy sons of the Zhenyan sect. Ye Yu smirked upon hearing that. You guys from the Zhenyan sect are too kind. You just finished handing out experience points, and now you're rushing to donate spirit weapons. You're truly my delivery squad. I'm almost too soft to make a move on you. You're about to die, and you still dare to talk back. Everyone, form the formation. On Redhead's command, the others also unleashed their Azure Dragon Sword, Vermilion Bird Feather, White Tiger Saber, and Black Tortoise Staff, quickly transforming into the illusory forms of the 4 spirit deities, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird. As expected of the Zhenyan sect, the foundation is profound. The power of this set of spirit weapons is probably enough to destroy several small families. Although Ye Yu is strong, he just went through a major battle, and his spiritual energy has been severely depleted. At this moment, Redhead took the opportunity to show off, shouting, Ye Yu, you better give it your all to resist. If you just give up, even if I kill you, I won't have any sense of accomplishment. Ye Yu asked with disdain. So, you want me to fight to the death in resistance? Redhead confirmed that was the case. Ye Yu, the more violently you resist, the more excited I get. Very well. If that's what you want, I'll grant it to you. As Ye Yu spoke, he took out the scroll and threw it forcefully into the air, revealing the face of the woman from before, and the Tao imprints gradually flowed out because of it. Ye Yu, are you planning to offer this woman as a bribe to us? Well, you gotta bring out a living person. What's the point of finding this fake thing? Redhead taunted. Don't worry, she'll come back to life soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu also transmitted a wisp of the creation art to it, thinking to himself, this painting is full of terrifying Tao marks. If I'm not mistaken, it must be an extremely powerful terrain map. And just as Ye Yu thought, the scroll reacted, Redhead also realized this and began to frantically order everyone to attack and stop Ye Yu. The other three also obeyed the order and activated the 4 illusory images to unleash their palm strikes. But it seemed too late. From inside the painting, an arm suddenly emerged, creating countless green spots with an extremely unique aura, instantly dissolving everything without a sound. This scene shocked Redhead. What is this? It can actually bury the 4 symbols illusory realm combat power of the divine power realm. The group immediately scrambled to flee, but how could Ye Yu let them go? The green spots continued to be emitted by the girl in the painting. Could this be the woman the senior mentioned? This aura is too terrifying. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl flew out of the painting and began to unleash her power in a devastating manner. Wherever the green spots swept, everything turned to dust. The redhead holy son didn't escape this fate either. Even Guang Mingzi and his cronies couldn't escape because of their insatiable greed. The speed of this girl's rampage was so fast that even Ye Yu was surprised. But he was even more worried because she was aiming at him. Just when he thought there was no escape, the drop of blood from the senior transformed into a shield that blocked the attack. It's not hard to guess that Ji Yu Xing is the same as me, Ye Yu. The next time we meet will be the day you die. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the talisman in his hand and teleported away. You are not my opponent this time, and next time, you will lose even more miserably. I just noticed that the surrounding area of 10 miles has been completely wiped out, leaving no trace. At this moment, the girl in the painting also looked at Ye Yu and without a word, rushed towards him, causing the young man to panic and quickly explain, "Little sis, let's talk things over calmly, don't resort to violence." But it didn't seem to work. The girl pressed her hand firmly on the young man's forehead, actually just wanting to take the drop of blood from that senior. Unable to control her emotions, she shed tears and kept calling out, "Tianji, E." This also caught Ye Yu's attention. Tian-E, could that be the name of the senior? It seems they have a lot of affection for each other. The girl gave a satisfied smile and thanked Ye Yu. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure returned to the painting and disappeared, and at the same time, it fell straight into Ye Yu's hand. In disbelief, the woman inside is almost lifelike. Definitely not something the Earth aspect art could conjure, unless this is the celestial aspect diagram. Too bad the Tao imprints on this are too terrifying. With my current strength, barely managing to activate it once is my limit, let alone comprehending the secrets within. Looks like things here are wrapped up. Next, it's time to give the Zhenyan sect an unforgettable lesson. Ambushing me over and over, do they think I'm a pushover? Thinking this, Ye Yu zooms off to leave. Gotta set a goal first. Must kill all the Zhenyan sect disciples in this relic. And following my personal motto, Ye Yu, kill, M on sight. Time to bust out the mountain opening fist and beat those geezers to a pulp. The nearby women are just face-palming. The dudes morphed into a T-Rex, sending tons of newbies to meet their maker. The surviving disciples can only run while crying for mercy. What's wrong with Ye Yu? He's gone berserk hunting down Zhenyan sect people. So ruthless. Dudes who casually hunt down Zhenyan sect people are not to be messed with. Meanwhile, some of those fleeing have found the exit. The front is the exit of the relic. Sweet. Finally escaped that demon Ye Yu's chase. Victory is within reach, brothers. Step on it. But before they can celebrate, they're blocked. Yo, what up, dogs? Wanna leave? Did you ask me first? The moment they see him, they start screaming for their lives. 3 against 1, even Chihuahua would be stumped. Ye Yu's even more excited. Busting up hardheads is way more fun than dealing with chumps. Who to start with? At the same time, outside, the higher-ups have gathered, waiting. Just a glance, and you can tell it's way too flashy. Wonder if those kids got anything good inside. Too bad this relic only allows those who haven't reached the Divine Connection realm to enter. Otherwise, I'd love to check out what the Primordial Stone Holy Sect looked like back in the day. How about we make a bet? See which side's kids come out first. As soon as he finishes speaking, a big commotion occurs next to them, startling everyone. Speak of the devil. And he appears. Someone's coming out. Coming out this early, they probably didn't find anything worthwhile. I'll bet my bottom dollar that it'll be the Linian Shen family's people. Because they're the best, he teases sarcastically. But that's not the case. The first to come out is a Zhenyan sect disciple. So are you saying the Zhenyan sect's disciples are trash? Seeing this, the elder gets pissed and steps forward to question him. There are huge opportunities inside this relic. Those who go in should cherish the opportunity. Who told you to come out so early? What a load of bull. He's Su Minfeng, and his cultivation has reached the Dao Seed realm. Before he can finish speaking, the disciple suddenly spits a mouthful of blood on him. In his dying breath, he stutters 2 words. Ye Yu. This leaves Su Minfeng utterly baffled. What the heck just happened? And it doesn't stop there. More corpses appear in the teleportation formation. When everyone gathers to check, they realize everyone's dead. This kid Ye Yu is brutal. The Zhenyan sect's people sent into the secret realm were all killed by him. However, some are delighted to hear this news. Serves them right. Always acting like they're the best. Of course, the Zhenyan sect won't let this go. Wonder how long that kid can last. The more Su Minfeng thinks about it, the angrier he gets, deciding to go all the way.
He immediately contacts the remaining disciples in the relic, as well as the disciples from nearby sects, ordering them to hunt down Ye Yu.
As soon as he finishes speaking, a familiar figure appears in the teleportation formation. Ye Yu announces grandly, "No need to call anymore. The person in my hand is the last disciple remaining in the relic."
"Ye Yu, release him now. I'll make sure you die a horrible death,"
Su Minfeng shouts angrily. Even more surprising, Ye Yu agrees without a second thought. Why did this kid agree so quickly? Is there some other scheme behind this? And indeed, it's not simple. Just when the disciple is getting excited, he's killed with a single palm strike.
Ye Yu affirmed with murderous eyes,
"None of the Zhenyan sect disciples who fall into my hands will survive."
The moment Su Minfeng saw someone, he rushed over and started biting indiscriminately.
The released pressure was extremely powerful, but it completely dissipated the moment it touched Ye Yu's shield.
He was also dumbfounded by the scene before him. "You stupid Zhenyan sect guys. Go back and tell Mo Wushang to take care of his dog life. Sooner or later I will come knocking on his door to take it."
As soon as Ye Yu finished speaking, his figure disappeared from there. He actually dared to return to the secret realm. This is the first time I've seen the Zhenyan sect brats bullied so miserably. It's like they're shitting on their heads. Everyone in the Zhenyan sect's ruins has been wiped out. It seems they're out of options now, one of the disciples said worriedly. All the disciples who followed this expedition died. We'll definitely be severely punished when we get back. What should we do now?
And that Ye Yu guy? He didn't even notice how Su Minfeng's face had changed.
Ye Yu must die, even if it costs everything. Without much thought, he clasped his hands together and said, "Guardian mantra, help me. I must use the Black Lotus reversal technique to return my cultivation to the heavenly origin realm." Is Su Minfeng crazy? It took him so many years of cultivation to break through the divine power realm and enter the Dao seed realm, and now he's cutting off his own cultivation to kill Ye Yu. There's no other way. So many people have died. If we go back to the Zhenyan sect without doing anything, we'll only face death. Wait, if he really advances, wouldn't that pose a serious threat to our sect's disciples? Of course. We have to send someone to inform them. But it seems too late. Su Minfeng has already finished severing his cultivation, and is heading straight for the teleportation array. Ye Yun, let's see where you can run this time. Scene changes to the main hall inside the ruins. It's actually a golden toad.
Holding a pearl statue, this place must have been one of the main halls of the Kai Yuan Holy Land back then.
The Yuan Kai Holy Land collapsed, but many treasures haven't dispersed. This place definitely hides a lot of them, brothers. Charge. A real opportunity is right in front of us. Success or failure depends on this. Oh my god, there are so many treasures.
Seeing all the good stuff before them, the crowd rushed to snatch them aggressively, and the Ning sisters were inevitably among them.
Everyone, my sisters and I, discovered these divine origin pills first. Can you give us some face? One divine origin pill is equivalent to a month of cultivation for someone in the divine power realm. I bet there are hundreds of thousands of them here, right?
These are the 7 brothers Gourd men, or if you prefer, the 7 Gourd brothers.
Ning sisters, you girls have a big appetite. What should we do, sister? These guys are blocking our way. The divine origin pills might be discovered by others.
Ning Yan decisively made a decision.
We have to act fast. The 2 sisters joined forces and strike.
Combination. The 7 Gourd brothers sensed it, and combined into a gourd little diamond, quickly breaking it in the astonishment of the Ning sisters.
Haha, our gourd little diamond technique can retreat to defend and advance to attack. Ning sisters, you should just admit defeat. Damn it, is there really no other way? Just when the 2 didn't know what to do, a savior appeared. Ye Yu didn't know when he had arrived. Oh ho. Looks like these 2 little beauties are in trouble. Do you need my help? The Ning sisters were very surprised when they saw him. Ye Yu explained simply. Of course, I smelled the scent of beautiful women and came here on my own initiative. So, if you want me to help, you just need to agree to one of my conditions. As soon as he said that, the 2 sisters immediately objected.
You lecherous pervert. We won't sell ourselves.
Even if we really need these divine origin pills, we won't trade? It seems you 2 are thinking too much. Who wants your bodies? Obviously what I want are the divine origin pills. Just because you're a little pretty, you think I approached you with other intentions.
Don't even dream about it, fine. Young master won't bother anymore. You guys just wait to be slaughtered by those Gourd brothers.
After hearing these words, the 2 sisters felt a little guilty and seemed very remorseful. As for the 7 Calabash brothers wannabes, looks like they couldn't wait any longer. All the trash talk done. Now it's time to settle things between us. We Calabash sect bros are short. A few wives. How about we grab these 2 little cuties? What do you guys think? The big bro's idea quickly gets the go-ahead from his crew. Great suggestion. These 2 little babysitters look pretty good, perfect for popping out a bunch of mini Calabash kids later. You shameless bastards, keep dreaming. We'd rather die than agree. Whether you agree or not isn't something you get to decide. Brothers, let's move out together. At the command of their leader, they all join forces and throw palm strikes. Facing this powerful attack, the Ning sisters have no choice but to try their best to resist. But it's no use. Seeing that their shield is about to break, they have no choice but to ask for help from that jerk Ye Yu. Timing's everything. Ye Yu also doesn't forget to mess with them a little and pretends he can't hear. Ning Jing, out of options, can only shout,
Yeah, you. We blamed you wrong, please help us. Still not enough. Call me something nice to hear. To make up for my wounded pride. You wish. This pervert wants Ningjing to whisper softly, Brother Ye Yu, please save us. Super satisfied, Ye Yu immediately takes the bait. Holy crap, flirting right in front of us, does he even think we exist? This is too much. The 7 Calabash brothers also agree to make a quick victory, immediately blowing away the Ning sisters' shield. Looks like they're out of options, and they can only give up and wait for fate to take its course. But luckily, Ye Yu acted in time to stop them. With me here, don't even think about taking another step forward. Even the combined 7 Calabash brothers are shocked by this. How is this possible? You blocked our full-force palm strike with just one hand. What's impossible about it? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing Ye Yu get ready to throw hands, he immediately stops him. Wait, alright, the Shenyuan Dans and the Ning sisters are all yours, we surrender. But looks like it's too late. Ye Yu still decides to beat them up, kicking them out of the 7 Calabash brothers' fusion one by one. Ye Yu looks down on them. What Calabash, little King Kong. What a waste of childhood memories, one punch takes out 7. Has Ye Yu become this strong? The Ning sisters are also surprised. When they look at Ye Yu, they feel like something's off, his eyes aren't very friendly. Now that the enemy is defeated, does that mean I get something out of this, Ye Yu? What do you want to do? Crap, I knew this guy was a scammer. But now the spiritual energy in our bodies is exhausted, and we don't have the strength to resist. Ye Yu doesn't think much, and rushes forward, hoping to snatch the treasures. The Ning sisters can only scream, but it seems they're overthinking things. What Ye Yu is aiming for is the pile of Shenyuan Dans next to them. All of them are mine, I'm gonna be rich this time. This guy. Turns out, in his eyes, we're not even worth as much as these Shenyuan Dans. I'm telling you, you can never satisfy these women. Holding them in his hand, Ye Yu realizes something is wrong. Why is the medicinal power inside so weak? Ning Yan understands and chimes in. It's like waste pills, right? The time it took for these Shenyuan Dans to be made is too long, and a lot of the medicinal power has flowed away, not even a fraction of what it used to be. It's not wrong to say they're waste pills. Seriously, I put in so much effort just to fight over a pile of trash. The more Ye Yu thinks about it, the sadder he gets. But Ning Yan doesn't think so. If they were high-grade Shenyuan Dans, we heavenly human realm cultivators wouldn't be able to absorb the medicinal power inside at all. But these kinds of Shenyuan Dans, over the years, the medicinal power has become mild, so we can absorb them. Hearing this, Ye Yu gets excited and decides to absorb them right away while they're still hot. Too hasty, Ningjing forgets to warn him. If you absorb so many Shenyuan Dans at the same time, you'll explode and die. Heavens! These are Shenyuan Dans, specially used for divine power realm experts, not those low-level spirit-gathering pills. Great, I've broken through to the 8th level of the heavenly human realm. Seems like I didn't make a loss this time. And of course the price to pay is not small. Only 2 Yang spiritual pills left. He absorbed so much, and only broke through 1 minor realm. Is he really not some ancient demon beast in disguise? The Ning sisters were stunned by the sight. Ye Yu, in this situation, coughed lightly a few times. Looks like I absorbed a bit too much just now. I'm not a stingy person, you can have the remaining 2 Yang pills. Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Ning Yan realized. Someone has tampered with the center of the earth vein formation, awakening the array. Let's go quickly, anything good will be gone if we're late. Following the 2 sisters, Ye Yu quickly left the place as well. Switching scenes to the outside, there were quite a few people present. This is the sacred hall, where the primal golden toad holds the pearl. Heavens! That golden toad looks like a real treasure. It has absorbed an immeasurable amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If one could absorb it all, wouldn't that be a single step to the heavens? The golden toad here is a golden toad, you guys. The pearl in the golden toad's mouth can automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth, so naturally it has also recorded the secret techniques of the primal sacred sect, the Chen sect. That's the Iron Hand technique, said to be able to shake the heavens and the earth if cultivated to the highest level. Sounds tempting. I must get that golden toad pearl. With it, even an ordinary person can transform into a god. A third-rate sect can become an immoral great sect. However, there was still something that worried them. It seems like there's a no-fly zone above this pit. You can't fly up, and must go through that small path to reach the altar. As soon as he finished speaking, someone took the initiative to step forward. He was the prince of the Undying Dynasty. Everyone, our Undying Dynasty has set its sights on this golden toad pearl. If you all agree to give it up, we are willing to reward you with the greatest price possible. And of course someone disagreed. Undying Prince, if you are willing to leave, I will give you a heaven-rank battle skill, plus 1,000 Yuan spiritual pills. How about it? This person is the young mountain lord of the Undying Mountain. And there was also no shortage of women. She is the holy maiden of the Azure Rainbow Sacred Ground. The 2 of you should stop probing each other. This golden toad pearl is something for us to fight over. Why don't we just show all our cards, and whoever snatches it in the end gets it? Looks like we have to do that. The three also tacitly agreed to this decision. The Undying Dynasty, Undying Mountain, Azure Rainbow Sacred Ground, these are all three forces on a different level in the Undying Ancient Sect.
To think that young people like them are already so talented? If the three of them join forces, I'm afraid no one can stand against them.
Moreover, even if you get the Golden Toad Pearl without a strong background, it's no different from inviting disaster.
How about we go check out other places? And as expected, the prince came up with an idea. The three of us are evenly matched. If we engage in a bloody battle with each other, I'm afraid it will be convenient for others. How about we join forces to clear this place first? And as the other two wished, they immediately agreed without thinking. And so the three of them began to make their moves and rush towards the people around them. The surrounding people also began to flee from here. Run. Who was it that just spoke with such a stinky mouth? But it turned out to be spot on. Unwilling, the treasure is right in front of their eyes, but they can only give up. But unexpectedly, the direction the three were aiming for was actually the Golden Toad Pearl, HMPH. Knew you guys were equally untrustworthy. Let's see whose speed is faster. I've watched the show enough. It's my turn to be the main character. Whose speed is faster? Of course it's me. I'm the fastest. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu's figure shot straight into the sky. Not good. Attack together. We can't let him get past, the young mountain lord hurriedly warned. And so the three of them joined forces to deal with Ye Yu first, but unexpectedly what was hit was just an illusion. Ye Yu had already anticipated this. Want to block my path? You guys are still far from qualified. That's not all. He even used the three of them as stepping stones on the way in. Is that even allowed? Ye Yu is awesome. In the end, Ye Yu took all the spoils. If I had known, I would have rushed up just now. Don't be jealous. If you don't have the same strength as him, you'll only end up dead. With the obstacle gone, the Golden Toad Orb is right in front of us, but first, we have to cross this bridge. Oh my god, it's so high and we can't even fly? If we get attacked while walking and fall down, we're done for. Why not take care of those three first? Before Ye Yu could even make a move, they already had murder in their hearts. Stop with the mind games. If we don't kill Ye Yu, we can forget about getting the Golden Toad Orb. Let's work together to block his escape route and not give him a chance to rest. The Immortal Prince, the Qinghong Holy Maiden, and the young Mountain Lord of Undying Mountain. Three prodigies joining forces just for one. Ye Yu, this is truly a rare sight. These three are already at the peak of the celestial human realm. Ye Yu is probably in more danger than he knows. It's not certain that Ye Yu will dare to challenge them. Those three definitely still have some trump cards up their sleeves. Ye Yu seems very confident. Sorry, I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but all three of you are trash to me. Ye Yu is feeling himself. After absorbing the Divine Origin pill, not only has his realm improved, but the spiritual power throughout his body has been refined into Divine Origin. His power has almost increased exponentially. Seeing themselves being looked down upon, the three of them are boiling with rage, determined to fight to the death, and once again join forces to attack Ye Yu. However, the young man shows no fear. I'll let you taste the ultimate technique of the ancient emperor, the 10,000, 8,000 swords. And, as expected, the three of them were defeated by this one move. What heirs of the immortal ancient sect? They're all just rags in front of me. Heavens. The Immortal Prince, the Qinghong Holy Maiden, and the young Mountain Lord of Undying Mountain teamed up and still couldn't withstand a single move from Ye Yu. He hasn't been in the ruins for long, but his strength has increased so quickly. Could he be the legendary son of destiny? Their weapons and minds are linked. When broken, it means they are seriously injured. It seems the Golden Toad Orb already has an owner. Just then, the two Ning sisters arrive, looking quite unhappy. That bastard Ye Yu, we told us to wait and he ran here to watch the show. Being new, she doesn't know what's going on. Ning Yan is quite surprised by the scene before her. Why are those three kneeling before Ye Yu? Am I seeing things? Those three have incredibly high statuses, yet they were all defeated by Ye Yu. And he only just broke through to the celestial human realm. If Ye Yu can survive and leave this place, he will definitely become famous throughout the world and become the #1 powerhouse of the younger generation. It seems we need to rethink our relationship with him. Back to Ye Yu. After searching for a while, he loots quite a bit. Should I take the Golden Toad Orb first, or kick the group outside into the main hall first? While he was wondering what to do, another person suddenly appeared. This person is none other than Su Minfeng, and the murderous aura emanating from him is extremely violent. Isn't that Su Minfeng? He's the strongest person leading the team in this trip to the secret realm for the True Word sect. I heard his cultivation has reached the Dao Seed realm. How could he have self-severed his cultivation to come here? Although he has fallen to the celestial human realm, with the supreme Daoyo comprehension of the Dao Seed realm, Ye Yu is definitely not his opponent. Seeing this, the Prince of the Immortal Dynasty is very happy. Ye Yu, you brought this upon yourself. You're definitely dead this time. Heavenly karma, this is your retribution. Unlike the young Mountain Lord's expression, the Qinghong Holy Maiden is a little worried. Don't be happy too soon. After Su Minfeng deals with Ye Yu, he might turn on us. We need to quickly contact the outside world for reinforcements. Ningjing also wanted to help, but was stopped by Ning Yan. Let's observe the situation first. If Ye Yu can't hold on, then the two of us will make our move. However, Yu is not worried at all, but claps his hands happily. I didn't expect that not only did I clear out the true word sex disciples this time, but I also forced a powerhouse with the Tao Seed realm to self-sever his cultivation. This is a bit much. Hearing this, the old man angrily pushes his spiritual power to the highest level. No one who challenges the true word sect can safely retreat. Because of you, I destroyed my Dabio seed. Today I will use your blood to pay tribute to all. We are both in the celestial human realm now. Who gave you the courage to think you can fight me? Su Minfeng also pats his chest and affirms, of course, it's based on my cultivation that I have accumulated over hundreds of years. Demonic shadow over the heavens, come forth. This commotion startled everyone nearby. Whoa, that's some serious power. This heavenly grade combat skill is definitely beyond the strength of the celestial human realm. Fall back, quick. That move's got some serious juice. Just then, the Ning sisters appeared in front of Yu to intercept the blow. Yu, get out of here. We'll hold him off for a bit. You've saved us a bunch of times, so consider this payback. The prince on the sidelines couldn't resist a jab. Those Ning sisters, aren't you two supposed to be top-tier prodigies? Yu may not be weak, but he's a shameless dude, not a good guy. The young mountain master chimed in. Someone like him isn't worth risking your lives for, especially since he's got beef with the True Flame sect. And of course, the holy maiden Qing Hong couldn't be left out. I'm seriously shaking with rage. The Ning sisters retorted, flustered. What the heck are you guys talking about? We're not overthinking it like you guys. As expected, when women are in love, they lose their minds. The Ning sisters are hopeless. Su Minfeng added his 2 cents. Who would have thought you could make women so infatuated, Yu? Too bad it's all for nothing. Anyone who follows you is going to end up dead. Grateful for their goodwill, Yu responded. Thanks, but I'm not used to letting women fight my battles. Did I hear that right? Yu's going to face Su Minfeng alone? That dude's way too cocky. Even though Su Minfeng's only in the celestial human realm right now, he's still way stronger than the average Joe. This is basically suicide. Su Minfeng didn't hold back, unleashing a deadly move. You asked for it, Yu. Instantly, spiritual energy from his palm transformed into a massive dragon, aiming straight at Yu, and turning into a violent storm that swept through the area, affecting everyone nearby. HMPH, so what if you're talented? You're still just a one-hit wonder against me. If I absorb the spiritual energy accumulated over thousands of years, I can not only restore myself to the Dio Seed realm, but maybe even take it a step further. The 3 princes could only watch and wait for reinforcements from the outside. Once Yu's dead, there's no one here who can stop him. But wait. Yu didn't even flinch after that last attack? Is this the power of someone who's surpassed the celestial human realm? No biggie. Su Minfeng was startled. Turns out, the barrier created by the Azure Sea Bright Moon Pearl saved all 3 of them from that attack. There's no way that's possible. How are you not affected? No one in the celestial human realm could withstand my attack. Nothing's impossible. A defensive barrier formed by the Azure Sea Bright Moon Pearl can block your strongest attack. You're just a celestial human realm cultivator, thinking you can kill me by lowering your cultivation level. You're digging your own grave. The princes didn't expect Yu to have such a high-grade spiritual artifact. The power gap between them is just too wide. The tables have turned, and now Yu's in control here. Su Minfeng, you ready to meet your maker? Seeing the situation, he did the only thing he could, run for his life, using every ounce of speed he could muster. You want to kill me? Keep dreaming. But as soon as he said that, his throat was slit with a clean cut. The one who did it was none other than our man Yu. Su Minfeng was shocked, clutching his wound with a stunned look. Even as he fell, he still couldn't understand why. Su Minfeng's really dead. That powerhouse who could dominate a region just died like that at the hands of Yu, who only just reached the celestial human realm. Finally, there's no one left here who can stand against Yu. Facing the remaining group, Yu decisively plunged his spiritual energy sword into the ground, warning, anyone who crosses this sword dies. A few guys nearby, seeing the treasure being taken away, started talking smack. Are we just gonna sit here and watch Yu take the golden toad pearl? Son of a bitch, if you've got the guts, go for it. Su Minfeng's already dead? You think he's gonna give you his head or something? The Ning sisters looked at them with disdain. So much for the top disciples from the East Victory Divine Continent, scared stiff by a single sentence from Yu. So much for the supreme youths. After this trip into the mystic realm, Yu's name will echo throughout the continent. Yu was also looking forward to it, as this treasure finally fell into his hands. But the moment his hand touched it, a huge commotion erupted. The ground beneath the golden toad gradually cracked and created shockwaves that swept outwards, the dust and smoke blinding everyone. After things calmed down, all that was left was a massive crater. What the heck? Yu just touched the golden toad pearl and wrecked the entire golden toad layout. What to do now? There's no passage? And this pit is a no-fly zone? How are we supposed to escape? Yu probably got caught in it too and fell into the abyss. This time it's definitely a 1 in 10 chance of survival. What a pity for a once-in-a-generation young prodigy. The Ning sisters also found it hard to believe the scene before them. At the same time, Yu was still in freefall. In such a dire situation, Yu still had a plan. He took out the scroll with the painting of that woman, And as expected, she appeared in time and saved Yeyu's life, just before he completely hit the ground.
In his excitement, the young man casually groped the soft thing in front of him. This rude action was immediately questioned by the girl.
The young man hurriedly explained, "It was just an accident. I didn't do it on purpose." But she didn't believe him. She had to punish this pervert. With no way to deny it, Yeyu had to apologize. "Pretty lady, it was my fault. Can you take me up?
If I don't go up, you won't be able to see the old senior again." As soon as he finished speaking, the painting showed movement, making the young man think he had successfully persuaded her, but no, she didn't even bother to look at him.
"I can't believe she's pulling this move. Turning her back means she doesn't want to see me. I can't go up or down. Am I going to be trapped here until I die?"
What's this? Wouldn't this be the biggest joke in Dongsheng Shenzhou? Just then, an unexpected situation appeared. A light was constantly falling down here, making Yeyu curious. It carried runes that flew everywhere, making the young man work hard to avoid them. This is the spiritual essence of the Jinchan Pearl, stored for thousands of years. And these runes seem to carry the secret of occupation. If only I could absorb a little bit. When he didn't know what to do, his master Cao Feiyu's talisman suddenly flew out and absorbed all the spiritual essence of the runes, then transferred it directly into Yeyu's body. It was definitely the Iron Hand's secret technique. This commotion also spread upwards, making the crowd curious. What exactly is that vortex below? Could it be that Yeyu isn't dead? Just then, a voice from behind told them, "Get out of the way." Who else could be so arrogant other than that trio? The immortal prince shouted. "This time, not only do we have reinforcements, but we've also brought secret treasures to bypass the restricted area.
The Jinchan Pearl is definitely mine. Everyone has a few secret treasures in their house. Our Qinghong Holy Land won't give up this Jinchan Pearl," the holy maiden continued. The young mountain master also declared loudly, "Stop pretending." They're getting arrogant. As soon as Yeyu dies, I just hope Yeyu can come back to life and slap these bastards in the face. Before long, each of them took out their treasures, crossed the boundary on the heavenly ladder, and simultaneously rushed towards the Jinchan Pearl, trying to snatch it. But unexpectedly, the hand that touched it first wasn't theirs. It turned out that Yeyu had appeared in time to seize it. "Did you take my words as a passing breeze? Anyone who crosses the boundary without permission means death." What? Yeyu isn't dead? The crowd was horrified when they saw him. He's really still alive, and it seems he's had a lucky encounter. His cultivation has risen to the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly human realm. If I had known, I would have jumped into that cave. His words were immediately refuted by a girl. "Don't even dream about it, unless you're the main character. Jumping down there will only leave you as a skeleton." The Ning sisters were also overjoyed. "I knew you weren't dead, Yeyu. What exactly did you experience down there?"
Yeyu originally wanted to reveal it, but let's talk about it later. I have to deal with these 3 treacherous guys first.
"Immortal Prince, Qinghong Holy Maiden, Young Mountain Master of Undying Mountain, I just left for a bit, and you're already acting up. Looks like I have to wake you up." The crowd was frightened and ran back to the elder in a hurry.
"Yeyu, don't be arrogant. My reinforcements are coming soon." "That's right. Hand over the Jinchan Pearl, or today will be your day of death."
"We have 3,000 experts like Su Minfeng here. You can't possibly be our match. Surrender now." Yeyu was speechless. Is this using an imposing tone, saying the legendary cruel words? An old man among them warned sternly, "Hand over the Jinchan Pearl before it's too late." But does Yeyu look scared? A bunch of trash daring to bark at me like dogs? Get lost, all of you. Yeyu unleashed a powerful punch. He wants to challenge all of us by himself.
He's looking down on us too much.
"Everyone, let's go. First, we need to join forces and kill this brat. The Golden Toad Pearl can wait." The two forces clashed, creating an enormous spiritual energy explosion, but surprisingly, it was they who were sent flying. This power seems to have already surpassed the heavenly human realm. "So, anyone else still want to snatch the Golden Toad Pearl from me?"
Yeyu proactively provoked them. The pissed-off immortal prince pointed a finger at Yeyu.
"Even if you're invincible here, you'll have to come out sooner or later. The True Evolution sect won't let you off the hook. Why don't you bring the Golden Toad Pearl and come to my immortal Imperial Dynasty? I guarantee I'll help you deal with them." Wouldn't that be a win-win for both of us?
Sounds great, but deep down, he was thinking something else. Once he tricked Yeyu into coming to the immortal Imperial Dynasty, going back on his word wouldn't be an issue at all.
Hearing that, Yeyu also thought it was a great idea. Seeing this, the other two also offered similar conditions, hoping to lure Yeyu to their side. However, Yeyu wasn't finished speaking. "I don't have a habit of entrusting my life to others, so I've come up with an even better way." As he spoke, Yeyu tightened the rope in his hand, startling all 3 of them. "Wait a minute, what are you taking that out for?"
"Don't you dare come over here." "No need to wonder, you'll find out soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Yeyu lunged forward, and the 3 of them started screaming and groaning. No one knew what he was doing.
After a while he was done. "With so many saint sons of great sects acting as my human shields, let's see who still dares to touch me." Why would Yeyu take successors from such powerful forces as hostages? Is he insane?
Unlike Ning Jing, Ning Yan didn't think so. Yeyu isn't crazy at all. Given his current situation, if he wants to escape the pursuit of the True Evolution sect and other major forces after leaving this place, this is the method with the highest chance of success.
The young man turned to them, suggesting they leave together, but was immediately rejected. Just moments ago, those two were willing to die for me, and now they're ditching me so heartlessly. Women, truly a fickle creature, changing faster than the wind. Don't you all agree?
Seeing that self-absorbed guy standing there alone annoyed all three of them, and they had to explain on behalf of this shameless fella. They're scared you'll drag them down.
Alright, let's go too. Once we're out of this mystic realm, we'll find a tall mountain to say our goodbyes. The whole group was dragged along, constantly weeping and begging for their lives. Are these even successors of the Orthodox Immortal Davo anymore?
They really look more like slaves being sold on the black market. Ye-Yun is undeniably strong, but who knows if those major forces will actually listen to him.
The scene shifts to the outside, where the teleportation array finally showed some activity. Aha, Ye-Yu must be dead. It looks like this golden toad pearl will now belong to my undying imperial dynasty. Is that so? But I believe the Azure Rainbow Holy Land will be the ultimate winner. HMPH Undying Mountain can only win, never lose. Those standing nearby were also gossiping. Elder Su was actually killed by Ye-Yu. That's really hard to believe. Not just a bunch of disciples, but even an elder was killed by Ye-Yu. How are we going to explain this when we go back this time?
We truly underestimated Ye-Yu too much.
How could he have died so easily? Back on this side, someone's figure gradually appeared. Ye-Yu raised his hand in a friendly wave. Everyone, we meet again. Aren't you happy? Surprised? Ye-Yu? If you were dead, fine. But you're not dead, and you still dare to show up in front of us? True Evolution Sect, heed my command. Immediately capture him, dead or alive. So you want to kill me, huh? Unless you want them to be buried with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye-Yu yanked the rope, pulling all of them out for everyone present to witness.
Not only was Ye-Yu not dead, but he had captured all the successors of the three great Orthodox Immortal Daos.
How could he? Is he using hostages to resist the True Evolution Sect? That's truly incredibly daring. One person suppressing everyone. If he's allowed to mature, wouldn't he become a supreme overlord of his generation? Witnessing their own people being captured, the three of them immediately became displeased. Don't be so tense. We're all good friends, aren't we?
They were afraid the True Evolution Sect would hunt me down, so they willingly sacrificed themselves to protect me.
With successors who understand such great righteousness, you all should be feeling happy, shouldn't you? I'm telling you, I sound so convincing, it's unbelievable. Never in my life have I met someone as shameless as this guy. An elder from the Zenyan sect even yelled, "They're not my people!"
Ye-Yun, you think I care about their lives? Ye-Yun, of course, had already anticipated this situation, so he still had a way to deal with it. Spiritual energy rapidly gathered at his fingertips and was released. The shameless finger technique immediately grazed the necks of each person, causing a small splatter of blood.
The higher-ups of all three factions panicked upon seeing this. Stop! As long as you release them, we'll help you stop the Zenyan sect. Everything is still negotiable. Ye-Yu, you're truly a shameless scoundrel? You think you can escape like this? The Zenyan sect will definitely not let you off. Ye-Yu didn't care at all. I have to go now. If you're so capable, come and kill me. With so many prodigies buried with me, it's still worth it. Once I find a safe place, I'll bid farewell to these good friends. With no other choice, the three higher-ups took the initiative to delay the Zenyan sect. Everyone, we don't want to be enemies with you, but to ensure the safety of our sect's successors, we hope you won't act rashly. After all, our three houses are also the three great immortal Orthodox sects. We hope you will think twice. After the people are released, it won't be too late to kill him. The others watched and commented. To kill so many people from the Zenyan sect and still be able to leave safely, I've only seen Ye-Yu do that. Not only that, he's the only one who has ever dared to kidnap a holy son to threaten the immortal Orthodox sect.
This Ye-Yu won't be arrogant for much longer. He has offended so many forces. Unless a major sect stands up to protect him, he's definitely gonna die.
The elder of the Zenyan sect had no choice but to agree. Quickly send a message back to the sect. Tell them to use the heavenly secret grand formation to calculate Ye-Yu's location. Absolutely do not let him escape. The forces of our Eastern Victory Divine Continent will not let you take the Golden Toad Orb wherever you go. No matter what, you must die. After an unknown amount of time, Ye-Yu appeared deep inside a forest. Let's stop here. I've run thousands of miles, and there's no one's aura around.
It should be safe now. Songjun Tianli, it's finally time to say goodbye. Thank you for escorting me for the rest of the journey. Let's part ways here.
Ye-Yu, don't think you've escaped. The various sects won't let go of the Golden Toad Orb in your hands. Thank you for the reminder, so I've decided to give you a farewell gift. The Immortal Prince's face changed upon hearing this. Wait, you, what exactly do you want to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group was kicked away by Ye-Yu, HMPH, a bunch of trash. I also want to see who dares to snatch my stuff. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both.
Before he could finish speaking, there was movement nearby. A teleportation formation appeared here, and two elders from the Zenyan sect slowly stepped out and sternly proclaimed, We've finally found you, Yeyu.
Let's see where you run this time. 2 Daoseed Realm experts? I was just saying it casually, but you actually came.
Before Yeyu could do anything, the two old men sealed off the area, supreme embodiment, painting the world.
Alright, it's not like I've never killed Daoseed Realm powerhouses. Today I'll make sure the two of you come but don't return. Just as he was about to rush into battle, a voice came from the side. Little junior brother, long time no see. Your bragging skills have improved again, huh? This surprised the two old men immensely. They didn't think that someone would recognize the somewhat familiar voice here.
Yeyu also vaguely recognized something, and as expected, the person who came was senior brother, Jihi Bu Ban.
Another person from the Zenyan sect. How annoying, disturbing my meal again, Zihi Bu Ban. You were lucky enough to escape last time, yet you dare to appear before me again. You guys are no better than Mo Wusheng, who gave you the guts to challenge me. Seeing second senior brother's tone, Yeyu gently reminded, Are you sure about this? They're all Daoseed Realm powerhouses. Be careful not to get beaten senseless. If you don't think you can handle it, you should still run.
Chi Bupan put his hand on Yeyu's shoulder and said confidently, Don't worry, I'm invincible in the Daoseed realm now.
Big talk. Take this. The two old guys also started making their moves. How dare you bother me and my junior brother talking? You want to die. Holding a bone in his hand, Chi Bupan slammed it hard on the ground, knocking the two old guys unconscious, without any chance to resist.
The current Chi Bupan is different. He's not as easy to bully as he used to be. Yeyu himself was also very surprised. The heck, is this for real? Second senior brother is usually so kind and gentle, but he's actually this strong. In his dying moments, the elder managed to utter a few last words. Dare to kill me, you won't live much longer either.
All the powers know that the golden toad orb is in Yeyu's hands. There's nowhere you can run. Originally I wanted to let him die peacefully, but he talked too much, so Yeyu finished him off too. A palm strike turned both of their bodies into ashes. Chi Bupan was a little surprised to hear this.
To get the golden toad orb in the primordial sacred ground secret realm,
then you must have also obtained the plundering secret technique. I didn't expect you to have such high moral character. If you don't know how to talk, just shut up, old man. And that hottie, senior brother, how are they?
Yeyu asked.
They're fine, but they keep telling you to carefully study that torn piece of paper. Don't waste the resources.
Speaking of which, Yeyu immediately took it out to take a look. Second senior brother, look, this paper has absorbed a large amount of essence and spiritual energy in the realm and turned into this. What's going on?
Oh, not bad. It's recovering a bit of the rivers and mountains state diagram. Promising. Hearing this name, Yeyu curiously asked, Is this a treasure of heaven and earth?
It was damaged for some reason, unfortunately. This is one part of 4. It is said that the complete rivers and mountains state diagram can surpass the galaxy and can evolve the Earth's imagery, and 10,000 Daos. Surpass the galaxy, that's OP. Doesn't that mean I can borrow its power to return to Earth and reunite with my parents?
Chi Bupan then said. If the Kinya, rivers and mountains state diagram, were so easy to restore, it wouldn't have fallen into the old guy's hands. Now your realm is still low, so focus on cultivation. Moreover, I heard that you just killed a large number of disciples of the Zenyan sect. They won't let it go easily. What are your plans for the future? Hearing this made Yeyu ponder for a while. Just as he was about to answer, a great commotion appeared nearby. A beam of light descended straight down from the sky, illuminating the entire area, a scene that surprised both of them.
Chi Bupan recognized something. This trip seems to be running into big trouble. Immediately, a powerful army appeared in sight.
Yeyu, you're too easy for this emperor to find. This person is the undying human emperor.
Could this person be? Before Yeyu could guess, Chi Bupan helped him out. That's right, he is the undying human emperor, the emperor of the undying dynasty, one of the people standing at the highest peak of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent.
That's not all. Another figure riding a rock arrived. Human emperor, you came quickly.
This person is the patriarch of the undying race, the young man asked in a daze. Senior brother, who is this? The patriarch of the undying race and the undying mountain. This person is on the same level as the undying human emperor.
Before the two could calm down, more people came from afar. Human emperor, patriarch, I didn't expect everyone to be here already. This person is the leader of the Zenyan sect. As soon as he saw the person, Yeyu became excited. I know this guy. He must be the leader of the Zenyan sect. Excited my ass? Your grandpa is here. This time we probably won't be able to keep our little lives.
However, that's not all. Disciples from other sects also surrounded the place, making Chi Bupan unable to believe his eyes. Limitless Sword Saint, Refining God Family Head, Pure Rainbow Fairy, Thunder Law King. Oh well, there's no need to struggle for nothing.
I'm only at the celestial human realm. Why mobilize so many big shots?
Seeing this guy pretending to be stupid, Chi Bupan could only wail. Who told you to have the golden toad orb?
On this side, the leader of the Zenyan sect spoke first. Everyone, these two have a feud with my Zenyan sect. I want to take them back for punishment. Surely you will give my sect leader some face, right?
The undying human emperor heard this, and immediately replied.
As long as you hand over the golden toad orb, these two are yours. What do you think? Renhuang is dreaming too much. I want the golden toad orb. And those two, so you think Lao wants to go wild? Immortal Ren Huang isn't one to back down either? Well, I'm not giving in either. The pressure from both of them was released powerfully, shaking the entire region. What the heck are you treating me like merchandise to fight over? Immortal Ren Huang, true meaning sect leader, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll stomp you guys under my feet. The Undying clan leader also took the opportunity to suggest, if we fight each other, it will greatly affect the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Why not let him choose who he wants to give the Golden Toad Orb to? He's just an ant. Undying clan leader doesn't need to pay attention to his opinion, just kill him directly, just have a fight to settle things, and then snatch the Golden Toad Orb. Limitless Sword Saint judged. The true meaning sect leader also agreed. Exactly, I was originally planning to take him back to the sect, to torture him slowly, but to reduce the trouble, I should just take action myself to send him on his way. As soon as he finished speaking, he also threw a palm strike. The hand seal was so big that there was no way to escape in time. Seeing the danger ahead, Jihibi Uban hurriedly urged Yeyu, run away quickly, but Yeyu simply refused. Even if he died, he would die gloriously. Just at this moment, a familiar figure appeared and landed here. The person who came was none other than Shui Yan. Let's see who dares to touch him. With just one matchless finger technique, he easily broke this palm. As soon as they saw the person, the group immediately recognized. Yaoqi Fairy Queen. Why is she here? She has never failed since her debut, and is respected as the genius closest to the ancient emperor. Why is she here? Could it be that the Yaoqi Fairy Queen is also here for the Golden Toad Orb? That's not right. If it was for that, why would she save Yeyu? It seems there is some kind of relationship between them that no one knows. Zihi B. Yuban was also very surprised. Yaoqi Fairy Queen, why are you helping my junior brother? When did they get to know each other? Sorry, I'm late. I was in closed-door cultivation a few days ago, so I didn't make it in time. Before she could finish speaking, Shuyan was hugged tightly by Yeyu. Although a little surprised, Shuyan did not push away. Is this a dream? What's happening? Holy crap, the Yaoqi Fairy Queen has never been close to any man before, but now she's hugging Yeyu. Could it be that I've been hit by an illusion technique? Is that really her? I didn't expect Yeyu to have the ability to be a gigolo. Putting aside this joy, Shuyan also said, if there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get home. Let's go home now. However, before they could leave, someone stood up to stop them. Yaoqi Fairy Queen, you just arrived, and want to take people away? I'm afraid that's not very appropriate. A rookie swordsman also deserves to talk to me. Zhu Yan didn't even bother to look at him, and quickly passed by, still leading him with a powerful palm force. Facing it, Limitless Sword Saint could only deal with it with all his strength. However, it was useless, and the green sword in his hand was broken because of this. It was my recklessness. I hope the Yaoqi Fairy Queen will forgive me. One palm broke the Limitless Sword Saint, causing others to take the initiative to retreat. It seems that the Yaoqi Fairy Queen's cultivation has improved again. She is still as overbearing as ever. Only the true meaning sect leader, Immortal Ren Huang, and Undying clan leader are qualified to speak. As for us, we should still stand and watch, otherwise the outcome will be no different from the Limitless Sword Saint. On this side, the true meaning sect leader also spoke up. Yaoqi Fairy Queen, I admit you are very strong, but there are not all weak people here. You just arrived and want to take people away. Where do we put our faces? I'm here to take my younger brother away. Do I need to give you face? You guys seem to have very big faces, huh? Shuiyan said. What the? Since when did Yeyu have such a beautiful big sister? Zihi Bu Ban, Want One Two, Yaoqi Fairy Queen, are you just finding a reason to shut everyone up? That's too much of a downplay to us, Ren Huang the Immortal said. You don't believe me? Then I'll prove it to you. Saying this, Shu Yan signaled Yeyu to use the matchless finger technique to show them. Having waited for this for a long time, Yeyu also directly used it, causing the mounts of the true meaning sect leader to roar loudly in pain. What the heck? Why am I so unlucky? So many snakes hit us. Seeing this, the sect leader also became very angry. Yeyu, you are so bold, you dare to hit my mount. LMAO. I like seeing you look at me uncomfortably, but you're too weak to do anything. Shui Yan also came forward to help. Even if my younger brother kills your mount, what can you do? Yeyu, don't be arrogant too early. The Yaoqi Fairy Queen can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. Shui Yan is warning you right now. If you dare to touch Yeyu, I'll kill every single member of the true teachings of Yan I see, until they don't even dare to step out of their sect. I'm so pissed, the old geezer also growled, that Yaoqi Queen mother. At the same time, he struck a palm straight at the snake's head and yelled, useless thing! You get beaten and don't know how to fight back. They're bullying us too much, you don't know what to do, so you just vent your anger. The people nearby were also shocked. The Peerless Finger is the Yaoqi Queen Mother's unique secret technique. I didn't expect Yeyu to know it. It seems the two of them really are siblings. With the Yaoqi Queen Mother backing him, this is going to be difficult. So what if it's the Yaoqi Queen Mother? We have so many powerhouses here today. If we just watch Yeyu take the Golden Toad Orb, wouldn't we become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Victorious Divine Continent? The human sovereign Undying on this side also took the initiative to propose, you can take Yeyu away, but the Golden Toad Orb must be left behind. That's right, this Golden Toad Orb is something I must have. It must be left behind.
The crowd echoed in agreement, shouting non-stop. At this point, Shueyan also told Ye to quickly take it out. Ye listened and did as he was told. The golden toad orb emitted a dazzling light as soon as it appeared. Is this the golden toad orb? It is said that it contains records of the Primal Chaos Holy Church's secret technique of plunder. If I could get it, that would be great. Holding it in her hand, Shu Yan suddenly realized something. There was something very special hidden inside. Seeing her expression, Ye curiously asked, thinking there was something wrong with the golden toad orb. Zhu Yan immediately confirmed that there was something. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised it high. Since you all want the golden toad orb so badly, then I'll grant your wish. Realizing something was wrong, the human sovereign Undying shouted to stop her. Even the true teachings of Yan Master and the Undying clan chief tried their best to stop her. Yaoqi Queen Mother, have you gone mad? To actually dare to crush the golden toad orb. However, it was too late. The golden toad orb had already turned into small pieces. And at Shueyan's will, each piece flew in a different direction. Seeing such a good thing fly away like that, the three old men couldn't help but chase after it. And the people nearby also started to riot because of it. Ye, I crushed the golden toad orb. Are you mad at me? After all, this is a treasure that you spent a lot of effort to get back. To this question, Ye looked very calm. How could I be? In my eyes, Shu Yanji is a priceless treasure. These words made her blush shyly. It's been a while since we've met, but your sweet talk is as smooth as ever. Taking this opportunity, the young man also took the initiative to hold the beauty's hand and confessed, I have traveled through countless mountains and rivers, but I still can't step into your heart. With one step, the rest of my life, the storm is you, the peace is you, the gentleness in my heart is you, and my eyes will always be on you. Chi Bupan accidentally ate dog food and could only laugh foolishly. Damn it! Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe that their relationship is just siblings. Putting this matter aside, Shu Yan also returned to the main issue. Just now I saw, there really wasn't a stolen secret technique inside the golden toad orb, but something else. Although he was a little regretful, Ye thought about it and let it go. And Shueyanji, what exactly is inside? Zhu Yan didn't dare to hide it and revealed, it's the supreme treasure One God Origin. Before she could finish speaking, she saw this guy running at full speed, trying to chase after those bastards. Stop right there. But she was quickly grabbed by Shu Yan, who finished the rest of what she wanted to say. The golden toad orb is not the divine origin, it is only a tool to transmit information about the location of the divine origin, and it can also be seen as a key to open that place. What? Just a key, so that's why you broke the golden toad orb, so they'd rush there first, and then we just go after them to make a profit, right? Oh la la, your brain is quick? That's right, you're my little brother. The two smiles couldn't hide their greed, and they didn't care about Chi Bupan standing nearby. In front of this sibling pair, I'm as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Cut to a later time, in the Jiao pool, Ye and Shueyan had just landed here successfully. Before anything else, someone came to greet them. Greetings, master. Ye looked, and almost had a nosebleed. Shueyanji, the people here are so beautiful. If second senior brother didn't come with me, he would have missed out big time. This kid, are you saying the scenery is beautiful? Where are your eyes looking? Let me remind you. Outsiders are not allowed in this place. If you don't want to be kicked out, be good. Shueyan reminded him. Why should I be afraid? This is your territory. I'll keep my eyes open and see who dares to kick me out. As soon as Ye finished speaking, he heard a voice nearby. Shueyan, you dare to come back and see me. What did I tell you last time? This old woman speaking is Shueyan's master. The girl next to her is Jihi Tong. You're only allowed to come back when you find a boyfriend. You keep ignoring me. Where did this young man come from? Ye awkwardly greeted the old lady. You're Shueyan's boyfriend, right? Where are you from? What's your family background? Do you have any siblings? How much of a bride price can you offer? How many wives do you have already? Just so you know, my Shueyan will only be the main wife. Ye was a bit unused to her bluntness. Alright, never mind. You don't need to answer. I think your conditions are not bad. So, when are you planning the wedding with Shueyan? This kid's got the right stuff for making sons. His age is good. And he's not bald yet. I think he's pretty good. You two hurry up and get married. Give me a chubby grandkid already. Shueyan rushed forward to explain. Master, he's not my man. His name is Ye. He once helped me in Mo Fen, and I've accepted him as my sworn brother. Her expression darkened slightly at that. Oh, so he's not your boyfriend? Ye scratched his head, confirming. Not for now, but who knows what the future holds. Suddenly her eyes turned terrifying again. Not your boyfriend? And he dares to show his face here. Jitong, kill this brat for me, now. Standing nearby, Jitong received the order and complied, channeling her spiritual energy as she lunged, sending a kick straight towards Ye. What the FCK? What's going on? Why did that old hag flip so fast? Can I even block this? What followed was a huge commotion. Shueyan, the guy you brought back, is so weak. Even though Jihi Tong is only one realm higher than him, her power completely overwhelms him. This brat can't even block a single move. How can someone like this be worthy of being your sworn brother? She scoffed. Standing next to her, Shueyan added. Master, you're mistaken this time. Ye Yu's true strength isn't as simple as it seems. And indeed, that was the case. Once the dust settled, Ji Tong was seen easily subdued by Ye Yu. Lil, sis, you jump to action so quickly, not cool at all. Do you guys always treat guests so aggressively? Oh, so I can be impolite, huh? This made the old lady very surprised. How is this possible? This brat is clearly one realm lower than Ji Tong, and even lost the initiative, so how did he turn defeat into victory? The nearby sisters also started chattering, OMG, Ji Tong got caught by that brat. It's been ages since I've seen a guy with such talent. As expected of Grand Sovereign, this sworn brother is truly amazing. Shui Yan further added, Master, Ye Yu once killed a Dao Seed realm expert from the Zhen Yan sect in the ruins of the Primal Saint sect. Although that expert had lowered his realm, it still proves his strength. If Ji Tong hadn't used her divine abilities, it wouldn't have been too difficult for Ye Yu to win against her. How's that, big sis? Shui Yan, I didn't make you lose face, right? Shui Yan also affirmed that she always had absolute faith in Ye Yu's strength. On her side, Ji Tong apologetically said, Granny, I underestimated him. Fine, I'm not dealing with you anymore. You youngsters handle your own affairs. Having said that, she also urged Ji Tong, hurry up and get inside, Ye Yu, let's go, I'll find you a place to stay. Shu Yan said. Ye Yu then said, hold on a moment, big sis Shu Yan. During the days we were apart, I always thought of you, especially your last words. Let me remind you, Shu Yan had said. When we meet again, I agree we'll pull an all-nighter to talk about ideals and life. Of course, Shu Yan remembered that too. She flushed involuntarily and quickly explained, what kind of nonsense are you thinking? I only said that to encourage your cultivation. And of course, Ye Yu didn't agree. I don't care. You're the illustrious Jiaozi Immortal Empress. How can you go back on your word? Ever since that night we shared a boat, I've had insomnia every night. Look how much weight I've lost. If you don't agree with me today, I'm not going anywhere. This scene made the disciples buzz with chatter. The Grand Sovereign's sworn brother is really bold. I've never seen anyone act so spoiled with the Grand Sovereign before. Is he really the Grand Sovereign's sworn brother? Why does he seem more like her lover? Zhu Yan was exasperated. You really are a scoundrel. Fine. What is it you want to talk about all night long? The young man excitedly replied. Like researching the ancient texts of Xi Jinping Mei, the practical and theoretical aspects of dual cultivation techniques, and the maintenance and management of a woman's body. Deal. I'll wait for you by the lake tonight, Shu Yan agreed. Ahaha, I'm gonna go take a shower and scrub myself clean now. Gotta make tonight a banger. But contrary to expectations, Shu Yan showed up a little later with a pile of books. What the heck? What's all this, Ye Yu wondered. Didn't you want to research classic texts and theories? Right when you're about to break through to the celestial human realm, I've brought all the Zheng Shu from Jie Qi related to the divine power realm. Tonight, we're talking all night long. The young man hugged the pile of books and wailed, this isn't the scenario I was hoping for at all. Shu Yan reprimanded him, annoyed. Stop thinking about nonsense all day. Today, although I took you to shock those people, according to the rules of the cultivation world, you have to face the challenges from those young guys on your own. So right now, your most important thing is to condense your own divine power and break through to the divine power realm to increase your strength. So what exactly is the divine power realm? Ye Yu asked curiously. The divine power realm is about seeing how strong the divine power you condense is. The stronger you temper your divine power, the more your strength will increase. The specific details are recorded in the books and explained in more detail, so just read them and you'll understand. If you have any questions, just ask me. Ye Yu quickly fell into a state of helplessness and acknowledged that he understood. Shu Yan also sat down and added, when you condense your divine power, I'll agree to talk all night long with you in a different way. Don't even think about seducing me. When you say, different way, does that mean it'll turn from reading books to fighting? I don't want that. Shu Yan said, no. When I say different way, I mean hugging you all night long, sleeping together all night. As soon as she said that, the young man immediately perked up. That's the hype. I'm saying I'm motivated now. Ye Yu immediately sat up straight in Shui Yan's disgusted gaze. Shui Yanji, don't worry, isn't it just condensing divine power? I will definitely do it, Shu Yan cheered him on from the side, thinking to herself, condensing divine power isn't as simple as that. Even for me, it initially took 3 months. The next day, Shui Yan went to have a meal with her Shifu, Jitong. I heard that little rascal hasn't slept for a day and night, right? Yes, ever since Venerable Master gave him the texts, he's been staring at them, seemingly planning to condense his divine power in one go. HMPH? Doesn't know his own limits. If divine power were so easy to condense, it wouldn't be called divine power. You should know that many people from great powerful legacies are stuck at this step. Where does he get his confidence from? Girl, you're overestimating him. As soon as she finished speaking, a big commotion appeared outside, the sky turned dark, and lightning flashed non-stop. The three of them looked, and immediately recognized that the divine power had succeeded. A dragon had been condensed,
and was flying in the sky.
Ye Yu himself of Jiaoqi has comprehended divine power instantly. The three of them also went outside to take a look.
This kid was actually able to create divine power so quickly. Now, he only needs a single thought to enter the divine power realm.
She was extremely surprised.
Ji Tong felt the same way. Wind howls and thunder rumbles. Is this the divine power Ye Yu condensed?
Being able to connect with heavenly lightning in this divine power, it's a very powerful attribute, truly not beyond Shui Yan's expectations. However, it wasn't over yet. Ye Yu felt it still wasn't strong enough, and he immediately used Starfinger to shatter his own divine power. Because of this action, Ye Yu was seriously injured. Ji Tong was surprised.
Ye Yu, are you crazy? You actually self-severed your divine power. But she thought differently. It's not that Ye Yu doesn't want to break through, it's that he wants to condense an even stronger divine power.
This divine power didn't meet his standards. Clearly one more step, and he could become a divine power realm cultivator. What exactly does this little rascal want to do?
Shui Yan looked extremely puzzled. The other female disciples nearby also began to discuss. Normal people can only dream of condensing divine power, yet Ye Yu dares to complain that his divine power isn't strong enough. Comparing people is just infuriating, I still can't even touch it.
Perhaps this is the reason he was able to win against Zihi Tongji, who has a stronger cultivation base. Back to Ye Yung. He once again activated his Yuzai spirit manifestation, quickly condensing his own divine ability.
Just like that, another divine ability, Zhu Feng is going overboard. Is divine ability free or something? He can condense them so casually. This is the Aqua Manipulation divine ability, far more reputable among all divine abilities, already super powerful.
She recognized it right away. Shui Yan also chimed in, trying to dissuade him. Ye Yu, this divine ability is strong enough. Stop it. Don't self-destruct your divine ability again, I'm afraid you can't handle it. But Ye Yu immediately rejected her. The divine ability I condense must be the strongest existence. True to his principle, Ye Yu tried again, and the Aqua Manipulation divine ability was instantly shattered.
This decisive action earned him endless praise from the sisters nearby.
What a true man! Shui Yan was helpless, and could only cheer for Ye Yu's success from the sidelines. But Ye Yu's injuries weren't looking good. I must condense the most powerful divine ability I have, to try again.
As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Ye Yu gradually entered a state of tranquility, and two more figures appeared, one old and one young.
The old woman and Ji Tong looked at each other, puzzled. Why are there two Ye Yus? What kind of divine ability is this that we've never heard of? Could this be Ye Yu's heaven-defying physique? Shu Yan speculated. After a period of time, not too long and not too short, the divine ability took shape.
When I condense a divine ability, all the divine abilities in the world are inferior. Ye Yu couldn't wait any longer and grabbed it. The aura it emitted was incredibly powerful. This commotion also attracted all the disciples.
Sec Master.
There was a massive energy explosion here just now. Could it be a foreign enemy invasion?
We've assembled the team.
Just give the order, and we'll immediately rush in and fight to the death to protect Jiaoqi.
Seeing things getting out of control, Shui Yan shouted. Fall back, everyone. There are no enemies here. It's just my little brother Ye Yu who just broke through to the divine ability realm.
What the heck? Breaking through to a realm causes such a huge commotion. And it can attract the anomaly of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The more I think about it, the more unbelievable it is.
Shui Yan then asked Ye Yu, what is this divine ability? Holding it in his hand, Ye Yu revealed, I have a sword, capable of slaying heaven and earth, severing reincarnation. Its sword intent is boundless. Its sword aura is infinite. This divine ability is called Limitless Sword.
As he spoke, Ye Yu pointed it straight at the sky and declared loudly. But this action was immediately reminded by the old woman. Be careful with your words. Your divine ability is too strong. If you name it like that, you might attract heavenly punishment.
No sooner had she spoken than dark clouds quickly gathered and thunder rumbled. This is heavenly punishment. How terrifying is Ye Yu's divine ability, that it can attract all the heavenly punishment, Ji Tong said in surprise. Shui Yan rushed over anxiously and warned Ye Yu, heavenly punishment is extremely dangerous. Even Dao Seed Realm powerhouses can die and have their Dao extinguished.
If you can't handle it, you should give up this divine ability. There are plenty of fish in the sea.
Shui Yan, don't worry. It's just a small heavenly punishment. One sword of mine is enough to break it.
As soon as Ye Yu finished speaking, the heavenly punishment struck. Let me see if this heavenly punishment can stop the sword in my hand. Wielding the power of the limitless sword, Ye Yu unleashed a full-force strike directly against the powerful heavenly punishment, and as expected, it directly pierced through and shot straight into the sky, creating an unexpected scene. What? The heavenly punishment was shattered by Ye Yu's sword. A divine ability realm cultivator can do such a terrifying thing? Is my knowledge too shallow? The immortal empress really made a profit adopting this little brother. Seizing this opportunity, the old woman ran over and called, Ye Yu, your divine ability is so strong, ordinary swords simply can't withstand it. But I know a place that can.
Hearing this, Ye Yu asked her where it was. In his heart he thought, this old woman didn't have a good attitude towards me before, but now she's so enthusiastic, there's definitely no good in this. She revealed, it's the sword cemetery.
The young man got excited when he heard that. Just the name sounds awesome. It's a place of the sword world. Inside there are even the existences of emperor swords, supreme swords, and saint swords. You will definitely find a suitable sword inside. Of course, it would be great if you could help me bring back a soul-locking sword. As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Yan rushed over to stop her. Master, I don't agree. Sword graveyard is a forbidden area. If Ye Yu goes in, he might not come back out. She glared, displeased. Back then, you could go when you were only at the divine power realm, so why can't Ye Yu? Besides, he's not inferior to you at all. No way, I only agreed to go in there for your sake, because you're my master. But Ye Yu has nothing to do with you. He has no obligation to risk his life for you, Shu Yan said. Even so, she still had a way. If there wasn't a connection before, there is now. I'll have you and Ye Yu engaged right now. He's my son-in-law now, so that counts as a connection, right? This hasty decision surprised Shu Yan to the point of disbelief. Sharing the same goal, the two also joined hands in cooperation. She was worried about Shu Yan not finding a husband, but today everything worked out. Ye Yu was the same. He just went to get a sword and ended up getting a wife. What a steal. No matter what they said, Shu Yan firmly insisted, I don't agree to this marriage. This isn't okay, that isn't okay, then why are you keeping this dude here? You better scram. The old woman kicked Ye Yu away. I knew I was born unlucky. Just now we were talking happily, and now it's come to this. Shu Yan immediately questioned, Master, why are you taking your anger out on Ye Yu? Saying this, she quickly flew off to chase after him. She's all grown up. I can't keep her anymore, the old woman sighed and returned to the courtyard. A moment later, in some desolate land, a figure suddenly landed, and it turned out to be the young man, Ye Yu. Landed face first, bros. These two old broads are really incomprehensible creatures, even if they're pretending. Just then, Shu Yan also landed successfully. Sorry, Ye Yu, my master, was just thinking about her inner demons, so she acted like that. Hearing this, Ye Yu asked, What is it? When she was young, her lover deceived her, leading to the death of many fellow disciples. That person's soul, and the souls of the fellow disciples, are all trapped within the soul-locking sword in the sword graveyard. I've been in there once before, but I didn't succeed in retrieving the soul-locking sword, Zhu Yan said. I didn't expect that Shu Yanji also wanted to retrieve it. Then what's the harm in me going to the sword graveyard once? Hearing Ye Yu say that, she straightened up. No, the sword graveyard is extremely dangerous. It's best not to go. Before she could finish speaking, Ye Yu interrupted, affirming, I only agreed to do this for you. You've helped me a lot before. Let me help you this time. Even so, Shu Yan was still very worried, not wanting Ye Yu to risk his life for her. Just rest assured, I will bring the soul-locking sword back safely. You just wait for me at Jiaoqi, Ye Yu thought to himself. In this entire Dongsheng divine continent, only I dare to mess around with the holy maiden of Jiaoqi. If those human emperors saw this, wouldn't their jaws drop in shock? As for the matters concerning the Zhenyan sect and those people, Ye Yu was also looking forward to meeting them, just in time to test out his newly acquired divine abilities. Shu Yan's eyes were full of worry. Ye Yu, I can't predict the dangers within the sword graveyard, but outside, I absolutely won't let anything happen to you. Thinking of this, Shu Yan immediately summoned Jinhua and Yinhua. Two figures appeared before her and greeted in unison. Greetings, sect master. The two of you follow Ye Yu and protect him thoroughly. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Received. Both of them quickly moved out of the way. Ye Yu, whether you can retrieve the soul-locking sword or not, you must return safely, Shu Yan secretly hoped. A moment later, Ye Yu was leisurely moving along, when he suddenly stopped in the middle of the road and loudly said, You've been following me for so long, aren't you tired? Everything was exposed, and the people from the Zhenyan sect didn't hide anymore, and began to reveal themselves. Ye Yu, you offended our Zhenyan sect, and still dare to leave Jiaoqi alone. Are you really tired of living? This scholar-like guy is Su Zixuan, the holy son of the Zhenyan sect. Ye Yu glanced over and assessed. 3 divine power realm cultivators, 6 heavenly human realm cultivators. You want to take my life with just this many people? I think you're here to deliver your lives. Hearing this, Su Zixuan smirked smugly. Haha, Ye Yu, you were only at the celestial human realm, and yet you could kill someone at the divine power realm. Of course we know how strong you are. Now that you're at the divine power realm, you must be even stronger. But we came prepared this time. Saying that, he had his subordinates activate a formation, countless chains shooting straight at Ye Yu. So you want to play formation with me? Contrary to fear, Ye Yu looked forward to it. How's the taste of my star-locking fate formation? This is a grand formation that can trap even Dao Seed Realm experts. Ye Yu, you entered without any preparation, so there's nothing you can do now, right? Those holy sons you killed were too stupid. If there's a way to kill you, why solo? You're just a lamb in my hands now, just waiting to die. The surrounding subordinates also seized the opportunity to flatter. Holy Son Su Zixuan is indeed brilliant. This Ye Yu is not comparable to you at all. Killing him is a great achievement. His Highness Mo Wushang even set up 3 layers to kill him. I think it's a waste. And this commotion was witnessed entirely by Jinhua and Yinhua, who were standing nearby. Why is this Ye Yu so careless? He easily walked into such an obvious formation. I really don't know why the Lord values him so much. Impetuous. Entering the sword burial forbidden ground will only lead to death.
Alright, stop talking. After all, he just entered the divine power realm not long ago. We should still take action to save him. It would be difficult to explain to the Lord if something happened to him.
As he said that, Jinhua suddenly realized that something was wrong. Ye Yu actually broke free of the restraints so easily. Su Zixuan. There are two mistakes in your previous sentence. First, I knew there was a formation here. I entered because it can't swallow me. Second, you are the lambs waiting to die in my hands. What the heck? How is that possible? That's a grand formation that can trap Dao Seed Realm experts, yet Ye Yu broke it in an instant. Is Ye Yu's strength already this strong? Holy Sun, what should we do? Do we need to send a signal for support? The subordinates were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. Su Zixuan also shouted loudly, "Everyone calm down. What are you panicking about? Even if Ye Yu is strong, he's just one person. The three of us at the Divine Power Realm, plus 6 at the Celestial Human Realm, can't we beat him?
As long as we join forces, we can definitely defeat him." Before he could finish speaking, Ye Yu rushed over and started attacking. One strike to kill the whole family. I just said it was freshly written, and it's already being enshrined on the altar. Life is really boring. Su Zixuan himself didn't expect this. Heavens, Ye Yu not only broke through the grand formation but also killed everyone in the True Word sect in an instant. Even the Lord at his age didn't reach this level of strength. We really underestimated this kid. After finishing everything, Ye Yu approached him and opened his mouth. "Now that you're the only one left, I'll give you a chance. Tell me what the 3 trials Mo Wushang set up are, and I might not attack you."
Hearing this, Su Zixuan took a few steps back in fear and pointed his finger. "I am the Holy Son of the True Word sect, bearing the glory of the entire sect. Don't even think about getting any information from my mouth. Even if I die today, I will stand tall." "Oh really? I really can't tell that you're a good man." Ye Yu also fulfilled his wish and rushed over for a little massage. After a basic course, Su Zixuan had to succumb. "Stop hitting me. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. What are the 3 trials Mo Wushang used to kill me?"
Ye Yu asked. Su Zixuan had no choice but to confess. "Mo Wushang, in order to kill you, mobilized the forces around the True Word sect and its affiliated forces, gathering about 3,000 people waiting for you ahead. We are the first layer used to probe.
The second layer is the 3,000 people from the various forces, and the third layer is Mo Wushang and 6 subordinates, using a mental technique to launch a joint attack. Their strength is even greater than the Dao Seed Realm. Mo Wushang had to put in so much effort to kill me. I've told you everything. Can you keep your promise and let me go?" As soon as Su Zixuan finished speaking, he was kicked straight in the chest by Ye Yu, causing him to fall to the ground. Su Zixuan loudly questioned, "You're being unreasonable. I just said I wouldn't attack you, not that I couldn't use my feet. Moreover, why should I keep my word with someone like you?" Enough said. Ye Yu also kicked him straight in the head, ending Su Zixuan's life. This made Jinhua and Yinhua highly praise him. Decisive in killing, not constrained by trivial matters. Plus outstanding talent. If he grows up, he will be an outstanding figure. I seem to see the figure of the young lady on him. He is indeed very suitable. And Ye Yu had already discovered the presence of the two of them, and suggested, "Why don't we go down and meet for a bit?"
Well, there's no hiding it anymore. Jinhua and Yinhua had no choice but to reveal themselves. "Greetings, young Master Ye."
The two bowed respectfully.
"It's been a tough journey for you two seniors. While you're here," Ye Yu took out the portrait of the old senior and asked, "This senior left a painting with me and I want to return it to him. Do you know where I can find him?" This worried both of them.
"But the Lord told us to protect you. If we leave, we're afraid you won't be safe."
Ye Yu naturally understood this and continued, "Sister Xueyan scared them once, so they probably won't dare to send experts again. As for the people from the True Fiend sect, I'm not afraid." Seeing Ye Yu's confidence, Jinhua and Yinhua felt somewhat relieved.
"All right, we'll definitely try our best to do what young Master Ye has asked. Don't worry, young master. We'll arrange for people from Jiaoqi to scout around, but you must be careful too."
Ye Yu.
"Thanks you two seniors in advance." Considering the matter entrusted, Ye Yu set off valiantly. "Mo Wushang, here I come." Knowing there are tigers in the mountains but still choosing to go there, this boldness is truly admirable. If this old lady was younger, she might fall for him. Jeez. Scene changed to a while later.
On a nearby mountain peak, Mo Wushang was also present.
"Little junior brother, you've finally arrived. I've prepared a generous gift for you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Behind him were countless experts waiting to fight. The Blazing Fire Gang, the Eternal Bliss Palace, the Heavenly Sword Sect. Aren't these all forces that have recently become affiliated with the True Fiend sect? Why have they gathered so many people here? The last time the True Fiend sect gathered so many people, they were fighting for territory with the Undying Dynasty. I wonder which unlucky bastard has offended the True Fiend sect this time. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful footsteps came from the distance. What is that?
The aura is terrifying. Could it be some ancient ferocious beast? But it seemed everyone had guessed wrong. The person who had arrived was none other than our Ye Yu.
He announced loudly, "Mo Wushang, I'm here. Long time no see. Little junior brother is now in the divine transformation realm. I'm really curious about the divine power you've condensed, and for that purpose..."
He ordered the Blazing Fire Gang to test the waters first. By your command, Lord, everyone from the Blazing Fire Gang, charge at me and help Grandmaster Wushang eliminate this little brat.
Are you kidding me? The True Fiend sect gathered nearly 3,000 people here just to surround and kill Ye Yu. This strength is enough to take down a medium-sized sect. What is Ye Yu doing? Could it be that he wants to challenge so many people alone? That's insane. Facing this aura, Ye Yu suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute!" The scarred leader pointed and shouted, "It's too late for you to be afraid now, Ye Yu. Even if you kneel before me and beg, I won't let you go." Ye Yu coughed a few times and said, "Afraid? It seems like you have some misunderstanding. I just wanted to ask how many people you have in total this time, from the True Fiend sect."
The old leader also told Ye Yu, "Wait a minute," waiting for him to count. The subordinate next to him quickly shouted, "Leader, I've counted. We have a total of 2,994 people.
How embarrassing. He slapped him on the head. "Why are you so talkative? I can count it myself." Ye Yu criticized. "Why are there still 6 people missing? Can't you round it up?
Or should I wait a little longer so you can find enough to make it 3,000? The scarred face angrily yelled, "Don't talk so much."
What exactly do you want to do? What does it matter? If there are 6 more people. Today, you only have one path. Death. Of course it's different. Because slaying 3,000 heroes with a sword sounds much more badass than slaying 2,000 heroes with a sword. Ye Yu's fierce words terrified the people nearby. Ye Yu is really crazy, he even dares to say. Slaying 3,000 heroes with a sword.
3,000 real people, not 3,000 pigheads. Even if they were, you couldn't eliminate them all in a short amount of time.
Arrogant. You want to slay 3,000 heroes with a sword? I don't think you can even get through our gate. Blazing Fire Gang, listen up, everyone, charge at me. Following the leader's orders, they all charged forward with swords and sabers.
Since you didn't heed my warning, I, Ye Yu, will fulfill your wishes.
He unleashed the 18,000 swords, and spiritual power quickly transformed into countless streams of sword energy that swept straight around, causing everyone who was hit by it to die in an instant. Everything was wiped out, with only the leader left with a breath. The dignified Blazing Fire Gang has been destroyed by one person today. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come. It's too late to regret it now. If you have anyone to blame, blame yourself for being too stupid to choose the wrong side. The Blazing Fire Gang, which was a gang with the highest strength in this area, was wiped out by one move from Ye Yu. It seems his words about slaying 3,000 heroes with a sword are not without basis.
Bit early to call it, don't you think? You ain't see Changla Palace, Heavenly Sword Sect, and all those other sects with their big shots. Plus, we still got Mo Wushang holding down the fort. Even Mo Wushang himself was seriously impressed by that display.
Ye Yu, you truly live up to being my Shidi. Even the Li Huo gang couldn't force out your divine ability. Ye Yu just scoffed at that. These are Mo Wushang's goons. Bunch of useless chumps. Can't you give me some real pressure? These guys ain't even worthy of shining my shoes. How arrogant. If you want to feel pressure, then I'll give you all you can handle. Changla Palace, Heavenly Sword Sect, Panlong Mountain, Taiyun Pavilion, Fengxiang Valley. On my order, attack Ye Yu together. Show him no mercy.
The sect leaders acknowledged the order and all flew towards Ye Yu.
Perfect! This is exactly what I wanted. Saves me the wait. Ye Yu channeled his spiritual energy into his palm and unleashed a powerful punch, instantly wiping out half the formation. Then used the Senluo seal to deal with the rest. This is bad. If this keeps up, the casualties will be severe. Changla Palace Master, Taiyun Pavilion Master, you two hold Ye Yu. The 3 of us will join forces against him. They both agreed and began to cast their enchantment arts. First, Changle Heartless Melody and Taiyun Bewitching Fairy Art, quickly transforming into 2 figures to bewitch Ye Yu.
Seizing this opportunity, the remaining 3 simultaneously attacked, palm strikes and sword energy all unleashed, but it was no use.
Ye Yu easily countered everything, with power so strong that he sent all 5 of them flying away, heavily injured. Anyone else? Come at me all at once, Ye Yu shouted provocatively. Is he even human? How could someone this strong exist? He hasn't even used his divine ability yet, worthy of being my Shidai, fighting against multiple members of the 5 sects and still gaining the upper hand. I'm really curious about his divine ability.
One of the men in black respectfully asked, Lord, the 5 great sects have been defeated. Ye Yu is fighting more and more vigorously. Do you need your subordinate to take action?
Mo Wushang waved his hand and said, No need. If these guys can't even beat Ye Yu, then it proves they are all trash, and trash is useless to me. Back on the battlefield, Ye Yu was still frantically slaughtering. Is that all you got to try and kill me? Looks like you guys came to offer your lives. If I'm not mistaken, the spiritual energy in your body is almost exhausted. As long as I persevere a little longer, the one who dies in the end will be you. The others also began to chime in. The Panlong Mountain Master said, That's right, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. With so many of us, we'll exhaust you to death. Ye Yu, you're getting cocky too soon. Ye Yu didn't deny this. You're right, the spiritual energy in my body is about to run out, but I still have a way to recover it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu cast the Iron Hand's secret art and began to devour the spiritual energy of them all. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy in my body uncontrollably flowing out? It's the Iron Hand's secret art of the primordial sacred ground. It says here that we can't exhaust Ye Yu at all. I refuse to accept fate. The Panlong Mountain Master also rushed forward. Can't let him get his way, stop him. The other 4 also followed suit, attacking simultaneously from 5 different directions. Only thinking of this now. Too bad, but it's too late. The spiritual energy in Ye Yu's body quickly erupted, casting the 8,000 swords. The 10,000 swords returning to origin ultimate move reappeared, instantly sweeping away everything. I finally understand. Mo Wushang wanted us to come here to offer our lives. The 5 great sects are finished, the Panlong Mountain Master said with his last breath. Ye Yu, Mo Wushang will avenge me. You will end up just like us. You should just die first. Oh my god, Ye Yu really did it. Unbelievable. Has anyone ever been able to do this at the Divine Power Realm? Don't forget that Mo Wushang is still here. I don't believe Ye Yu can kill him. At this moment, Mo Wushang officially made his appearance. Supreme sword techniques from the ancient emperor, the Chi Mo unparalleled secret art from the primal Holy Land. What other tricks are you hiding, Ye Yu? Ye Yu didn't bother to answer, instead provoking Mo Wushang. Get your ass down here, we'll have a life or death duel. No rush. I still want to see what kind of divine power my little junior brother has comprehended most recently. Speaking of which, Mo Wushang ordered the men in black, go. Force Ye Yu to use his divine power. If it's just some ordinary divine power, just kill him directly. Trash doesn't deserve my personal attention. The group immediately obeyed the order and rushed away. Ye Yun, the fact that you've made it this far is truly surprising, but it should end here. Today is your death day. Just surrender, and we'll give you a painless death. This threat made Ye Yu laugh. 6 measly divine power realm cultivators want to kill me. Looks like Mo Wushang sent you here to die. Ye Yu, don't be so quick to celebrate. You'll soon find out that our divine powers are not simple. Brothers, let this little brat know our abilities. Following the leader's command, they all unleashed their respective elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and lightning. Oh heavens, each of these 6 has an elemental root power. Ye Yu is doomed this time. The essence of an elemental root lies in the origin. Each root is affected by the heavenly Tao, and obtaining it means gaining a unique ability. I never expected Mo Wushang to have these 6 underlings. Even a Tao Seed Realm cultivator can't stop the power they unleash. I fear Ye Yu will have a hard time escaping this. They also showed disdain, shouting, "You think you can kill Grand Lord Mo Wushang with just your origins? I bet you can't even beat us. Your 10,000, 8,000 swords and stolen secret techniques are useless against us. You're out of tricks. Grand Lord Mo Wushang even told us to force you to use your divine power, but I don't think it's even necessary." Faced with their underestimation, Ye Yu became even more amused. "Since Mo Wushang wants to know my divine power so badly, then I'll use it on you guys." Realizing something was wrong, the leader warned. "This kid's aura feels off. Don't give him a chance. Attack together and eliminate him." Following the command, all 6 simultaneously launched attacks, forming a hand seal with the power of all 6 elements. In response, Ye Yu wielded the Infinity Sword, hoping to block it. The 2 forces collided, creating a huge explosion of spiritual energy. So strong, is this really a fight between Divine Power Realm cultivators? The power it creates has already reached the strength of the Tao Seed Realm. Aside from the fact that those guys have elemental roots, why is Ye Yu's divine power so terrifying? When the dust settled, the one still standing was, "Ye Yu, Mo Wushang, your underlings are all dead. You're next." This made Mo Wushang tremble with anger. Ye Yu can condense such powerful divine powers, he can't be allowed to grow any further. He must be eliminated today. The people nearby were shocked. Yang Yu actually won. I've never seen such a powerful divine power before. A single sword strike distorts space itself. That last strike seemed to be all of Ye Yu's power. How will he face Mo Wushang now? Ignoring that, Mo Wushang directly flew down. "Little junior brother, you were able to wipe out all the underlings I sent. It was truly beyond my expectations, but it should end here. I used 3 blockades, sealed off over 3,000 people, to force you to use up all your spiritual power. Now your strength is exhausted, you're no longer a threat to me. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Ye Yu not only wasn't afraid, but retorted, "First, don't call me little junior brother anymore, you're not worthy, Mo Wushang. Second, this painting is my last trump card for you. With it here, you're no match for me at all." Mo Wushang showed disdain. "The terrestrial appearance map, Ye Yu. You underestimate me too much. Have you forgotten? We have the same master. I also know the art of terrestrial appearance. That useless thing can't do anything to me. Mo Wushang, today I'll tell you a principle. Because you're about to get beaten so badly you won't be able to fight back." Witnessing what was released from the painting, Mo Wushang was stunned for a moment. The figure of a woman gradually appeared, frightening him. Realizing something was wrong, he turned around and ran away at full speed. As for those unlucky bastards who didn't react in time, they were drowned in a sea of water. Not only that, it can corrode everything. This power has definitely surpassed a Tao Seed Realm expert. Those other guys saw that, and scrambled to turn around and run before he caught up. Mo Wushang, didn't you want to kill me? I'm still waiting, Mo Wushang pointed, panicked. Ye Yu, it's a long game, just you wait. Seeing that he wanted to run, Ye Yu went full speed with the free and unfettered roam, closing the distance between them. This speed shocked Mo Wushang. How is this kid so fast? Out of options, Mo Wushang had no choice but to turn around and try to block him, but it was completely useless. The shield he erected was shattered in an instant, and he took a full-force hit, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground. Damn it! How could I, the strongest holy son of the true teachings, be like this? Here, Ye Yu asked him. Any last words? Look, Ye Yu caught Mo Wushang. That painting of Ye Yu's is really something. Who would have thought that the guy likely to take over as sect leader of the true teachings is about to die at the hands of Ye Yu? Cornered, he had no choice but to play along. You're only so strong because of the wine and that painting. If you're so tough, don't use it. Let's have a fair fight. Mo Wushang's words made Ye Yu laugh. You set up 3 lines of defense with so many people to ambush me, and now you dare to say fair. Mo Wushang, your face is thicker than a city wall. Ye Yu, if you kill me, the true teachings will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Even the immortal empress won't be able to protect you. Thinking that threats would scare Ye Yu, but they didn't. I just want to avenge the brothers and sisters of Azure Peach Pavilion, those you killed. As for anything else, I don't give a damn. Just when he was about to ask the woman in the painting to finish the job, that old geezer suddenly appeared out of nowhere and snatched it away. Ye Yu saw that and shouted in surprise. Senior, no, I still need that painting. Something's not right. Looking at Senior's condition, could his mind be going haywire again? Before he could beg any more, the old geezer soared into the air and quickly flew away. This caused the situation to suddenly change, and Mo Wushang began to struggle to his feet. Haha, heaven is helping me. Ye Yun, now that you don't have the painting, let's see how you can keep acting all high and mighty. I think you've made it far enough today. It's getting late. Everyone go home. You wish, Ye Yu said awkwardly. Mo Wushang, now on the high ground, would never agree to that. Today is the day Ye Yu dies. Just as he was about to attack, Ye Yu suddenly shouted and pointed behind him. Awesome, Senior, you're back. When he turned his head to look, he realized he'd been tricked. Taking the opportunity, Ye Yu also scrambled to escape. You dumbass Mo Wushang, I'm tired of fighting today. I'll spare your life for now. Just wait for it. I'll be back. Damn it, Ye Yu, how dare you humiliate me like this? I must kill you today at all costs. Mo Wushang hurriedly chased after him. How did the situation change so fast? What the hell are these two guys doing? Ye Yu's painting has been snatched away, and he's definitely no match for Mo Wushang. Plus, Ye Yu's magical powers are so amazing, Mo Wushang definitely won't let him go today. But the forbidden area isn't far from here. Surely they won't find that place. Scene changes to a later time. At the entrance of the Sword Cemetery Forbidden Zone, Ye Yu has been chased all the way here, after running for 1,000 miles. That Mo Wushang is like superglue, chasing after me relentlessly. Huh? The Sword Cemetery Forbidden Zone. Isn't this the place I was looking for? Just then, Mo Wushang caught up. Keep running if you dare. Ahead is the Forbidden Zone. Even a powerhouse at the law body stage can't survive coming out. Is that so? I'm different from normal people, plus I'm lucky. I feel like I can make it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu directly jumped inside. Seeing his target gradually disappear, Mo Wushang struck out with his palm, trying to take his life, but unfortunately he missed. Ye Yu successfully entered the Sword Cemetery Forbidden Zone. The young man didn't forget to leave a message. Mo Wushang, the day I come out is the day you die. Although he was very bitter, there was nothing he could do. Ye Yu, I will definitely kill you. Caught off guard, another figure actively came looking for him. It was Jian Tianfan. Mo Wushang, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. He recognized him at a glance and warned Jian Tianfan. I advise you not to provoke me here, otherwise I won't hold back. I'm not in the mood to fight you right now. The Holy Sword Manor is on the verge of collapse. I need to enter the sword graveyard to hone my strongest sword techniques. Only then can I revive the Holy Sword Manor. Watching the direction he's heading, Mo Wushang asks with curiosity, You're planning to enter the Forbidden Sword Graveyard? Jian Tianfan confirms it and asks him what's wrong with that. Ye Yu just went in, help me kill him. And the sword core containing a bit of holy sword intent in this box is yours. Ye Gyun, one of the rising stars of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, one of the 10 outstanding talents. He's also a good opponent to sharpen my swordsmanship against. Alright, I'll take the deal. Hearing this, Mo Wushang is very satisfied. Great, try to capture him alive. If you really can't, then just kill him and bring his head back here. Jian Tianfan takes it and affirms. No one survives under my sword. Mo Wushang thinks to himself. Jian Tianfan is at the peak of the divine power realm. Moreover, his swordsmanship can rank among the top 3 of his peers. Ye Yu, even if you survive in the forbidden area, you'll still die in Jian Tianfan's hands. Back to Ye Yu's side. The young man isn't doing too well at the moment. The fog in the sword graveyard is so thick I can't even see the direction. How am I supposed to find the sword graveyard? While not knowing what to do, he suddenly smells a dense spiritual qi, emanating from a green spirit herb growing on the ground. Ye Yu recognizes it upon seeing it. This is the legendary 7 aperture flower. Awesome, I can't believe I found a treasure as soon as I got here. Little does he know, This is a trap set by someone. How can such a precious treasure be found in a forbidden area? Has my luck really gotten this good? Or is this all a setup, a pre-arranged trap? Ye seems to have guessed it and avoids the attack. HMPH? You think you can trick me with such a dumb trap? The 7-aperture flower is mine? Now, I'm out of here. Just as Ye is about to skedaddle, a special aura suddenly emerges from deep within the cave.
For some reason, the 7-aperture flower in Yeyu's hand reacts violently. By the time he realizes it's a trap, it's too late. Yeyu is dragged straight into it.
The heck? Let me out, my butt. He doesn't know how far he's been dragged, but when he finally stops, Yeyu is dizzy to the point of passing out. At the same time, 3 figures are approaching. Another unlucky guy wandered in here. Let's go check it out. In a daze, Yeyu slowly wakes up. Standing before him are men of different ages who don't seem like bad guys, but Yeyu doesn't care about any of that. He throws a punch, causing all 3 of them to spurt blood from their noses. They cry out in pain, their handsome faces ruined. This surprises Yeyu. I thought some demons came. How redundant, we are all humans here. What demons? The long-haired guy next to him reminds him. Keep it down, don't forget that person is here too. Who are you talking about? Also, did you guys get dragged in here by the 7-aperture flower too?
Yeyu asks. The long-haired guy doesn't hide it and reveals, what you saw was the 7-aperture flower. The year I was dragged in, what I saw was the 9-live spirit herb. The bald old man saw the holy spirit grass, and this mute saw the purple yang grass. Holy crap, these natural treasures are all fake. So the master of this cave used spirit herbs to lure us in here.
Before he can explain, a female figure appears from behind. The blood chi is so strong, this girl's strength is really profound. I'm definitely no match for her, Yeyu thinks to himself. Without a word, she goes berserk and swings her chains wildly.
While Yeyu is confused, the 3 guys from before suddenly attack, hitting the chains hard.
Hey, what are you doing? Why are you attacking it? Isn't it obvious we're trying to break it? Only by breaking the girl's chains can we regain our freedom. Yeyu notices something. What about me? That's right, these chains are made from extraterrestrial meteorite. They contain countless combinations of Dako patterns. This is probably the work of some great power from the ancient era. Who knows when we'll be able to break them? At this moment, the girl focuses her attention on Yeyu, letting out a fierce roar and releasing a terrifying pressure. Yeyu gets the idea and stops her. Stop yelling, I'll go break the chains right now. Just like before, she throws the chains at him. Things have come to this. There's no point in thinking of other ways. I have to give it my all and see if I can cut it. My limitless sword was born from the strongest divine power in the world. Maybe it'll work. As Yeyu was busy with his own thing, the other 3 were chattering away. Wonder if this bro can shake the chains. Doubt it. I've been hacking at Kanyem for half a month and haven't left a scratch. This bro's probably SOL. Back to our main man. After a bit, Yeyu decided to go all out with one final strike, but unlucky for him, the infinity sword shattered the moment it touched the chains. Just how tough are these chains anyway? The 3 stooges looked totally defeated. Called it, the newbie's a bust too. But then the little girl suddenly perked up. Yan Hao noticed something was up, and the 4 of them huddled together to take a peek. Turns out, the section of the chain that Yeyu hit earlier was showing signs of cracking. The dude got all smug. Ahaha, I told you, my infinity sword is the ultimate divine power. How could it not chop through these puny chains? The other 3 were looking at him with pure awe. Damn, that's hardcore. But don't get too cocky, bro, you might regret it later.
This cryptic comment left Yeyu totally clueless, then bam, the little girl appeared right behind him, giving him the stink eye.
The dude felt like something was off. Don't tell me she wants me to keep using the infinity sword to break the chains. Half an hour later, Yeyu was still hacking away with his sword like crazy, but no dice. An hour later he could barely lift his arm, let alone keep chopping. In contrast to his misery, the 3 stooges were chilling, enjoying the show. Keep it up, bro, we're counting on you. We're always here to cheer you on. Seeming to have reached his limit, the dude collapsed to the ground, totally spent. The little girl didn't look too happy, and glared at him. Yeyu quickly explained. It's not that I don't want to chop anymore, it's just that I'm really out of juice. Plus, my spiritual energy is completely drained. Just when he was about to beg for a reprieve, the little girl suddenly tapped her finger on Yeyu's forehead, sending a surge of energy into him.
The dude was suddenly bursting with life, his spiritual energy completely restored.
The 3 stooges were shocked by this scene. That's insane. Didn't expect her to have a trick up her sleeve. No wonder she's a powerhouse locked up in the forbidden zone.
Stop clapping. What's so great about giving me more energy anyway? After yelling her lungs out, the little girl snapped back at them, urging, get back to work, don't dawdle.
And I'm off to chop chains again. And it wasn't just Yeyu, the other 3 stooges got a similar boost, so they had no choice but to dive in and stomp on the chains like their lives depended on it, whether it worked or not. Even though he was forced to break the chains for a long time, he also used this opportunity to hone his infinity sword divine power, which got a whole lot stronger. All in all, not a total loss. But staying in here for this long isn't the way to go, gotta find a way to escape. With this in mind, the dude took the initiative to get acquainted. Can we talk for a sec? Even though my divine power is strong, my cultivation level isn't high enough. How about you let me go, and I'll come back and help you chop chains when I get stronger, deal? Hearing this, the little girl refused and yelled, "You can relax. The day that I get stronger, I will definitely come back and help you. Swear on my honor." The three guys nearby quickly tried to dissuade him. "Bro, don't struggle anymore. You don't want to piss her off. This chick's no pushover. Think it through." And as expected, the little girl got pissed, and an ominous aura began to envelop the place. "Oh crap, this is a flame that can burn everything to ashes. Yo, chill out, I was just trying to negotiate with you, you know? If you can't agree, you could have just turned me down." Without a second thought, the little girl charged in to attack. Ye-Yu was out of options and had to find a way to deal with it for now. The powerful palm strike forced the other three to hide behind a nearby rock for cover. But unexpectedly, the one who got knocked back was the little girl herself. Even Ye-Yu didn't expect that the flame, after it went through his body's transformation, could control the girl's karmic fire. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have chopped chains like a dog." The three of them were completely shocked at this moment. This bro actually defeated her. "Doesn't this mean we have hope of getting out of here?" Ye-Yu suggested. "How about we sit down and talk it over? What do you say?" The little girl seemed unwilling and yelled, "Kid, you want me to cut this chain, but my current strength is not enough. Why don't you help me get to the sword graveyard, and after I find a divine weapon there, the chances will increase a lot more." Ye-Yu bro is too OP. He actually scammed the super fiend from the forbidden zone, sword graveyard. Respect. If I had his mouth, I might have been able to get out of here sooner. After some persuasion, the little girl finally gave in, and her face brightened up. At this moment, the little girl took out an orange-colored spiritual herb and handed it over. "Can this flower help me find the sword graveyard?" "Alright kid, don't worry. When I find the divine weapon and my cultivation soars, I will definitely help you cut the chains." Just as he was about to head out, the dude was suddenly grabbed by the legs by the other three, wailing, "Wait, bro, you can't just ditch us like that, please. Please take us with you. We'll do whatever you say." Ye-Yu could only scratch his head helplessly. "You guys saw it, the three of you are useless here anyway. Might as well let me take you, who knows, you might even be able to help me." The little girl agreed without thinking. Might as well take a nap inside. Hearing this made the whole group burst out. "Awesome. Bro, let's go, let's find the sword cemetery." After running like crazy for a while, we finally got outside. Finally, we're out. Who would have thought we'd see the light of day again? All thanks to Bro Ye. Ye-Yu pointed forward and continued. "Next, I have to go to the sword cemetery. It's very dangerous on the way. This place isn't far from the exit of the forbidden area. If you three want to leave, you can go straight to it." But all three of them refused. "I'm not leaving. As the ancients said, seek wealth in danger. I entered this sword cemetery forbidden area for that purpose. If I go out now, I still can't change my life. I'm not willing to be trampled underfoot by others for the rest of my life." Old Man Bai was also very sympathetic. "My son's talent is very good. I hope he can become a dragon among men, a peerless genius in the future. I can only fight for enough resources inside this sword cemetery forbidden area to have a chance to nurture him. As for this freeloader," looking at him, you can tell he doesn't want to go back either. "Alright, if that's the case, let's enter the sword cemetery together." Ye-Yu was even more excited. The more the merrier. After who knows how long, the three of them arrived at an extremely eerie place. Countless skeletons quickly surrounded them from all sides. This is one of the special anomalies of the sword cemetery forbidden area. It is said that these skeletons and resentful spirits are formed by the condensation of people who died here, and they all retain most of their strength from when they were alive. I suddenly feel that living a peaceful life is also very good. How about we go back? Ye-Yu was very calm in this situation and reassured everyone. "Stop nagging. It's too late to regret it now. It seems like we have to risk it now. I don't want to die here." Suddenly, at this moment, the spirit herb that the little girl gave to Ye-Yu earlier unexpectedly flew straight into the air, much to the surprise of all four, and at the same time shone a red light towards the skeletons, causing them to panic and retreat. "They're afraid of this flower? This is what Bro Yi tricked from the hands of that powerful little girl." So the young man proudly laughed. "I knew this would happen a long time ago, that's why I dared to trick her. In this sword cemetery forbidden area, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll have plenty to eat and drink." At this moment, the flower took the initiative to fly away, and the remaining three, as soon as they saw it, hurriedly chased after it. "Bro Ye, stop bullshitting, the flower's flying away." "Hurry up, or we're doomed." Without its influence, the skeletons continued to advance, and all four of them were chased around like crazy by them. The heck, this flower dares to play tricks on us, damn it. After a while, it found a deserted temple nearby, and that's why Ye-Yu and the others caught up, everyone looking like they had just come back from the dead. While they weren't paying attention, it aimed straight for the middle of Ye-Yu's chest and shot inside, which surprised Ye-Yu greatly. "It went into my body. Why don't I feel anything?" At this moment, a leg poked out along with a voice. "Interesting. I didn't expect outsiders to come to my place, but don't worry, I only eat monks, not ordinary people." This man appeared with chains just like the little girl earlier, and the whole group was shocked and horrified to hear this. Did he just say he eats people? Did we just leave the wolf's den and enter the tiger's mouth? Facing him, Ye-Yu bowed respectfully. "We got lost and accidentally disturbed you, please forgive us." Ye-Yun thought to himself, this guy's strength is even scarier than that little girl, How many dangers are there in this sword cemetery forbidden area anyway?
He also pressed his face closer and sniffed. This is the spiritual aura of that little devil, so you were lured here by her.
Humph, daring to use even that little devil, you really don't know what fear is. But she can actually actively help you. Could it be that you have a way to break the chains? Instead of guessing, he directly asked Yeyu, who immediately denied it. I can't. It wasn't easy to successfully trick that little girl. I absolutely can't get stuck here. However, this lie was exposed by him. You're lying, you can. As he spoke, he also revealed an extremely terrifying aura. He's not human. He's an ancient ferocious beast. A wolf. Heavens! It's definitely a vengeful spirit possessing his body. How many monks has he eaten? Whatever, no point denying it. Yeyu just plopped down on the ground and admitted, yeah, my divine power can cut through shackles, but my cultivation level is too low. It only leaves a small mark. If you want help, just release me, I'll go level up, and then I can help you cut them. That's all I'm saying. Do whatever you want. Are you kidding me? If I was still the old me, I would have eaten you already, but I promised a girl I'd go vegetarian recently. Lucky you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a makeup box and reapplied rouge to his cheeks. I wonder when I'll see her mesmerizing face again when she chants the heart-questioning incantation. I'll never forget it in this lifetime. Hearing heart-questioning incantation, Yeyu suddenly remembered, wait, the heart-questioning incantation is a unique secret technique of the Yimai sect.
In my Yimai sect, besides my senior brother, second senior brother, and me, there's only one person I've never met. Rumor has it, she's a junior sister who can make all men infatuated.
Could the woman he's talking about be her? Thinking of this, Yeyu tentatively asked, is the woman you're talking about really beautiful? What does she look like? Like a goddess descended to earth. She said that if I become good and don't eat monks anymore, she'll give me a chance to pursue her. Even though it sounded like BS, Yeyu still forced a smile. Haha, you're so kind, she'll definitely accept you.
You think so too. As expected, heroes think alike. You're the first person with the same taste as me.
Yeyu was shaken until he was foaming at the mouth. I don't have the same taste as you. Just then, he took out something else. It's not easy for you to wander around the forbidden area for scripture. Knowing my personality, I'll give you a gift that can help you avoid being disturbed by those things. The Three Stooges immediately recognized it. Could this be the legendary Buddha's Hand of Transcendence Pagoda? Oh my god, this is a sacred artifact. Ye Xiong got it, with just a few words. If I had known, I would have tried to suck up to him too. More than anyone else, Yeyu was the happiest I've made a killing on this trip. Alright, go, I'll wait for you to get stronger and then come back and cut the chains for me. With that, he channeled his spiritual power into his palm and pushed all four of them out.
Too sudden, everyone was caught off guard and fell to the ground. What Yeyu cared more about was the Buddha's hand. It no longer shone with a golden color like before, making the young man think that it was out of effect. But that was not the case. It went into Yeyu's body again, just like the flower that time.
What the hell is going on? Just then, the old man with white hair pointed to the sky and told Yeyu to take a look. Countless black dots appeared at the same time, making everyone curious. Until they saw clearly, they were shocked. What the actual F? Where did such big mosquitoes come from? It's over, we're dead for sure this time. Let's set up a tombstone first to keep the body intact. With so many mosquitoes, I'm afraid we'll be sucked dry in an instant. Everyone was surrounded by them, with no way out. Just then, a man appeared. Alright, no need to be afraid. Consider yourselves lucky. Recently I fell for a woman, so I have to be a kind and cultured man so my babies won't eat you. The wording was exactly the same as before.
Taking advantage of this, Yeyu asked, may I ask, is the woman Yuan is talking about extremely beautiful, and also knows how to chant the heart-questioning incantation? He widened his eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Huh, you've met her too, Yeyu admitted that he had, but only heard about her. He sighed, confiding like an old friend. Her beauty is truly unmatched. You'll never forget it after seeing her once. I just don't know when I'll see her again. The hell? If I'm not mistaken, those missing ancient beasts from the outer realms have been charmed by the little junior sister. What kind of person is she, anyway? While lost in thought, this guy suddenly sniffed and said, huh, why do you have the aura of the little ghost in Wu Hong on? So that's why they pushed you here. Yeyu was startled and frightened, quickly retreating and respectfully said, Senior, what can I do for you? Take this. They all gave you stuff. Of course, I can't be stingy, or I'll lose face. Yeyu didn't stand on ceremony, and accepted the hairpin. Thank you, Senior. Still didn't understand why they were helping him. Alright, go. The hairpin in your hand will lead you forward. After saying that, he waved his hand and sent the four flying again, and the event continued like this. First, it's a major demon, then a snake spirit, and finally, a prince wannabe. Who knows how long it's been, but they've all been brought under the root of the Jiatian Bieri Yan Yushu, or giant tree for short. Dude, that makes zero sense. So many supreme level baddies, and they're not killing because of one girl. Just how gorgeous is this chick that she's got them all simping this hard? Meanwhile, Yeyu is scheming, I definitely gotta build a good relationship with my junior sister in the future. She's practically a one-woman army. Even more surprising, the root of this giant tree transforms into the form of an old monk. The old monk didn't expect anyone to find this place. Looks like another big bad sealed here. What number are we at now? Contrary to the three's fear, the old monk looks kind. Amitabha, rest assured, I don't kill. Ye Yoon acts like he understands. I know, you're in love with a girl, so you promised her you wouldn't kill anymore, right? Junior sister, seriously. OP, she even seduced a monk. Love a girl, the old monk asked back angrily, confirming. Tremong, Grandmaster, no need to hide it, we all know. You're a monk, but you're still human. There's nothing wrong with loving a woman. Where we're from, there are monks who marry and have kids. We don't judge you. His rage reaching its peak, the old monk grits his teeth. Outrageous, I'm a pure-minded monk, and you say I'm in love with a woman. Are you insulting me? Huh? Don't you love my junior sister? The youth is speechless. Humph. I'm not like them. I am the Yanfu tree of Buddhism, this benefactor. Accepting what those big bads offered you. Death is not far off. Huh, I'm gonna die. What does that mean? The youth asks back, face turning purple. The old monk explains. What those big bads gave you are all curses, representing death. This makes the Three Stooges extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I knew those big bads were never up to any good. With a curse from a big bad like that, we're doomed. Is Ye Bro gonna die for sure? Yeyu also thinks back on the curse the old monk spoke of, all those things that entered his body. As for whether it's true or false, I need to verify the facts first. Grandmaster, if you can point out the curse on me, then please tell me, is there a way to break it? At this point, the old monk spouts a string of words. Of course there's a way. The Forbidden Land not only contains death but also life. It's fate that you met me. Why not cultivate with me here? Evil will naturally be erased. The curses and karma on you will soon ascend to the world of ultimate bliss. On ma mi ba mi hong. And these words really impacted the Three Stooges. They kneel and kowtow repeatedly. Grandmaster, I understand. I will follow you to meditate and cultivate. From now on, the worldly pleasures have nothing to do with me. Pure mind is the real treasure. This young friend, your buddies, have all converted to Buddhism. What are you waiting for? The old monk says. Hearing this, Ye Yu slowly reaches out his hand. The old monk quickly seizes the opportunity. Yes, yes, come here. Letting go of all attachments is the only way to remove the curse. The old monk thinks to himself. Once I convert all of you into my nourishment, the hope of leaving this place will be greater by several folds. However, this old geezer isn't so easily fooled. Yeyu straight up lands a thunderous punch. Caught completely off guard, the old monk is punched to the ground, unable to move at all. This awakens the three. Indeed, the enchanting sound was too powerful. I almost completely fell into it. Luckily, Yangbro was here. How could you escape my karmic chant? This is impossible, the old monk asks incredulously. Yeyu reveals. This old man has the mind-questioning mantra protecting me. You think you can enchant me with your trashy chanting? Keep dreaming. These words shock the old monk. Mind-questioning mantra. Are you and that woman from the same sect? You guessed it, so I've decided to reward you a little. Saying this, Yeyu gets straight to the point. I still have a few wives waiting for me at home. You dare try to trick me into becoming a monk? Today, I'll make sure you're pure as can be. Stop hitting me. If you keep going, I won't hold back. Damn it, if that woman hadn't crippled half of my power, how could you beat me like this? I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. The horrifying scene scared all three of them into a cold sweat. Ye bro, Meng Shi is actually suppressing a major fiend within the forbidden area and beating him. This scene is too brutal. Ye bro, put more strength into it. Not enough yet. Ye Yu went straight to the point. Speak. What exactly is that curse? Also, how can we get to the sword cemetery from here? The old monk trembled in fear and hurriedly shouted. Getting to the sword cemetery is easy. I have a map here. But the matter of the curse is related to my fate. Seeing that he didn't want to talk, Yeyu directly threatened, You don't want to talk, huh? I'm gonna cremate your true form right now. Don't. I'll talk. I'll talk. The path you walked just now is the Great Dabio Path. The curse you obtained from those major fiends is equivalent to a complete Great Dabio Path. Just hearing the name is so cool and stylish, making the youth gleeful. Sounds pretty awesome. Did I get a huge benefit? The old monk sighed, revealing, It's not that simple. Those major fiends are unwilling to become slaves to the Great Dao because they are trapped here. Now that you have gathered all of their curses, you will receive the curse of the entire Great Dao. This curse will help you cultivate quickly, but when you reach enlightenment, the curse will steal all your power, turning you into nutrients for the entire Great Davi. If what Jungian says is true, the curse is like raising me into a pig. First fattening me up, then butchering and eating me next year. In a sense, you're right, so that's how it is. Yeyu chose to believe it. Yi bro, you believe that? With his personality, probably not. And as expected, the youth immediately retorted, Believe my ass, you ugly old man. I'm gonna burn your true form now, the old monk cried, begging. Don't, I swear in the name of Buddha, it's all true. If you don't believe me, you can go ask those major fiends. Third time's the charm. The youth is always like this, and they're all used to it. Fine, I'll believe you for now. But you tricked me just now.
How should we settle that debt? Knowing that Ye Yu wanted to scam him, Yang Lao had no choice but to hand over. This is a spirit leaf condensed from my true form, which can enhance the development of your physique. How about it? Thinking he would be let off, but no. With this clueless guy, he wanted everything. This leaf isn't bad, that leaf too, they're all mine.
The youth was so enthusiastic that it made people uncomfortable. The old monk was helpless, only knowing to lie down and cry, "My spirit leaves.
Please leave some for me." After gathering quite a few, Ye Yu waved to the other three guys. Come on, good things must be shared with everyone." I knew you were waiting for just that. The three immediately rushed over. "Yeah bro is so generous, from now on you're our sworn brother." After a moment of weakness, only one leaf was left. Why did I offend this murderous star? After absorbing those spirit leaves, the hidden potential within our bodies has been activated. Yay, bro, my admiration for you is like water dripping on a stone over time. Ye Yu also affirmed. It's a small matter. After all, we are brothers in shared hardship. The youth thought to himself. These people are willing to risk their lives for their families, their character isn't bad, worth helping. At this point, Ye Yu also took out the map he got from the old monk earlier. Next, I have to go to the sword cemetery. You can go back or go somewhere else to look for treasures. The three of them understood when they heard this. The sword cemetery is full of dangers. Our strength isn't enough. We won't go in there and cause more trouble for you. How about we see Ye bro off for a bit? The other two also agreed. Alright then, let's set off now. Not knowing how long it took, they all set foot in the place, and what appeared was a graveyard. Finally, we've arrived at the entrance to the sword cemetery. Shui Yan sister, don't worry, I will definitely retrieve the soul-locking sword. Here, Ye Yu also said his last words. Three brothers, send me off to here, you can go back now. Yeah bro, we'll be waiting for you outside. I believe that with your strength you'll definitely survive and make it out of the sword graveyard. We'll be waiting for good news from you. The three of them respectfully bowed their heads in farewell. Not wanting to miss anything, Ye Yu quickly set off. With Yesbro's talent, he's not afraid of death and goes into the sword graveyard. I can't be lazy either. You're right, we need to improve a lot more. Meeting Ye bro is lucky for us. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard. The Ye bro you're talking about is probably Ye Yu, right? I finally found him. Jian Tianfan also chased after him, carrying his sword. Who are you? What do you want with Ye bro? The old white-haired guy loudly questioned. He didn't bother hiding it, and revealed, I am Jian Tianfan from Holy Sword Villa. Tell me where Ye Yu is, and I might spare your lives. Sounds like you're up to no good. I definitely won't tell you. Block him. Buy time for Ye bro. Ahaha, you three pieces of trash think you can stop me? Whatever, I'll kill you guys first, then go find Ye Yu. Facing a strong opponent, the three of them weren't afraid and attacked first. Catching the right moment, Jian Tianfan also swung his sword down. This is the Holy King's 12 swords, possessing immense power. It created a huge commotion, which even Ye Yu from afar noticed. After this one strike, the three of them were knocked to the ground, motionless. Damn it, how is he so strong? I even activated my great physique, and still can't beat him. To die under my divine power. This is your honor, Jian Tianfan said proudly. Just as he was about to make the finishing move, he was unexpectedly stopped in time. Ye Yu, you've finally shown yourself. Anyone who dares to touch my friends, no matter who they are, will only meet death. The three of them didn't forget to remind him, Ye bro, be careful, this guy is the successor of Holy Sword Villa, Jian Tianfan. When it comes to the sword, he's probably in the top 3 in the divine power realm. Just now, the three of us working together couldn't beat him. Jian Tianfan's swordplay has probably reached its peak. Ye bro, don't force yourself. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Ye Yu naturally understood that Jian Tianfan might temporarily be ahead of me in the divine power realm, but my swordplay is the strongest. Ye Yu had the opportunity to show off here. Jian Tianfan also wasn't willing to be outdone, and pointed his sword straight up into the sky, absorbing the energy of the gale. You're really overestimating yourself? Today, I'll let you know how big the gap is between us. Holy King's 12 swords. He used the same move again to deal with Ye Yu. First sword, rising wind. Ye Yu still had a way to deal with it, peerless finger. He also unleashed two forces, quickly colliding with each other, evenly matched. After a while, the two neutralized each other. However, Jian Tianfan wasn't out of tricks, and he quickly cast second sword, falling rain. To deal with it, Ye Yu launched 10,000 and 8,000 swords in response. But this time it seemed a bit too much, and Ye Yu was knocked to his knees. As expected, the difference in realm is too great. No matter how abnormal your power is, you still have to submit. Jian Tianfan therefore looked down on Ye Yu. If this is all you've got, then you've disappointed me too much. It seems Wu Sheng overestimated you, Jian Tianfan. Don't be too happy, I haven't lost yet, because my divine power hasn't been fully released. Ye Yu didn't want to hide his cards anymore. You're really stubborn. If that's the case, then my next move will send you on your way. The one who's going on his way should be you. Ye Yu then activated the spiritual energy in his body and took out his infinite sword divine power and slashed down. Realizing that something was wrong, the three of them hurriedly turned around and ran away from there, and because of this, they all saved their lives. However, the impact from the explosion was huge. After the dust settled, the place was just a pile of ruins. The explosion has stopped. Who won in the end? Yi bro, please don't be okay. The dust slowly settled, revealing Ye Yu kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. That last move took a lot out of me. Almost drained my spiritual power. But Jian Tianfan is in worse shape. He's practically crippled and can't figure out how he lost to brother Yi. Are you badly hurt? You beat Jian Tianfan. You're seriously awesome. Ye Yu just said he was fine. Jian Tianfan just proved it. My divine power realm is the strongest. Even if you're a higher level, you're no match for me. At this point, Jian Tianfan struggled to sit up and questioned, what is Ye Yu's divine power? Ye Yu didn't mind revealing it and then turned to leave. Jian Tianfan isn't Mo Wuxiang. He's a worthy opponent, plus I already shattered his Dantian, so he's not a threat anymore. I didn't expect Mo Wuxiang to have such a dirty trick up his sleeve. The only safe place is the sword cemetery. You guys don't need to see me off. Be careful not to get involved. Hearing Ye Yu's words, the three of them blamed themselves, only hoping that Ye Yu could survive and come out. Outside, Jian Tianfan was also trying his best to crawl inside. I am the hope of Holy Sword Villa. I absolutely cannot die here. I have to enter the sword cemetery and find a sword to recast my Dantian. Ye Yu. You just wait. I will not admit defeat. The scene cuts to a moment later inside the sword cemetery. As soon as Ye Yu entered, he couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder it's called the sword cemetery, there are so many swords. Moreover, each sword has a special sword intent. If you're not careful, you might get slashed by the sword intent in an instant. On this trip, I not only have to find the soul-locking sword that Elder Supreme needs, but also find a sword for myself that can withstand the divine power. Just as he thought of this, Ye Yu was suddenly blinded by a flash of light. Huh! Why is there a palace over there, and there isn't a single sword around it? Could it be that there is something special in the palace that makes all the other swords in the sword cemetery afraid to get close? And the place that Ye Yu was paying attention to was the Sword Dynasty. The youth was also taken aback. Could it be that the ancient Emperor Zun in the legend wants to rampantly establish a world-shocking dynasty in the Forbidden Sword Cemetery? Legend has it that the Sword Dynasty only cultivates the sword. At its peak, there were several ancient Emperor Zuns whose power shook several major continents, but for some reason, they devoted the entire dynasty to attacking the Forbidden Sword Cemetery, and then no one from the entire dynasty came out. The world-shocking dynasty of an era has declined from here. It seems that it was finally overthrown in this sword cemetery. Thinking about it, it's not a bad thing. This is the strongest sword-wielding dynasty. Even if the people are dead, there are probably still many divine swords here. Who knows, there might be one that suits me. Thinking of this, the youth happily rushed in at full speed. A moment later, the youth was standing in front of an ancient coffin frozen in the middle of the palace. The person lying in this coffin shouldn't be the ancient emperor of the Sword Dynasty, right? If that's the case, wouldn't the two swords on the iceberg be emperor weapons? No need to guess. The youth also rushed up to see, and it was really like that. This trip is a big win. Ye Yu didn't hesitate, and pounced forward to pull it out. His momentum was really fierce. But the only thing that was a little strange was that it was a little too easy. It was not until Ye Yu looked up at the ceiling that he was shocked. Something is not quite right. A space vortex that he didn't know when formed sucked Ye Yu into it. At the same time, in the secret realm of the Sword Dynasty, a purge was breaking out within the Zhang Hu sword sect. Today, we must level the Chenghong sword sect no matter what. Sect leader Dong Chenghong's retreat to break through to the Divine Power Supreme Realm failed, and he suffered serious injuries. This is a God-sent opportunity. From today onwards, the Chenghong sword sect, one of the top 10 sword sects, will no longer exist. Dong Chenghong, I advise you to surrender. The extermination of the Chenghong sword sect is a foregone conclusion. This guy is the sect leader of the Wenjian sect. Sect leader Dong Zhanghong immediately responded, our sect has never treated you badly, and even helped you overcome several calamities, but today, you are taking advantage of my serious injuries, and coming here, aren't you afraid of being scorned by the world? Why is Dong Hao, the young sect leader of the Chenghong sword sect, standing next to him? The city lord of Tianjin City, standing on this side, also joined in the fun. Old man, the big fish eats the small fish. Don't you understand this principle? Only the last person alive is the winner, and history will be written by the victor. Dong Hao was very angry when he heard this, and immediately pointed his sword and shouted, damn it, you ungrateful people, sooner or later you will be punished by the heavens. Punished by the heavens? Ah ha ha, you actually believe in these ghost things. If it really exists, you can call it over. I will stand here and let it hit me. So random, but Ye Yu just happened to be flying down from above. Dude, this scene feels so familiar, like, what are the odds he'd fall right on top of the Wenjian sect leader? The disciples were totally dumbfounded. What just happened? Did someone just fall from the sky and land on our sect leader? Is our sect leader gonna be okay? And no one was more surprised than Dong Hao. Holy crap, I was just saying that. Is this like actual divine retribution? Sect leader Dong Zhanghong suddenly realized, this isn't divine retribution, if I'm not mistaken. This is a super powerful group cultivation technique. Group cultivation technique. That's right, falling from the sky. The impact strengthens the body, gradually making it able to withstand supreme sword energy, ultimately reaching the point of man and sword becoming one.
Anyone who dares to use this kind of technique is a top-tier powerhouse. If he can help our Zhanghong sword sect, I'm telling you, there might be hope. Back to Ye Yu's side, the guy had finally calmed down and started looking around. The spiritual energy here is dense, like the 9 provinces small world I crossed over from. Could this also be? Seeing his clueless look, the crowd yelled, how could he possibly be a powerhouse?
He's clearly just a passerby. Just then, the father and son, the Deng sect leaders, knelt down and begged. Great One, our Zhanghong sword sect is facing a major crisis today. We beg you to help us. We'll agree to anything. The disciples were stunned by the scene. Are we really at the end of the road and just going for broke? Ye Yu himself was completely confused. What's going on? What's this Zhanghong sword sect? Why are they begging me? The Wenjian sect leader struggled to his feet after the hit. I didn't expect you, Zhanghong sword sect, to be hiding such an expert. But can he really stand against over 100 Wenjian sect disciples alone? Then he commanded. All Wenjian sect disciples, form the sword formation and kill this brat. He thought to himself, Dong Zhanghong and Dong Hao have no brains. Just kill this guy, and it's over. Suddenly finding himself surrounded, Ye Yun said, wait a minute, I don't even know these two guys. Just fight your own battle. It has nothing to do with me. Of course, the Wenjian sect leader didn't believe it. Still trying to weasel your way out of it at this point. Do you think I'm an idiot? Disciples, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples rushed forward with their swords. The father and son, the Dong sect leaders, hurriedly warned, Great One, dodge quickly. This is the Wenjian sect's strongest heavenly sword formation. Even a master of the divine connection realm can't stop it. You should still be careful. What the heck? I said it has nothing to do with me? And you still want to fight me? Screw that. Then I'll grant you your wish. Ye Yu couldn't take it anymore, and directly took out the boundless sword and slashed down. Quickly breaking their sword formation, the Wenjian sect leader had to desperately block it. BOM. The attack created an explosion like an atomic bomb. When the dust settled, all that was left were the Wenjian sect disciples scattered everywhere. He took care of the Wenjian sect with just one move. This strength is too terrifying. The father and son, the Dong sect leaders, gaped in shock. Ye Yu said with an indifferent expression, Why did you have to force my hand? Even I'm afraid when I make a move. The Wenjian sect leader is crippled after one attack. Isn't that solving the Zhanghong sword sect's problem? Fortunately, this Great One came to our rescue. The Zhanghong sword sect will be immortal forever. Dong Hao reported. Father, the crisis has been averted. The Zhanghong sword sect's legacy has been preserved, but the sect leader didn't think so. The real crisis has never disappeared. We were lucky this time, and the heavens sent a powerhouse to help us. What will we do next time? My body is severely injured, and without a powerful expert guarding the sect, those evil juniors will definitely take the opportunity to attack. Hearing this, Dong Hao understood something. His thought was simple. They absolutely had to keep this Great One here, even if it meant paying any price. Dong Hao agreed. Anyway, the Zhanghong sword sect is already at the end of the road. It wouldn't matter even if we gave him the position of sect leader. Ye Yu was still lost in thought. Wenjian sect, Zhanghong sword sect. I've never heard of these two sects. Could it be that I've really come to a small world like the 9 provinces? Just as the Dong sect leader was about to speak, the youth waved his hand to stop him. Alright, you don't need to say any of those thank yous. If you really want to thank me, then do something practical. Don't do anything useless. Hearing this, the two of them directly knelt down. Our Zhanghong sword sect is willing to offer the position of sect leader to you, Great One. This shocked Ye Yu, and he couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Great One, if you hadn't taken action, our sect would have been destroyed. I have nothing to repay you with right now. I can only do this. Under your guidance, I'm sure Zhanghong sword sect will grow stronger day by day and regain its prestige among the 10 great sword sects. Ye Yu wasn't impressed. Spare me that crap. You think I don't know what you're up to? You want to keep me here to block enemies, right? I'm not falling for it. His intentions exposed, the old guy hastily explained. That's just one aspect. Anyway, our Zhanghong sword sect is one of the 10 great sword sects, with immense power, surpassing even many Marquisa cats. Before he could ramble on, Ye Yu bluntly cut him off. Not interested. I don't like unnecessary trouble, can't even sleep well at night. The disciples witnessing everything were exasperated. Damn it, it's one of the 10 great sword sects, yet the position of sect leader is being passed around like a hot potato. The problem is, the guy doesn't even want it. You two old geezers still hope to persuade this great master, otherwise Zhanghong sword sect won't be peaceful. Unable to persuade him, sect leader Deng pushed the task onto his son, Hao Shi. You give it a try. I think the great master isn't that old. Maybe you two will hit it off. As long as you can make the great master stay, I'll grant you anything you want. Sensing a good deal, Deng Hao immediately agreed without hesitation, and pulled out a few things. I have some supreme ancient books here. I wonder if the great master is interested. Spotting something he liked, Ye Yu's expression instantly changed 180 degrees. You guys have these here. Awesome. And with illustrations too. As long as you agree to be the sect leader, you can have as much of these as you want. Trying to trick me with these. I'm a man with 3 wives already, you know. Is there anything I haven't been through? Just then, Ye Yu paid attention to the manual he was holding, Grass and Wood Sword Art. Dong Hao scratched his head sheepishly. This Thalmosic sword manual is just the most basic sword manual. I accidentally grabbed the wrong one. However, Ye Yu found it a bit interesting. Even basic sword manuals are available. Looks like this world focuses on the sword Dao, which happens to be my divine power as well. If I can read them all, maybe I can deduce something, and my divine power will improve. At this point, the young man took the initiative to speak up. Your Zhang Hong sword sect is known as one of the 10 great sword sects. You probably have quite a few sword manuals stored, right? Logically speaking, the sect leader can freely browse them, right? Sect leader Dong Zhanghong confirmed it. That's the sect leader's privilege. What are you implying, Great Master? Ye Yu revealed his thoughts. Suddenly, I think being your sect leader isn't so bad. I agree. How unexpected. He agreed just for a basic sword manual. The disciples were dumbfounded. He'd agree to be the sect leader just for that? One of the powers of the 10 great sword sects isn't even worth a normal sword manual. Ye Yu approached the old man and patted his shoulder encouragingly. It's settled then. Starting today, I'm the sect leader of Zhanghong Sword Sect. As the sect leader, my first decision is to check the quality of the sword manuals in the scripture pavilion. Take me there now. Hearing the proposal, the old man nodded in agreement. Yes, sect leader. The scripture pavilion is this way. I'll take you there. At this moment, Dong Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we managed to keep this expert. Lucky he's only interested in sword manuals. Hopefully he won't cause any trouble. Soon after, the news spread throughout the capital. Have you heard? The sect leader of Wenjian sect was killed with just one move. I heard the one who did it is named Ye Yu, and he's now the new sect leader of Zhanghong Sword Sect. In the Sword Tower's power rankings, he's ranked 16th on the blacklist, said to be at the peak of the divine power realm. HMPH. I thought Zhanghong Sword Sect wouldn't last after Dong Zhanghong was seriously injured. Who knew such a figure would appear? At the same time, in the Palace of Sword Country, the reigning emperor was furious upon hearing the news. What's the background of that Ye Yu? How could he kill the Wenjian sect leader that we cultivated with a single sword? Your Majesty, I couldn't find any information about that. Ye Yu, this person seems to have appeared out of nowhere. This person is Shan Wang. Shouldn't be underestimated. Find an excuse to get him to enter the Sword Country's capital. I want to unify the world, and the Zhanghong Sword Sect's got to be under my thumb. If this guy listens, spare his life. If not, just take care of him. Anyway, with the old ancestor here, he can't pull any tricks. Lord Shanwang also took the order and quickly went to arrange things. Cut back to the Zhanghong Sword Sect's scripture pavilion. They've been waiting outside for ages, and Ye Yu still hasn't come out. Dong Zhanghong stroked his beard and said, the sect leader's been in the scripture pavilion for 3 days now, and hasn't come out yet. Plus, he won't let anyone bother him. We can't keep this up. The other major sword sects have been sending people to probe us lately. The sect leader needs to show his face and flex his strength to intimidate them. Just then, a disciple came rushing in to report. The Sword Kingdom's Grand Eunuch Mu En has arrived to greet the Zhanghong Sword Sect. Why is the emperor sending someone now? This doesn't feel right. Dong Hao sensed something was off, and just then, he showed up. Ahaha, long time no see. Sect leader Dong, still as vibrant as ever. We're here with an imperial decree today. Where's the new sect leader? Dong Zhanghong respectfully bowed. Eunuch Mu, if you wish to see the new sect leader, you'll have to wait a moment. He's currently busy comprehending the sword compendium in the scripture pavilion. Is comprehending the sword compendium more important than receiving an imperial decree? We're busy today, got other places to be. We don't have time to waste here. Saying this, he ordered Jian Yi, go invite the sect leader out to receive the decree. Receiving the order, with his hulking physique he went straight in without hesitation. Damn it! A eunuch dares to act all high and mighty at the Zhanghong Sword Sect. Mu En used to be super respectful, but now he is acting all arrogant. Must be because he sees our sect declining. Hey old guys, it's because he's got the #1 sword kingdom backing him. Dong Hao urged his father. Mu En's being a bully. We gotta stop him from disturbing the sect leader. However, Dong Zhanghong opposed. No rush. Mu En wants to test the sect leader's strength. If that's the case, then let's give him what he wants. Nearing the door, Jian Yi cupped his hands and shouted, the Zhanghong Sword Sect's new sect leader, come out and receive the decree. Looks impressive and all, but after waiting for a long time there was no response, which made Eunuch Mu En explode with anger, and he signaled Jian Yi to open the door. Understanding his intent, he stepped forward and knocked on the door repeatedly to call the person, but unexpectedly he was sent flying backward by a force from inside. That one move successfully inflicted heavy injuries on Jian Yi. Eunuch Mu En was shocked. What the heck? Jian Yi is a powerhouse in the divine power realm, and he was injured by one move. Just what is the new sect leader's strength? Just then, a voice came from inside. Who's making a racket outside while I'm cultivating? You want to die? Dong Zhanghong announced. Sect leader? Calm down. Grand Eunuch Mu En of the Sword Kingdom says he has an imperial decree from the emperor. Hearing this, Ye Yu opened the door and asked curiously, what does the Sword Kingdom's emperor want? The old man revealed. Since the Thousand-Year Sword Dynasty was divided, the Sword Kingdom is the largest and most powerful nation still in existence. The Zhenghong Sword Sect nominally accepts its governance, so that's how it is. Then you go receive the imperial decree. Don't bother me, I need to study the sword compendium. Ye Yu didn't really care. Meanwhile, Tian Yi, after that attack, managed to sit up and exaggerated. Your Excellency, the Zhenghong Sword Sect's new sect leader is disrespecting the Emperor's decree. We have to teach him a lesson. If word of this gets out, what's left of the Sword Kingdom's reputation? Sounds legit. Eunuch Mu En immediately ordered, "Go down the mountain and summon the Kunwu sword here," he thought to himself. The Zhenghong Sword Sect's strength isn't what it used to be. Today I'll seize this opportunity to subdue them. With such a great contribution, His Majesty will definitely reward me handsomely. Considering that was the end of the matter, Ye Yu went back inside to continue studying the sword compendium, instructing the old man to take care of the rest. However, he was stopped by Deng Zhanghong. Mu En's visit this time isn't well-intentioned. If he finds an opportunity to make things difficult, we'll definitely be in trouble. I heard that, after Mu En visited the Shaoyang Sword Sect, they announced that they belong to the Sword Kingdom's royal family. If we don't handle this well... This kind of veiled hinting made Ye Yu extremely uncomfortable. Annoying, fine, forget it. For the sake of these sword compendium of yours, I'll help one more time. Just as he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared, flying over on a sword. He introduced himself. I have a treasured sword from the Kunwu ruins. The appearance of the person is like water. If you cut jade, it is very easy. As soon as they saw him, a disciple recognized him. He's the Kunwu sword, ranked 10th on the Sword Tower's blacklist. Rumor has it, he's already entered the Divine Power Supreme Realm. This has Deng Zhanghong worried. The sect leader is only at the peak of the Divine Power Entry realm, he's no match at all. Eunuch Mu En couldn't wait any longer and spoke up. Kunwu sword. This new sect leader of the Zhenghong Sword Sect is so engrossed in the sword compendium that he can't break free. He doesn't even want to receive the Emperor's decree. He must be having some epiphany. Why not let you sharpen him? Maybe it'll help him break through. Hearing this, Kunwu sword got even more excited. What? I do this all the time. To put it bluntly, it's just bullying the weak, you guys. Since he's a reasonable guy, he took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Kunwu sword. It's a pleasure to hone skills with the new sect leader of the Zhenghong Sword Sect. Before he could finish speaking, Ye Yu unleashed an attack, catching him off guard. He took the full brunt of it, and the hand seal mercilessly slammed him into the ground. The people there didn't understand what was happening. Is it that the sect leader is too strong, or is Kunwu sword too weak? Kunwu sword, my ass. Daring to fly in front of me on your sword. What a phone. Ye Yu found it annoying just looking at him. After one move, Kunwu sword could still stand up and shout, "Bastard! I don't accept this. You clearly ambushed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost. Need to ambush to deal with you. If you can take this move of mine, and don't die, I'll consider it a loss. You can do whatever you want with the Zhenghong Sword Sect then." Hearing this, Deng Zhanghong tried hard to stop him because it was too risky. However, Ye Yu scolded him. Shut up! Who's the sect leader here, me or you? Get rid of those thoughts. Don't think. I don't know why you let Musen bother my cultivation. If it happens again, I'll kill you without mercy. His dirty deeds exposed? The old man admitted his mistake. I originally just wanted to choose a puppet to be the sect leader to stand against enemies from outside, but I didn't expect this one to be so difficult to fool. On the contrary, Eunuch Mu En looked extremely pleased. This is a good opportunity. Although this new sect leader is very strong, he's still very young. We can take over the Zhenghong Sword Sect. Thinking of this, he ordered Kunwu sword. You must block this move at all costs. As long as you don't die, the Sword Kingdom's royal family's recovery medicines will be provided. Moreover, we can reward you. With such good treatment, he naturally agreed immediately. Kunwu sword is, for better or worse, ranked 10th on the blacklist. How could I not even block one move of his? Saying this, he activated the spiritual energy in his body and channeled it into the sword in his hand, determined to deal with it with all his might. The disciples also started making a fuss. Kunwu sword is ranked 10th on the blacklist, but the sect leader is only 16th. Where does he get the courage to make a bet like that? In the end, he's still an outsider, so he doesn't care about the Zhenghong Sword Sect. I never expected our sect to be defeated by a kid one day. How hateful. Just then, Kunwu sword also confirmed that he was ready and could attack at any time. He thought to himself, as long as I block it, I can take advantage of his exhaustion to kill him and wash away my shame. And of course, Ye Yu was very much looking forward to it. It just so happens that I recently learned a new sword art. It's the perfect time to test its power on you. Sword energy accumulates. Dispelling the colorful clouds, Deng Zhanghong recognized that this was the difficulty of our sect's signature sword art, the Zhenghong sword art. Zhenghong pierces the sun. Ye Yu launched the sword energy to strike down. Facing this ultimate move, Kunwu sword also put the sword in front of him to form a shield. This is the Kunwu sword barrier. In this situation, he could only try his best to resist. However, it was useless. The sword energy quickly pierced through the shield, causing it to gradually crack. Kunwu sword himself couldn't imagine how he couldn't block even one move. Could it be that you've already entered the divine power supreme realm?
Please don't kill me, I surrender. It was too late to say anything. Ye also directly slashed down with a finishing blow. The single strike unleashed immense power, blowing away all the rocks and soil in the area.
Eunuch Muen, standing on the side, also shouted loudly, Kunwu sword! You must not die, you must live for me. When the dust settled, he was still standing firmly on the ground, but the injuries on his body were very serious. He regretted taking this move.
As soon as he finished speaking, he fell directly to the ground and died on the spot. Witnessing this scene made everyone's attitude change 180 degrees. He won. Not only that, but what the sect leader displayed was also our sect's signature sword art.
The sect leader has really entered the divine power supreme realm. It was clearly just the entry realm not long ago, and only a few days have passed. Dong Hao chimed in. The sect leader has definitely reached the wisdom realm, otherwise he couldn't have killed Kunwu's sword with a single move.
This shocked Dong Changhong, a realm I've dreamed of my entire life, and he achieved it in just a few short days.
If Zhanghong's sword sect really makes him the sect leader, it might not be so bad. Mu En, the eunuch, was so scared he scurried away. Gotta run. The new sect leader has reached the wisdom realm. Damn it. Looks like we've lost this time, but before he could take a few steps, Ye Yu blocked his path. The Sword Emperor's decree hasn't been issued yet. Eunuch Mu En, where are you rushing off to?
Hearing this, he realized, and took out the decree to deliver it. Dong Changhong chuckled sheepishly, because he had completely forgotten about it. However, Ye Yu still had something to add. Also, has the eunuch forgotten something else?
Kunwu's sword caused quite a bit of damage here. Those are top-grade orchid jade tiles. I heard they were transported from the snowy mountain peaks, each tile costing several hundred taels. It's a pity that the Zhanghong sword sect has suffered a great change, and there aren't many resources left in the sect.
He understood the implied meaning in these words, and immediately took out a stack of silver bills. We'll pay for the repairs, sect leader, you must accept it. Not accepting would be looking down on us.
Now that's a man who understands. Ye Yun gave him a thumbs up. Eunuch, you're truly righteous, I admire you.
Sect leader,
your divine abilities are unparalleled. I deeply admire you. I spoke flattering words, and Ye Yu burst into laughter.
Scene changed to a while later in the main hall of the Zhanghong sword sect. Ye Yu yawned and asked Dong Changhong, what does the Sword Emperor's decree say?
I've read it through. To summarize, it says, Imperial Sword, National Treasure, we will start paying tribute today, and specifically request that the sect leader lead the team to pay tribute. Why start paying today? Haven't you guys paid this before? Ye Yu asked curiously. Dong Changhong didn't dare to hide anything and revealed. In the past, our sect was stronger, and I was about to enter the divine power realm, so the Sword Nation was polite to us. The relationship between the two sides seemed to be one of cooperation, but now my breakthrough has failed, and my body is seriously injured, so there's this situation. Dong Hao, standing beside him, added. The decree specifically names the sect leader to go. I suspect they might want to take this opportunity to probe our sect leader's strength.
If that's really the case, we've decided to go into danger with the sect leader. Sect leader?
How about sending Hauer on this trip instead? His father's words stunned him. Hey, I'm your own son. The matter sounded serious, but Ye Yu noticed something else. What was that? The Sword Nation is the most powerful country, so it probably has many swordplay manuals, right?
Hearing this, he understood and guessed what this guy was about to do. Ye Yu didn't bother explaining and flew away from the base. It's decided then. I just finished reading the Changhong Sword Sect's sword manual, so tomorrow I'll set off for the Sword Nation's imperial capital. After he left, Dong Changhong slapped his son hard. You meddling brat.
If the sect leader is in danger, what will our Zhanghong sword sect rely on to recover in the future? I told you, your mouth will get you in trouble. Dong Hao could only admit his mistake. Scene changed to the Sword Nation's imperial capital, Great Ming Dynasty. Many ships are heading here, among which a dilapidated sampan is looming, with Ye Yu and Dong Hao on board. He complained. It's fine if you want me to go to the Sword Nation's imperial capital with you, sect leader. At least hire a boatman, right? My arms are about to fall off. Ye Yu calmly replied to these words. You don't understand. All things are cultivation. As long as you are at peace and not moved by external things, you can comprehend the true essence.
The words sound good, but little did he know this young man had his own worries. Damn it, the Zhanghong sword sect is too weak.
They didn't even give me the money to hire a boatman? This weakness made Dong Hao realize the sect leader is so young and can cultivate to such a realm, he really has a high IQ.
Thank you, sect leader. For your guidance, this disciple accepts your instructions. Just then, a large ship suddenly approached the two.
A lackey standing on the ship's railing pointed and shouted, Hurry up! The ship of Sword Nation's #1 beauty, Miss Tang Menger, is ahead. They were so careless that they splashed a bunch of water on the small boat, soaking both of them like drowned rats. This made Dong Hao furious, and he roared loudly. Dong Hao, have you already forgotten what I just said? All things, all matters are cultivation. You must calm your mind and not be moved by external objects.
Ye Yu had barely finished speaking when he was unexpectedly splashed again by another boat, getting him completely soaked from head to toe.
Ye Yu then stood up straight and called out to Dong Hao.
Understanding the message, he interrupted. Sect leader. You don't need to say it, I understand. Must really calm the mind, what the heck? Quickly chase after them for me. Dare to bully me. If I don't deal with them today, I'm no longer Ye Yu. I'm telling you, the image of the exemplary man from before has completely collapsed in Deng Hao's eyes. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Sword Kingdom, the emperor had also received news about what happened at the Changhong sword sect. You're saying that Ye Yu defeated the Kunwu sword in one move. So he already has the cultivation of the divine power limit realm. Eunuch Mu Yin replied. According to what I see, that Ye Yu relies on strategy that can be said to rank before the third position in the wisdom realm, and moreover, he is still very young, his hopes of breaking through to the wisdom realm are very high. Hearing this, Prince Shan was a little worried. Right now, the old ancestor is at the most important moment of closed-door cultivation, so we can't disturb him. Your Majesty, it seems we have to win over the Changhong sword sect first. The emperor also agreed, saying, That's right, Prince Shan, you go and welcome Ye Yu first. You must show that we value him greatly. In addition, doesn't that Ye Yu really like reading the Sword Compendium? The scripture pavilion of our Sword Kingdom Imperial Palace can be opened for him. We must win him over no matter what. After speaking, the emperor turned to ask Eunuch Mu, Where is that Ye Yu now? According to the information from the scouts, he is currently on Great Ming Lake. Scene change to a large boat slowly moving, where they are also holding a poetry gathering, with beautiful women dancing very skillfully. However, this girl is not happy at all. She is Tang Mengger, and she whispered to the man standing behind her, Third uncle. I really don't like this place, especially that Zhao Yang. He sticks to me every day, it's so annoying. After all, he is the son of Prince Shan, and Prince Shan now has power over the emperor and Miss Yi, so we should still be patient for the sake of the family. After a while, when the family head's plan is completed, hearing this, Tang Menger's mood calmed down a bit. Right now, this is all we can do. And as before, he took the initiative to stand up and start a conversation. This time, for this poetry gathering, I have prepared a poem, especially for Miss Menger. May I invite everyone to appreciate it. This guy with the punchable face is Zhao Yang, the son of Prince Shan of the royal family. Miss Menger is a flower. The shy buds fall with a plop plop. I'm telling you, this is nothing but torture. Is this even called poetry? The poems of the vegetable seller in the city are much better than his. This illiterate guy even dares to participate in a poetry gathering. Seeing the not-so-happy reactions of the others, Zhao Yang angrily shouted, What do you all mean by this? Is it possible that the poems I write aren't good enough? Facing such a powerful person, everyone hurriedly flattered him. Very good. Very good. This kind of goodness is only found in the heavens. It's very rare in the human world. After listening to young Master Zhao's poem, I suddenly feel that my own poems are nothing but trash. Miss Menger is fortunate to have young Master Zhao write a poem for her. It's truly admirable. Hearing this, Zhao Yang was temporarily satisfied and let it go. Then he turned his attention to Tang Mengye. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he unexpectedly took a kick to the face. What the hell, you splashed water on me, and you have the free time to write poetry here. You guys already know who this tone belongs to, huh? Tang Mengxie was very surprised to witness this scene. Ye Yu, soaked to the bone, angrily stomped forward. My clothes are made of silk, and there's only one set in the world. If you don't compensate me for it today, none of you will even think about leaving. Who is this kid? He even dares to hit Zhao Yang. He seems to be the little guy sitting on the boat earlier, right? You can tell at a glance that he's a country bumpkin who just entered the city, offending Zhao Yang. This kid is doomed. Zhao Yang was also very angry after the kick just now. Bastard, you dare to attack me from behind. Do you know who my father is? Before he could finish speaking, Ye Yu grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up. What do I care about that? Hurry up and pay up, otherwise today I will beat you, until even your parents won't recognize you. Just as he was about to make a move, Tang Menger hurriedly stopped him. This young master should know who you are dealing with. The father of this young Maester Zhao is Prince Shan, the younger brother of the Emperor of the Sword Kingdom. Hearing that name made Ye Yu blank out for a sec. Zhao Yang saw this and immediately sneered. Kid, it's too late to be scared now. My father won't let this go. If you kneel down and apologize right now, maybe you can salvage something. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yu slapped him straight across the face. Kneel my ass. So what, if you're the son of the benevolent king, you dare try to scare me? Today, even if you're the son of the Emperor of Sword Country, there's only one outcome. Everyone present was shocked by the scene before them. Is this little brat a werewolf or something? After finding out he's the son of the benevolent king, he hits even harder. Zhao Yang at least has divine connection realm cultivation, but he can't even resist. After a good massage and pummeling session, Ye Yu managed to extort quite a bit. Not bad. Consider this compensation for my mental damage. However, it's not over yet. Ye Yu turned to look at the rest of the group and said sternly, Everyone, Zhao Yang's debt is considered paid. What about yours? You guys splashed water on me earlier, you were all involved, right? I don't need much, just 1,000 taels each. Everyone immediately denied it. Upon hearing this, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just an outsider. I don't carry that much money on me. At this point, Tang Mengjie had to step in to help. For this gentleman, this is a poetry gathering that Tang Mengjie organized. You're robbing the guests here, I'm afraid that's a bit inappropriate. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Luckily, Miss Menger stepped in to help.
The bodyguard she brought is... At the half-step wisdom realm, that kid is definitely not a match. Ye Yu smiled wryly and asked, if Miss Tang finds it inappropriate, then what does Miss Tang think should be done? Return Zhao Gongzi's money, and you leave here, and I can let this matter go, she said. But as soon as she finished speaking, Ye Yu suddenly approached Miss Tang. You are indeed very beautiful, but don't think so simply. You are not the center of the world, things won't go the way you want them to.
Seeing such impudent behavior, Tang Menger signaled for third uncle to take action immediately.
A burst of sword ki was unleashed. Daring to humiliate the young lady in front of so many people, you deserve to die. Half-step human realm? Is this all your power? Ye Yu directly caught it. With just 2 fingers. This made both of them extremely surprised and speechless. You dare to use such garbage sword intent. Get out of here. At this moment he realized that he was facing a Supreme Realm expert. Have we offended a Supreme Realm expert? Why would someone like that bother with small characters like us?
Over here, Tang Mengjie took the initiative to start a conversation. I've never heard of a Supreme Realm expert so young in Sword Country. Who exactly are you?
Just as Ye Yu was about to answer, a group of people arrived at the door. None other than the benevolent king.
The old man greeted with a smile. This little Wang has long admired the reputation of the new sect leader of the Changhong Sword Sect. It's truly my good fortune to finally meet you today.
Just as the old man was about to say more, his good-for-nothing son pounced over crying, Father, today, your son was bullied by someone else. You must avenge me.
Seeing his beloved son beaten to such a state, the old man was very angry. Young cougar, quickly tell me who did this.
Tell your father, and your father will definitely not let him go. Here, Zhao Yong pointed directly at Ye Yu. He's the one who hit me.
Quickly order your men to capture him. I want to cripple him. Looking at the person in front of him, the old man paused involuntarily for a moment.
Ye Yu also said, Benevolent king, your son offended me. I'm helping you teach him a lesson. You probably don't mind, right? The heck? What kind of trash are you to be worthy of teaching me a lesson? Today you must die.
Zhao Yong shouted.
As soon as he finished speaking, he received a slap from the benevolent king as expected. You bastard!
Shut your mouth for me. Why did father hit me? I'm your son. He thought and thought, but still couldn't figure out why he got beat up. Shan Wang added a few more smacks to his head to correct the good-for-nothing. You deserved it. You dare insult the sect leader of the Changhong Sword Sect. Hearing this, Tang Menger finally realized. Could it be that you are the new sect leader of the Changhong Sword Sect? Killed Kunwu Sword with one strike. Well, no more hiding it. Ye Yu confirmed it.
I knew there was something awesome about him. He's an absolute killing machine. Took down Kunwu Sword with one move. To become a sect leader at such a young age, while I just goof off and party all day? I'm truly ashamed, sect leader. May I ask if you accept disciples? I can offer some extra compensation.
San Shu also intentionally reminded Tang Mengjie, Miss, this Ye Yu is already in the wisdom realm at such a young age, and he's the sect leader of a sect. He's the best person to befriend.
That's right. However, she's worried because she accidentally offended him earlier.
The young lady's captivating beauty will enchant any man. Just be gentle with him and say a few words, and that Ye Yu will definitely forgive you.
Well, there's no other way. Tang Menger agreed to give it a try, so she took the initiative to start a conversation. I was reckless just now. Please don't take it to heart.
Ye Yu said it was a small matter, not worth worrying about. He was about to turn and leave when Tang Menger called him back. The young man was curious and asked her what was up. It's rare for sect leader Ye to visit the poetry gathering that I organized. Would you mind leaving a few verses? Who knows, it might turn into a beautiful story, she said. Hearing this, Ye Yu laughed. I don't have a complete poem, but I have 2 lines I want to give you. Behind vermilion gates, meat and wine rot. On the road lie piles of frozen bones. As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely left. Seeing this, Shan Wang chased after him. Sect leader Ye, wait for me. His Majesty knows you like sword manuals, so he specially ordered that you be allowed to enter the royal library. The crowd discussed. Sect leader Ye is not only highly skilled in martial arts but also a brilliant writer. He's truly a remarkable talent. That's great poetry. Many people should write it down and hang it in their homes, one of them retorted. Bullshit, you ignorant fool. He's using those poems to satirize us. Thinking it over, Tang Mengjie didn't expect that she had created a very bad impression on Ye Yu. Seeing that things weren't going well, San Shu reassured her that Ye Yu doesn't know what's good for him. Miss Gana doesn't need to pay attention to him. As he said this, Tang Menger quickly interrupted him. San Shu, no need to say any more. This time after I return, I will seclude myself and focus on the sword path. Hearing this, Zhao Yong cried and sobbed, trying to stop her. Young Master Zhao, I have no relationship with you, and I have no feelings for you. Please don't chase after me anymore, and I will never see you again. I'm telling you, this news was like a bolt from the blue, and Zhao Yong couldn't accept it. The people nearby sneered, Zhao Yong is too miserable, isn't he? This is what you call hitting a dog without knowing its master, damn it. If it weren't for you, Ye Yu, Menger wouldn't be so indifferent to me. Fine,
Fine, I will definitely make you pay. I can't deal with you, but others can. You just wait. Ye Yu.
Switching scenes to a little later, at the Li Manor, Zhao Yong came all the way here crying and begging, "Young Master Li,
Today, I was bullied miserably by that Ye Yu. You must avenge me. I already said that I was your little brother, and he still acted so violently. Isn't this looking down on you and your ancestors?"
Li Wei held the cup of tea that he couldn't swallow, and sighed. "Brother Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that the weather has been unpredictable lately, and my back hurts a lot. I can't even taste the tea."
Hearing this, Zhao Sheng quickly replied, "In my house, there is a pair of sisters with excellent massage skills. I will bring them to young Master Li tomorrow. In addition, I can also give you my annual share of the royal tea plantation outside the city." Hearing this, Li Wei paused for a few seconds, then stood up and welcomed him warmly. "Oh my god, why does Zhao Sheng treat me like an outsider? Don't worry, if that Ye Yu dares to hit you, it's the same as looking down on me. I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you."
Hearing this made Zhao Yong overjoyed. "Li Shaoxiang, you're truly my sworn brother."
Zhao Daxiang, just go back and wait for my good news. Zhao Sheng also greeted him and left.
After he left, an old man came out and pointed out that Zhao Yong is clearly using you, Xiaojia. Of course, Li Wei knew this. In recent years, we've been secretly fighting with the royal family, and that Ye Yu is very strong and has great potential. If the royal family manages to win him over, it will be disadvantageous to us. This time, using Zhao Yong's name to deal with him will definitely cause discord between Ye Yu and the royal family. When that happens, we'll seize the opportunity to win him over. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Hearing this, the old man agreed. Xiao Zhu is wise. It's just that Ye Yu's strength is very high. I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with.
Li Wei glanced over and nodded. Just deal with the people around him. Do I need to teach you this? The old man understood and immediately went to do it.
At the same time, at the Royal Sword Kingdom's scripture pavilion, Ye Yu followed Shanwang to this place.
As the host, he gave an introduction. Inside the scripture pavilion, there are tens of thousands of sword manuals. Except for the highest level, you can go anywhere you want.
Hearing this, Ye Yu asked curiously,
"Why not there?" Shanwang revealed. "That's where the royal family's old ancestor is, in seclusion. Please understand, Ye Zongzhu."
Ye Yu understood and acknowledged it.
The young man thought to himself, "From the aura, this person is an extreme expert."
Shan Wang calls him old ancestor. It seems that extreme experts are the top combat power in this world. Ye Yu directly walked inside and slammed the door shut. With the old ancestor personally guarding the place, Ye Yu probably won't cause any trouble. Moreover, the old ancestor is the #1 extreme expert. Who knows what methods he has? This Yin Yu might even be subdued. Shan Wang thought to himself. Back at Ye Yu's location, he was already on the first floor.
Ye Yu was very surprised by the shelves filled with sword manuals. If I can comprehend all the sword intent within them, then the hope of entering the extreme realm is very high. Thinking this, Ye Yu randomly chose a manual and used the creation art to comprehend the sword intent quickly. This scene was observed from afar by an old man who sighed with emotion. He's reading sword manuals as soon as he enters. He's truly gifted.
Forget it. I'll wait for him to encounter some problems and give him some pointers, showing off my extreme realm divine powers. It will be easy to invite him over then. This old man was the Sword Kingdom's old ancestor that Shan Wang had just mentioned. And a day passed by like this. This kid's talent is really not bad. He has comprehended dozens of types of sword intent in a short amount of time. If I can use him, he will definitely be a sharp sword. But the simplest sword manuals have all been read. The next ones won't be so simple. It's probably time for this old ancestor to make a move. But contrary to his expectations, the next 3 days passed by smoothly.
Like 3 days to finish reading 3 floors of sword manuals, and he had almost comprehended all the sword intent. He is the first person to have a faster comprehension speed than me. With such terrifying talent, this kid can definitely break through to the extreme realm. I must subdue him. He is about to go to the 4th floor. The sword manuals there are extremely profound for the Zihe realm cultivators. He will definitely encounter problems. It will be my turn to make a move then. His calculations were on point. But 7 days later, the old man's expression looked very ugly. How can this be? Comprehending the sword manuals on the 4th floor is so easy for him. Thinking back, it took this old ancestor 4 years to understand everything. The old man couldn't wait any longer. Could it be that this kid has a treasure that can accelerate the speed of comprehending sword manuals? No, I must find out. At the same time, Ye Yu was studying the sword manuals carefully when the old ancestor suddenly appeared. Startling, Ye Yu paused and then stood up into a fighting stance, wary. "Who are you? You suddenly jumped out and scared me to death." The old man introduced himself. "I am the old ancestor of the Royal Sword Kingdom. I want to ask, why can you comprehend the sword manuals so quickly?" Ye Yu replied. "Old man, I'm just naturally talented. I only need to look at these sword manuals a few times to understand them. But the truth is that the creation art did everything. Although this young friend's talent is very strong, I have studied these sword manuals for a very long time. How about I give you some pointers? The old ancestor knew deep down that Ye Yu was totally bluffing. He absolutely had to get Ye Yu to make a move to confirm it.
Since Senior is so interested, then of course I'll play along to the very end. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Yu launched his counterattack.
Wanna test my strength? Don't blame me for not holding back then. Two powerful sword intents fiercely collided, causing a massive explosion. Ye Yu seized the chance to bolt. I've still got stuff to handle, Senior. No need to see me out.
The old ancestor had no intention of giving chase, seeing as his left arm was already gushing blood.
Just a Sage Realm expert, and he could wound me. With the Extreme Realm masters from Qi Nation and Wei Nation present, the Imperial Sword Nation is definitely in deep trouble.
Hearing the massive commotion, Prince Shan quickly led his men in to investigate. Old ancestor, did you just fight Ye Yu? Should we send people to capture him right away? Capture Ye Yu? More like you all want to go throw your lives away?
The old ancestor said, tell the Emperor to do everything possible to win over Ye Yu. We mustn't offend him, at least until I successfully assimilate that thing. We absolutely cannot let any conflict happen.
Prince Shan immediately followed the order. The old ancestor had always been incredibly domineering. He never imagined he'd personally give such an instruction. Could Ye Yu really be that powerful now?
Not long after, Ye Yu returned to the entrance of the Zhenhong sword sect. Damn, that Imperial Sword Nation's old ancestor really does have some moves. He lives up to his reputation as an Extreme Realm master. But taking that sword strike from me definitely wasn't easy for him either.
Good thing I comprehended over 1,000 sword intents in the scripture pavilion this time.
Just wait a little longer. Once I've comprehended all of them, I'll be able to break through to the Extreme Realm myself. By then, I'll dominate this entire minor realm. As he thought this, Ye Yu strode inside, yelling, Your sect master has returned. Dong Hao, where are you? Quick, pour me some tea. My head's been killing me from all these sword manuals lately. Hearing his call, an old man scurried out to report, Sect Master, you've finally come back. Master Dong Hao was severely injured a few days ago. Ye Yu was taken aback by the bad news and quickly urged the old man, Quick, take me to him.
At the same time, at the Tang family, the news had also reached Tang Meng'er, third uncle, so if what you're saying is true, on the surface Dong Hao was beaten by Zhao Yong, but secretly, it was Li Wei who made a move, right? He confirmed. That's right. That day, the expert beside Zhao Yong had his face completely covered, but that sword intent, it belonged to the Lin family's master, Lin Tiangshuan.
Ye Yu must have offended the Li family somehow. Looks like there's some serious drama about to unfold this time. It was then that Tang Meng'er had a sudden realization. Third uncle. Go immediately to the Zhenhong sword sect's base and deliver this news to Ye Yu. This slightly surprised him. Young miss, why would we do that just a few days ago? That Ye Yu even used poetry to mock you. With just a little effort, we can befriend a Sage Realm expert with such immense potential. Why wouldn't we do it? Young miss, your words are absolutely brilliant. Third uncle understood immediately and sent someone off. Back at Ye Yu's place, Dong Hao lay on the bed, feeling deeply ashamed. My apologies, sect master, I've disgraced you. Just lie down for now, I'll help you with your injuries.
Ye Yu also sensed that this injury was far from simple.
A powerful sword chi was hidden deep within Dong Hao's body. If it wasn't purged quickly, he'd be dead within a month.
After a moment, the sword chi was completely eliminated. Ye Yu then instructed Dong Hao, just rest up for a few days, and you'll be good to go. Who on earth beat you up like this? Ye Yu wondered. Dong Hao then told the truth. It was Zhao Yong. I was just walking along the road that day when Zhao Yong suddenly came looking for trouble, and then he beat me senseless.
Hearing that familiar name, Ye Yu thought back. His father treated me really well, so how dare he pull a stunt like this?
Besides, the sword chi inside Dong Hao clearly came from a Sage Realm expert. How could that good-for-nothing Zhao Yong possibly get an expert like that to make a move? There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. Just then, a piece of paper unexpectedly flew in through the door, with a message attached. Sect Master Ye, there's actually someone behind Dong Hao's beating. The young miss ordered me to deliver this news to you.
The young miss? Could it be Tang Meng'er? She's actually sending me intel out of goodwill.
The more Ye Yu thought about it, the more puzzled he became. After a quick scan, everything became crystal clear. Li Wei, Zhao Yong, right?
You dare lay a hand on my people. Get ready to pay in blood, Dong Hao. Just focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me.
After giving his instructions, Ye Yu quickly left. Cut to the next day, at a restaurant in the city.
My lord, the young master said you should stay inside these days. After all, you attacked Ye Yu's people not long ago. Li Tiangshuan deliberately ignored him. Relax, don't even mention that Ye Yu doesn't know I was the one who attacked. Even if he does know, what can he do? Our ancestor is an extreme realm expert. Does he dare to make a move? Just as he said that, Ye Yu arrived, brandishing his sword. The powerful sword aura instantly blew everything away. With just one simple move, Ye Yu successfully took Li Tiangshuan's life.
This is the consequence for daring to touch his people, scaring everyone else witless.
I can't believe Ye Yu could kill an acquired realm expert, Li Tiangshuan, with just one sword. How could he be so strong, Ye Yu? He's insane. How dare he attack the Liu family? Doesn't he know the Lin family's ancestor is an extreme realm expert? Wasn't it Zhao Yong who led the people to ambush Dong Hao a few days ago? Why did he attack the Lian family? Could it be that the real mastermind is the Lian family? A moment later, in the Li manor, Li Wei was leisurely enjoying tea, attended by two beautiful maids. Tea and beauties truly go well together. This Zhao Yong may be a waste, but he sure knows how to enjoy life. Young master, that Ye Yu returned from the palace yesterday. He probably knows about Dong Hao's injury by now. Excellent. Next, we just calmly wait for news of his conflict with the royal family to spread. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Young master, news just arrived from outside." The news arrived so quickly. The young master truly predicts things like a god. With such a talent like you, the Li family has nothing to fear. The old man began to flatter him. Ahaha, Ye Yu is nothing more than a small fry. Our real opponent is the royal family. After I use a small trick to subdue Ye Yu, he will become the sharpest knife in the Liu family's hands, directly stabbing towards the royal family. Before the subordinate could speak, he asked, "I already know Ye Yu attacked the royal family's people, but I'm curious, did he directly kill Zhao Yong, or did he kill some close aide of the royal family?" The subordinate trembled and denied everything. No, that Ye Yu killed Lord Li Tianyuan in the Ziegel Tower with one sword. Too shocked, Li Wei stood up abruptly, dropping his teacup to the ground, speechless. The subordinate continued. Not only that, but after dealing with Lord Li, Ye Yu is now heading towards the Good Prince Manor. It seems he wants to kill Zhao Yong first. This startled Li Wei. What the FCK? How is that possible? How did Ye Yu discover my scheme? And how could he be so strong, able to kill Li Tianyuan with one sword? The old steward quickly reminded him. Young master, after Ye Yu goes to the Good Prince Manor, he might come to the Li Manor. This place is no longer safe. Sounding reasonable, Li Wei ran while giving orders. Immediately prepare the carriage to go to the outskirts of the city. I'm going to my grandfather's place. A peak acquired realm expert. How can he be easily schemed against like that? Without strength, everything is useless. And after an incense stick's time, Ye Yu had already found this place. I didn't expect these two guys to run so fast. Although it took a little time, I still have to get some benefits first. Thinking of this, Ye Yu swung his sword down, leaving this place in ruins, clearly seeing. At the same time, he didn't forget to leave a message. Within 3 days, the royal family must hand over Zhao Yong, and the Liao family must hand over Li Wei, or else face the consequences. A moment later, in the royal palace, Zhao Yong and the good prince sought the emperor's help. That Ye Yu directly broke into the house to kill officials. Your Majesty, save me, I'm your grandson. Zhao Yong cried out. Hearing this, the good prince couldn't restrain his anger, and gave him a resounding slap. Just for a woman, you provoked that Ye Yu. Is he someone you can touch? Causing such a big disaster, and still having the face to ask His Majesty, why don't you get out of here? After being taught a lesson, Zhao Yong hurriedly ran away in fear. Then it was the good prince's turn to kneel down. Your Majesty, Younger has caused such a great disaster for the royal family. He should die according to the law, but after all, he is a member of the Zhao family, the only bloodline of my younger brother. I beg your Majesty to show mercy. The emperor calmly said, Good king, you don't need to be like this. I heard Ye Yu wants young Greater handed over. That would be a huge embarrassment for the Sword Nation. Besides, the ancestor is still in seclusion. As long as young Greater stays quietly in the palace, he won't dare to act recklessly. Hearing these words directly from His Majesty eased the old man's mind somewhat. So what should we do about Ye Yu? The sword tournament will begin in 3 days. I've received news that the Li family ancestor, Li Wanghu, will be the head judge, will instruct Sword Tower to invite Ye Yu to be the deputy head judge. He wants to kill Li Wei anyway. When they meet, there might be a fierce battle. When that happens, no matter who wins or loses, we'll be sitting pretty as the fisherman who benefits. What a great idea, Your Majesty is so wise. The good king agreed. At the same time, at the Chenghong sword sect, Ye Yu was focused on his seclusion in the study. After a while, he finished. Ultimate realm achieved. Now even if the Sword Nation's ancestor stands before me, I'm confident I can suppress him. Just then, Dong Hao pushed open the door from outside and announced, Sect Leader, Sword Tower has just sent an invitation, inviting you to be a judge at the sword tournament in 3 days. After skimming through the invitation, Ye Yu still didn't understand what it was. Dong Hao explained, Sword Tower has been famous throughout the land for nearly 1,000 years. The extreme rankings and black rankings, all those master rankings, are announced by Sword Tower, but they've always remained neutral and mysterious. And this sword tournament is organized by Sword Tower. Every time, countless people participate, all of them famous, and backed by powerful forces. In a flash, you can become famous. Calling it a tournament isn't quite right, it's more like a group benefits thing. Ye Yu found it a bit interesting. Sword Tower, huh? Do they know the secret of this little world? I have to get out? I can't stay here forever? But there was one thing Dong Hao forgot to say. Sect Leader, I heard that the head judge of this sword tournament is the Li family ancestor, Li Wanghu. I'm afraid he'll find an excuse to attack you. Maybe you shouldn't go this time. But contrary to expectations, Ye Yu was even more excited. I wanted to meet him anyway. But sect leader, Li Wanghu, is an ultimate realm expert.
Deng Hao reminded him, so what if he's an ultimate realm expert? What's so scary about that? Seeing the aura emanating from Ye Yu, Deng Hao realized that the sect leader had already broken through to the ultimate realm.
Ye Yu reminded him to keep it a secret. For now, in 3 days, I'll give everyone a very big and interesting surprise.
Your subordinate obeys, Deng Hao thought to himself. I never expected our Chenghong sword sect to have such a strong backer this time.
Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the day of the sword tournament arrived. The people gathered there were very numerous. I've been cultivating the sword diligently for 10 years. Today is the time for me to become famous throughout the land. I couldn't speed up my cultivation because of insufficient resources. If I can be recruited by a major force this time, I won't have to worry about resources anymore. The judge of this tournament is an ultimate realm expert. If I can get his attention, I'll definitely soar to the sky in one step.
On this side, Li Wanghu, the Li family ancestor, had also arrived early, followed by Li Wei with a smug look. He didn't forget to point out to his grandfather, the kid sitting over there is Ye Yu, the one who killed my Li Tianshuan.